Gu Chu was thrust into a zombie-infested abyss, believing her demise was imminent, only to awaken and discover she had traversed into another realm. Arriving in a prosperous interstellar civilization, Gu Chu need not worry about the threat of attack or the scarcity of sustenance. Here, the females are revered as treasures, completely alleviating any fears of being devoured or facing hardship. The rarity of females is astonishing, with a ratio of 1 to 9 million, and only they possess the ability to utilize their psychic powers to soothe the uncontrollable rage of males. The advanced civilization is remarkably progressive, initially mistaking her for a pitiable figure. She merely sought to enjoy herself, yet the secondary differentiation consistently affected her. Out of a furious impulse for a handsome companion, she inadvertently elevated herself to the status of an empress. The inhabitants of this world are all beastmen. Gu Chu soon realizes that her unique abilities seem insufficient in this realm. The strength of the populace is formidable. Even the seemingly refined dean of the medical academy can catch artillery shells with his bare hands. Known as living weapons, the general, the cunning and ruthless diplomat, the seemingly simple yet extraordinarily capable scientist, and the military prodigies are all formidable figures. Gu Chu's males declared, "You need not lift a finger, Chu Chu. I shall handle this." Gu Chu gazed at the unfamiliar small creatures, her hands itching. Surely, petting beastmen isn't too inappropriate? After all, their beast forms are still animals, and it is everyone's responsibility to protect them. She certainly did not intend to pet small creatures. Chapter 1. Traversing the stars, Gu Chu. How could you devise a plan to harm Schwer, leaving her to face the horde of zombies alone? She is so fragile. The woman beside her trembled, snuggling against the man, her delicate face streaked with tears, her eyes betraying a smirk of triumph as she feigned distress. Sister Gu Chu, I have always regarded you as my own sister. Why would you betray me? I did not. Before Gu Chu could finish her explanation, she was incredulously pushed backwards by an unseen force, her body soaring into the void. The silhouettes of the two figures grew fainter, while the horde of zombies at the valley's bottom roared with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the arrival of fresh prey. Gu Chu's pupils dilated as she seemingly foresaw her impending fate. Weaponless, she chose to close her eyes. Sleep now. She was weary and no longer wished to continue living. The life detector is scanning for any surviving test subjects. A soldier clad in black military garb utilized the device to locate survivors. Suddenly, a red appeared within the previously unresponsive range. The soldier promptly reported, hastening to locate the survivor, and upon reaching the designated area with his comrades, they gasped in astonishment, swiftly relaying the information to their superiors. There is a survivor in the atomic cannon pit over there. It is a female. The males who received the news were utterly stunned. A female? How could a female possibly survive beneath an atomic cannon? I must see for myself. I shall accompany you. Do not frighten her. Quickly summon Professor Sidhu to examine her. She is a female. The fact that such a delicate female had survived here was nothing short of miraculous. Heavens! It truly is a female. Do not approach. We must maintain distance to ensure she has ample air to breathe. No. Immediately call for a doctor and bring a respirator. The air on this wretched planet is unworthy of her. The soldiers observed the woman in a military green tank top, black cargo pants, and knee-high boots, instinctively swallowing hard. Though aware of her injuries, none dared to come closer, fearing their clumsiness would exacerbate her wounds. It wasn't until a man in a white coat, wielding a medical device, arrived that assistance was rendered. He swiftly assessed her injuries, applied dressings to staunch the bleeding, and used his instruments to monitor her vital signs, commanding that a stretcher be brought forth. Beside him stood a tall figure clad in the distinctive black military uniform, adorned with golden tiger-stripe medals fastened upon the shoulders. A military cap shaded his forehead, concealing the tousled strands of hair, while a pair of gray-green eyes revealed no discernible thoughts as he leisurely trailed behind Professor Sidhu. This was the Forsaken Garbage Star, a research facility for human experimentation, where not only males but a significant number of females were present. Here in the cosmos, the ratio of females to males was alarmingly skewed, reaching an astonishing 1 to 9 million. Females were regarded as treasures of their interstellar society. Within the confines of a human experimentation laboratory lay numerous corpses of A-class females, and upon encountering a survivor, the previously enraged male soldiers finally found their morale rekindled. They had rescued a female, a delightful and beautiful young female at that. This young female possessed an extraordinary head of sea blue, wavy, long hair, with thick and elongated light-colored eyelashes. Her features appeared as if sculpted by the beast god himself, captivatingly flawless and utterly enchanting. Though dust-laden and injured, with wounds marking her face, her disheveled appearance did not diminish her beauty. Rather, her soldier-like attire added an air of tragic beauty born from the ravages of battle. The males, brimming with excitement, closely followed her, their hearts swelling with emotion. Had it not been for the presence of the Marshal, they would have burst into song to express their fervor. How could they be so exceptional? Gu Chu felt an explosive headache, her ears buzzing with relentless noise, compelling her to pry her eyes open. The incessant beeping penetrated her consciousness, and years of vigilance forced Gu Chu to resist the pain and fatigue coursing through her body, her fists clenching silently. As the figure drew closer to her, Gu Chu suddenly lunged, toppling him to the ground, her hand deftly gripping his throat, poised to snap it. For a fleeting moment, her eyes widened in surprise as she realized that her hand, which had seized the man's throat, was now restrained by his grip on her wrist. "My lady, you need not worry. You have been rescued and need not fear," assured Situ, exerting no force. As an S-male, he had sensed the impending danger long before she attempted to harm him. Before him was the most esteemed young female, and a pitiable injured one at that. Unable to bear the sight, he restrained his lethal intentions, willingly becoming a human cushion beneath her weight on the cold floor. A fleeting glimmer of astonishment passed through his eyes. This young female was so valiant, decisive, and brave. No wonder she had managed to escape from the human experimentation laboratory. Situyu's extensive knowledge and poise imbued his words with gentleness and persuasion. "My lady, you are injured. I am attending to your wounds. By the name of the beast god, I assure you that I will not allow anyone to harm you." Beast god? My lady? What manner of nonsense was this? In the apocalypse, could anyone still speak so civilly? Who were they trying to impress? Gu Chu surveyed her surroundings, a sterile expanse filled with cold instruments, beginning to sense something amiss. How could such advanced equipment exist in the apocalypse? Upon closer inspection, she noticed the injection marks on the back of her hand. Her heart raced with renewed vigilance, yet her head throbbed, and the world spun around her, her formidable willpower unable to withstand the remnants of the anesthetic coursing through her veins. She succumbed entirely, collapsing limply into Situyu's embrace, her lips inadvertently brushing against his cheek. It was but a fleeting instant. That momentary contact sparked a flicker of surprise in Situyu's eyes as he stared blankly at the ceiling, at a loss for how to proceed. His body seemed to lose its autonomy, becoming rigid and immobile. He felt an unnatural warmth suffuse his cheeks. An unexpected kiss was unexpectedly enchanting. To protect the female, he remained as her human cushion, their bodies pressed together, and even through their clothing, he could sense her warmth. With one arm encircling her delicate waist, he glanced down to see her nestled obediently in his arms, exuding the innocence of a harmless little lamb. The contrast from the murderous intent that had erupted moments ago was stark. As her soft form pressed against him without reservation, his breathing grew labored. His eyes dared not wander downward, fearing that a lingering glance might reveal that which should not be seen. To avoid aggravating her wounds, Situyu carefully cradled her waist, raising his gaze to meet her gray-green eyes. A metal-adorned figure leaned against the doorframe, one leg casually crossed, silently observing the unfolding scene. Situyu frowned. When had this person arrived? Rains removed his military cap, revealing a mass of thick, slightly curled black hair. His expression remained impassive, and upon witnessing such an intimate scene, he felt no stir in his heart. In a voice both sensual and magnetic, he remarked, "Professor Situ, you may pretend I am not here." Had it not been for the knowledge that this SS-level Marshal was severely aloof and a merciless war machine, such words could easily be misinterpreted. Situ could have been swiftly condemned for indecency towards a female. In the interstellar realm, females were not to be trifled with. Even treatment was conducted by specialized robotic entities. Situ carefully lifted Gu Chu and laid her back upon the treatment bed. The moment his fingers grazed her exposed skin, his mind went blank and beads of sweat formed on his back. A mere Princess Carrie was overwhelmingly exhilarating. Other than the time spent with his mother in his childhood, he had never shared such intimate contact with a female. This touch carried an air of ambiguity. He repressed his emotions and commanded the specialized treatment robot to disinfect the unknown young female's entire body. Rains, feeling bored, leaned closer. He had traversed from the office in search of Situyu and had never witnessed those soldiers so animated, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. His praise for the rescued young female flowed unabated. Were it not for his restraint, such exuberance would have continued unabated. His languid gaze appraised the young female. Her face was indeed attractive, No wonder the males had been unable to contain their wolfish howls. Yet in the throes of war, a pretty face held little value. Rains followed the line of his gaze downward, captivated by her long, elegant neck, reminiscent of a graceful swan, radiating an alluring sheen. His gaze descended further, landing upon her pale and delicate arms, smooth as white jade, evoking an irresistible desire to touch. Were there muscles? Could a young female possess such graceful lines? Rains curiously traced his fingertip along the contour of her arm. Just a gentle caress, and Rains realized she was no pampered young female. She had muscle from training, her lines soft and graceful in a relaxed state, yet solid, devoid of any excess flesh. Even in repose, her shape flowed from her shoulder to her palm. Marshal Rains, Sitiyu chanced upon this scene, frowning disapprovingly at his frivolous actions. Your behavior may hinder this lady's treatment. Indeed, Rains replied nonchalantly, crossing his arms, feeling a twinge of regret. He vaguely discerned that the young female might possess abdominal muscles. How intriguing it would be to discover what a female's abs looked like. Chapter 2. Like an expressionless wooden figure, Marshal Rains, what brings you here? Sitiyu interjected coldly, disrupting Rains' musings. He adjusted his dislodged golden-rimmed glasses and gathered his disheveled silver hair into a low ponytail. How could Rains so brazenly scrutinize a female? She was already pitiable enough without being subjected to such examination. He admitted to harboring selfish motives. He wished to protect this unfortunate little female. Rains turned around, resembling a wooden figure devoid of expression. He had indeed come in search of Sitiyu. What is the status of this esteemed individual? Is there any sign of marking? Sitiyu paid no heed to Rains, instead draping a specialized healing garment over Guchu to shield her exposed skin. This unique material was thin yet possessed healing properties. While the machine administered treatment, it transformed into a healing dressing to expedite the recovery of external wounds. With a gentle press of a button, the mechanical arms of the treatment pod activated, applying laser surgery to Guchu's wounds. Only after completing these tasks did Sitiyu address Rains' inquiry with the findings from the examination report. Female, bone age, 20 years, mental capacity, none. She bears a knife wound on her left arm, measuring 20 centimeters in length, exposing bone, with traces of a rudimentary poison. In such a condition, the loss of blood and temperature would be sufficient to be fatal. Another wound is located in her left abdomen, where a low-grade metallic object shaped like a half-moon bullet has inflicted damage to her internal organs, causing severe hemorrhaging. She was currently undergoing treatment, with an estimated completion time of 3 hours. Rains found himself inexplicably patient as he absorbed this information. Normally, he would have interrupted such trivialities long ago. Why should her injuries concern him? His inquiry was regarding the presence of laboratory experimental markings. Sitiyu was acutely aware that this singular SS male had only one focus in his mind, the mission at hand. Ignoring Rains' impatience, he continued to elaborate on the report. According to robotic analysis, there are no experimental markings on her body. Unlike all the other test subjects we've encountered, she is a normal and natural female. Then why was she there? Is she a staff member of the laboratory? Rains scrutinized the female once more, his gaze glinting with suspicion. From the very beginning, doubts had taken root in his mind. He had commanded a thorough search for information concerning her and her family, yet nothing had been uncovered. Despite her distinctly identifiable features, he had even perused the list of deceased individuals, only to find no matches. It was as if she had materialized from thin air. She was undeniably suspicious. Sitiyu, a medical professor, was not one to engage in investigations. He had no interest in Rains' military affairs, and his presence here was purely coincidental. Yet, an inexplicable feeling of burgeoning affection assured him that this female was not malevolent. She has undergone genetic modification. With a flick of his wrist, multiple projection screens materialized. To persuade the Marshal before him, he could only rely on evidence. Behold. This is the genetic sequence of a typical female devoid of mental capacity. And here is her genetic sequence, which displays notable anomalies. Strangely, her genes undergo alterations every hour. Current monitoring suggests her lifespan is under 100 years, perhaps even less. 100? This revelation piqued Rains' interest. The average lifespan of a beast man was around 800 years, with certain species, like tortoises and whales, living up to 1,000. To be under 100 years old was indeed pitiable. Rains contemplated a possibility. Had she been subjected to experiments since childhood? Was she the offspring of someone special? When it came to investigations, Rains was certainly more adept than Sitiyu. The professor shot him a glance, opting to remain silent. Speaking too much would only arouse Rain's suspicions, potentially yielding counterproductive results. Situ ceased his dialogue, quietly administering soothing and nutritional medications to the little female. If her lifespan was merely 100 years, what significance did it hold for him to protect her for such a brief period? Feeling as if a decision had been made within him, he lifted his gaze to Rain's and stated, "I do not recommend making all of this little female's information public. We must conceal the fact of her genetic mutation." Rains tilted his head, his weary eyes drooping, gazing at Situ as if he were a fool. "Professor Situ, are you issuing orders to me?" Situ straightened, retracting the syringe, and faced the invisible pressure emanating from Rains with a smile, his spine erect and unyielding. "Marshal Rains, we both hail from noble lineages. You are aware of the consequences should she be exposed, are you not?" Females were scarce, and there had been nefarious individuals within the noble courts who clandestinely conducted experiments on females, seeking to artificially synthesize high-grade females, resulting in a multitude of mentally deficient and disabled females, along with countless innocent deaths. The situation escalated to a point where males became uncontrollably aggressive. The emperor at the time was overthrown, and even decapitation could not quell the public outrage. The calamities spawned from this incident took centuries of propagation to subside. Now, they were searching under the guise of interstellar pirates or scavengers, but who could say if certain nobles were involved? They all yearned for the assistance of an A or S-grade female mental healer. Apart from Rains, the first ever SS-grade male, even S-grade female mental healers were unable to cure him. His fate was destined to spiral out of control when he became uncontrollable. He would either find himself in a safety bureau or cast adrift on a garbage planet to fend for himself. The outcome had long been predetermined, which was why he dared to be so unrestrained. He was merely a war machine. Rains donned his military cap once more, concealing his brooding eyes, and departed the treatment room in silence. Situ continued to focus on treating the little female, noticing her previously furrowed brow finally relaxing due to the sedative. He smiled knowingly. With him present, he would do his utmost to restore her to a normal beast man. Gu Chu seemed to drift into a dream, where she found herself as a mere supporting character in a novel. Having been bitten by a zombie, she manifested mutations that granted her abilities. Her appearance and physique underwent transformations. For such trivial matters, she unwittingly incurred the disdain of the female protagonist. With the help of the protagonist system, she was gravely injured and cast into a horde of zombies, left to be devoured. As she fell, she vaguely saw a tiny green seed resembling a droplet land upon her heart. She watched as it fell, quickly sprouting into a small shoot, its 2 leaves swaying in the darkness. In a post-apocalyptic world, possessing such tender greenery was a rarity. Her hands itched with the desire to touch it, but in the next moment, the shoot vanished without a trace. Where did it go? Gu Chu awakened once more to find herself in the pristine treatment room she had seen before, confirming that her previous experiences were not mere dreams. She had indeed toppled a formidable individual who could easily subdue her with a single hand. He had spared her life, uttering peculiar words and claiming he would save her. Awake? The voice startled Gu Chu, prompting her to whip around instinctively to draw a dagger, only to find nothing at her side. How long had he been there? She had been completely unaware. Her wary gaze intrigued Rains. Did he truly appear as fearsome as a raging beast? Was she that afraid of him? Oh. It was no surprise. In his beast form, he was indeed a creature that inspired terror. Chapter 3. Is this person a bit overdramatic? Rains offered a friendly self-introduction. "I am Marshal Rains D. Montilai. The entire galaxy is familiar with my name. You currently reside in the medical chamber of my starship. You have already met Professor Situ, who has attended to your injuries." Gu Chu stood momentarily dumbfounded, her gaze shifting to his military uniform. Was this individual engaging in cosplay? Her expression turned peculiar as she reconsidered whether he was perhaps suffering from a touch of delusion. The only person she knew with such a name was the man destined to become the Pirate King. Rains was not particularly adept at conversation. He leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, and the two of them shared an awkward silence, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Gu Chu, feeling uneasy, turned her head to glance at a window. Through the window, she beheld the stark differences outside. The night was adorned with flickers of light. Though faint, their glow was sufficient to instill a sense of warmth and hope within her, reminiscent of the starry sky she had long yearned to see. A starship? Gu Chu finally came to the realization that she had most likely traversed into another realm. She tapped her head lightly, attempting to shake off the daze. With a deep sigh, she accepted her situation, Even if this world held echoes of her memories, she had no desire to return to that apocalyptic existence. Why the sigh? Why the sigh? Gu Chu smiled wryly, examining her wounds as she nonchalantly replied, just thinking of unpleasant matters. Her arm's injuries had completely healed, wounds that had once been gaping to the bone. As for that bullet, Gu Chu glanced down and lifted her tank top, revealing a wound at her waist. A location not particularly shameful to expose. Unconcerned about Rains's presence, she inspected her body. This action caused Rains, donned in a military cap, to momentarily freeze. Breath caught in his throat. How bold was this little female? He beheld her abdominal muscles, the lines so exquisite they defied description. Was this truly visible? His gaze became transfixed, staring at the scene before him. Oh, dear. Those were the contours he admired. Unbeknownst to Gu Chu, as she tended to her injuries, Rains was on the verge of pounding his fist against the wall out of sheer agitation. While inspecting her wounds, Gu Chu noticed that her tank top had been torn by branches during her descent into the abyss. Just as she was about to check for further damage, a soft pop caught her off guard. The last thread holding her strap together succumbed to its limits. In a flurry, she attempted to cover herself, but no hand could move faster than the eye. A mere glance at Rains revealed his discomfort. The softness that contrasted with the muscular lines was half concealed, round and dewy like a ripe peach. Rains instinctively lowered his head, pulling down his cap as he turned away, facing the wall as if in silent contemplation. This gesture was both to spare the little female her embarrassment and to conceal the blush that crept from his cheeks to the nape of his neck. Gu Chu felt the sting of social awkwardness for the first time. Why did the strap have to break at this very moment? Grateful. She hastily tied the strap into a tight knot, her face flushed like a ripened apple. Lifting her gaze, she noticed the man leaning against the wall, resembling a model, not appearing vile and demonstrating a measure of decorum. Her heart calmed slightly. After a moment of disarray, Gu Chu exhaled in relief. Her cheeks still tinged with pink as she reminded the wall-facing man, "I'm all set now." Only then did Rains turn back, and upon seeing her shirt unevenly draped due to the strap, his brows furrowed slightly. To ease the tension, Gu Chu introduced herself. "My name is Gu Chu. I'm 28 years old." Before she could finish her sentence, a white shirt was draped over her shoulders by Rains. "Wear this, it's unworn."
Oh.
Gu Chu quickly donned the garment, grateful for the timely cover. The shirt was oversized, requiring her to roll the sleeves multiple times to reach her elbows. She fastened a few buttons, concealing the tank top beneath, leaving her attractive collarbones exposed. "Thank you. I'll wash it and return it to you later." Rains instinctively wanted to decline, but the thought of her wearing his clothing silenced his rejection, merely responding with a soft Following that brief episode, the air remained tinged with awkwardness, yet the tension gradually eased. Gu Chu's smile held a certain infectious charm, gentle and soothing as a spring breeze. She unabashedly complimented, "Your doctors are truly remarkable. My wounds bear no visible scars." Just then, the door swung open, and Sitiyu entered. Noticing the crescent-shaped eyes filled with genuine praise directed at him, his cheeks flushed slightly as he adjusted his glasses. "Your compliments are appreciated. It is my duty."
Is it?
Rains, however, was not convinced. He had been by her side throughout her entire surgery, never leaving her side. He had only taken a brief respite before returning. This was all too evident. "You are a doctor?" "Indeed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sitiyu, the head of the Imperial Medical Research Institute, and the physician who treated you." Medical Research Institute? Gu Chu sat stiffly, feeling ill at ease in her unfamiliar surroundings. "My name is Gu Chu. I apologize for my earlier apprehension. I mistakenly thought you were a villain." Gu Chu was taken aback. Had she attacked the very doctor caring for her? To her, doctors had always seemed weak, delicate beings, yet he had effortlessly countered her full-force strike. Doubts began to cloud her mind regarding her survival in this new world. The Marshal and the doctor both exuded formidable strength. Sitiyu, noticing Gu Chu clad in Rains's white shirt, cast a sidelong glance at Rains, suppressing a darkly elegant smile, and remarked, "You need not apologize. Rather, it is I who should feel remorse for any distress caused to you." "How so?" Gu Chu sought to forge a deeper connection with him. "You need not address me as Your Excellency. You may call me Gu Chu or Chu Chu." Sitiyu smiled, softening his tone as he boldly inquired, "Shall I call you Chu Chu then?" To Gu Chu, the name was merely a term of endearment, and she found no fault in it, responding amicably. Situyu's gloom dissipated in the wake of her smile, a lingering joy shimmering in his eyes. She allowed him to call her by her nickname, and in return, she had apologized and praised him. Not only was she skilled in combat, but she also possessed a delightful disposition, making her an endearing little female. "And what about me?" came a voice tinged with bitterness, as Rains felt overlooked. Like a glaring light bulb. "What about you? Should I call you Your Excellency or Choo-Choo?" "If you consider me a friend, Choo-Choo will suffice," Gu-Choo replied, offering a smile to both. Gu-Choo felt trepidation towards Rains, whose gaze was as cold and emotionless as a machine. Though he appeared stern and serious, she daringly speculated that he harbored a hidden warmth. Rains, pleased with her smile, sought clarity on a matter. Choo-Choo. Answer me this. Why do you claim to be 28? I am indeed 28. Gu-Choo blinked, unperturbed. She was no celebrity. Why would she fabricate her age? Situ exchanged a glance with Rains before asking, "Do you recall events from your past?" Gu-Choo was cautious, unable to decipher their intentions.
Amnesia?
Rains, accustomed to interrogating criminals, recognized her unease. He understood her apprehension. "If you claim to have forgotten, our instruments can reveal the truth. We possess lie detectors and other professional equipment." Situ shot Rains a cold glare, fully aware that such devices were not applicable to females. Yet Rains persisted in intimidating Gu-Choo. Gu-Choo, sensing her thoughts laid bare, was at a loss for words, uncertain of the veracity of Rains's claims. Situ comforted her, assuring her not to be afraid. "Rest assured, Rains will not harm you." Gu-Choo stole a furtive glance at the chuckling Rains. She hesitated, contemplating whether she could successfully ambush him with a surgical knife, but the presence of others outside made escape seem impossible. The thought of it was too perilous to entertain. Noticing Situ's continued gentle reassurances, she wisely abandoned that impractical notion. "May I ask a question?" Situ, charmed by her obedient and sprightly demeanor, chuckled. "Please. Do go ahead. Is the technology here highly advanced? You know, like in movies, where one can travel back in time at any moment." The question was addressed by Situ. "In this interstellar realm, the galaxy we inhabit boasts the most advanced planets, with SSR-class battleships comprising half of those found in other galaxies. The advanced technological weaponry is simply innumerable. Such development can indeed be described in this manner. As for your other inquiry, there are explicit regulations against traversing the past or the future in this interstellar domain. Such endeavors are strictly prohibited, as any advancement in this area could potentially result in catastrophic disasters. Could there be individuals clandestinely conducting research? He pondered. It is not out of the realm of possibility to suspect the existence of such lawbreakers. Situ patiently answered Gu-Choo's questions, while Lena's, who had been listening attentively, relaxed his vigilance. She consistently used the term you, inquiring about matters that even children would know. Could it be that she genuinely had a problem with her intellect? Situ had no reason to suspect otherwise. Perhaps it was a consequence of her genetics. If that were the case, it would make sense. Yet, why was her lifespan so short? From her words, it was evident that she had no comprehension of what a human experimental laboratory was. She merely exchanged a fleeting glance with Lena's, feeling as if she were bound by invisible chains. The oppressive aura she emanated was unmistakably genuine, far stronger than anyone she had encountered in the apocalyptic world. Gu-Choo had already aroused the Marshal's suspicions regarding her age. Clenching her fists, she noticed Lena's gaze lingering on her. He was not someone easily deceived. Furthermore, given the advanced technology in this place, even if she could conceal the truth from people, she could not hide it from machines. Chapter 4. This little female is quite foolish. Lena sensed Gu-Choo's trepidation. "Your Excellency Gu-Choo, if you have something to say, please speak it plainly. I was merely jesting before. The law forbids males from harming females. As a marshal, I would face immediate execution." Gu-Choo cast a sidelong glance at him. The pressure he exerted was formidable, and she did not believe his words. Taking a deep breath, she nervously confessed, "I might have traversed time and space, or perhaps crossed interstellar boundaries to arrive here. The technology on my planet is quite rudimentary, or rather, exceedingly scarce." Her words prompted Situ and Lena's to arrive at the same conclusion simultaneously. This little female was rather naive. Situ then produced a testing report and handed it to Gu-Choo, maintaining an appropriate distance while patiently elucidating each detail, rendering Lena's somewhat superfluous. The Marshal, preoccupied with official matters, lacked an understanding of how to endear himself to a female and could only discern that the female before him was somewhat apprehensive. Unwilling to concede, he positioned himself on Gu-Choo's other side. The look Sityu cast towards him seemed to convey a message of shamelessness. Turning back to Gu Chu, Sityu elaborated. You see, Chu, bone age does not deceive. Your bone age is merely 20 years. Moreover, your genes are in a state of mutation, likely due to your recent escape from the human experimental laboratory. We will find a way to provide you treatment. Gu Chu, lacking a medical background, found it difficult to comprehend the intricacies of genetic sequences, but the mention of mutation piqued her interest. Finally, a topic she could grasp. I am inherently a product of genetic mutation. My planet is home to monsters, and in order to survive, I possess greater strength than the average individual along with the ability to control the wind. Lena's dismissed her claims. Many planets host exotic beasts or peculiar aggressive life forms. From a medical and scientific perspective, beast men possess infinite potential. It would not be surprising if you have undergone these genetic mutations. Sityu made an effort to avoid mentioning the female's scars. She was the sole survivor from the laboratory. He acknowledged her point. Her strength was indeed extraordinary, comparable to that of a B-class male. Have you neglected to properly assess her cognitive state? Lena's, with his blunt demeanor, abandoned formalities, believing that Sityu's failure to care for the little female had rendered her somewhat simple-minded. Marshal Lena's, please do not question my expertise. I have stated that Chuchu's genes are still undergoing transformation, which may have resulted in memory confusion. Alternatively, if what Your Excellency Gu Chu described is not true, does that not suggest a potential deficiency in the Marshal's professional capabilities? I have fought across the entire galaxy, with so many planets and races. How am I to locate her? Did you not assert that she is a beast man? Or is it your expertise that is in question? Provoked, Sityu retorted mercilessly, Marshal, am I utilizing equipment from your starship? Is the technology so decrepit that even repeated tests yield erroneous results? Would you like to conduct the examination yourself? Am I assisting you, only to have you criticize my work? Sityu continued, incensed. Gu Chu found herself caught in the middle, watching as the two men engaged in a verbal sparring match. Both the Marshal and the doctor towered at around 2 meters, with broad shoulders and narrow waists, rendering Gu Chu particularly diminutive as she lowered her gaze to the report, remaining silent. They had concocted a rationale for her. However, as she scanned the information she could comprehend, it seemed improbable that such an advanced civilization could err in identifying a species. After much discussion, they ultimately concluded that she was indeed a beast man, with genetic issues leading to memory confusion, likely having lived on a perilous planet teeming with unknown creatures before being abducted. They could find no evidence pertaining to her time in the human experimental laboratory, and as long as she was female, she would be afforded legal protection. With their cessation of conflict, Gu Chu's anxiety dissipated. They had crafted a compelling narrative, a perfect closure. Lena's leaned forward, captivated by the dimples revealed when she pouted, his hands itching to reach out. No, he wanted to poke her to see what it felt like. For the first time, this usually stoic war machine lost control, and, against his will, raised a finger to gently poke her dimple. Even if reprimanded, he was compelled to do so. Gu Chu turned back to size up the Marshal. Realizing she had misjudged him, this Marshal was somewhat childish, still playing games meant for young ones. Why are you poking my face? Curious about the sensation? Is the Marshal perhaps akin to a child? Do you understand now? He replied, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he rubbed his fingers together, savoring the delightful sensation. Her porcelain skin was as smooth as he had imagined. With a poke, she would turn back to acknowledge him. In Lena's eyes, Gu Chu appeared to be enveloped in a thick filter of charm. Such an audacious act did not provoke anger. Instead, he beheld her with a gaze full of tenderness. Yes, it must be affection. Lena's did not harbor any aversion towards Gu Chu. Rather, he found her endearing. He believed he had encountered what was known as love at first sight. Sityu observed the entire exchange, forcibly suppressing his displeasure. In this realm, it was forbidden to envy or obstruct other males in their pursuit of females, as it would be deemed immoral and even illegal. Yet, Lena's behavior left much to be desired. Marshal Lena's, if you continue to offend the female, do not blame me for reporting you to the Empire. Lena's, however, was indifferent to the possibility of repercussions. He had accomplished what he desired. I approve of not reporting the matter of genetic mutation. Sityu was momentarily taken aback. His sudden shift in stance was clearly not motivated by national policy, but by personal desire. A sense of urgency surged within Sityu. Surely, the little female would not be fond of a marriage devoid of future prospects. Lena's was a singular anomaly within the galaxy. No female could cure him. Gu Chu, bewildered, inquired about a frequently mentioned term, Why do you refer to me as a female rather than a woman? We are beast men, and thus it is customary to address you as such, Lena's explained, gesturing at the text within the report. Choo-choo. Can you tell me what is written here?
Gu-chu.
Assuming it to be of significance, read aloud. Beast form. Lion cat. What? What is a beast form? Observing Gu-chu's bewildered expression, Lena's marveled at her adorable naivety. Blissfully unaware of her own shortcomings, he patiently elucidated, we are beast men possessing two forms, beast form and human form. Your beast form has been detected as that of a lion cat. Each beast form possesses varying levels and different offensive capabilities. What you described may pertain to the abilities of your beast form. Moreover, Lanes pointed at the text, each galaxy has its unique script. When you speak of interstellar travel, your most glaring inconsistency lies in your fluency with our language and script. How could you possibly know our writing? Gu-chu was momentarily taken aback, left speechless. Her small mouth agape in surprise. They were entirely correct, leaving her with no grounds for rebuttal. Observing the bewildered look in her eyes, Situyu was further convinced that something was amiss with her condition. In order to avoid unsettling the freshly healed female, he gently reassured her, if you trust me, let us continue to observe. Your genes are in a state of continuous flux, requiring ongoing monitoring. Gu-chu felt a surge of affection towards Situyu's exceedingly polite words. Having experienced betrayal and a subsequent revival, she had little fear of examinations and readily agreed, without hesitation. Situyu smiled warmly as he bid farewell. Marshal Lanes is quite occupied with military duties. Please remember your promise. I must attend to your treatment, so it is best you take your leave for now. So, he was indeed quite busy. Gu-chu, disinclined to interrupt his pressing matters, waved goodbye. Farewell. Initially wishing to linger, Lanes found himself compelled to depart, acknowledging his numerous military responsibilities as he bid farewell to the young female. Inside the treatment pod, Gu-chu inquired of Situyu if he had any insights regarding this world. She had received a light brain and, after a brief period, had mastered the basic operations to access information. Witnessing her earnest dedication to understanding this new reality, Situyu refrained from interrupting her further, allowing her to immerse herself in her studies. Not only was she researching genes, but she was also engaging her intellect, pondering if she had truly lost her wits. The two became absorbed in their respective pursuits, the atmosphere significantly more harmonious than it had been with Lane's. The more Gu-chu explored the light brain, the more astounded she became. Females were exceedingly rare, hence their value. It was no wonder they treated her with such reverence. Lanes had not deceived her. Males primarily undertook the bulk of labor, while females had no obligations. Even orphaned females received government support, ensuring they lived exceedingly privileged lives. The sole duty of a female was to soothe the instability of their partners, and due to their scarcity, females could have multiple male partners. The vastness of the cosmos was home to myriad races, with beast men being particularly formidable. Wars occasionally erupted between galaxies, typically occurring in space, sparing the planetary surfaces. Overall, in this world, females were assured sustenance and comfort, which was a source of great contentment for Gu-chu. Having perused only a fraction of the information, a wave of drowsiness overcame her, her eyelids growing heavier. In the apocalyptic world, she had been a light sleeper, yet oddly, in this new environment, she found herself unable to resist the encroaching fatigue, as if something were altering her state. Eventually, she succumbed to slumber, her breathing steady and rhythmic. Amidst his engrossing work, Situyu glanced back and saw the sleeping Gu-chu, warmth radiating from his dark pupils. He gently lifted her wrist, retrieving the light brain from her grasp. His fingers brushed against her abdomen, and even through her shirt, he could feel the gentle rise and fall of her skin. What would it feel like to truly touch her? Situyu bit his lip, attempting to conceal the flush creeping across his face, returning the light brain to his chest. Suppressing his thoughts, unwilling to indulge in further imagination. He had always believed his life would be devoted to medicine, never once swayed by the advances of an A-grade female. Initially seeking refuge on a desolate planet to escape the pressures of marriage, he unexpectedly encountered a female who stirred his emotions. Thank the beast god. Perhaps this was all a twist of fate. Chapter 5. Increasingly awkward situations due to the calming agent's sedative properties and her extreme exhaustion. Gu-chu fell into a deep slumber within the treatment pod, seemingly detached from the world around her. When she eventually awoke, she was uncertain how long she had slept. Finding herself seated on a comfortable bed, her mind struggling to regain clarity. Hadn't she fallen asleep on some spaceship? How had she suddenly appeared in such a luxurious room? If not for the white shirt she wore, she might have thought it all a dream. Rubbing her temples, she realized that since arriving in this world, her senses had sharpened significantly. Her reflexes had elongated infinitely. Had this been before, she would have been devoured by zombies without a trace. "You are awake, my lady. Do you feel any discomfort?" A mechanical male voice suddenly inquired. Gu Chu's eyelids felt slightly swollen. Her drowsy gaze fell upon a humanoid robot approaching her. Dressed in a black suit with smooth, white armor that retained a unique, sharp edge. Upon seeing him, she felt an instant infatuation. "I'm fine. Do you have a name?" "Your armor looks splendid and shiny." The humanoid robot shyly scratched its head. Its implanted smart chip allowed it to mimic human instinctual behaviors. "My name is A-Chong, and I am a butler. It is a pleasure to meet you, my lady." A-Chong beamed, never having received compliments from any beast man about his appearance. The female brought home by his master must be exceptionally gentle. "A-Chong, do you have a girlfriend? Is her name Asian?" Gu Chu giggled, finding the name A-Chong refreshingly down to earth. The lyrics of a song and movie dialogue swirling in her mind. It was quite delightful. Unbeknownst to Gu Chu, A-Chong possessed emotional programming that allowed him to sense her teasing. A red glow akin to neon lights appeared on his cheeks as he shyly lowered his head. "I do not have a girlfriend yet, my lady. Please do not laugh. Female robots can only serve females." "Is that so?" Seeing A-Chong's bashfulness only made Gu Chu find him even more endearing, her crescent-shaped eyes crinkling with delight, reminiscent of a cool summer breeze. As she prepared to rise, she suddenly noticed a black bracelet-like device on her wrist displaying various values and icons. "Oh, what is this, A-Chong?" A-Chong explained, "This is a health monitoring bracelet, specially prepared by your master to ensure you experience no discomfort. If any sudden changes occur, the bracelet will alert your master." Understanding this was a gesture of goodwill. Gu Chu didn't dwell on it. "Who is your master?" "Sit to you. He is the most renowned medical professor on Empress, holding hundreds of invention patents. Recently, he developed a new male sedative that effectively reduces side effects. Since you are not a citizen, you currently do not have a place to reside. Given your unstable condition, your master decided to bring you back to the manor." Though A-Chong was a robot, he couldn't hide his pride in his words. A-Chong's explanation was clear, for now. She had no choice but to stay temporarily. Among the individuals Gu Chu had met on this planet, he and the reserve Situyu were her best options. Staying with them would allow her to quickly learn about this world and, once she acquired an identity, strive for independence. "Your master is truly impressive, arranging everything so thoroughly for this little orphan in an unfamiliar world." However, at that moment, her greatest desire was to indulge in a refreshing bath. "A-Chong, I would like to take a bath." "Certainly, my lady. I will arrange that for you immediately. Which floral scent would you prefer for your bathing ball?" "I'm fine with anything, just something mild." "Very well, your clothes are ready and located in the dressing room. They were purchased by your master and Marshal Lanes, and you may choose freely." Gu Chu rose to head to the dressing room, her face displaying astonishment. For the first time in her life, a girl who had been single since birth was receiving assistance from not one, but two males in selecting clothes. It felt quite awkward, and with a flutter of apprehension, she stepped into the dressing room. Upon seeing the dazzling array of garments, her eyes nearly sparkled with delight. It had been years since she had seen such beautiful new clothing. After a brief glance, her keen eyes quickly discerned that the room was distinctly divided into two styles of attire. On one side, there lay garments of a loose fit, imbued with a hint of classical charm, interwoven with delightful elements, predominantly exuding an aura of relaxed cuteness. Conversely, the other attire clung closely to her form, accentuating her curvaceous silhouette in all its glory. As her fingers brushed against a lace, rose-hued sexy nightgown, a fleeting sense of joy washed over her, only to be swiftly replaced by an unnatural flush upon her cheeks. Her gaze shifted to the adjacent black nightdress, and Gu Chu scrutinized it with scrutiny. Would such scant fabric truly conceal what it ought to? Her face burned like fire as she placed the garment back and crouched down, covering her face with her hands. Upon settling on the ground, she discovered that beneath were some of her own intimate apparel, thoughtfully purchased by them. Gu Chu felt as if smoke were billowing from her head, overwhelmed by a desire to vanish. The lace design, the adorable bear motif, and the floral patterns only intensified her embarrassment. The lace nightgown in her hands felt unbearably hot. Surely, they could not be so familiar as to assist her in acquiring such intimate garments? How could they possess such a lack of modesty? In their world, It was unheard of for men to buy such items for women. Such gestures were reserved for boyfriends or husbands. How could they be so brazen in their purchases? Holding the bare lace panties, she buried her face in her arms, squatting on the ground, striving to process the situation. This was normal. Their ways of handling matters were customary, and there was no need to take offense. One must accept the differences. After wrestling with her thoughts, a Chang approached to remind her that the bathwater had been prepared. In a flurry, she selected a loose-fitting nightgown, not daring to linger any longer in that uncomfortable place, and hurried off to bathe. In truth, she preferred form-fitting garments. Long-sleeved clothes that hugged her body were far more effective in combat, whereas overly loose clothing could obstruct her vision or hinder her movements. However, for a moment of rest, looser attire was certainly more suitable. At the Imperial Academy's Research Institute, Situ observed everything through a Chang's watchful eyes. He couldn't help but smile at the sight of the little female blushing and crouched on the ground. How could she be so endearing, blushing over something so trivial? Moreover, she had chosen the clothes he had purchased for her. The thought that she had gazed longingly at the black nightdress surprised him. He hadn't anticipated that Chu would favor such styles. He resolved to acquire more next time. Reflecting on Rains, it was evident that the fellow had developed feelings for Chu, initiating gift-giving even before arriving at the Imperial Star. It was implausible to believe he was indifferent. With his unique SS-level status, which signified limitless potential as well as a painful fate, all females were incapable of alleviating his uncontrollable tendencies. Should he fall for Chu, it would undoubtedly lead to an unfavorable outcome. Situ thought he understood Rains. Yet Rains appeared to have a different perspective, entirely unconcerned. He had even activated his holographic device to purchase clothing for the little female. A stark contrast to the Rains who once mocked and belittled S-level females, capable of infuriating the highest-ranking females. His true nature was one of reckless abandon. Faced with an SS-level male, Situ felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. After all, females were drawn to strength, and possessing a powerful male was a point of pride for them. Director, what is your take on this? A student, having just concluded a presentation on his thesis topic, tentatively inquired while bending slightly.
Can I see it?
Situ merely cast a fleeting glance at the time-wasting topic, tucked away his holographic device, and stood to leave. Everyone, listen to each topic once, and prepare a summary for me. Once Situ departed, the room erupted in despair, particularly among the herbivorous beast-type students. Upon witnessing their nemesis leave, one of them crumpled to the ground, exclaiming, "Heavens, the director is truly intimidating. Just a glance from him sends shivers down my spine." Chapter 6. Invaders of the outlawed kind don't think you're safe as an herbivore. Even I, a carnivorous beast, am frightened by the director. The director was already fearsome. But his scrutiny of summary reports was even more daunting, more challenging than writing a thesis.
Help.
Forget it, just a meerkat. Focus on your topic, one suggested. Let us think carefully about how to craft our reports. A dissenting voice interjected. No, I was sitting next to the director, and I just saw him smile. He even looked at his holographic device for quite some time. Did anyone else see that? The group shot him a look of disbelief. The director rarely smiled. In meetings, he was utterly devoid of mirth and never activated his holographic device. His level of seriousness regarding medical technology was even admired by our old professors. Indeed, he was a legendary figure in our medical academy, an unreachable persona, impervious to external influences. Yet he genuinely smiled just now, and it was a genuine smile of joy. Freshly emerged from a fragrant bath, Chu felt invigorated. Medical devices could cleanse her of all dust and grime, but the indulgence of a perfect bubble bath was a spiritual luxury. It had been years since she had dared to dream of such a soothing experience. In her past, she had only raised weapons against zombies, while others perceived her as cold-hearted, unaware that a moment's negligence could lead to the demise of her team members. As the captain, even if her nature was gentle, she had to learn to be resolute. This was a lesson imparted by that person, though she never anticipated he would betray her for a girl he had known for so little time. Casting the unpleasant memories aside as she donned her nightgown and descended the stairs. To her astonishment, the place was far grander than she had envisioned. It resembled a luxurious manor from the 17th century, infused with an air of vintage elegance, yet brimming with advanced technology, replete with state-of-the-art equipment. Chu felt as though she had stepped into a science fiction film. Upon encountering the kitchen, an idea struck her, prompting her to inquire of a Chang. When will Professor Sita return? Will he be joining us for dinner? Today he mentioned he would return after finishing his work, but he did not specify whether he would dine. Chong replied. Would you like me to inquire with the owner? No need, Chong. I would like some meat and vegetables. I wish to prepare a meal. Currently a guest without possessions, Chu intended to cook a meal to foster good relations. Chong's arm revealed a panel that functioned as a holographic device, and he quickly navigated the shopping interface. Very well, what do you need? I can place the order for you, and it will arrive shortly.
Thank you, Chong.
I will repay you when I have the means. This is not my money. It belongs to the owner. He said to accommodate your wishes as best as possible. Chu felt a touch uneasy at the thought of Situ being so generous to her. She was not fond of being indebted to others. Yet her debts were accumulating. Chong, does your master have any favorite dishes? Chong's chip word with activity, arriving at a conclusion. None. He typically consumes only nutritional supplements, but he likely prefers meat, as his beast form is carnivorous. What are nutritional supplements? Substitutes for natural ingredients, a culinary alternative. Very few males today engage in cooking, as it saves time. I understand. Chu's resolve to prepare a meal for Situ solidified. Nutritional supplements might be more nutritious than raw ingredients, but they lacked the diverse flavors she cherished. This was her way of compensating for her guilt. Under Chu's direction, Chong began procuring the finest ingredients available. Chong did not comprehend Chu's intentions. He merely aimed to fulfill the tasks assigned by his master. It had been years since the master had dined, and in this technologically advanced world, the cumbersome process of cooking was deemed unnecessary, with nutritional supplements sufficing. Chong had little understanding of females and was unaware that most females outside preferred delectable meals over bland nutritional substitutes.
Chu,
having been an orphan from a young age, was accustomed to cooking for herself. In this post-apocalyptic world, she survives with her deft hands, capable of transforming wild spices and a pinch of salt into delectable roasted meat. Now, amidst this advanced civilization, she feels confident that she will not encounter insurmountable challenges. However, her distress lies in the unfamiliar spices she encounters. Chong assists her in identifying and correlating these spices with those from her previous world, with particular emphasis on their toxicity. Whatever she finds unmanageable, Chong attentively resolves for her. From Chong, Chu learns that Professor Situ has a decent appetite, and considering he is an orc, she prepares an abundance of dishes, predominantly seafood and steamed delicacies. She also simmers a fragrant chicken soup, adding a lotus leaf-wrapped chicken to the rice. Should there be leftovers, Chong assures her that their high-tech refrigerator can preserve the exquisite flavors for an entire month. Chu takes the lead in directing the preparations, while Chong, noting her female designation, refrains from using a knife and takes on all the heavy lifting. Surprisingly, Chong exhibits remarkable knife skills. Chu muses, Chong, if I were to have a steward like you, I would require nothing more. Surely, such an impressive intelligent robot must be quite costly. The two engage in animated conversation about cooking, reveling in their camaraderie, even more so than the two orcs. However, as Chu turns to check on the steaming dishes, an unexpected wave of dizziness overwhelms her, causing her legs to buckle and her vision to fade as she collapses to the ground, unconscious. In an instant, her wristband glows red, emitting a piercing alarm. Chu, why have you collapsed? Chong tilts his head, staring at the fallen Chu, calling her name. Unable to ascertain the cause, he prepares to assist her when the alarms throughout the house flare, all windows automatically sealing shut, and protective walls capable of withstanding heavy weaponry descend into place, activating defense mode. Alarm! Alarm! Unauthorized intruder detected. Chong's eyes turn crimson as his mechanical fists swiftly transform into a particle cannon, aimed directly at the breached entrance, and he fires. One individual narrowly dodges the particle blast, which strikes the invisible shield with a thunderous sound, sending dust swirling outside and igniting the lush trees in a fierce blaze. Chong, deactivate the particle cannon. Marshal Lane's commands in a stoic tone. Ignoring Chong's efforts, he swiftly scoops up the unconscious Chu, distancing her from the perilous kitchen and settling onto the sofa. Recognizing Lane's, Chong deactivates the alarm manually while the flames engulfing the greenery are extinguished by the fire suppression system. Lanes has known Professor Situ for a long time and has a collaborative relationship with him. His participation in this mission was a rare exception granted by Lanes himself, allowing him unrestricted access to Situ's estate. With his acute hearing, Lanes catches Chong mentioning Chu's collapse and, sensing something amiss, forcefully enters, triggering the highest level of alarm. Ignoring A-Chong, he cradles Gu-Chu's waist, seating her upon his lap. Choo-choo, it's me, Lanes.
How are you?
Known for his ruthless demeanor, Lanes experiences fear for the first time, shouting at A-Chong, "Get Situ back here now." "Understood. I am connecting to summon the master back," A-Chong replies. Gu-Chu furrows her brow, emitting muffled groans as discomfort envelopes her. It is not pain, but rather an incessant itch, akin to countless ants gnawing at her. Unconsciously, she grips Lane's shirt at his waist, tearing off a button that reveals his well-defined muscles. Her body presses against him as she shifts restlessly, seeking a more comfortable position. When her fingernails graze his abdomen, she disregards the pain, but the coolness of her touch sends a jolt through him, as if time itself paused. Lane's voice deepens, "Choo-choo. Where do you feel unwell?" In the cool room, beads of sweat, Gu-Chu's forehead as her pale lips struggle to articulate. "It itches. As if many insects are biting me." "Wait a moment, Situ will return shortly. If it becomes unbearable, just bite my shoulder. It will ease your discomfort." The narrative's central theme bears little relation to the culinary preparations. Chapter 7. A torment beyond measure. Lanes grits his teeth. Ensnared by Gu-Chu's long legs brushing against his abdomen, a formidable Marshal subjected to such intimate contact. His face flushes with heat, his entire being ignited as the fire stirred by her proximity overpowers his once iron control. He, too, is afflicted as the primal urges of masculinity rage within him, rendering him a victim of psychological torment. Gu-Chu clings tightly to Lanes, her nails leaving marks on his clothing, and his words resonate deeply within her. In the past, during the apocalypse, everyone was solely focused on self-preservation, where the weak were devoured by the strong. Yet now, there is someone who empathizes with her minor discomfort, unwilling to see her suffer, even if it means enduring pain himself. Turning her forehead against his chin, she gasps for breath, managing to force out a faint smile. "I'm all right. I can endure." He senses the small female, despite her evident distress, striving to comfort him. Lanes, anxious and impatient, clutches Gu-Chu tightly, attempting to shield her from further discomfort, his eyes betraying unmasked concern. "But you, Lanes, what are you doing?" A furious shout halts everything abruptly. Upon Situ's return, he witnesses this scene, angrily swatting Lane's hand away from Gu-Chu's skirt, his gaze falling upon Lane's inappropriate physiological reaction. Enraged, he unleashes an S-class male pressure, causing the temperature to plummet to freezing. Lanes channels his power to protect Gu-Chu, his dark green eyes devoid of warmth, coldly stating, "Are you unaware that the nightgown you purchased has a lining?" With a flick of his hand, the undergarment is revealed. He would never stoop so low as to take advantage of such a moment. Situ stands momentarily stunned, silence enveloping him as he retracts his power and ceases his verbal onslaught. Since Gu-Chu collapsed, her wristband had emitted urgent alarms, prompting him to hastily pilot his ship back. Through A-Chong's perspective, he witnessed the intimate exchange between Lanes and Gu-Chu, leading him to misconstrue Lane's intentions as nefarious. Regaining his composure, he sees that Gu-Chu has not been harmed by Lanes. Situ takes the weakened Gu-Chu from Lane's arms and swiftly transports her to the medical room of his estate, which is equipped with technology surpassing even that of hospitals, capable of handling extensive surgeries. Gu-Chu feels light as Situ gently grips her waist. "Choo-choo, where do you feel unwell?" he inquires softly. She replies that it itches, as if something is biting her. Following behind, Lane speaks on her behalf, and upon seeing her nod, Situ's brow furrows as he places Gu-Chu in the treatment chamber. As time passes, Gu-Chu's breathing gradually becomes more even, the sensation of being gnawed upon diminishing significantly. Observing the worried expressions on her two benefactors' faces, she attempts to alleviate their concerns. "I feel better now. It's not as unbearable as before. Here, this is a calming nutrient, which has a soothing effect on secondary differentiation. Please drink this first." Situ offers her a vial resembling a test tube. Gu-Chu obediently consumes it. Witnessing her compliance, Situ's heart aches, and he reassures her it's all right. "Choo-choo, there's no need to worry. Your genes have just undergone a rapid mutation, causing this discomfort." On the surface, Gu-Chu nods in understanding, yet internally, she is perplexed. She experienced a fleeting illusion, as if she had transformed into a plant, beginning to take root and sprout. In that moment, she felt as if she were establishing roots, those roots being her blood vessels, which began to penetrate the soil in a manner reminiscent of a documentary. Situ retrieves the empty vial from Gu-Chu's hands, only to glance back at a series of projected values and genetic sequences. He turns to explain the cause of her earlier episode. Chu, your mental energy has reached D level. Mental energy? Chu expresses disbelief, asserting, I possess mental energy? I am not a native of this world. I am merely a zombie mutant. She remains skeptical of their claims regarding beastly cat forms and the like, just as they did not believe that Chu had traversed through time and space. However, as Chu cast a glance at the data before her, she found herself wavering. Although she was not well versed in these matters, she was aware that both she and Ryan's were quite knowledgeable. Females could undergo secondary differentiation before the age of 25 or cultivate their mental powers through rigorous training. The former was innate, endowing one with stronger mental powers and higher levels, while the latter required extensive training with only a slim chance of developing mental strength. Historically, the highest level of cultivated mental power was D grade, and even that would be inferior to the usual D grade. Situ scrutinized her report, his face lighting up with joy. Chu, it is evident that you are beginning to exhibit signs of secondary differentiation. According to the data, your mental power is on the rise and your lifespan has extended to 200 years. 200 years? Surely the machine must be malfunctioning. How could she possibly possess a lifespan of 200 years? After being bitten by a zombie, she could at most live to 50. Chu sat up, her head bowed in contemplation. The discomfort from her earlier physical ailment had vanished. Situ's nutrient solution was indeed effective, and its taste was not unpleasant. Chu found it hard to believe. Can my lifespan really be that long? Chu, do not speak of yourself in such a manner. Ryan's comforted her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders, thinking she must have lost her senses, and continued along the lines of her previous remarks. You must trust us. The data does not lie. If you have doubts, we can conduct further tests. If anyone else had posed such a question, Situ would have dismissed them outright. He was confident that he had not made an error in his assessments. He had verified the data multiple times, and it was no trifling matter.
Yet,
to reassure this somewhat disoriented female, he added, indeed. Chu was momentarily taken aback. It made sense. However, she was acutely aware of the real question. Why had she transformed from a human into a beast man? Could it be that traversing time and space had caused a genetic mutation? This was the only possibility that came to her mind, and if that were the case, she would accept this premise. Then, what about my recent genetic changes? Situ sat beside her, discreetly pushing Ryan's hand away where Chu could not see, and with a warning glance urged him to refrain from overstepping. He then draped his coat over her exposed arms. Using his expertise, he explained to Chu, this is a result of secondary differentiation. During this period, side effects may arise, and the records indicate you may experience dizziness, headaches, physical discomfort, fatigue, and emotional volatility, as well as issues such as memory loss. Therefore, it would be advisable not to be alone during this time. Chu blinked innocently, her gray-blue lashes fluttering. It's fine. A Chong is with me.
a Chong is not human.
I know he is a robot. He will come to you if there is anything, Ryan's remarked. Situ noted. Chu's adorably naive demeanor only made the two males think that her heart was genuinely big. Since I happen to be on vacation, I will accompany you, Ryan stated, as he planned to submit a report the next day. After hoarding nearly 10 years' worth of vacation, who would dare deny him his leave? Situ disagreed. No, I will accompany you. I can perform checks for you, at any time. Chu glanced back and forth, realizing that they were inherently authoritative figures. Even when softening their tones, there remained an undeniable air of command. She shrugged. Suit yourselves. Suddenly, they all became serious, their expressions turning lethal as they fixed their gazes on the doorway. Following their line of sight, Chu's pupils constricted. She instinctively gripped her clothing tightly, slipping into a state of heightened alert. A man had stealthily infiltrated the entrance, lazily leaning against the doorframe, eavesdropping on their conversation. The collar of his loosely fitted white shirt was haphazardly unbuttoned, and his shoulder-length hair, a blend of gray and black, appeared as if naturally highlighted, starkly contrasting with his deep blue eyes. He bore a charming yet sinister smile, revealing sharp canine teeth. Even standing there, he exuded an unmistakable aura of danger. Situ had already placed himself protectively behind Chu, his gaze fixed warily upon the intruder. The recently deactivated alarm had automatically reactivated, and the security system could breach a Chong's vigilance. Only an SS-grade male could achieve such a feat, especially not this sly and agile leopard before them. Chapter 8. The dangerous leopard. Ryan stood up to shield Chu from view, confronting the man with a cold, detached tone. What brings you here? Just came to see how my cousin is so precious as to leave work early today. He chuckled. I didn't expect to witness such an intriguing scene. Unmoved by the meaningful laughter of Iman, Ryan's replied sternly, Diplomat, mind your own business and leave immediately. But I am genuinely concerned about my cousin's affairs, Ryan's. You don't believe that a D-grade female could possibly assist you, do you? Iman, of similar age to Ryan's and a prominent figure within their family, shared a cold and ruthless disposition, yet he now saw a different side of Ryan's, which filled him with disdain for Guchu. Ryan should be like him, indifferent to all females, especially not to a D-grade female. Yet it was evident that Ryan's had changed since returning from his mission. The little female curiously peered from behind, her sea-blue wavy hair even more captivating than his own eyes, her delicate, fair skin resembling a divine masterpiece, and her eyes seemed to hold a language of their own. Iman realized why his cousin had fallen. It was all due to beauty. Even Professor Situ could be seduced. A woman like her could easily have countless males willing to lay down their lives for her with just a wave of her hand. Iman lamented the irrationality of Ryan's being so easily beguiled. Ryan's, my affairs are none of your concern. Mind your own business. Ryan's, usually composed, issued a rare warning to his cousin with a tone that was decidedly unfriendly. While others might be unaware, Ryan certainly knew how much Iman despised females. Situ was also privy to some of his childhood stories. Years ago, several females had mysteriously perished in connection to him, yet no one could find evidence. Murdering females was a death sentence. Only Gu Chu remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. Cousin? It seems like they're speaking in a language I cannot comprehend. She had not yet had the chance to catch up on the common knowledge of this world, and the plot was advancing at an accelerated pace. Iman locked eyes with Gu Chu, politely making a gesture of respect typical of nobility towards a female. Hello, my lady. The current chief diplomat of the Foreign Affairs Bureau. I extend my greetings to you. Gu Chu hastily nodded from behind Situ, not being foolish. Since Ryan's and Situ were wary of him, this man was likely not to be trusted, who couldn't feign polite social niceties. Hello, I am Gu Chu. You may call me Chu Chu. Very well, Chu Chu. She only intended to be courteous, but to her surprise, he directly addressed her by her nickname without hesitation. At that tense moment, her stomach audibly rumbled, drawing the attention of the three males. Gu Chu flushed, quickly covering her belly. I'm hungry. I made some food downstairs. Would you care to join me? Situ was taken aback, wondering what had transpired while he had been piloting the spaceship back. Even Iman, who had been observing, was momentarily stunned. Situ grasped Gu Chu's arms anxiously. Chu Chu, you cooked? How could you go to the kitchen? The kitchen is a dangerous place. Ryan's nodded in agreement. What if you burned your delicate skin? Or cut your hand with a knife?
Just thinking about it is terrifying.
In their aristocratic understanding, cooking was a task designated for males, and it was an essential skill they were expected to possess. Females had never taken the initiative to cook, as it would be an affront to their dignity. They would naturally have males cater to their desires. Fortunately, a Chong had wisely turned off all the cooking machines. Had Ryan's not arrived in time, Chu Chu might have been injured in mere moments. The kitchen was truly perilous. She grasped his hand that rested on her shoulder, urging him not to be anxious. I simply want to express my gratitude for saving me. I never anticipated it would go awry. A pang of emotion surged within Situ, a bittersweet sensation stirring in his heart. Perhaps this was the happiest moment of his life, seeing the girl he adored willing to lower her pride to cook for him. He supported Chu Chu as she descended the stairs, feeling touched yet compelled by reason to remind her, please refrain from cooking. Whatever you wish to eat, I shall prepare for you. You may experience fainting spells recently. The kitchen is far too perilous. Indeed, she need not trouble herself with cooking. Ah Chan could handle that. Ryan, with a hint of jealousy, caught a glimpse of his contemplative cousin and shook his head, choosing to ignore him. Soon enough, he would understand that Chu Chu was unlike the females who had bullied him in the past. Chu Chu acquiesced, noticing his supportive grip on her arm. She politely stepped aside, leaning on the handrail as she made her way down. This sight caused Situ to adjust his glasses, attempting to mask the disappointment lurking in his eyes. Doubts began to creep into his mind. She addressed Ryan by name, clung to him, yet referred to him as Professor Situ, and evaded his assistance. Did she harbor no feelings for him at all? When she saw Ah Chong presenting the remaining dishes, Chu Chu's smile brightened even further. Ah Chong brought forth plate after plate of food, and her stomach growled in response. She surveyed the table laden with dishes, unable to resist complimenting Ah Chong. Ah Chong, you're truly amazing. How did you remember all these recipes after just one mention? Ah Chong humbly replied. It's all thanks to Chu Chu's excellent teaching. Situ held a bowl, ladling soup for Chu Chu, while another prepared her rice, leaving one diplomat standing idly by. When she noticed only one set of chopsticks, she curiously lifted her gaze. What about your chopsticks? Aren't we eating together? Don't you enjoy the food I made? At this thought, Chu Chu felt a pang of disappointment. She had forgotten to inquire about their culinary preferences before cooking. Situ, noting the unmistakable discontent on her face, clarified, only the female may eat first before the males can partake in the meal. The three of them inhaled the aroma, their appetites stirred by the caramelized hue of the dishes, the scent far more enticing than that of a professional chef's fare. Even the most rebellious Marshal and diplomat, accustomed to years of noble etiquette, adhered to the dining rules. Chu Chu suddenly raised her head. However, it hardly seemed appropriate to disregard her savior. How delightful it would be to share a meal and converse together. Chu Chu. Ryan dismissed the concern. Yet he did not want to offend her by his lack of decorum. You go ahead and eat. We'll feast on what remains. This is how it's done outside. Iman smiled slightly, assuming the female intended to employ some lowly trick. If you report this to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Medical Academy, and the Military Department, both Ryan and Situ and I would face reprimands or even demotions. Chu Chu paused, her eyes wide with astonishment. As a newcomer to Emperor Star, she had not anticipated that a meal could yield such grave consequences. Naturally, she could not find this information on the Light Network. This was the unspoken rule among interstellar beastmen, and she, being a novice, was unaware of it. She hesitated for a moment, murmuring her confusion. Can one be demoted over a meal? Her seemingly innocuous question instantly piqued Iman's suspicion. Was she not a beast man? From another race? She appeared unfamiliar with the local customs. Observing that Chu Chu's gaze did not seem disingenuous, Iman, who typically despised females, couldn't help but cast a few more glances her way. Chu Chu's way of thinking was somewhat different from theirs. Ryan saw through the cunning fox Iman's doubts in an instant. Her beast form is a lion cat. She has never received any beastman education since childhood and has lost her memory, recalling only fragments. Iman, you should understand psychology, shouldn't you? He concealed the peculiar remarks Chu Chu had made earlier. As a diplomat, Iman was well aware of all Chu Chu's details before his arrival. Knowing her background was far worse than that of a trash planet. It was a horrific human experimentation facility. Chapter 9. Is this girl really so exceptional? Seeing her perplexed expression regarding the rules, Iman had reason to suspect she had endured some form of psychological trauma leading to mental issues. Although she appeared to have matured, her inner self seemed trapped in a certain childlike state due to psychological scars. Or perhaps her harsh environment had shaped her perceptions differently. Having just arrived on this distant and enigmatic planet, Chu Chu stood at the threshold of a new world, akin to a blank slate awaiting new memories to fill it. At present, she was still grappling with the condition of her own body and required the assistance of others. Observing Ryan speak on her behalf, Chu Chu echoed his sentiments. I had no idea I would cause you trouble. I apologize. There was no need for her to feign understanding before them, as she genuinely did not know. Upon hearing her apology, the three males exchanged bewildered glances. Ryan, concerned for Chu Chu's recovery, urged her to sit down and imparted a crucial message. You need not apologize to us. Here, remember one thing. You will forever be the esteemed female of the entire galaxy. Chu Chu understood that they likely envisioned some connection to the human experimentation facility. Nodding in acknowledgement, she resolved to seek out relevant electronic books later. She recalled there might be a female protection association. Situ recognized that Chu Chu would need time to acclimate to her new life. Her lack of fear was already a positive sign. Softening his tone, he gently inquired, Are you hungry, Chu Chu? Perhaps we should eat first. Chu Chu offered a slight smile, her cerulean eyes clear as a tranquil lake, her warm gaze flowing like a soothing stream through her heart. All right. It had been ages since she had savored such a sumptuous feast. In her pre-apocalyptic nation, meals held great significance. The elder generations placed immense importance on family gatherings during holidays, and the joy of returning home to a warm meal prepared by loved ones was irreplaceable. Regardless of circumstances, a meal was an inseparable part of their lives. In the apocalypse, gathering for a hearty meal, even if comprised solely of vegetarian dishes, signified that everyone who had ventured out on missions had returned safely. A meal represented not just sustenance, but a deeper meaning. As Chu Chu relished several mouthfuls of food, she noticed the three males had yet to touch their chopsticks and took the initiative to serve each of them a piece of meat. Whether they ate or not was their fare. Her gratitude was conveyed through her gestures. Chew chew, you eat. Don't mind us. Situ observed the meat in her bowl with evident delight. His deft fingers skillfully extracted a perfect crab leg and placed it in her bowl. Thank you, Professor Situ. The title Professor Situ caused his fingers to pause momentarily, yet he continued to peel the crab unnoticed. It was the first time he felt particularly perturbed by the title Professor. Tentatively, Situ suggested, there's no need for such formality. You may simply call me you. All right. Then I shan't be polite. I'll call you from now on. Choo Choo replied as she continued to eat, fully immersed in the culinary delights. She squinted her eyes in satisfaction. Though not particularly indulgent, she believed that as long as there was food, it sufficed. Yet, the flavors were exquisite, better than anything she had tasted before the apocalypse. She attributed this not to her own merit, but to Ah Chong, the robotic butler. The culinary talent of the robot was undeniable. Choo Choo paid little heed to dining etiquette, relishing each bite. Situ Yu and Ryan diligently assisted her, peeling her favorite dishes, removing bones, and providing a full-service experience. Observing their attentive service, Choo Choo quietly absorbed the information they relayed regarding the customs of Emperor Star. It was indeed a world where the female was held in high regard. For reasons unknown, she found herself feeling drowsy and fatigued since her arrival. It was merely a meal, yet she chose not to dwell on it. Regardless, life here was far better than in the apocalypse. She could not squander the opportunity to enjoy such delectable food. Iman observed everything from across the table. Her movements lacked a certain elegance, yet were imbued with a carefree spirit. A mere morsel of food could fill her eyes with a profound sense of happiness. The authenticity of that joy was not lost on him, a man who had navigated the shadows since childhood. She was blissfully unaware. He found himself stealing glances at her. At that moment, Gu Choo Choo bent down, the off-the-shoulder straps cascading gently with her motion. Iman's pupils dilated, catching a fleeting glimpse of a subtle curve. His face flushing before he quickly turned away, unable to look again. Though her figure was momentarily obscured, the image lingered in his mind. A sensation that reverberated from his brain to his heart, causing it to flutter. Out of the corner of his eye, Rains noticed Iman's flushed ears and followed his gaze downward, becoming momentarily stunned. Their heights meant that with just a slight bend from Gu Choo Choo, certain alluring lines were easily revealed. Rains narrowed his eyes, a cold glint within them, as he regarded Iman with an emotionless stare. It seemed they hadn't engaged in a proper fight for quite some time. Choo Choo, you're feeling a bit chilly. It would be prudent to button up your clothing. See to you suggested, having noticed as well, and proceeded to fasten the collar of her top securely. Yet, in the next moment, Gu Choo Choo shrugged off her outer garment. No need, the soup is still warm. See to you replied, silly Choo Choo. At this rate, you might as well prepare to be devoured. Oblivious to the danger, Gu Choo Choo was solely focused on satiating her hunger. It was not her fault. The males around her were all stronger, expertly concealing their auras. Allow me to fetch you a light shirt. It can get quite cool in the evening, he said, attempting to dissuade her refusal and sending a Chong to retrieve it. Reluctantly, Gu Choo Choo donned a thin, feminine jacket under C2U and Rain's insistence, fastening the buttons as her delicate skin peeked through, the fitted garment accentuating the graceful lines of her arms. The jacket, once worn, was returned by a Chong to C2U's room, still carrying a trace of the young female's delightful scent. C2U's gaze darkened slightly, harboring a disturbing thought. Possessing it felt akin to being able to share time with the young female at any moment. Rains was not oblivious to C2U's thoughts. He harbored similar sentiments. The shirt had long been taken from him. Once Gu Choo Choo had her fill, she observed the three men, each lost in their own thoughts, their chopsticks untouched. You should eat too. You both are my saviors. Thank you for your help, she urged. Rains and C2U felt a stir of emotions, convincing themselves that it was reasonable to feed their benefactor. Iman across the table finally began to eat, unexpectedly receiving a piece of beef brisket. Gu Choo Choo calmly encouraged. No need to stand on ceremony. Please eat. She had learned long ago the art of adapting to circumstances. She had no desire to provoke any of the stronger males at that moment. Thank you, my lady, Iman replied with feigned politeness. Though internally he was ignited by a fierce competitive spirit, eager to discern whose perspective was correct, his or Rain's. Faced with such a sumptuous dinner, they had only taken a few bites before setting down their chopsticks. The mere taste had stirred the hunger within them, and without their formidable self-control, they might have transformed into beasts to fight for the food. The three moved with a grace that was swift and decisive, as if engaged in battle. clearing every dish in a whirlwind. A chong went off to wash the dishes while they began to enjoy a few drinks in the living room, providing Gu Chu Chu with freshly squeezed juice infused with nutrients. The atmosphere lacked rigid rules. Excessive constraints would strip away the enjoyment and charm of the evening. And a touch of emotional seasoning was necessary between males and females. They relocated to the living room, where soothing music played. Despite the urgent glances from Rains and C2U, Iman showed no intention of leaving, elegantly settling into an armchair, raising his glass and crossing his legs. Iman's features bore a resemblance to Rains, yet he was more enigmatic, exuding an air of nonchalance and allure. Noticing Gu Chu Chu's gaze upon him, he turned with a playful grin, showing his small canine teeth and feigned innocence. Am I truly that attractive? Caught in the act of watching, Gu Chu Chu smirked. Returning his gaze openly, I was merely observing how you resemble Rains, nothing more. It is an honor that a beautiful lady would notice me. Iman accepted the dual onslaught of glances with a smile. If looks could kill, he would have perished countless times. Chapter 10. That is Rain's taboo. Iman took a sip of his drink, his teasing tone slow and deliberate. I am not at all like him, in any regard. By the way, Lady Gu Chu Chu, your identity has been officially registered and is in the process of being documented. You will soon become a citizen of our empire. The females in our empire enjoy the highest level of privileges, including a private villa. If the recent assessment is accurate, you are classified as a D-level female with psychic abilities. You will receive a monthly allowance of 3.5 million star coins, ample enough to purchase all luxury goods. And more benefits will be revealed to you in due course. You may be unaware, but due to your solitary status, according to the Empire's Female Protection Association protocols, to ensure the safety of females, it is mandated that a male must be present to protect them. Typically, 5 guardians are assigned. However, the test results submitted indicated your psychic ability to be unknown, and the likelihood of secondary differentiation and refinement yielding psychic powers is minimal. Thus, the Female Protection Association has decided to reduce the number of guardians to 2. Once you activate your personal account on the Light Brain, you will have the authority to select your desired guardians. Would you like me to assist you in this matter? Rains and C2U both felt their throats tighten, their eyes fixated on Gu Chu Chu's breathtakingly beautiful visage. Gu Chu Chu's delicate, light-colored willow leaf brows furrowed slightly, sensing an underlying intent of provocation in his words. Rains and C2U were tense, their gazes trained on her, and Gu Chu Chu decisively shook her head. I do not require guardians. I can protect myself just fine. The response caught both Iman and even Rains and C2U off guard. Did Chu Chu not favor the two of them? No. She had just cooked for them moments ago. Under the astonished gazes of the two men, Gu Chu Chu clarified, I can take care of myself. I am accustomed to living alone, and am not used to having so many people around. That is unacceptable. C2U interjected first. Your psychic abilities are currently unstable. D-level may not be your final classification, and your health requires proper nourishment. Yes, we cannot overlook such issues, Rains concurred. Iman, too, was intrigued. Here sat the only SS-level Marshal of the Empire and a medical professor of S-level, nearly on par with SS-level. How could Gu Chu Chu refuse the protection of such formidable figures? The familiar stern gaze returned. Gu Chu Chu, with her legs crossed and bare feet resting on the chair, cautiously suggested, what if I bring a Chan along? He is also male. Gu Chu Chu was so accustomed to her independence that the thought of cohabiting with adult men for an extended period was quite discomforting. Rains lowered his gaze, rubbing his temples. So, she even considers a Chong less preferable. C2U remained silent, at a loss for words. He had indeed trained a robot butler that could compete for affection. Iman drained his glass, suddenly feeling a pang of sympathy for Rains. This young female possessed unparalleled beauty and an endearing charm. Yet she had chosen not to cling to them for support, which was unexpected. C2U and Rains reached a mutual consensus, while Gu Chu Chu silently puffed her cheeks, bowing her head to browse her light brain for information regarding this rule, ignoring their presence. She protested against their undue influence on her personal life. It was clear to her that all females here had males to care for them, just as they could not accept her cooking. She too could not tolerate having men living in her home long-term. Noticing her distress, C2U adeptly shifted the topic. Chu Chu, would you like more juice? Sure. Gu Chu Chu replied listlessly, adhering to her principles, yet not wishing to appear impolite. Rains no longer brought it up. Initially, he lacked a firm grasp of this world. But once she ventured outside, perhaps she would come to accept its conventions. Iman, having successfully sown discord, turned his gaze and caught sight of the delicate, slender legs of the young female, her flesh-pink toenails moving idly, relaxed and unguarded. How could such a female remain unprotected? A flicker of tenderness crossed his eyes, inadvertently stirring his heart. For a fleeting moment, Iman's steadfast perceptions nearly shattered as he struggled to maintain his composure. He was indeed of noble birth, yet a clandestine illegitimate child, the kind that anyone could intimidate, each act of resistance eliciting his mother's brutal retaliation and psychological torment. Each instance of mental assault left him in excruciating agony, prompting countless thoughts of suicide, the scars of his attempts lingering on his hands. Regardless of right or wrong, he was perpetually in the wrong. He deserved to be punished, even to the point of death, as a mere pitiable existence. Fortunately, he survived, becoming an entity impervious to the whims of others. He had witnessed the haughty nature of females who regarded males as worthless, and had not been a stranger to the darkness of human hearts. Thus, he approached everyone with utmost caution. His curiosity piqued. He yearned to glimpse more of this young female's authentic self. He had heard that Lord Gu Chushir's beast form was that of a lion cat. Iman restrained himself from continuing, aware that females often disliked discussing their beast forms. Perhaps, he mused, I do not comprehend. Gu Chushir, sensing the undertone of Iman's words, casually responded while scrolling through her holographic device. Ignoring Rain's warning, Iman persisted. Would you like to know about Rain's and Situ's beast forms? And mine? Iman, that's enough. Rains interjected, his previously relaxed fist tightening, a flash of crimson igniting in his eyes. He could guarantee that if Iman dared to speak further, he would surely kill him. That was a taboo for Rains. Gu Chushir abruptly lifted her head, perplexed by Rain's fervent reaction. Before she could speak, Iman had already divulged their beast forms. My beast form is a snow leopard, Situ is a polar bear. Guess what Rains is? He is a mutated titan python. Iman spoke with a hint of pride, knowing that females despised carnivorous males. When they lost control, even mental attacks were ineffective, and they could easily harm the fragile young females. Especially for serpents, cold-blooded creatures prone to losing control, they ranked as the most detested and least desired males for marriage. Rain's beast form could obliterate a trash planet in an instant. Rains had no time to blame Iman, his breath becoming labored, as if it might cease altogether. His pupils constricted sharply, quietly awaiting his sentence. He was the mightiest warrior, yet also the most terrifying male. Unsurprisingly, Gu Chushir was taken aback. The atmosphere in the living room plummeted to an icy chill. A titan python? Is that the legendary ancient python? Gu Chushir's clear, melodious voice shattered the eerie silence. Rains, does your beast form have the ability to transform into a serpent over 1 meter wide and 20 meters long? Towering like a building? Oh my, that is astounding. Such ancient serpents still exist here? Rains stared at her in astonishment as she attempted to extend her arms, gesturing to illustrate the breadth of the serpent's body. The adorable doe-like eyes sparkled with admiration and curiosity. It was a creature that had only existed in historical records, and she never imagined she would encounter such a magnificent ancient beast one day. Rain's trembling hands began to regain control, as if soothed by her lack of fear. Did she not fear him? Rain's lips parted slightly, calming his tumultuous emotions, replying with a hint of uncertainty. Currently, I am the only known ancient beast form. My size can freely diminish. It can grow even larger. How exaggerated. That exceeds the original Titan Python's dimensions. No wonder you are so formidable, Gu Chushir unabashedly praised, her admiration causing Rains to rub his nose, bashfully concealing the redness creeping across his cheeks. Gathering his courage, he asked, Chushir, you aren't afraid of snakes, are you? Chapter 11. I adore animals not at all, I love animals. Gu Chushir instantly brightened, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Reflecting on the past, aside from humanity's extinction, all animals had perished, and even the marine creatures had inevitably transformed into zombie-like beings. Decayed flesh, green ichor, dripping with viscous saliva. It was enough to send chills down one's spine. Utterly disgusting, the notion of pets had long since vanished. Gu Chushir feigned forgetfulness in accordance with their narrative. I vaguely remember someone once owning a snake. I encountered that little snake, and I'm not afraid of them. In reality, it was a peculiar pet kept by her dormitory roommate before the apocalypse. She had adored it, a golden-hued little snake. But it had to be given away after the dorm supervisor discovered it. Upon uttering these words, Rain's previous despondency evaporated, as if he had transformed into a different person. As long as Chushir liked him, he could also become a little snake to amuse her. The two began to converse about snakes. discussing the color of Rain's beast form as scales, whether his pupils matched the hue of his eyes, and if he required hibernation, questions to which Rains answered in detail. His joy and excitement grew, and his heart raced as if it might burst. He could not contain his affection for Chusher. If not for the fear of startling her, he would have declared his loyalty to her right then. He was acutely aware of his feelings at that moment. For such a female, he would willingly lay down his life. Situ's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. Gu Chusher's inquiries, while seemingly focused on beast forms, delved into certain intimate aspects of male beast men, often known only to their family and wives. The innocent little rabbit, Chusher, was entirely unaware that her questions were extending an olive branch to a male. Meanwhile, Situ and Iman, left in the sidelines, grew increasingly pale. Iman, feeling an unusual sense of defeat, wore a look of astonishment on his face. He could hardly believe that Rains had truly encountered a young female who did not mind his beast form. Yet he had witnessed it with his own eyes. He turned to Gu Chusher, suppressing his own tumultuous emotions. The smile that once adorned his face vanished, replaced by the demeanor of a stray dog. Devoid of the diplomat's poise, as he cast his gaze downward, secretly pressing against his chest, feeling an inexplicable discomfort. He had once thought he and Rains were cut from the same cloth. Now, it seemed that Rains had perhaps discovered the meaning of survival, rather than remaining a heartless machine of war. He had no grounds to impede Rains any longer. The solitary figure he believed to be unique to him had found companionship. Chusher, do you like polar bears? A topic was tossed into the air, and Gu Chusher's star-like eyes shifted to focus on Situ. Gazing at him as if he were a treasure, nodding enthusiastically, her unabashed affection revealing a nervousness hidden beneath Situ's typically aloof exterior, causing him to fidget. Gu Chusher exclaimed excitedly, Yes, yes. I've never seen a polar bear. You must be able to survive in the extreme cold, right? Indeed, he replied. Beast forms differ from animals. We are unfazed by environmental conditions and can thrive anywhere. However, there are still preferences. I noticed you particularly enjoy seafood. Situ had not anticipated that his simple act of serving himself more would lead Gu Chusher to keenly observe his preferences. He indeed loved seafood. With a generous admission, his gaze softened as he thought of her sweet, enchanting smile. I enjoy all of Chusher's cooking, especially seafood. Gu Chusher covered her mouth, laughing lightly. Then I'll make it for you again, next time.
No.
The three exclaimed in unison, causing Gu Chusher to look perplexed. What's wrong? Didn't you just say you like my cooking? Ahem. Your current condition isn't suitable for cooking. Just teach me how to make it, and I'll prepare it for you, Situ quickly clarified, fearing that a moment's delay might lead to Gu Chusher misunderstanding. Gu Chu also recognized her own recklessness. If she were to sustain unexpected injuries, it would undoubtedly trouble them. This moment was indeed ill-suited for such considerations, so perhaps she should contemplate cooking once she felt better. Her gaze then shifted to Iman, and with a swift glance, she noticed his body stiffening abruptly. Reflecting on her recent misdeeds, she imagined he must harbor a dislike for her. Fidgeting restlessly, Iman contemplated resigning to escape when Gu Chu pointed to her azure hair and inquired, Is your hair natural? Or is it dyed? Recalling how he had just joined Leans and Situ in rejecting her offer to cook, taking her safety into account like they did, she perceived a hint of mischief in him, albeit limited to some unknown pranks directed at her. Gu Chu considered him to possess a childlike penchant for mischief, not excessively malevolent, and thus worth getting to know. After all, having another acquaintance in this world could prove beneficial when necessary. It appeared he was a formidable diplomat, not merely affiliated with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but as an SS-class male, he sometimes received urgent missions to fend off external threats. His military rank was that of a general, second only to Leans. However, he often presented himself as a diplomat, and his military title was seldom mentioned. Iman had barely settled back down when he modestly replied, It is natural. Gu Chu thought it resembled the fur of a snow leopard, and the highlights were rather appealing. And your eyes are even more beautiful than the color of the sea. Gu Chu genuinely praised Iman's hair color, initially assuming it was simply a fashionable hue here. Yet, upon comparing it to the fur of a snow leopard, the image of the majestic creature instantly merged with that of Iman in her mind. Taken aback by her compliment, Iman took a moment to respond. Like Leans, no one had ever praised his beast form before. Being the purest bloodline of a snow leopard, he seldom received even a glance from his family. He bit his lower lip and revealed a sincere smile, shedding the facade of insincerity. In Gu Chu's presence, he discovered a sense of purpose, yearning for a chance to connect, even if he could not match Lean's. Thank you for your kind words. But nothing compares to your innate beauty. If you are fond of snow leopards, I would be delighted to show you my beast form. If you are unwilling, consider it my willingness. Of course, I would love to. Gu Chu exclaimed, rising to her feet, her small fists excitedly waving in front of her chest. Can I really see it? Her eyes sparkled with fervor, and the ever-scheming Iman found his mind momentarily blank. If he had been wearing a heart rate monitor at that moment, it would surely have exceeded the warning threshold. Iman stood up, exhaling deeply, and bent gracefully in a noble bow, lowering his head as he spoke respectfully. It is my honor. Leans and Situ suddenly sensed a shift in their surroundings. Realizing that the enemy was not merely one but had now revealed an uninvited guest, both sprang to their feet. In unison they called out, "Choo choo. Would you like to see the polar bear, or the titan python?" Gu Chu was already satisfied with the snow leopard, but the prospect of a titan python and a polar bear exceeded her expectations. Only children make choices. Adults want it all. They ventured outside to the courtyard, where the illumination was bright and privacy ample, allowing them to transform into their beast forms without concern. Leans, being first in line, drew Gu Chu's eager gaze as she awaited his transformation. Having undergone this metamorphosis before, he felt a twinge of anxiety this time, as if under the spell of a captivating yet perilous potion. Suddenly, a massive black serpent, over 2 meters long, materialized in front of them, its emerald-hued eyes betraying the ancient bloodline's danger. As he lifted his form, Gu Chu beheld the pale, grayish underbelly, its scales shimmering like jewels under the light.
Wow.
Gu Chu exclaimed, at a loss for words. Is this the legendary Titan python in miniature? The serpent flicked its tongue, its voice a husky murmur, "Choo choo. I cannot fully exhibit my original form here." Fully aware that the creature before her was a rational beast man, Gu Chu could not suppress her affection for small animals. "You look so beautiful, Leans. May I touch your scales?" "Of course," he replied, feeling as if he were being treated like a beloved pet. Being petted indicated a female's affection and approval. His serpentine tail began to wag like that of a delighted puppy. Iman shot him a disapproving glance, silently scoffing. The reputation of the Empire's war god lay in tatters. Chapter 12. All she had was it. As Gu Chu caressed the cool, smooth texture, she noted how Leans deliberately retracted the sharp edges of his scales where she touched, to prevent her from getting hurt. However, as her hand glided down from his neck to his body, he could not contain a slight shudder, his serpentine form tightening in response. Leans gritted his teeth, striving to suppress any inappropriate sounds of pleasure. The sensation was overwhelmingly delightful, a wondrous experience. Was this what it felt like to be caressed by a female? Enveloped in bliss, he fought to quell the greed lurking in his eyes, preparing to retreat. As the soft underside of his body met hers, he let out a muffled sound. It was a softness unlike the muscular contours of Choo Choo, and his breath grew heavy, engulfed by a warm, gentle embrace. He was on the verge of losing control.
Choo choo.
Situ, noticing her embrace of the serpent's body, rushed over to pull her down. Lean seized the opportunity to escape under the pretense of needing to change clothes. Situ paid little mind to the swiftly retreating figure. Thinking there was no need to change, they all had transformation buttons, and reverting to their human forms required no departure. He suspected Situ was inclined to berate him, as the illustrious Marshal opted to enjoy his own company in his room. Embracing a male beast form was tantamount to affirming their relationship. Lean's was an accident, but Situ would not allow any further surprises. He sternly explained to Gu Chu, "Choo Choo, if you embrace a beast man in their beast form like that, it may lead to complications. In the future, you must never touch a male beast man indiscriminately." "Is it really that serious?" Gu Chu asked, not fully comprehending. Sensing her naivety, Iman quietly produced a holographic device for her to read and understand on her own. Iman felt a pang of envy for Leans, who could enjoy affection without the burden of titles or responsibilities, merely desiring a hug. Once the oblivious Gu Chu finished reading, she finally grasped why Leans had vanished so swiftly. It turned out that her embrace had inadvertently signified her acceptance of a male's courtship. Gu Chu stood frozen in place. Had she just unwittingly acquired a Marshal husband? Could she even call it an accident? Did that mean she had to take responsibility?
Choo choo.
Do you still wish to see our beast forms? But you must learn to maintain a safe distance, Iman reminded her, emphasizing the last few words with reluctance. I suppose I'll take a look. Gu Chu hesitated for a moment, but thought it best not to abandon the opportunity now that she was here. Who knew when she would have another chance to see the snow leopard and polar bear? Can you both transform at the same time? They exchanged glances. One nodded while the other, a snow leopard with striking white fur and black spots, emerged, emitting a low growl that echoed through the air. Its predatory gaze fixed on Gu Chu, resembling that of a hunter sizing up its prey. Gu Chu felt no fear, having slain numerous mutated leopards over the years. She had never harmed one as adorable and formidable as the snow leopard. Beside it stood a seemingly clumsy yet powerful polar bear, exuding an aura of endearing innocence. Situ Yu's beast form contrasted sharply with his aloof, aristocratic demeanor in human form. Both creatures appeared fluffy and well-groomed, lacking any unpleasant animal odor, instead exuding a faintly pleasant fragrance unique to beast men. Gu Chu pouted, her eyes growing misty with regret. She lamented her lack of resistance against such fluffy, obedient creatures, murmuring in disappointment, "I wish I could pet them." Seeing her expression, Iman's heart melted. He could not bear to say no. In an instant, he forgot everything else and extended a large paw towards Gu Chu, saying, "Go ahead, you can touch them. You won't be held responsible. Think of it as a secret. Like when we share a meal together." "Really?" Gu Chu beheld the swaying, fluffy tail of the snow leopard, her heart fluttering with excitement. Situ nodded in agreement. "You may also touch me, Chu Chu. It's a secret." This bothersome beast was truly irksome. He had no desire to adhere to any boundaries. How delightful. Unaware of her own naivety, Gu Chu joyfully dashed towards the snow leopard, resembling a child in glee. Iman was taken aback by Gu Chu's enthusiasm, standing frozen in place, fearing any misstep might provoke her ire. As he caught a whiff of the delicate scent emanating from the little female, his arms instinctively wrapped around her neck, the fur at that spot being roughly tousled. The snow leopard was even smoother and softer than Gu Chu had imagined, and as a member of the feline family, she finally experienced the joy of petting a cat once more. She buried her head deep within the snow leopard's fur, thoroughly indulging her desire to caress. This action sent Iman into a frenzy, his fur bristling as he knelt helplessly upon the grass, gritting his teeth to maintain his posture. Chu Chu planted a kiss upon his neck, still in her beastly form. This peculiar sensation engulfed him, providing a soothing release for his long-suppressed emotions, eliciting soft groans of comfort. Gu Chu playfully stroked his chin, laughing, "So you purr like a cat too?" "Indeed, we are all felines. Our preferences are quite similar." Rendered speechless by the delightful sensations, wished to assert that he was not a mere cat, but an SS-grade beast man, a snow leopard in beast form. Yet in Gu Chu's embrace, he was willing to become her cat. The fleeting kiss she had inadvertently bestowed upon his neck was unintentional on her part, but for him, it held profound significance. He would vow to the beast god that he would dedicate his life and everything he possessed to Gu Chu. As Gu Chu continued to pet him, her gaze fixed upon the tail that had been flicking about incessantly. She had long been captivated by it. Gently, she reached out to touch the tail, eliciting an electrifying shiver from Iman. His pupils constricted, a low growl escaping his lips as he melted into Gu Chu's embrace. Utterly entranced, Gu Chu quickly withdrew her hand, fearing she had overstepped, sitting on the ground while cradling the snow leopard. "Do you dislike having your tail touched?" "I won't do it again." Iman, unable to convey his fondness for that moment, especially the instant her gentle touch sparked a wave of sensation akin to a rushing tide, felt an overwhelming desire that nearly overwhelmed him. Suddenly, he understood why Lanes had fled. He too wished to escape. Gu Chu had ceased her affectionate caress when a large polar bear approached, nudging her gently with its head. Situ could no longer tolerate the shameless antics of these brothers and proactively sought to charm Gu Chu. Maintaining his dignity, he gently pressed his forehead against hers. Such a simple gesture brought him immense satisfaction. Gu Chu responded with a tender and warm smile, wrapping her arms around his thick neck. "This isn't like you. It's quite different from your beastman form." Situ effortlessly lifted Gu Chu, standing upright as she nestled her small head into the pure white fur, feeling immensely comfortable upon the polar bear's back. Just seeing such an adorable creature filled her with contentment. Deep down, Gu Chu was aware of her true parents. They had abandoned her when she was 7, deeming her a financial burden, a worthless liability. Thus, she obediently remained until she ultimately found herself in an orphanage. After her father had discarded her, he became a murderer. Even after she became an orphan, the label of being the daughter of a killer remained unaltered. Throughout her life, she barely managed to scrape by, working odd jobs for sustenance and having no time for friendships. Her only solace came from counting ants, daydreaming, conversing with birds, or playing with stray cats, and when she had the means, she rescued a stray puppy, just as homeless as she was. In the apocalypse, she defied the odds to care for it, refusing to let it become a source of food. Yet, in the moment she was pushed off the cliff, she understood its fate. It had jumped after her without hesitation. The thought of it brought her immense pain, wondering where it might end up. Guchu dared not contemplate further, tears pooling in her eyes. In the apocalypse, she had no interest in the male protagonist. All she had was that puppy.
Choo-choo.
Situyu sensed the dampness of her fur upon his shoulder, her distress resonating with his heart like a thin thread. Was Choo-choo unhappy? Shall we not play any more and return to rest? Chapter 13. The only family she had was a lowly animal. Guchu discreetly wiped away her tears. A gesture keenly observed by the snow leopard, her previously joyful mood dissipating entirely. Immediately, he blamed himself. Was it his fault for not allowing Choo-choo to touch his tail that had led to her unhappiness? Or did she simply not like him? The more he pondered, the more he felt responsible, his head drooping in remorse as he contemplated how to apologize to Choo-choo. Lanes, having transformed back into his human form, approached with an upright demeanor, a faint blush still lingering from earlier. Upon seeing the unusual sight of the person in Iman's embrace, he scanned Situyu and Iman, discovering that they too were perplexed by the unfolding events. Having ruled them out as the source of confusion, he prioritized attending to Choo-choo's feelings. Lacking any experience in comforting others, he awkwardly suggested, Choo-choo, if you're unhappy, don't hold it in. You can vent your feelings on me. It will make you feel better. An unbidden gust of wind rustled the trees, causing the three of them to become acutely aware of the subtle changes in their surroundings. The wind intensified, an unusual occurrence that put them on high alert. Who could escape the keen senses of an SS-grade war weapon? This was a protective zone. Even the winds were intelligently controlled. How could such a strong breeze arise suddenly? Situyu's paw instinctively shielded Guchu, protecting her from the inexplicable gust. The sound of his bracelet chimed. It was Ah-chong delivering news that the wind control system was functioning properly. Thus, the source of this wind could only be indoors. However, none of them possessed the ability to manipulate the wind. An unspoken understanding settled among the three as they directed their gazes towards Guchu, quickly dismissing any thoughts of her being the cause. It was impossible. Females lacked offensive capabilities. Yet, Situyu, who had once experienced Guchu's aggressive behavior, held a different opinion. As Choo-choo dabbed at her tear-stained eyes, her sudden emotional outburst caused her latent power to waver uncontrollably. Lightly waving her hand to disperse the gust she had inadvertently summoned, she chuckled, I'm fine. You reminded me of something, and I lost control for a moment. I once had a little dog, a stray, but it went missing and I couldn't find it. It was with me for 8 years. An important part of my family. For the first time, Guchu uttered the word family, and the only family she had was a lowly animal? Iman, reflecting on his own experiences, realized that this little female bore the same loneliness he did. His heart softened with affection as he gazed upon Guchu, feeling a strong urge to care for this pitiable creature. If it weren't for the obstructive polar bear, he would have approached her to let her stroke his fur or his tail, believing it might bring her some joy. Iman proactively offered to assist in the search for her dog. Choo-choo, do you have a picture of it? I'll see if I can find that little dog. Lanes chimed in, I know many people, perhaps we can locate it. Even if it's on another planet, we could search. Situyu shared a similar sentiment. I can contact the Wildlife Protection Association to see if they have taken in that dog. Guchu hesitated for a long while before shaking her head gently. Declining their kind offers, it's probably gone. No matter what happened, it would never leave me on its own. That's what I taught it. She had traversed dimensions. Perhaps Huan had managed to cross over with her. In light of that possibility, Huan was clever. If she fainted, it would certainly not abandon her side, instead finding ways to awaken her. It possesses a remarkable intelligence, fully aware that venturing out alone would lead to an encounter with numerous zombies, putting its tiny life at risk. Remaining in place is undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Could you show me its photograph? Rhaenys pondered over the desolate junk planet, a place teeming with lowly beasts, where a small pet would be in grave danger. It was imperative to locate it as swiftly as possible.
Guchu that
Recalling that her phone should be nestled within the pocket of her multifunctional military pants. In this apocalyptic world, devoid of signal, yet still capable of charging, her phone could take photographs, and she had meticulously kept it safe. My phone, a slender rectangle adorned with a giraffe pattern on the back, contains the photographs of me and it. But I am unsure where it has gone. It's here. A Chong stepped forward, producing the shattered device. Is this the item?
Choo-choo. Yes.
Gu Chu's eyes sparkled momentarily, but upon seeing the broken screen, her hopeful gaze dimmed. It's broken and unusable. Shall I take the phone to you? Situ inquired. I know a professor at the Technology Institute. Perhaps they can repair it. Grateful, Gu Chu looked up at the polar bear, tears welling in her eyes. Unsure how to express her gratitude. The prospect of having a photograph to cherish was indeed a heartening thought. She embraced the polar bear tightly, choking out, "Thank you." The sudden surge of happiness enveloped her, and the intimate hug pressed against Chu Chu's cheek. Situ finally experienced the bliss shared by the two preceding individuals. Maintaining his beastly form for an extended period, holding the petite Gu Chu until her need for affection was satisfied before reverting to his human form. Noticing Gu Chu appeared slightly drowsy, likely due to the recent drink, they escorted her back to her room for some rest. A Chong brought over a nutritious beverage, placing it beside her, while Situ urged Gu Chu to ensure she drank it, instructing a Chong to remain outside as a guard. Ensuring Chu Chu's safety, the three departed quietly. Once the door closed, the trio of males understood each other's intentions. With the young female absent, their smiles vanished, and the atmosphere became palpably tense. Rhaenys pointed accusingly at Iman, still harboring resentment from earlier. "Come with me." Iman shrugged nonchalantly in response to the SS-class male, trailing behind Rhaenys. Witnessing the impending conflict, Situ had no desire to engage. His focus was on assisting Chu Chu in locating her dog and examining her physical changes. He sensed that the peculiar wind was somehow connected to her. Donning the jacket that Chu Chu had worn, a smile blossomed on his lips, inhaling her scent, which sparked an exhilarating desire for closer proximity to her. The room door was constructed from military-grade steel, impervious to even bullets, effectively silencing the sounds outside. Gu Chu emerged from her shower and lay on the bed, not yet asleep, sipping her drink while browsing her light brain, registering her personal account to familiarize herself with this new world. Upon discovering her news headline, she realized that she was the only female rescued during this mission. The disclosed information indicated that she was a female with partial memory loss. It appeared that Rhaenys and Situ had concealed certain details, and upon this revelation, her fondness for them both surged once more. Their meticulous care made her feel that they were no longer strangers, but akin to family. Gu Chu scrolled through the billions of comments beneath the news. What a beautiful young female. I can guarantee that her sea blue hair is completely natural. Nonsense. The rescue footage is available. With such severe injuries, who has time for hairstyling? This is a survival situation, not a fashion show. I'll apply for friendship request as soon as she activates her account. So adorable. She looks so gentle and petite. I'm a female, and I've never seen one with such flawless skin. Spy report. I've heard she's residing in Professor Situ's home. Such a beautiful young female. Even Professor Situ has succumbed. He is an S-class male, comparable to SS-class in strength, and the head of the Imperial Medical Academy. I'm smitten. I wonder if I still have a chance to pursue the young female. I hope he's not using the young female as a shield. Xiao Xiao is an A-class female. He can't refuse her request to be his partner. The young female is indeed stunning, but sadly lacks mental prowess. Someone as formidable as Professor Situ cannot survive without the support of an A-class female. Beauty alone won't sustain life. Survival is paramount. Professor Situ, stay calm. The more Gu Chu scrolled down, the more she realized there were numerous pieces of information she did not comprehend, while she recognized the individual characters. Their assembly eluded her, filled with many unfamiliar details. Gu Chu began an incessant search for information, losing track of time, the calming nutritional supplement proving ineffective. It was only in the dead of night, under a Chong's persistent urging, that she finally drifted off to sleep. Upon awakening, she discovered that Situ had already left for work early. Chapter 14. A peculiar thought began to form in Gu Chu's mind. Gu Chu slept until nearly noon, casually eating a few dishes prepared by a Chong, but soon wrinkled her brow in discontent. A Chong had a remarkable ability to learn, leaving no reason for such culinary shortcomings. While the food was edible, it certainly lacked flavor. Perhaps she should venture out for lunch with Situ? She also wished to see the true visage of this technological planet. Having just checked her light brain, she noted that the inhabitants here were remarkably efficient. She was now a citizen, and her account had received a substantial deposit. Upon examining the details closely, she discovered that her mental prowess had been updated from unknown to degrade. Unbeknownst to her, this was the result of some scheming diplomat who had hastened her progress. Gu Chu's light brain was inundated with countless friend requests. On this planet, social interaction was more overt, and social accounts served as a vital platform to promote harmony between the sexes. Some information was permitted to be shared. Ignoring the multitude of friend requests, she paid no heed to the partner applications, viewing them as trivial, akin to matchmaking, of little interest to her. She chose only to accept friendship requests from Situ, Rhaenys, and Iman. Rhaenys was engaged in live combat drills with soldiers when he caught sight of the few words in the approval notification. He leaped up suddenly, losing control and sending the opposing beastman flying 20 meters into the protective barrier. His normally stoic face now bore an unusual grin, unsettling to say the least. The soldiers across from him shrank back, chilled by the sudden shift in atmosphere. What was happening? They felt as if they were nearing their demise. The twin brigadier generals behind him exchanged puzzled glances, having fought alongside the Marshal for years. Even when facing the most perilous toxic gas projectiles, he had remained composed, never having lost his composure like this. What was going on today? Meanwhile, Situ was retrieving Gu Chu's repaired phone, verifying that she had just sent him a message. "Do you have time for lunch during your break?" Confirming that the message was indeed from Gu Chu. Situ meticulously reviewed it several times, ensuring he had understood correctly. He envisioned countless responses, carefully crafting his reply, ensuring no typographical errors or ambiguous meanings before pressing send. "I have time during my break. You are unfamiliar with the surroundings, so I will return to escort you." "No need. Achong and I will visit your academy to find you. Achong can even pilot a spaceship. Your butler is incredibly capable. I wish I had one too." Situ felt an overwhelming impulse to dismantle and reassemble Achong. However, the notion of a female butler could indeed be beneficial for Gu Chu, as only females could apply for such assistance from the Empire, with programs tailored to serve them better. Situ sent Gu Chu several high-end restaurant options from the Empire for her to choose from, and she selected one conveniently located near the Imperial Academy. Once they confirmed the dining location, Gu Chu tucked away her light brain, noting that she still had time, and decided to explore the nearby commercial street with Achong. The window automatically swung open, allowing a brilliant light to spill into the room.
Gu Chu,
Today adorned with her hair tied up, donned a black slip dress from Ryan's collection, a leather jacket draped over her shoulders, a blue gemstone necklace accentuating her neck, and sturdy marten boots on her feet. With a decisive step, she leapt from the second floor, landing gracefully in a starfish pose. Her eyes closed as she savored the moment. A gust of wind, as soothing as a mother's embrace, cradled her descent. While being attended to by 3 individuals, Gu Chu felt somewhat timid and fragile, a stark contrast to her usual self. She recognized their intentions were benevolent, yet the notion of being coddled like a delicate flower was quite unfamiliar to her. A yearning to wield a knife surged within her. Once the foremost expert in cold weapons from the Northern District, now rendered powerless, it was truly maddening. Achong tilted his head and followed Gu Chu's leap without a hint of concern, piloting a spaceship that whisked her away to the most bustling commercial street of the Imperial Star. Like a curious child, she surveyed her surroundings, aware of numerous gazes upon her, both male and female, each imbued with a myriad of emotions. Gu Chu had come to understand this planet, and as long as no one offended her, she paid them little mind. However, her attention was caught when a male, fixated on her, collided with a pillar behind him. With an embarrassed glance, he shrank into his coat and hurriedly fled. Gu Chu's keen hearing picked up what sounded like the male's sobs following the collision. She shrugged it off and indulged in a sweet ice cream, its flavor overly saccharine, reminiscent of artificial sweetness, yet she managed to finish the small portion. While perusing some trinkets, a nearby female suddenly slapped the male beside her, scolding, "What are you staring at? If you keep leering at other females, I'll report you to the Female Protection Association for harassing women." The struck male, tall and robust, trailed behind the furious female, burdened with a plethora of shopping bags, groveling and apologizing. Before departing, the female shot a glare at Gu Chu. Gu Chu felt no sympathy for the male. She too despised being scrutinized. She was aware that he had been staring at her. As similar incidents unfolded along the street, an odd thought began to blossom in Gu Chu's mind. After being bitten by a zombie, her genes had mutated, resulting in her hair taking on a pale sea blue hue, her eyelashes altered as well. The female warriors around her remarked on her newfound appearance, calling her ugly, claiming her mutation merely changed her hair color. The man who had pushed her down had mutated into a being capable of growing various bones, even developing bone wings to soar, boasting formidable strength. Meanwhile, her ability to manipulate the wind was mocked as the most useless of powers. Last night's comments had flattered her, and Gu Chu began to question whether the standards of beauty were different here. She meandered through the shops, inspecting furniture, discovering prices both high and low. Yet surprisingly affordable, she could indeed make purchases when she left Situyu's estate. She had already learned of the villa assigned to her, which was well-furnished and unexpectedly spacious, complete with a quaint, elegant courtyard where she could plant flowers. While it could not compare to Situyu's grand estate, the prospect of having her own small home brought her great contentment. However, while selecting light fixtures, she witnessed a commotion outside the furniture store. A male was gripping a girl's hand tightly while she struggled fiercely. "Let go of me. How dare you lay a hand on me? Xiao Xiao. Why would you cling to that Situyu when he doesn't want you? I've been so good to you. He doesn't deserve your kindness. Abandon him." The girl, named Xiao Xiao, was both embarrassed and furious, retaliating with a mental assault. "Get away. Your kindness is nothing but a means to seek my emotional consolation. Just a transaction. We are not partners." Gu Chu felt a flicker of recognition upon seeing Xiao Xiao. This girl bore an uncanny resemblance to a teammate from her past during the apocalypse. Xiao Xiao had once confided in her that others envied her flawless skin amidst the harshness of the end times, thus attempting to tarnish her reputation, accusing them of manipulation. She was a beacon of positivity. In her dreams, a year after plummeting into despair, Xiao Xiao had been thrust to the forefront of their group, a shield against the horde of zombies due to her insufficient strength. The male, handsome yet pained, cried out in anguish, nearly losing his footing, refusing to relinquish his hold on Xiao Xiao despite the agony. His words dripped with sarcasm, yet his expression bore an unsettling gentleness, as if wearing a mask of hypocrisy. "I am an S-class male. Xiao Xiao, you are an A-class female. We are the perfect match. Situyu wouldn't even glance at you. Your pressure has made him not want to be the director anymore. He'd rather choose a D-class female than you. Don't be disheartened. I'll always be by your side." His gaze towards Xiao Xiao was laced with malicious intent, causing her typically proud demeanor to flush with indignation. "Shut your mouth," she retorted. The male had intended to abduct Xiao Xiao, but in an instant, a gust of wind sliced through the air, causing him to instinctively release her hand. He turned to see a deep, several-centimeter-long groove etched into the wall, resembling a knife mark, strangely. It was deeper in the center and shallower at the edges. Fell, seething with rage, glanced over, assuming another male was attempting to intervene, oblivious to the fact that his father was a count. Who would dare disrespect him? Chapter 15. Could it be? As a woman of exquisite form and enchanting curves approached, her strikingly beautiful yet pure and graceful visage captivated him, her expressive eyes seemingly alive with magic, drawing him in so thoroughly that even Xiao Xiao was rendered unnoticed. Gu Chu harbored a profound disdain for males who bullied females, particularly those who spoke in a mocking tone, presuming she could not comprehend their words. "Sir, everything you've said has been recorded by my butler and will be reported to the Female Protection Association. Should you continue to harm this lady, I shall testify against you." Ah Chong, equipped with a recording function, had the foresight to alert the Female Protection Association and notify his master, along with the esteemed Marshal and ambassador known to Gu Chu. His chip had already designated these three as protectors of Gu Chu. He gazed at Gu Chu for a prolonged moment before diverting his attention to the robotic butler, contemplating a return. The more he looked at Gu Chu, the more familiar she became. Was she not the D-class female that Situyu had brought home? He was taken aback by her beauty. If it were merely a fleeting dalliance, it could be acceptable, yet her low D-class psychic power rendered her unworthy of being his partner. With such lofty thoughts swirling in his mind, he maintained a facade of respect. "Greeting Gu Chu, Lady Gu Chu, please don't misunderstand. She is my future partner, and we are merely experiencing a minor disagreement. You see, her name is Xiao Xiao. She was the female who previously applied for Professor Situyu to become her partner. I am simply trying to dissuade her from these unreasonable pursuits." "You're lying." Xiao Xiao's fury left her momentarily speechless as she struck him again. He could have dodged but stood still, allowing the blow to land, looking pitiably at Gu Chu, as if seeking her sympathy.
Gu Chu sợ mai đít tai phun.
Uninterested in his empty words, she had encountered too many men like him, harboring ulterior motives. Having already seized control of the wind's power, she coldly uttered, "Ah Chong, prepare the particle cannon."
Zets, Chu Chu.
Ah Chong truly activated the particle cannon, aiming it at the male. A particle cannon? Robots have particle cannons? Not only foul, but even Xiao Xiao was taken aback. Such a grand display? According to the law, harming and defaming a female could result in a life sentence. Gu Chu's azure pupils, once filled with mirth, now bore an icy detachment as she declared, S-class male, which is faster, the particle cannon or you? Madman! Fowl instinctively darted away, only to turn and discover the interstellar police had already arrived. His beastly sculpture was about to flee back to seek help from his father, a count and a nobleman, emboldening him to brazenly provoke Xiao Xiao. Strangely, his wings fluttered sluggishly, as if flight had been curtailed. The air felt as though it had solidified into ice, severely impeding his progress. Before Ah Chong could unleash his particle cannon, the interstellar police had activated an electric net that ensnared him, incapacitating him with a tranquilizer gun. He collapsed, transformed back into his human form, and was handcuffed. All of Ah Chong's recordings had already been transmitted to the interstellar police. Gu Chu Chao expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Your timely arrival is greatly appreciated. This individual has been harassing the female. If she requires my assistance, I am willing to testify on her behalf. Gu Chu Chao smiled politely, leaving the interstellar police momentarily dazed. As they had never encountered such a gentle-speaking female before, they dared not gaze any longer, lest they offend. Especially given that Marshal Ryan and diplomat Iman had personally contacted the interstellar police management to demand severe punishment for this transgression. They respectfully stated, "It is our duty. We shall see it through." Once Gu Chu Chao witnessed the apprehension of the perpetrator, she turned to the dark-haired female, who exuded an elegant oriental beauty. Noticing the bruise on her wrist, she kindly advised, "You should have your hand examined." Xiao Xiao clenched her teeth, her gaze toward Gu Chu Chao rife with complexity and inner turmoil. "You think that being with Situ means you've already triumphed, thus regarding me as an inconsequential presence.
Do you?
I can manage without your assistance." Gu Chu Chao simply shook her head calmly. "You misunderstand. I have never thought that way." His words were merely irksome. Unwilling to relent, Xiao Xiao stubbornly inquired, "Are you living with Situ? Did he gift you that attire?" The designer dress, a mere slip, cost millions of star coins. While the necklace was exceptionally rare and precious, its extraction exceedingly difficult, fetching astronomical sums at auction. As a noble and an A-class female, she possessed considerable wealth. Yet she had refrained from purchasing such luxuries at the recent auction, where someone else had snatched it up at double the price. As a newly minted citizen, she knew she couldn't afford it. It must have been a gift from Situ. The thought filled her heart with bitterness. How could it not be him? Xiao Xiao refused to believe otherwise. Gu Chu Chao opted not to elaborate further, smiling as she gestured to move ahead. Even if she claimed it was Ryan who bought it, Xiao Xiao likely would not believe her. Frustration reddened Xiao Xiao's eyes, but Ah Chong, ever vigilant, stood protectively by Gu Chu Chao. When they produced a holographic device, Xiao Xiao demanded, "Find out who purchased that gemstone necklace the other day. I need to know." As Gu Chu Chao departed with Ah Chong, she observed the flurry of urgent messages on her device, realizing they were all searching for her, with the three rushing toward her direction. The swift arrival of the interstellar police was a result of the overwhelming pressure from the war god Marshal, who had commanded them to respond with utmost urgency. A single order had left the police management in a state of bewilderment. Who would dare to delay? Gu Chu Chao quickly interjected, urging them not to come any closer, assuring them she was unharmed and advising them to attend to their duties. She was on her way to Situ's academy, feeling nostalgic and eager to experience the atmosphere of the school. With Ah Chong's assistance, Gu Chu Chao effortlessly entered the academy, leisurely making her way towards the medical department, guided by the map. With over half an hour remaining before classes ended, she recalled that her earlier incident had delayed Situ. He likely wouldn't arrive just yet. As she walked past the verdant grass, she noticed a throng of males milling about, for in this world, it was rare for females to reach the Imperial Academy, and those who did required special curtains and personnel for protection to ensure gender separation. Spotting a group of males gathered around a combat arena, she felt no inclination to join the crowd, preferring to distance herself from the throng. Her presence, however, emerged as the most exquisite spectacle, even from afar. The males received word and feigned disinterest, while stealing glances. The school's online forum erupted with discussion. Breaking. The legendary little female, just passed by the Technology Institute. 100 times more beautiful in person than in photographs. Is she here to see Professor Situ? At this hour? Could it be? Are they on a date? Oh no, it seems true. I'm also a D-class male. Could I possibly have a chance? I submitted a partner application, but it remains unread. Who do you think you are? Don't you see that Professor Situ is an S-class male? I'm envious beyond measure. Seeing her in person is enough for me. I wouldn't be like you, unaware of my own worth. To the above ID. Don't let me find out who you are. If I do, you'll regret it. I'm from the Military Institute. Chapter 16. Has he fallen for Ah Chong? Gu Chu-chao had grown accustomed to being the center of distant attention. Suddenly, she focused intently, yet before she could react, a man's silhouette rushed toward her, exuberantly embracing Ah Chong. Alarmed, she feared for Ah Chong's safety and swiftly executed a sidekick, sending him sprawling onto the grass. To her surprise, he bounced back like a spring, leaping onto Ah Chong's form. Ah Chong's voice, tinged with affection, greeted the newcomer, Professor Xuemu. It has been quite some time. Ah Chong, you remember me. Truly my proudest creation. What brings you here? Are you here to see me? The disheveled man appeared on the verge of tears from the overwhelming emotion. Gu Chu-chao realized. Ah Chong is your creation?
Oh.
I apologize. I haven't seen Ah Chong in ages, and I'm quite overwhelmed. Only then did Xuemu remember her presence, and noticing she was a female, he hastily attempted to tidy his unkempt hair and absent-mindedly rubbed his hands over his white coat, sheepishly introducing himself. Hello, I am Xuemu, the Dean of the Technology Institute. They often refer to me as Professor Xuemu. Observing his tousled hair, beard, and the dark circles under his eyes, it was evident he had endured many sleepless nights. While others might have found his appearance off-putting, Gu Chu-chao felt a sense of warmth and familiarity in his disheveled demeanor. Smiling, she nodded. I'm Gu Chu-chao. Nice to meet you. Ah Chong is remarkable. He can masterfully replicate the dishes I teach him. Hearing a female praise his creation brought him greater joy than if she had complimented him directly, lifting his chin a little. Ah Chong is my finest creation. He is not merely a robot but a heavy-duty mech weapon, designed for both human and intelligent control applications. Gu Chu-chao had heard of mechs, typically utilized in warfare. But she hadn't anticipated that Ah Chong, with his earnest disposition, was a heavy-duty mech. I've never seen the mech version of him. But Ah Chong's particle cannon is significantly more formidable than others. Even S-class males fear it.
Xuemu nodded.
His speech slightly stammering due to the long absence of conversation. Ah Chong's current applications are sufficient. He was specifically designed for the protection of important individuals, such as Professor Situyu. Typically, the heavy mech is not utilized. However, once deployed in warfare, it can significantly alleviate the suffering of countless souls. The particle cannon is indeed a regulated weapon, and Ah Chong's ability to wield it stems from it being a specially documented regulatory mech. Presently, only Situyu possesses such a machine. Yet, upon hearing that Ah Chong might be sent to the battlefield, Gu Chu felt an inexplicable reluctance. Despite the fact that Ah Chong is a weapon, her bond with him is profound. After all, he is a butler and should not be thrust into combat. Prolonged interactions have fostered a connection between them. Even machines can develop feelings. I had even contemplated arranging for Ah Chong to have a wife in the future. This notion echoed ceaselessly in Xuemu's ears. His lips parted slightly, and at that moment, he cast aside his previous shyness, gazing earnestly into Gu Chu's delicate face. He was not one to judge by appearances. His existence revolved solely around intelligent mechs and weaponry. Others deemed him mad for investing his emotions into machines. As he tirelessly immersed himself in research, almost severing ties with the outside world. Little did he expect that one day someone would share his sentiment, believing that robots too deserve to experience emotions. He perceived a holy light emanating from Gu Chu, uplifting his very soul. After a moment of hesitation, he mustered his courage and timidly inquired, "My lady, do you have an interest in mechs?" "Indeed," Gu Chu replied, her enthusiasm palpable. "Mechs are incredibly cool. If given a chance, I would love to learn how to operate one." Xuemu's heart trembled, and lowering his gaze, he softly added, "If the opportunity arises, I could teach you. Furthermore, I could assist in the creation of Ah Chong's wife, provided you submit a request." "Really?" Gu Chu was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected delight. She eagerly exchanged contact information with Xuemu and playfully patted Ah Chong's shoulder, teasingly suggesting, "Ah Chong, how about finding yourself a wife? What do you think of the name Asian for her?" Ah Chong appeared to comprehend Gu Chu's words, lowering his head and embracing it. His head flashing with red light, clearly a sign of bashfulness. "Ah Chong, are you shy? Your silence implies consent." Gu Chu beamed with joy, and Xuemu, captivated by the scene, couldn't help but smile as well. He was the only robotic butler in the Empire Star to possess a wife. Thus, Ah Chong had truly attained this remarkable honor. When Situyu found Gu Chu, he happened upon the sight of Xuemu and Gu Chu sharing laughter, causing his heart to tighten, and he quickened his pace. How could they have crossed paths?
Chu.
Ah, Sityu, you're here. Gu Chu waved, eager to share her thoughts about Chong having a wife. It turned out they were discussing this very matter, and Sityu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Aware that he ought not to feel jealousy, an ignoble sentiment, he wished to shield others from witnessing Gu Chu's innocent and radiant smile. Indeed, this was an area in which Xuemu excelled. The two exchanged nods of acknowledgement, and Sityu soon realized Gu Chu had come seeking him. Observing the striking pair, he felt a twinge of inadequacy. He had not bathed in days and felt unkempt. Who would find him appealing? Do you two know each other? Yes, Xuemu replied. Although the heads of different departments typically manage their own affairs, they occasionally convene for discussions. Xuemu had seldom encountered anyone in person, often attending meetings via projections while working on machines, leaving him with few opportunities for face-to-face interactions. Moreover, he had just assisted Sityu with a significant favor. After exchanging a few words, Sityu bid farewell to Gu Chu. Until next time, I look forward to the creation of Asian. Gu Chu's parting words ignited a spark of determination in Xuemu's previously despondent eyes. If he could craft Asian, would Gu Chu perhaps take an interest in him? Even if only as a friend? He had initially intended to return home, but, inspired by this thought, hurried back to his laboratory to devise the most suitable and top-tier female butler for Gu Chu. Simultaneously, Xuemu activated his holographic computer. Realizing he was unaware of Sityu's marital status, it was better not to look. However, upon seeing a plethora of messages from Gu Chu, he found it impossible to resist. He ceased his work on the mech, fixating instead on her recently heroic images, quietly saving photographs of her with Chong. The restaurant was not far, and aware of Gu Chu's curiosity regarding this planet, he led her there, simultaneously introducing her to his workplace, the Empire Academy, the highest institution in the galaxy. Your workplace looks so pleasant. It must be quite enjoyable to work here, Gu Chu remarked, enviously surveying her surroundings. The lush greenery and fresh air gradually alleviated her memories of the gruesome stench. Chapter 17. The Nature of Pet Owners Today. Gu Chu donned a dress purchased by Lanes, a black gown, soft to the touch and smooth, fitting comfortably against her form. The hem cascaded gracefully, fluttering like the wings of a dancing butterfly, accentuating her exquisite curves, while her high ponytail exuded both elegance and an air of determination. Listening to Gu Chu recount her conversation with Xuemu, Sityu sighed inwardly. It was no wonder even the stoic Xuemu had succumbed to her charm. Naturally, Sityu would not oppose the notion of finding Chong a wife, if Gu Chu were to leave after her recovery. This would afford him a reason to maintain a connection through Chong. They arrived at an opulent restaurant, situated in a private room on the top floor. A setting deliberately arranged by Sityu so that Gu Chu could take in the breathtaking views of the Empire Star. As expected, Gu Chu was captivated by the scenery, momentarily forgetting to take her seat as she gazed through the glass at the technologically advanced skyscrapers opposite. Small spacecraft flitted about, occasionally joined by starships, tracing elegant arcs through the air. When Gu Chu returned to her senses, Sityu smiled at her childlike exuberance, personally pulling out a chair for her. I ordered the most renowned dish here. Do give it a try. All right. Sityu had already sliced the meat and placed it on her plate. As she took a bite, Gu Chu hesitated for a moment before smiling and swallowing it down. This peculiar flavor. Was this truly the famed dish? Sityu, being a mature male, surely wouldn't he play such childish tricks on her? Gu Chu's expression quickly shifted, but Sityu caught her hesitation. He recognized that this meal could not compare to Gu Chu's cooking. Fearing she might misconstrue his intentions, he shrewdly passed the menu to her, inquiring, "Are there any dishes you particularly enjoy?" Upon seeing the glowing reviews for the dish she had just tasted on the holographic menu, Gu Chu finally understood that the interstellar cuisine left much to be desired. The males here underwent specialized culinary courses, yet the instructors adhered to conventional views, believing that the abundance of spices and ingredients dictated the taste. Gu Chu found that these so-called innovative dishes bore little distinction from traditional fare. They were all overly reliant on spices. This establishment was already celebrated as one of the best restaurants, yet Gu Chu remained skeptical, ordering several more dishes and desserts, only to find them all rather similar. After a few bites, she felt a slight sense of fullness and decided to stop. To rid herself of the heavy spice taste, she sipped on a nutritional drink, finding it far more palatable than the meal. Such fine ingredients could have been transformed into delicacies with just a touch of salt. What a shame. Noticing that she had nearly finished, Sityu retrieved Gu Chu's phone from his spatial button, returning it to her. Your phone has been repaired. Really? Gu Chu set down her drink, her eyes lighting up as she entered her password, revealing pictures of flower rolls. She took a deep breath and cradled the phone protectively, with her eyes glistening. She expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Sitiyu. You need not thank me. I merely know someone. Sitiyu hesitated momentarily before revealing. It was Xue Mu who repaired it. Rest assured, he has no interest in others' privacy and would never pry into your phone. When he had seen the old, somewhat outdated device, Xue Mu had expressed curiosity, agreeing to repair it, while any other matters were beyond his concern. It was him. Gu Chu gasped in surprise, taken aback by this revelation. What a remarkable twist of fate it is. Gu Chu owes him a personal favor and has resolved to personally select an appropriate gift to express her gratitude for his assistance. Gu Chu meticulously replicated the photograph of the dog into her light brain using the scanner, capturing every intricate detail with flawless precision, rendering it akin to a living creature within the confines of the frame. She sent it to Sitiyu and a few others, aware that the odds of finding the creature were minimal, yet she chose to proceed nonetheless. Upon noticing that the background of the photograph was littered with the remnants of zombies, Gu Chu could not help but smile wryly. Should she perhaps claim that she had been stranded on this unknown planet and had to endure its harshness? After all, they were oblivious to her past and believed her to have suffered in a human experimentation facility. She could easily weave her narrative in this direction. The trio received the photograph, observing how the dog was affectionately nestled in her backpack, its head peeking out. Gu Chu bore some scars on her face and clutched a knife in her hand, while behind her lay a scene of devastation, including numerous peculiar corpses with gray, decaying skin. These were not orcs. Could they be the subjects of experiments? Ryan, upon witnessing the scene behind her, recalled that the refuse planet from his memory harbored none of these grotesque, orc-like abominations. The thought of Chu-Chu having been in such a perilous environment caused Ryan to frown. If such a place existed, it must be obliterated. He donned a military cap from the table, adopting a standard military posture, stern and upright, before striding briskly out of the office. Marshal, why did you just return with a pile of documents? His aides had emerged from the mound of paperwork. Today, my annual leave request was approved. I expect daily reports on the tasks I've delegated, Ryan declared, leaving the soldiers in stunned silence as he made a swift exit, embodying an image of gallant resolve. The aides stood there, bewildered, unsure how to react. What did it mean to take annual leave? Did the Marshal truly intend to take a vacation? Did the Marshal even require such a concept? By the time he processed the situation, the aide was left in despair, facing an endless stack of documents awaiting the Marshal's approval. What was to be done now? In the interstellar diplomatic department, Iman, upon encountering the photograph, shared Ryan's sentiments. His inherently suspicious nature led him to question how the petite female could wield a knife. The correct grip indicated that Gu Chu was indeed a seasoned knife wielder. Noting her injuries, Iman discreetly replaced the grotesque backdrop with an image of his own courtyard, satisfied only after using his connections to reach out to Huajun. What fault could Gu Chu possibly have? She was merely a pitiable survivor. The blame lay squarely with that planet. He contemplated inserting his photograph alongside Gu Chu's to create a couple's picture, but was wary that it might offend her, as such an action would contravene the female protection code. Iman had previously regarded this code as mere nonsense, but upon considering Gu Chu, he swiftly dismissed the nefarious thought, resolving to behave himself, for that would garner her attention. Moreover, he had committed a minor misdeed, uncertain if Gu Chu would acquiesce. Gu Chu had scarcely taken a few bites before she began to regale Sitiyu with amusing anecdotes from her past with Huajun. Upon hearing the term zombie, he began to entertain the possibility that part of her story held truth. The horrors depicted in the photograph were alien to him, decaying human skin oozing pus, sharp teeth and claws, utterly revolting. A mere glance convinced him that these represented a dangerously formidable species. When Sitiyu inquired about the zombies behind her, Gu Chu retorted, "Isn't that the zombie virus? Did I not mention it before?" As the dean, he had studied countless viruses. So there exists a virus with such catastrophic potential. Sitiyu was intrigued, pondering what events had led Gu Chu to such a decayed planet. "I cannot recall," she replied, a frown crossing Situyu's brow. Was it that he had not provided her with sufficient security? Gu Chu's eyes held a hint of concealment. Sitiyu connected his wristband to hers. "Within my heart lies a life-saving serum, capable of rescuing me in moments of peril, yet in everyday circumstances. It acts as a lethal poison, causing catastrophic neural rupture. Should you harbor any doubts, you may use your wristband to terminate me at any moment, even in death." Suspicion would not fall upon you, and should I attempt to remove this serum, your wristband would alert you. I cannot deceive you. I shall not harm you. My sole intention is to be your protector. Gu Chu gazed at her wristband, bewildered. What was this? Situyu was fervently assuring her of his benign intentions. An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere as Situyu patiently awaited her response. It mattered not if she chose to remain silent. Everyone harbors secrets they prefer not to disclose. After a lengthy pause, Gu Chu succinctly stated, I spent some time on that planet. I truly do not know its location. I possess extraordinary abilities. My strength surpasses that of other females honed during my time there. Chapter 18. Data does not deceive. The three males she knew possessed exceptionally acute senses and precise judgment. Aside from their misjudgment regarding her, Gu Chu would henceforth rely on her abilities to protect herself, an inevitability that would involve her extraordinary powers. It would be prudent to first gauge Situyu's response. Gu Chu alluded to her abilities, leaving the rest for Situyu to deduce. In his understanding, she was a quintessential orc. Abilities? Situyu pondered the sudden gust of wind from yesterday. Are you referring to the ability to control the wind? It appeared that even the most subtle changes had been detected by Situyu. Gu Chu flipped her hand, conjuring a miniature tornado from thin air. If she so desired, she could summon numerous large tornadoes. Situyu's expression turned grave. She indeed possessed extraordinary powers, whereas females were typically endowed only with mental strength and were physically frail. Could it be that Gu Chu's earlier words bore truth? Had she truly come from another star system? Yet his data would not lie. Species do not change. She was undeniably an orc, and it must be a genetic anomaly that bestowed upon her unique abilities. Situyu patiently analyzed the situation, recalling her fear of becoming a subject for dissection, assuring her that she need not be afraid. She was a precious female, and as the dean of the medical school, he would never harm her, for that would be a capital offense. In truth, research does not require dissection. It primarily involves genetic study. A mere blood sample would suffice. During those protracted years in the laboratory, Situyu found it difficult to fathom how she had survived. Her existence must have been fraught with hardship, living in constant fear. With a tender gaze, Situyu regarded Gu Chu, resolving to treat her with utmost care and to compensate her for her suffering. Based on his professional judgment, he recognized that Gu Chu was a unique case among females. Males possessed formidable combat skills, while females were endowed with soothing mental abilities. The two complemented each other, however. Females were typically delicate flowers, lacking the robust combat prowess exhibited by Gu Chu. Gu Chu felt elated. It was splendid, splendid indeed. Let this misunderstanding persist. Just as Situyu was about to offer her a few words of caution, his gaze suddenly sharpened, akin to that of a hawk. As he abruptly turned towards the window and smashed through the A-level security glass, creating a deep crater as he propelled himself into the air. Situyu! Gu Chu cried out, unable to halt him in time, and she followed his trajectory, squinting against the distance where a blinding light approached, reminiscent of a metallic gleam. Situyu, devoid of his usual elegance, exerted all his strength to halt the trajectory of a highly destructive energy projectile. Should it advance, the commercial district of the Imperial Star and the Imperial Academy would be reduced to rubble. He shouted in desperation as his body began to plummet uncontrollably. He could not fly, nor did he possess a flight apparatus. He clung tightly to the explosive, striving to suspend it in midair. Situyu! Glancing out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Gu Chu rushing towards him, veins popping on his forehead as he urgently shouted, Gu Chu, do not come closer. It's dangerous. Gu Chu, manipulating the wind speed, lifted Situyu while simultaneously controlling the velocity of the transparent projectile, which shimmered with countless bolts of electromagnetic energy. With Gu Chu's assistance, Situyu found himself thriving, no longer plagued by the fear of descent. His strength surged to its fullest potential, and a magnificent, wild polar bear apparition emerged behind him, raising its paws and roaring as he effortlessly lifted the energy cannonball. What shall we do now?
Gu Chu inquired.
Situyu, veins bulging in his neck, was about to respond when he noticed that the energy cannonball, which weighed hundreds of tons, had become significantly lighter. Rain stood atop a small flying craft, single-handedly aiding Situyu in withstanding the cannon's force. Throw it to the military department. It is the closest, and I will notify them to activate the defense mode. Situyu nodded, and behind him, Gu Chu, hearing this, resolutely declared, In which direction? I shall assist you. No sooner had she spoken than a massive tornado materialized, encircling the energy cannon and redirecting its path. A flicker of astonishment crossed Rains's eyes. The tornado not only spared him from harm, but lifted the entire energy cannon. The seemingly transparent energy cannonball was no trivial weight, compounded by the force of its impact. He had not anticipated that Gu Chu could control its trajectory so adeptly. Rains pointed in a direction, over there, 40 kilometers away. On the count of 3, we shall throw it together. Gu Chu and Situ responded in unison, understood. 1, 2, 3. The tornado surged, redirecting the energy cannon, which now raced towards the military department at several times its original speed. The military personnel had already received Rains's command, defense mode activated. They would envelop the cannonball and detonate it, absorbing its explosive force and containing the blast radius within the defensive net, ensuring the safety of ordinary citizens. Gu Chu sensed the tornado had reached its destination and extended a hand, conjuring the most potent storm. Beneath the black whirlwind, flashes of lightning enveloped the energy cannon completely. Soldiers of the Imperial Military Department stood transfixed, captivated by the extraordinary scene. Control personnel trembled, exclaiming, "Is that a storm? How did it form? It's astonishing. It has halved the force of the defense net. Was it orchestrated by Marshal Rains? But wait, it seems he lacks the ability to control wind."
No, look,
exclaimed one operator, switching to another view, revealing a small female floating effortlessly at a height of a kilometer, without any flying apparatus. She extended a hand with a grace akin to a goddess, seemingly commanding an unknown power. This spectacle, along with the military department's defensive net, was broadcast on various screens. Discussions erupted both in real life and online. What is happening? The alarm sounded, and upon entering my room, I saw a female floating in the air. She looks like a fairy. I was dining beside Professor Situ, and he rushed out to stop the energy cannon. That female followed him, unassisted by any flying device. No wonder he's an S-class male, catching the energy cannon barehanded. Marshal Rains is here too. Did you notice he was speaking to the female? I believe it's Gu Chu, and she seems to be aiding them.
Impossible.
Though Gu Chu has always been my goddess, females lack offensive capabilities. I don't care. Gu Chu must have her reasons for being here. Let us head back. Gu Chu flew to Situ's side. I will take you back to the dining hall. Rains glanced down at himself standing on the flying craft, for the first time feeling that the craft was a hindrance. Chu, could you give me a ride? The craft's autopilot can take us back. Of course. With a casual wave, Gu Chu effortlessly lifted Rains, carrying him back to the dining hall. The sensation was unfamiliar, yet exhilarating. Rains could not suppress the spark in his eyes as he watched Gu Chu. She truly was formidable. She could control the wind. Upon landing, Rains felt a lingering desire for more. Chu, could you take me flying again sometime?
Certainly.
Gu Chu was surprised that Rains exhibited no suspicion toward her and instead appeared excited. Utilizing her abilities had come so naturally to her that she pondered her affirmative response. Chu, recover some stamina first. Situ handed her a bottle of nutrient solution, and after expressing her gratitude, Gu Chu drank it in one go. Situ replenished himself as well. Having borne the brunt of the energy, his strength nearly depleted. The three of them sat in place for a moment, and the proprietor, rather than demanding compensation from Situ, bowed deeply in gratitude, sending the two distinguished figures off with a 90-degree bow. Following the incident, Situ took an afternoon off, and the medical academy swiftly approved his request. The trio, along with a Chong, boarded Rains's spacecraft, returning to Situ's estate. Along the way, Rains scowled as he responded to the flood of messages from his light brain, all concerning the energy cannonball. They had identified the assailants. An attack had originated from another star system, aimed at obliterating the Imperial Academy and stifling all future bright stars in their cradle. Whether or not they succeeded was of little concern to him. The crucial issue was that they had encroached upon Rains's forbidden zone, nearly harming Gu Chu. Rains closed his eyes, inhaling deeply to expel the resentment building within his chest. No vacation now, thanks to these troublesome interlopers. Chapter 19. She didn't mean to. What is wrong, Rains? Are you unwell? Gu Chu proactively offered him a cup of calming nutrient juice upon returning home. Her gaze filled with concern. Thank you, Chu. Rains immediately rose, respectfully accepting the drink with both hands, yet refrained from disclosing his impending mission to her. In Rains's noble family, females were held in even higher esteem, and it was unprecedented for a female to so kindly offer a beverage to a male. Rains had always been rebellious, moving out before graduation, yet ingrained memories lingered, leaving him astonished by Gu Chu's gesture. Gu Chu patiently listened as he recounted, I plan to take a vacation, but now I must cancel it due to this incident. I had intended to accompany you and take care of you. The once magnificent Marshal Rains now resembled a dejected kitten, his head hung low in disappointment. It turned out he was off to defend the homeland. Gu Chu's gaze softened like a tranquil spring, inviting one to draw closer. You need not worry about me. I can take care of myself. I will await your return. No, I can only feel at ease by seeing you with my own eyes. Gu Chu reassured him, by protecting the planet, you are safeguarding me, along with countless ordinary citizens. That is different. I only wish to protect you. What did you say? Gu Chu did not catch his murmured complaint, leaning closer in confusion towards Rains. Faced with her proximity, Rains hesitated, summoning courage to gaze intently at her. Chu, could you consider allowing me to be your guardian? I promise the beast god that I will never betray you. Rains was aware that Situ would undoubtedly secure a position. The other position he would not relinquish to anyone. For the first time, as a marshal, he feared rejection, burdened by a sense of inadequacy. Such an exceptional female. He felt unworthy. Gu Chu pursed her lips, and the action sent Rains's heart plummeting into despair. Was she about to reject him? No problem. I shall look forward to your guidance at that time. Gu Chu nodded in response to Rains's astonished expression, and he abruptly looked up, convinced he was imagining things. I had intended to ask your opinion on this matter. If you are willing, that would be ideal. I prefer not to have strangers as my guardians. Gu Chu had researched the regulations the previous night, understanding that this arrangement was compulsory, and her refusal would lead to being assigned an unsuitable guardian. Furthermore, guardians often became partners, and this realm permitted multiple males for one female, a matter she chose not to dwell upon. What she valued was the feeling of excitement. In this case, it was better for her to choose actively rather than be chosen, avoiding the matchmaking akin to blind dates with unfamiliar males.
Besides,
that S-class male from earlier had truly repulsed her. She had perused the information regarding Lanes, an SS-class male, and found that no female's mental energy could sufficiently pacify his uncontrollable tendencies. Moreover, he was often preoccupied with military affairs, granting her considerable freedom. She understood the nature of his loss of control. It rendered him akin to a wild beast, oblivious to those around him. Yet, having chosen to assist Lanes, she was resolute in her commitment to mitigate the likelihood of his spiraling into chaos. Lanes, whose mood soared from despair to elation, found himself captivated by the gentle smile of the petite female before him, unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips in response to her warmth. Chu, do you have a moment? I would like to conduct a physical examination. An unexpected voice interrupted their exchange. Lanes cast an annoyed glare at the figure standing at the staircase, Situ, who clearly had ulterior motives. Very well, Chu replied without hesitation, rising to follow Situ upstairs. Situ's shadowed gaze, concealed behind his glasses, flicked over to Lanes, the tension palpable as rivals met. He had not anticipated being thwarted by the stoic Lanes. Chu, familiar with the treatment chamber, reclined as various lights scanned her body and mind. With her eyes closed, she took the opportunity to rest. She had not previously experienced such fatigue, perhaps a consequence of her recent lack of exercise, as her body had become easily fatigued in recent days. Have you seen Xiao today? Situ queried. Yes, I have. Is she pursuing you? Chu asked candidly, as if discussing a mundane topic.
Indeed.
But I do not harbor any affection for her. However, should she insist on submitting a request to the Female Protection Association and the court, I would be compelled to become her husband. I understand. You do? Situ's hands faltered mid-motion, his gaze shifting to Chu, who remained blissfully unaware of the implications. I intended to discuss this with you, but I was delayed by that energy projectile. My mental energy does not match your level and cannot soothe you. Yet I pondered that if you are reluctant to be forced into marriage, you could first become my protector. Once you find someone you truly care for, we could dissolve this arrangement.
No.
There's no need to dissolve it. Chu exclaimed, her voice betraying her excitement. Situ suddenly became aware of his own lack of composure. Adjusting his glasses, he worked to regain his calm demeanor. Females of A and S class can soothe males without direct contact, and my levels of uncontrollable energy have always remained low. I have dedicated myself to researching new medications to diminish male volatility. For instance, Lanes has consistently taken my medication to maintain emotional stability. Situ, feeling guilty, averted his gaze, realizing that he had attempted to evoke pity to secure another position, only to find that Chu's intentions were genuinely selfless. He wanted to chastise himself for such a base thought. Chu, Oblivious to Situyu's inner turmoil, responded cheerfully, "Then you can submit the request later. I will approve it." Indeed. Situyu, his spirits lifted, returned to his work. Moments later, he noticed Chuchu standing, her leg raised in a way that nearly exposed her. Instinctively, he grabbed a garment from a table to shield her. As he encircled her waist, their noses inadvertently brushed against one another.
Through his glasses,
He found himself in close proximity to Chuchu's delicate features, his heart racing uncontrollably. Her long, thick eyelashes fluttered like tiny fans, and her eyes sparkled more beautifully than any gem in existence. Time seemed to freeze for just the two of them. Chuchu, caught off guard, gasped softly and, realizing the awkwardness of the moment, gently pushed Situyu away. The accidental contact with his firm chest sent a jolt of panic through her, a rosy hue blooming on her cheeks as she stammered, "I didn't mean to." The little red circle was truly an accident. Embarrassment washed over her, and she lamented the sheer coincidence of the situation. Situyu turned aside, feeling the heat radiating from his body as that accidental touch ignited a spark within him. "Don't worry, my skirt is double-layered," Chuchu reassured him, smoothly transitioning the conversation. "There's a built-in pair of shorts, so even if a scuffle ensues, there won't be any exposure." I was merely being overly cautious. The report has arrived. I shall take a look." Situyu awkwardly shifted the topic, avoiding Chuchu's face, pouring all his focus into his work. Just as he managed to regain his composure, his demeanor grew serious upon reviewing the mental energy report, his gaze toward Chuchu shifting significantly. He summoned Lanes. "What's the matter? Is there an issue?" Both men stared at the report, their expressions suggesting they beheld a monstrosity. Chuchu felt a swell of anxiety. Had something gone awry with her health? Situyu, sitting beside her, began to explain the examination results. "On the contrary, your lifespan has reached 500 years, and your mental energy has surged from D class to B class. Chuchu, this is unprecedented in the history of the Empire." This was precisely why Situyu had called Lanes. Chapter 20. An eye for an eye is his nature. This data was utterly terrifying, exceeding the cognitive limits of beast men. Never before had a second differentiated female exhibited 2 consecutive leaps in classification. Transitioning from D class to B class in a mere day was an unparalleled record. Observing the ongoing changes in her genes, it was evident her lifespan had not yet reached that of a typical beast man, and there was a strong possibility her mental energy would continue to increase. In comparison to Chuchu's extraordinary abilities and combat prowess, the fluctuations in her mental energy were the most perilous aspect. She had only recently emerged from the human experimentation laboratory. This matter needed to be kept under wraps, lest it incite a significant uproar, for certain nefarious individuals lurking in the shadows would undoubtedly take action, potentially using Chuchu for research purposes. Some beast men in the dark remained restless, unwilling to relinquish their pursuit of human experimentation. Should it become public knowledge that Chuchu had achieved consecutive leaps in her differentiation, she would undoubtedly be placed in grave danger. This urgency was the reason he sought Lanes. They were the two most acutely aware of Chuchu's situation. Observing their expressions, Chuchu realized there was information she was not privy to. She had yet to witness the multifaceted nature of this world. However, she felt fortunate to have chosen them as her guardians. Their genuine concern provided her with an immense sense of security. That evening, Chuchu was undeterred by the day's revelations, enjoying a delightful bath before opening her light brain to further explore the culture of this world. Shortly thereafter, she received messages from 2 individuals, Shuemu and Iman. Reading their messages, both expressed concern for her well-being and inquired whether she had been frightened. Chuchu felt a warmth swell within her heart as she replied to Shuemu, conveying her gratitude for his repair of her phone, which held significant importance for her. She chose to postpone any mention of gifts, as she had yet to decide what to present him. Meanwhile, Shuemu paced anxiously, unable to focus on his mecha, his nerves frayed as he awaited Chuchu's response. Upon receiving her reply, all his negative emotions and imagined dreadful scenarios dissipated, replaced by sheer astonishment. He was taken aback to discover that the ancient device belonged to Chuchu. Inadvertently, this connection deepened their relationship. After careful consideration, Shuemu crafted his response word by word. "If you need anything, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Although I am not in the medical field, I can create more mechas to protect you closely. Not even energy projectiles could harm you." This was not mere bravado. He indeed possessed the capability to fulfill such promises. Chu felt an unmistakable warmth emanating from Shuemu's words, a smile blossoming on her face.
Do not worry.
This is merely an isolated incident. If there were numerous Aqiangs, I would surely be burdened with the task of finding them wives. Even naming them would require considerable thought. Chu seldom employed emoticons, but after a moment's contemplation, she sent a mischievous cat emoji. This playful refusal did not dishearten Shuemu. Rather, it elicited a hearty laugh from him. He insisted on crafting some portable defense systems for Chu, hoping she would accept them. She did not decline these offerings, recognizing that having certain protective measures before comprehending this world was prudent. As their conversation concluded, Shuemu reflected on the enchanting day. Placing his hand over his thumping heart to affirm the reality of it all, he heard the calm evacuation announcement as he made his way to the safety shelter. Upon seeing Chu's figure on the holographic screen, just a meter away from a projectile energy cannon, he was struck with panic, rushing to her side without a moment's hesitation. When he found her unscathed, accompanied by Marshal, a wave of self-doubt washed over him, retreating silently to the shadows. How could a mere civilian like him capture the affection of such a perfect female? She was meant to be with someone like Marshal or Professor Situ. He mocked his own feelings, believing he was only worthy of guarding her from a distance. Yet, unable to suppress his anxiety, he sent her a message. To his surprise, not only did he receive a reply, but he also gained the opportunity to interact with her. Greedily, he yearned for even the slightest proximity. Without further ado, he plunged into a multitude of instruments, adeptly maneuvering dozens of screens nestled within various metallic materials to create the most suitable defense devices for Chu. Meanwhile, on the other side, the diplomatic officer Iman found himself overwhelmed due to this incident, as his original plans were completely derailed. Restless and agitated, he rebuffed all friendly exchanges. As both a diplomat and a general, he possessed the authority to bypass the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, demanding the Ministry of Defense provide a reasonable explanation for their failure to detect the energy cannon assault, which nearly resulted in severe casualties. He and Rains reached a consensus to refuse all compensation, advocating for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, vowing to show no mercy. Rains further insisted on a thorough investigation into whether there were spies or negligence within the Ministry of Defense. Consequently, both he and Rains would be preoccupied for some time. Rains had only just returned and was soon to lead an expedition himself. With a smile, he tapped a rhythm on the table, a familiar sign of his impatience recognized by those who knew him well. The neighboring galaxy's refusal to acknowledge their wrongdoing and subsequent slander had touched a nerve. Iman was now in a state of agitation, anxious about Chu's lack of response, uncertain if she had been harmed, and his messages to her remained unanswered. He could not dare to inquire with Rains or Situ, fearing their mockery. When Chu received Iman's courteous inquiry, she was somewhat taken aback. Having assumed he disliked her, she had perused Iman's profile, and while some details were not particularly secretive, the societal website was notoriously loose-lipped. For instance, it mentioned his troubled childhood, maternal abuse, and his particular disdain for females. Was Iman's concern genuine or merely a facade? Chu pondered this, her response delayed. Ultimately, she settled for a neutral reply, neither too intimate nor too distant. I am well, I just underwent a health check, and everything is normal. Iman, in a state of extreme agitation, felt his head throb as he saw a message from a particularly notable individual flash on his holographic screen. His stern expression softening into a smile. It's good to know you are fine. I will handle the situation regarding the energy cannon. Rest assured. I will not allow you to suffer any grievances. Upon reading this, Chu realized Iman's true intentions, suddenly recognizing the narrowness of her previous judgments. She had misinterpreted him. He was genuinely concerned for her well-being. Chu promised to wait for his visit and then lay back on her bed, continuing to study the knowledge of this planet. Regarding the fervent discussions surrounding the energy explosion, she also took note. Internally, Iman had instructed personnel from the Ministry of Defense to release a statement regarding the situation, omitting Chu's information, casually stating that she had utilized an invisible aircraft, attributing the storm to Marshal Rains. This was a directive Rains had deliberately communicated to him. And without needing further words, Iman comprehended the implications. In the Empire, Iman wielded a formidable power, an SS-class male, as decisive in action as Rains. With no one daring to provoke him, for those who did often vanished under various pretexts. Retribution was in his nature. Chapter 21. The Beast God sent a messenger to save him, as Situ conducted a physical examination for Rains prior to his departure. He scrutinized the results with furrowed brows, turning to present the report to him with a questioning gaze. Why has your report shown a 10-point reduction in the instability value? Have you been taking your calming medication on schedule? Have you added any other substances? Or have you sought out a mental therapist? Facing Situyu's barrage of inquiries, Rains yawned languidly, propping himself against the treatment chamber's bed, his white shirt unbuttoned to reveal his well-defined abs. The visible lines resembled a work of art, showcasing the unique charm and masculinity inherent to him. Rains disregarded everything else, focusing solely on the report's key figure. The instability value had dropped from 70 to 60, explaining his heightened alertness over the past few days. His last report had been recorded aboard the starship, where it had increased by a point. Each mission he undertook easily raised his instability levels. To mitigate this, he diligently took his calming medications daily, reducing the likelihood of instability. These medications had been meticulously researched and arranged by Situyu, aiming to minimize side effects. After much contemplation, a particular image surfaced in Rain's mind, causing his ears to redden as he hazily offered a possible explanation. Did being embraced by Chu-Chu while in beast form count? Through physical contact, one could receive emotional comfort from a female, whether through holding hands, hugging, or more intimate interactions, with the most effective method being mating. This was why the Empire vigorously advocated for polyandry. Situyu's tone grew stern as he discerned Rain's thoughts. Warning: do not indulge in inappropriate ideas. Why can I not think what you can? Rains retorted with a cold smirk, rising to tousle his hair, indifferent to Situyu's admonition. If you hadn't agreed to accompany me on this mission, how would I have met Chu-Chu? Situyu fell silent, his expression darkening ominously, as if shrouded by a storm cloud, evoking a sense of oppression and unease. He exhaled sharply, closing his eyes, and when he opened them again, his gaze had regained its usual elegance, coolly handing Rain some medication. Take your medication on time and undergo another checkup upon your return. Understood. Rains forcefully shut the door, feeling a surge of frustration at the thought of not seeing Chu-Chu for an extended period. Spotting Ah-Chiang on the first floor, an idea suddenly struck him. No matter how advanced the security system, if he willed it, he could effortlessly breach layer after layer, arriving at Gu-Chu's room. Rains was utterly unprepared for the sight that greeted him upon entry, a pair of bright eyes staring back at him. Chu-Chu was not asleep. Her gaze made Rains feel guilty, as if he ought to flee. He had not anticipated her being awake at such an hour. Nor did he expect to enter in such disheveled attire, exposing his muscular chest and abs, his unruly dark curls contrasting sharply with his usual military regalia. Is there something you need? Initially, Chu-Chu did not perceive anything amiss. In a post-apocalyptic world, where clothing is scarce, it is quite customary for some men to bare their arms. However, she found herself perplexed by Linz's audacious intrusion into a female's quarters. Had it been anyone else, she would have promptly sent them away. Nevertheless, her gaze silently shifted from Linz's face down to his sculpted abdomen, offering a discreet appraisal. Indeed, there appeared to be no flaws in his physique. Such a form must have required immense restraint and dedication to cultivate. The intensity of her gaze felt almost unabashed, prompting Linz to awkwardly shift aside, hesitating over whether to fasten his buttons. While ruffling his disheveled hair in a flustered attempt to conjure an excuse, I am to embark on an expedition tomorrow, and my return is uncertain. I am aware. I just saw the announcement, she replied. Is this the reason you sought me out? Linz nodded, descending the metaphorical steps of their conversation, affirming that indeed, this was his intent. I do not know how long I shall be gone, so I wish to see you before I depart. Is it dangerous? Chu-Chu inquired, her brow furrowing. To her, war was inherently perilous. It is not perilous. The enemy, emboldened by their alliance with interstellar pirates, has grown audacious, but fret not. I shall swiftly resolve the matter and return. Even so, Chu-Chu remained unconvinced and gently cautioned, be careful. War is fraught with danger, and one must never be complacent. Sometimes, it is the human heart that poses the greatest threat. After all, she had fallen victim to such treachery herself. Linz took her words to heart, nodding earnestly. Her concern for him emboldened him somewhat, and he stepped closer, kneeling at the foot of her bed. Chu-Chu, may I nuzzle your hand? I wish to revert to my beast form as a farewell. He feared that being too forward might startle the delicate female, thus he transformed into his beast form. Chu-Chu seemed quite fond of this aspect of him. Of course, she acquiesced, pulling back the covers, revealing that she donned the fitted nightgown he had purchased for her, its elegant lines unmistakably accentuating her form. Upon witnessing this, Leans shuddered in his beast form, grateful that he had not reverted back to his humanoid shape, lest she discover his embarrassment. Upon seeing the approximately 1-meter-long Titan python, Choo-Choo remarked, "Could you shrink a little? My previous little serpent used to coil around my arm." Leans's eyes sparkled, and he swayed, shrinking into a small, dark-colored snake that twined around her arm. The warmth of his presence, with his head nestled against her limb, inhaled the sweet aroma that enveloped her, while Choo-Choo tenderly stroked his serpent form, sending delightful shivers through him as he emitted a primal, hissing sound of contentment. Noticing the little snake with closed eyes, lost in bliss, Choo-Choo smiled. The cool, smooth texture of the serpent's scales resembled polished obsidian, and in that moment, she felt that petting a snake was not dissimilar to caressing a cat. Had she not known he was an orc, she might have wished to embrace this docile little snake and drift into slumber together. Leans departed through the window in his beast form, wary of reverting to his humanoid shape, fearful that some uncontrollable aspect of himself might be revealed to Choo-Choo. Once his emotions settled, he visited the military medical officer for another assessment of his mental stability. "Marshal, how has your instability index diminished so significantly? Has Professor Situ devised a new serum to reduce it?" The elderly physician's hands trembled incessantly. If so, it would be a boon for all orcs across the galaxy. Observing the report indicating a reduction to 55, Leans's smile deepened. He had known all along. The notion that an S-grade female could not control his instability had been a jest. Those who mocked him as the Empire's war weapon, unworthy of possessing feelings, would soon be disappointed as they awaited his demise. But the beast god had dispatched a divine emissary to save him. Chapter 22. Envy that makes one's eyes redden. He cast a sidelong glance at the elderly physician. The might of an ancient behemoth was enough to instill terror merely with a gaze, causing the timid herbivorous doctor to revert to his beast form and cower in a corner, trembling. Leans towered over him, regarding the physician as prey, his demeanor as frigid as ice as he administered a memory-erasing injection. This serum was designed solely to make the doctor forget the events of the past few days. Choo-Choo's affairs could not be disclosed. Doing so would jeopardize her safety, at least until his return. For the past few days, Choo-Choo had remained at home, engrossed in her studies, perusing various texts, and experimenting with an array of spices, crafting recipes for Achiang to prepare, and exploring new culinary creations. Although Situ and the others had expressed a desire to cook, their busy schedules made it more practical to leave the task to Achiang. Meanwhile, Situ, who typically spent his lunchtime at school consuming nutritional supplements, had taken to returning home promptly for meals. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Choo-Choo's eyes brightened. Her smile radiated warmth, thawing the long-frozen heart of Situ, its glow both comforting and brilliant. "You're back. Do try Achiang's new dishes. I sampled them and found them quite delightful." Situ, noticing the petite female setting the table, set down his briefcase, took over her task, and handed her a beverage, urging her to sit on the sofa and do nothing else. Choo-Choo chuckled, but as she turned, she spotted a figure standing awkwardly in the doorway, seemingly lost in thought. She initially assumed he was a friend of Situ's and rose to greet him, inquiring over her shoulder, "Is this your friend?" "Choo-Choo, it is I." "Huh? Why does that voice sound so familiar?" Choo-Choo scrutinized the young man clad in a khaki jacket. His features were soft yet youthful, and upon seeing her, he bashfully lowered his head, unable to meet her gaze. His youthful countenance bore the charm of a student, exuding an air of approachability. In a school setting, he would undoubtedly be considered the epitome of attractiveness. However, upon noticing the dark circles under his large eyes, it became evident that he had endured many sleepless nights. Choo-Choo suddenly recalled, astonished and incredulous. She asked, "Shuemu?" "It is I, Choo-Choo. My apologies. I didn't recognize you." Choo-Choo nodded apologetically, inviting him inside. "No need to apologize, my lady. I often blush, and it is difficult to explain that I am not the disheveled person you once saw." Choo-Choo teased with a smile. "I never imagined you would appear so youthful." The last time she had encountered him, he had been an unkempt figure, his face obscured by a beard, making it unsurprising that she had failed to recognize him. "Yes, I am the youngest director of the Imperial Academy of Technology and History, elected at the age of 16. I am now 23. That is truly impressive." Although Choo-Choo's orc form suggested she was 20 years old, in reality, she had lived for 28 years, naturally considering herself the elder.
You flatter me.
"I have come to deliver some defensive systems suitable for you."
Is that so?
"Then perhaps you could teach me later? You must be hungry. Shall we dine first? By the way, What is your beast form?
I.
Shuemu was taken aback by the question, responding honestly. My beast form is that of a deer.
A deer?
Chuchu's eyes lit up. Deer are such adorable and majestic creatures. I would love to pet one, though I suppose that might be a bit intrusive. Situyu immediately discerned Chuchu's thoughts. After several days of interaction, they had grown quite familiar. He pulled Chuchu closer, guiding her to a seat. Let us eat. You must be famished.
You should sit as well.
Chuchu smiled, indicating that it was no trouble, and promptly instructed Aqiang to prepare additional vegetarian dishes. Noticing that Shuemu remained rooted in place, Chuchu waved him over. Come, let us eat. Situyu was accustomed to sharing meals. Shuemu's demeanor clearly mirrored his own initial discomfort with this lifestyle. Had it not been for Chuchu's fondness for him, Situyu would have remained indifferent. Just eat. There are no strict rules here. Chuchu enjoys conversing while dining.
All right.
Shuemu finally took a seat, albeit with a hesitance that rendered his movement slow. He had prepared himself mentally, but now found himself paralyzed with trepidation. Aqiang served him a bowl of vegetable soup, and seeing Situyu managing the ingredients for Chuchu, he hesitated to make a move, nervously fidgeting with his hands beneath the table. Chu understood that he was not accustomed to it and did not force him to comply, just as Situyu had not fully embraced her suggestions. To break the stalemate, Chu took the initiative to offer Shuemu some freshly stir-fried greens. Try this. Aqiang possesses exceptional learning abilities. I provided it with the recipe, and it mastered it with remarkable proficiency, achieving success almost every time without failure. As Shuemu thought of Aqiang, a spark of enthusiasm ignited within him. Aqiang is equipped with my newly developed autonomous learning system. Mastering cooking is a fundamental task. While serving as a butler, its system continuously updates and learns, avoiding the rigidity typical of ordinary robots and exhibiting a degree of beast-like emotionality. Aqiang's ability to accomplish this is thanks to you. Don't you think it tastes significantly better than the food outside? Under Chu's encouraging gaze, Shuemu cautiously lifted the bowl, treating it with the reverence one might reserve for a precious metal. He had already caught a whiff of the enticing aroma, and as the warmth flowed down his throat into his stomach, he found himself unable to resist taking several more sips. This soup was the finest he had ever tasted. Witnessing his expression filled Chu with a sense of accomplishment. Go on and eat. You're a herbivorous beast type. And I specifically asked Aqiang to prepare extra greens for you.
Thank you.
Shuemu's cheeks flushed as he lowered his head, realizing why she had asked such a question earlier. Indeed, Chu was exceptionally kind-hearted. Typically reticent, he found himself at a loss for words to express his gratitude. That was simply how Chu was, meticulously considerate of everyone. Situyu calmly arranged the meat on a plate before Chu. She knew from our first meeting that seafood is my favorite. When Chu raised her gaze, she met Situyu's gentle, water-like eyes, causing her heart to skip a beat. She dared not look into his eyes any longer and buried her head in her meal. What was happening? She felt an unusual warmth on her face. Shuemu, observing the tacit understanding that had developed between them in just a few days, lowered his head in a moment of disappointment. It was no wonder that Dean Situ returned home for dinner every day, with such delectable food and the company of a charming individual. Who wouldn't want to come home for dinner every day? Shuemu felt a pang of envy in his reddening eyes. After the meal, Chu inquired about the use of the defense net, only to see Shuemu produce a chip the size of a fingernail. He then retrieved a compact toolbox from his spatial button, unfolding it into a temporary workstation. After politely seeking Chu's consent, he removed the wristband, and with the assistance of a mechanical arm, his operation flowed seamlessly, revealing an unexpected facet of his abilities. As he engaged with the machinery, Chu noticed a sparkle in his eyes. Before she could fully comprehend his actions, he had already stowed away the toolbox and implanted the chip into the wristband. It's done, but we still need to test it. Chu had no objections and was curious about what protective capabilities such a small chip could provide. Situyu and Shuemu decided to rest that afternoon instead of returning to the Imperial Academy, making it an ideal time to test the effectiveness of the defense net. They ventured outside to a spacious grassy area for the test, with Shuemu standing 50 meters away, holding Chu's wristband. Aqiang, initiate particle cannon attack. Chu was about to voice her concern that such proximity was too dangerous, but before she could speak, Aqiang abruptly activated the particle cannon without warning. At such a close range, the destructive force of the particle cannon could obliterate an entire building. Chu worriedly took a step forward, only to be halted by Situyu, who embraced her to shield her from potential danger. It's all right, Chu, Situyu reassured her. His understanding of Shuemu's capabilities evident. He is an S-class male and will not be harmed. Even if he were injured, he would survive. An S-class male? Gu Chu was astonished to learn that a herbivorous deer could be classified as such. When the particle cannon was unleashed, the event transpired too swiftly. Gu Chu could only observe as a light blue protective net materialized instantaneously, neutralizing the cannon's power. Chapter 23. The endearing yet dashing fluffy snow leopard Gu Chu was rendered speechless by the astonishing sight before her. The particle cannon's velocity was remarkable. Yet the defense net had responded with an almost imperceptible speed, perfectly countering the attack. Gu Chu, fanning her feathered lashes, murmured, "This is simply incredible." The particle cannon is an A-class military-grade weapon. As Shuemu drew closer to Chong, the particle cannon, now only a centimeter away, he remained composed and commanded Chong to fire. Will it be all right? It would be disingenuous for Gu Chu to claim she was unconcerned. The cannon was aimed so close that it nearly grazed her shoulder. She was on the verge of urging him to stop. Don't worry, this is just how he is. He is a genius, or perhaps a prodigy, in military weaponry, utterly captivated by it, Sitiu explained. Shuemu rose from humble beginnings to become the director of the Technology Institute, relying entirely on his formidable skills. Despite being a herbivorous beast type, his S-class power is genuinely terrifying. Shuemu's eyes sparkled with eagerness, utterly undeterred by the particle cannon's might. When the cannon was fired, he rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought, leaving no one aware of what occupied his mind. Gu Chu raised her gaze to inquire of Sitiu about the situation, hesitant to intrude. When he is in his element, he becomes like this. Just ignore him. If you interrupt his train of thought, he will become irate. Chu, shall I take you for a stroll nearby?
Sure.
Gu Chu noticed his passion for technology and withdrew her gaze, lifting her head to see Situyu's chiseled features, covering her mouth with a light laugh. You too? Become utterly absorbed when it comes to medicine. Do I? Situyu replied, his tone light. Yet his smile remained gentle as he looked down at Gu Chu's reflection in his gaze. If I were that lost in thought, how could I protect you? Situyu's gaze was imbued with warmth, a fiery intensity that made Gu Chu's heart race uncontrollably, causing her cheeks to flush. She turned away, avoiding his penetrating stare. What was this ambiguous look? Gu Chu dared not ponder further, fearing she might be misinterpreting his intentions, and hastened her pace to maintain a safe distance from him. Situyu maintained his smile, aware that he should not rush the little female too much, following her at a leisurely pace. Situyu's estate was vast, accommodating horseback riding or flying vehicles for exploration. With advanced technology, intelligent robots tended to the gardens, pruning and nurturing the plants according to images stored in their chips. The landscape harmoniously blended elements of the opulent European style Gu Chu had previously seen with serene Zen aesthetics, creating a seamless fusion. Spotting a lush expanse of green grass not far away, Gu Chu suddenly had an idea. When I return to my villa, I shall cultivate a patch of land in my yard to grow vegetables and plant flowers beside it. This way, I can enjoy both beauty and harvest. Situyu smiled in silence, appreciating the beauty of her idea. However, Gu Chu was fixated on returning to her villa rather than his estate. His estate could easily be transferred to her name at any time, allowing her to grow whatever she wished with just a word from Gu Chu. After a moment of contemplation, Situyu spoke. Chu, I have already transferred this estate to your name. You may plant whatever you desire. What? How can this be? Gu Chu exclaimed. This land must be worth a fortune. I cannot take your property. She was reluctant, feeling it would be akin to seizing someone else's home. Moreover, she believed in the principle of meritocracy. I am your guardian now. It is my duty to provide for you. That little villa does not suit your esteemed status. If you desire, I have other planets and assets under my name that are yours as well. Gu Chu. Situyu's gaze was resolute, not allowing her to protest further. Pointing towards the patch of land, how about I prepare a plot for you to cultivate? It's close by, so you can tend to it daily. There is ample space next to it. I can build you a greenhouse for flowers. Would you like to accompany me to the flower shop to buy some greenery? A greenhouse? Gu Chu found herself genuinely tempted, her heart fluttering slightly. Was Situyu? Gu Chu lowered her gaze, uncertainly confronting Situyu. Do you not want me to leave? Cultivating land required time, calculated on a monthly basis, not to mention the greenhouse. Furthermore, the transfer of the estate into her name raises a question. Is Situyu attempting to ensure that she does not leave? Such thoughts are not for her to entertain. Surely not. Upon hearing Situyu's words, Gu Chu felt a faint blush creep across her cheeks. realizing that she had indeed been overly sentimental. Wherever you wish to go, I shall accompany you. If you insist on visiting the small villa, I will be there by your side. Wherever your heart desires to take you, I will follow. Gu Chu gazed in astonishment at C2U's gentle gaze. Witnessing him kneel down, carefully taking her slender hand in his own. Your Excellency Gu Chu, I would willingly offer my life for you. Only asking that you do not cast me aside, allowing me to remain by your side. The subtle sensation of his touch sent shivers coursing through her body. And Gu Chu shyly lowered her silver lashes, feeling uncertain about how to respond. Was this a veiled confession of affection? She was acutely aware of the dynamics at play, her heart wavering. If she were to hastily agree, it might render her unworthy, appearing irresponsible and disrespectful to others. I trust in your loyalty. But may we take our time? Of course, C2U replied, perceiving the shyness in her eyes and sensing her trepidation. He understood her thoughts completely. Transforming into a polar bear. Would you care to ride on my back? Is that permissible? Gu Chu thought that if she had a tail, it would surely be wagging in excitement at the sight of the polar bear. She truly desired to ride on it. With a swift leap, she expertly mounted C2U's back, burying herself in a soft, white fur, emitting a contented purring sound akin to that of a cat. So fluffy and adorable. C2U, having successfully executed his scheme, felt his face burn, though he feigned composure. Now pressed closely against him, with her kisses upon his back. His self-control had been utterly shattered, and he lowered his head to move forward. The delightful sensation was overwhelming, making it difficult for him to walk. Not far away, behind a large tree, a pair of deep blue eyes glowered at the intimate interaction between the bear and Gu Chu. A hand gripped the tree trunk, and in anger, it clawed out a large hole. Xuemu, too, was not faring well. Feelings of inferiority surged within him. It was evident that only someone as perfect as C2U could earn Gu Chu's affections. She seemed entirely unfazed by his beastly form. What would become of him? Xuemu's gaze fell upon the unachievable diplomat, Iman, who was trembling with rage. In the next moment, Iman transformed into a snow leopard, stepping out with a deliberate slowness. Sitting idly was never Iman's style. Iman, when did you arrive? Iman approached Gu Chu's feet, boldly licking her calf, an action laden with animalistic teasing. The cool, barbed tongue made Gu Chu instinctively retract her leg, eliciting a delightful giggle. That tickles, Iman. The playful sound sent ripples of excitement through Iman, mischief flickering in his eyes as he licked her leg again. Gu Chu laughed heartily, admonishing him, No, Iman, behave. This reprimand held no weight. It felt more like an indulgence. C2U sighed in exasperation, closing his eyes. This foolish girl was treating a high IQ diplomat as if he were a mere beast. Iman was clearly aiming to entice her. Yet, Gu Chu, despite her vast knowledge, possessed an utter lack of resistance to animals. She adored snakes, and how could she possibly resist the charm of a snow leopard, both adorable and handsome? Chapter 24. Gu Chu knew what would happen just as C2U finished speaking. A majestic male elk strode confidently toward them. This is it. The fool has learned this trick too, C2U thought. Indeed, Gu Chu's attention was captured by the towering, robust elk, its impressive antlers branching out like a finely crafted weapon. Gu Chu gracefully leaped before the elk, and gazing into its round, dark eyes, she could not help but exclaim, Xuemu, you are so beautiful. Xuemu lowered his head, inviting her to admire his antlers. If he were to transform into a beast man, his face would undoubtedly be flushed with embarrassment. This was the first time he displayed his beast form in front of others. Akin to a competing stag vying for the affection of a female. With his permission, Gu Chu reached out to touch his antlers, and the moment her fingers made contact, Xuemu felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his body weakening under her touch. As Gu Chu's hands trailed down to his chest, she realized that his beast form was far more muscular than she had anticipated, dwarfing the kangaroo from the videos she had seen.
Xuemu,
you have muscles in your beast form. Xuemu knelt, seemingly submissive, though in truth, he lacked the strength to remain standing. After a moment of hesitation, he stammered, Perhaps it's because my beastman form possesses muscle as well. One must have a strong physique to carry hundreds of tons of mechs. C2 was taken aback. Is this the same fool who only understands mech technology? This is clearly a roundabout way of informing Gu Chu of his strength. Iman, lurking behind Gu Chu, revealed his sharp teeth toward the herbivorous beast form. This young deer could easily be crushed in a single bite. Despite the threat posed by a natural enemy, Xuemu remained unfazed, choosing to ignore him, though he was slightly concerned that Gu Chu would reprimand him for disrespect. He crouched down and quietly asked Gu Chu, "Would you like to try riding?" "Absolutely. I've heard that elk run very fast." "All right, I'll take you for a ride. Hold on tight." As Gu Chu mounted his back, the strange sensation intensified. He spread his forehooves and began to run and leap, moving at a remarkable speed, quickly circling the estate. Gu Chu, exhilarated, raised her arms and shouted, "This is so refreshing and fun." Xuemu felt elated at her joy, striving to showcase his abilities to make Gu Chu happy. "Do you like it?" Once they came to a halt, Xuemu showed no signs of fatigue, and Gu Chu joyfully wrapped her arms around his neck. "You're truly amazing." The electrifying sensation washed over him again as Xuemu greedily rubbed his long face against her shoulder. The snow leopard, infuriated, suddenly leaped from a distance of several dozen meters, positioning himself between the two. Turning his head, he bared his sharp teeth at Xuemu. "Don't think I didn't see anything." Xuemu, feeling guilty, averted his gaze. His previous feelings of inferiority vanished, and now it was the diplomat who felt threatened, continuously trying to intimidate him. What of the diplomat? Gu Chu admired his beast form as well. The snow leopard was still irate when suddenly a soft little hand rested on his head, moving down to his neck, unreservedly tugging at his fur. The surge of anger dissipated instantly, replaced by the pleasure of this unexpected affection, making him feel so content that he wished to purr like a cat. Meanwhile, Situyu transformed back into his human form, reaching out for Gu Chu's health monitoring bracelet. "Is it set up? You should head back now. You have other matters to attend to, right?" Xuemu felt a twinge of disappointment as he obediently handed over the bracelet. When Gu Chu approached him to bid farewell, he shook off his disappointment, realizing he would have many more opportunities to see her. He flashed a bright smile, revealing his white teeth. "Next time, I'll bring the perfect dish for you, and by the way, I will teach you how to control the mechs." "Sounds great."
Gu Chu Zponde Cheferlin.
Her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. Suddenly recalling something, she pointed to the area beneath her lower eyelashes. "You have such heavy bags under your eyes and dark circles. Work is important, but don't forget to take care of yourself." "Ah, right." At that moment, Xuemu was undeniably rendered speechless once again. Previously, colleagues and professors had expressed concern for his well-being, but he had always been too engrossed to take heed. Females often refer to him as a fool or a simpleton. Yet only Chu shows him genuine concern. In an ephemeral moment, his existence is no longer solely surrounded by mechanized technology. He now shares it with a female companion. After parting ways, he resolves to heed Chu's words diligently, vowing to abandon his slovenly ways and not to bring shame upon her. The Iman snow leopard nuzzles against Gu Chu's leg clad in trousers, inhaling her scent while leaving his own mark.
Good boy.
Gu Chu coos softly as she caresses Iman's chin. Her voice, akin to celestial music, elicits a soothing purr from him, yet he yearns for her exclusively, desiring her undivided attention. Contemplating this, a fierce glint of predatory intent ignites in his eyes. Tonight, he is eager to eliminate that herbivorous creature. Sensing a faint aura of menace, Situyu narrows his eyes and gently pulls Gu Chu away from the impending threat. Once Gu Chu returns to her room, Situyu takes Iman to the treatment chamber for a thorough examination. He navigates the various interface reports with ease. While inspecting, he calmly states, "Do not entertain thoughts of harming Xuemu. Even as a civilian, he is a friend of Chu's and not an S-class male you can dispose of at will. Let us not forget, he is the head of the Institute of Technology." "Humph." Iman scoffs dismissively, rising to sit and coldly sneering as he sheds his obedient facade. "Is this your ploy to increase the competition for Chu's affection?" Situyu responds with unwavering certainty. "However, I will not permit you to harm those whom Chu cherishes." Like others, he possesses a possessive desire to monopolize Chu, yet he understands that such a splendid female is destined not to belong to a single male alone. Otherwise, he would not have invited Xuemu over for lunch. Both Xuemu and Situyu grapple with their own discomfort and anguish, albeit their choices diverge significantly. Situyu is acutely aware of Iman's nature, outwardly a diplomat, yet at his core, he harbors a penchant for bloodshed to resolve conflicts. "If you dare to harm Chu's friends, do not be surprised if I reveal your vile actions to her. Let us see if she still wishes to draw near you," he warns, meeting Iman's ugly gaze. In a sudden fit of rage, Iman stands abruptly, seizing Situyu's collar, his eyes reddening and his face twisting in fury. While the instability readings on the interface continue to escalate, Yet neither of them notices this detail. Iman bellows at Sitiyu. You dare threaten me. Sitiyu remains composed, scrutinizing the furious SS-class male, and coldly warns him once more, you have taken the life of a female. What do you think will happen if Chuchu learns of this? You may kill me now, but consider how Chuchu would react. I am merely outlining the consequences. Upon hearing Chuchu's name, Iman finds himself momentarily at a loss. His grip on Sitiyu faltering as his fists tremble with suppressed rage, reluctant to unleash his wrath. He realizes that in Chuchu's eyes, Sitiyu holds greater importance. He is her savior. The thought of being despised troubles him deeply, for his initial hostility towards Chuchu was met with her boundless generosity. In truth, he feels unwanted. Chuchu's kindness is merely a matter of politeness. She does not favor his beastly form. She simply adores gentle and endearing creatures. And he is anything but gentle, having slain numerous beings, including the loathed females in secret. Dark memories flood his mind, and the prospect of Chuchu discovering his past deeds causes his pupils to constrict, his eyes widening in horror as his once handsome visage contorts into a savage snarl. As the instability readings on the interface surge to 89, the treatment room erupts in a cacophony of flashing red lights and alarms. The blaring sirens provoke Iman, who, in a fit of rage, smashes a window and leaps out. Sitiyu rushes to the window, only to find Iman's figure vanished, silently cursing the misfortune. Chapter 25. The little kitty must be clean. Iman has lost control. Sitiyu promptly contacts the Safety Control Bureau, reporting Iman's erratic behavior and requesting a classification of the danger level as S-Class, seeking covert apprehension and the immediate availability of an S-Class mental healer to minimize the threat. After severing the communication, Sitiyu delivers a forceful punch to the wall. Furrowing his brow, anxiety flickering in his eyes, a rare display of seriousness and self-reproach on his face. The situation has taken an unexpected turn. He never anticipated that Iman, who harbors an intense disdain for females, would spiral out of control for Chuchu's sake. The following day, Chuchu struggles to pry her eyes open, yawning sleepily before opting to retreat back under her cozy covers.
I can't, Shushu.
A voice from outside jolts her awake. Why are you not at work yet? She calls out open sesame, and the door's intelligent recognition system automatically unlocks it. Chuchu feels utterly lethargic, an overwhelming fatigue weighing her down, and she wishes to drift back to sleep, curling up beneath the soft blankets, revealing only the upper half of her small face. Aren't you supposed to be at work? I'll be there shortly. I have something important to discuss with you, Sitiyu replies, noting Chuchu's languid demeanor, her eyes battling to stay open. A smile tugs at his lips. Sitiyu, recalling the seriousness of the matter, states gravely, Chuchu, you must not venture outside. I have received alarming news about heightened danger levels. Promise me you will stay home until I return, alright? I cannot shake the worry if you go out. Okay. Chuchu responds without hesitation, lacking any desire to leave the house. She wishes to continue sleeping instead. Just be careful yourself. Understood. After closing the door, Situyu's warmth evaporates, replaced by a heavy gravity of concern. Chuchu's stance towards Iman remains uncertain, compounded by his role in Iman's breakdown. Although unintentional, he cannot absolve himself of responsibility and is torn by indecision, fearing that Chuchu might harbor resentment towards him. It is best to refrain from informing Chuchu for now. He must find Iman before addressing the matter with her. Locating Iman swiftly becomes his foremost priority. He veers away from the Imperial Academy, redirecting towards the Safety Management Bureau. Upon entering, he encounters familiar faces, the two renowned S-Class generals of the Empire, signaling that the military has intervened. Iman, an SS-Class carnivorous powerhouse adept at concealment, is best dealt with by such capable generals. With their assistance and the right concoctions, he is confident they will capture Iman soon. After Sitiyu departs, Chuchu, unable to resist the pull of slumber, succumbs to deep sleep within mere seconds, her body weary and achy. In her subconscious, the small seedling has grown significantly, transforming into a 10-centimeter sprout, swaying joyously as if it possesses a spirit of its own. Upon awakening from her dream, Chuchu finds herself in a haze, her head clouded. As she touches her forehead, she realizes the texture feels unusual, fuzzy. A low, dangerous growl reverberates from behind her, and she feels a massive snow-white paw, thicker than her own arm, resting on her abdomen. Iman? Chuchu gasps in surprise at the sight of the spotted white paw. How did he end up in her room? An even greater shock follows. What has happened to her body? She stares in disbelief at her hands, Now transformed into short claws with pink pads, her entire form enveloped in long, dense, white fur. She touches her face. Yes, she has whiskers. Through the mirror across the room, she clearly sees a lion cat lounging on the bed, while Iman, now a snow leopard, cradles her gently in his embrace. Gu Chu stands frozen for a moment, desperately wishing someone could explain this bewildering turn of events. She recalls records indicating her beast form as a lion cat. Has she truly transformed into her beastly shape? She shuts her eyes, ignoring the snow leopard behind her, mentally repeating her desire to revert to human form.
Yet,
Each time she opens her eyes, she finds herself still in the shape of a lion cat. Feeling helpless, she turns around and places her little paw on Iman's belly. Urgently pleading, Iman, I can't change back. Iman yawns widely, his azure eyes fixated on the little kitten that he could easily devour. She boldly treads on the most vulnerable part of his abdomen, a spot that should not be touched carelessly. The uncontrollable snow leopard found immense pleasure in the sensation of the little kitten needing him. Just moments ago, he had been plagued by a throbbing headache, and when the kitten initially ignored him, he roared in frustration. Yet, her indifference only fueled his anger. A creature so small that he could easily dispatch it with a mere swipe, he nevertheless restrained himself, patiently awaiting her acknowledgement. Remarkably, the pain in his head began to dissipate, soothed by the rhythmic kneading of the lion cub. When the small feline finally paid him attention, he stubbornly turned his head away in pride. Having spent an entire day running outside, he was unsure how he ended up here. Guided only by the familiar scent and sensation. What did it matter if there were A-level security measures? An SS male in a state of uncontrolled transformation into beast form possessed greater intelligence than the average male. He effortlessly navigated through, as if unnoticed, and soon found the room of the small female. The scent of the lion cub enveloped him, a fragrance he recognized well. Ignoring her words, he buried his head into the silk pillow, saturated with the aroma of the lion cub, and chose to rest alongside her. Iman, are you listening to me? Gu Chu's voice rose in irritation. Iman, I want to turn back into a human. Save me, or help me find Satuyu. Iman tilted his head curiously. His thoughts a mystery, his large paws tightening around the small lion cub. The little lion cub lay opposite him, while the snow leopard, undeterred by her emotions, extended his long tongue to groom her fur. Such a beautiful little lion cub, he felt compelled to tidy her disheveled coat. Iman. Gu Chu's petite form was no match for the snow leopard's strength as she struggled to push him away, mistakenly believing the lion cub was offering him a massage. The little lion cub squirmed under his tongue, feeling an odd tickle, and let out a soft mewl, instinctively responding to the pleasurable sensation. Gu Chu relinquished her struggle, resigned to whatever Iman desired. The lion cub and snow leopard exchanged intense gazes, a stark contrast in their power as felines. Iman, how did you end up here? The snow leopard remained silent, and after thoroughly grooming the fur, he revealed his white belly, placing the lion cub atop it. The snow leopard's belly, his most vulnerable area, was a testament to his complete trust in the small lion cub. Iman? Why aren't you responding to me? Gu Chu scrutinized him closely, puzzled. This was indeed Iman. Yet why was he silent? Furthermore, he seemed bolder than usual. Wasn't he had said that males should not easily touch females? Could it be that in beast form, such rules did not apply? Her recollection indicated that females would rarely reveal their beast form except for a few days after birth. She awkwardly attempted to reach for her light brain on the bedside, searching for alternative solutions. The method she recalled for males to revert to human form was the very one she had just tried, transformation through sheer will. Unfortunately, her attempt had failed. Gu Chu felt a sense of helplessness, as beside her, the snow leopard remained clingy and silent, making it impossible for her to break free from his embrace. At that moment, the door creaked open, revealing Aqiang. The snow leopard instinctively shielded the lion cub, baring his teeth cautiously at the robot, as if to threaten him with destruction.
Iman, no.
Gu Chu wrapped her paws around his neck, fearful he might act rashly. Aqiang won't harm us. Only then did the snow leopard cease his display of aggression. The lion cub nestled against him, and feeling satisfied, he relaxed, albeit still on high alert. Aqiang recognized the diplomat Iman instantly. The chip swiftly analyzed the situation, concluding that Iman was courting Gu Chu, posing no danger to her. However, Aqiang's interference amounted to a 90 aggression rate against the diplomat. Chapter 26. Ashamed and desiring to hide, Aqiang quietly retreated, closing the door behind him to stand by outside. Meow. Aqiang. Don't go. Don't you want a wife? The sound of the door slamming shut left Gu Chu staring helplessly as her only lifeline vanished. Turning to Iman, who appeared far too lively, she grew increasingly concerned about his peculiar state. After a moment of analysis, she tentatively inquired, "Iman, do you remember who I am?" The snow leopard seemed to disregard her question, licking the little lion cub's face once more before lying down to coax her to sleep. The kitten was still young and required ample rest. Gu Chu locked eyes with him, both staring intently at one another. The unhinged Iman found delight in the lion cub's matching blue eyes. Mistaking her longing gaze for a desire for grooming, he affectionately licked her face again. Such instinctual animal behavior prompted Gu Chu to realize Iman had truly lost control. When the instability level reached 75, he would need to be monitored by the Safety Bureau. At 80, he would descend into uncontrollable madness, reverting to beast form with dangerous aggression. At 95 and 100, he would transform into an irretrievable lunatic, possibly even resorting to self-harm. Once the instability level reached 100, even an S-level female would be unable to save him. Gu Chu called Iman's name repeatedly, but found him engrossed in grooming, unresponsive to her calls. When she attempted to rise from the bed, the snow leopard pressed her back down with a low growl, warning her not to leave. Faced with a silent, yet menacing Iman, Gu Chu began to doubt herself, questioning whether he was merely playing a prank. Wasn't an uncontrolled male beast a significant danger? Aqiang had just witnessed this and yet did nothing to protect her, allowing them to be together. Previously, Aqiang had acted decisively against Lanes, so why was Iman now ignoring her? Feigning anger, Gu Chu exclaimed, "Iman, if you keep fooling around, I'll be upset. Don't pretend to be out of control." The response was merely the snow leopard's reluctant grooming. Gu Chu wrinkled her face in distaste. The snow leopard continued to groom, convinced he was caring for the little lion cub. How absurd. The lion cub was already sufficiently clean. Why the need for further grooming? So clingy. Buried in the snow leopard's embrace, Gu Chu closed her eyes in despair. It was clear to her now, Iman was genuinely out of control. His eyes did not deceive. As she pondered how to contact Sitiyu, she stretched her paw toward the nearby light brain, only for it to be sent flying into the corner with a swift swipe from Iman. "My light brain. Iman, you've gone too far." Gu Chu was truly angry. Iman had merely been soothing her, yet the snow leopard was keenly aware of the few times the lion cub attempted to escape his hold. When she reached for the device again, Iman, sensing danger, instinctively intervened. The little lion cub fluffed up in agitation. She was angry. Yet, Iman found her furious demeanor even more adorable, resembling a charming little snowball he longed to cradle in his hands. He patiently groomed her for once more, cradling her close. Gu Chu reluctantly accepted the reality. With a single swipe, Iman had destroyed her light brain, demonstrating the true power of a snow leopard, agile and swift. Unlike her, who was merely a lion cub, only capable of mewing. Gu Chu began to question whether she was truly a beast person. Had she traversed into the apocalypse only to return? Otherwise, how could she suddenly transform into a lion cub? Everything felt surreal. Pressed against the snow leopard's belly, an overwhelming sense of exhaustion washed over her once more. She felt so tired and sleepy. Sitiyu had mentioned that her unstable mental energy was the cause. And now that she had become a kitten, she felt the innate urge to nap during the day. Before long, oblivious to the lurking danger of the snow leopard, Gu Chu emitted a contented purr and succumbed to sleep, observing the little lion cub curled up and fast asleep. The snow leopard used his paws and mouth to create a cozy nest for her, ensuring her comfort. The lion cat shifted its body slightly, instinctively rubbing against a more comfortable spot, its tiny paws rhythmically kneading the snow leopard's abdomen. The snow leopard observed this tender display, shedding all defenses and surrounding the lion cat, closing its eyes in bliss. The soft kneading of the cat's paws upon its fur was so soothing that it succumbed to a deep slumber. Gu Chu felt a delightful itchiness all over, instinctively extending her arm. This marked the most restful sleep she had experienced since her arrival on the Emperor's star. In her dream, a little sprout danced energetically, surrounded by swirling black mist that it eagerly absorbed, seemingly relishing the dark substance. The more it consumed, the more vigorously it twisted and turned. Suddenly, a chill swept through, causing Gu Chu to shudder and furrow her brow as she pulled the blanket over herself, seeking a suitable position to continue her slumber. Wishing to be undisturbed during her beauty sleep. "Gu Chu, are you all right?" A voice filled with concern startled her awake, prompting her to open her wide eyes. The silence broke at the most opportune moment, as Sitiyu stood frozen in disbelief at the scene before him. Had he arrived at an inopportune time? Gu Chu shook her head, her gaze lifting to meet the face of Iman, rendering her momentarily paralyzed. Her eyes locked with his, both equally astonished. Wasn't it the snow leopard and lion cat? How had they transformed back into their human forms? Her arms were draped around Iman's neck, her hand brushing against his jawline, their faces drawing so close that they could feel the warmth radiating from each other's bodies. This proximity appeared as though Gu Chu was enticing Iman. Iman was the most bewildered among them, grappling with confusion. What had happened? Hadn't he left the manor? How could he possibly be in Gu Chu's room? He remained unwrapped in a manner akin to a perfect human model, his physique entirely exposed. One of his hands rested on Gu Chu's waist beneath the blanket, while the other served as her pillow. Neither of them was clothed. His gaze drifted downward, catching sight of the alabaster curves that should have been concealed beneath the blanket. Realization struck him suddenly, accompanied by a wave of shame and regret. Had he lost control and harmed Gu Chu? The thought was unbearable, and he wished for nothing more than to atone with his life. Certainly, Gu Chu would detest him now. Gu Chu felt an urge to scream but stifled it, covering her face with the blanket in embarrassment. Too shy to glance at Situ by the door. Overcome with shame, she longed to disappear into a hole. The sensation of being caught in a compromising position gnawed at her. Clutching the blanket tightly, she turned away from Iman and instinctively distanced herself from him, never anticipating that she would so unexpectedly revert to human form alongside the uncontrolled Iman. Wasn't it supposed to require an S-class mental healer to rectify such loss of control? Or had Iman been deceiving her? Iman! Situ snapped back to reality, draping his coat over Gu Chu's shoulders as a makeshift garment. If it weren't for Chang's timely notification, he would have been oblivious to the audacity of this leopard in invading their home. Enraged, he grasped Iman by the collar, dragging him outside, while also ensuring to shut the door behind them. Iman possessed a concealed device for changing attire, offering no resistance. In the instant Gu Chu rose, he had already donned appropriate clothing. He wished to spare Gu Chu from recalling that painful moment. Gu Chu was indifferent to their confrontation. Their absence was preferable. She rushed to the wardrobe, throwing on the coat as she made her way to change her clothes. Situ's fists clenched, veins bulging as he landed punch after punch on Iman without restraint. Chapter 27. Can this matter be swept under the rug? Iman, you scoundrel. You were in beast form. Situ was acutely aware that Iman had reached a perilous state. To revert to human form undoubtedly meant that the beast had been with Gu Chu. She was so delicate, her body and spirit could be utterly ravaged. The thought fueled Situ's fury, driving him to strike even harder. Iman did not retaliate, his gaze vacant as an unfathomable abyss. The flicker of hope he once harbored was extinguished by his own hand, leaving him devoid of any will to live. Like a soulless shell, he allowed Situ to pummel him without resistance. What did it matter if he was beaten after what he had done? Upon regaining control, he would lose all memories of his reckless actions. But what did it matter if he forgot? That could not serve as an excuse. He had undoubtedly harmed Gu Chu. Iman was willing to die, but he longed merely to check on Gu Chu's current state. Thereafter, whatever she wished to do to him, he would accept without question.
Stop!
A female voice rang out, halting Situ's assault as chaotic footsteps echoed from the stairs. Dressed and composed, Gu Chu emerged, witnessing the havoc in the living room. Or rather, Situ's unilateral assault on Iman. Gu Chu opened her mouth to explain, but her words ignited Situ's fury.
Gu Chu,
how can you defend him after he has harmed you? You are far too naive. This man has committed a crime, punishable by death under the law. Gu Chu's cheeks flushed, and she coughed awkwardly. The earlier scene remained vivid in her mind. Upon seeing Gu Chu, Iman knelt on both knees, humbled and pitiful like a criminal, his once handsome face bruised and battered. His voice was hoarse as he struggled to confess his wrongdoing. I am deeply sorry, Lady Gu Chu. I was unaware of my actions during my loss of control, but I must have caused you great distress. You may treat me as you wish. If you desire my death, I will accept it without the need for a trial. Gu Chu's face reddened, feeling a touch of embarrassment as she coughed again, signaling a Chang to bring her some drink to calm herself. From their exchange, it became clear that Iman truly had lost control. Situ's warning to her earlier that morning likely pertained to this very incident. After a considerable pause, Gu Chu turned her gaze towards the furious Situ and then to Iman, who was kneeling amidst shards of glass. The glass shards pierced his clothing, lacerating his skin, with blood seeping through and staining a third of the fabric crimson. The injury was severe. Gu Chu felt an urge to assist Iman, But a glance at Situ made her retract her hand. It would be best if Iman endured some punishment until their issues were resolved. Feeling inexplicably guilty, Gu Chu took small, hesitant steps towards Situ, awkwardly asking, "Is licking fur considered illegal? Licking fur?" Situ stared at her in confusion before shifting his gaze to Iman, both of them exchanging bewildered glances. "What do you mean by licking fur? Licking hair? But your hair wasn't wet just now." "No, there is definitely a lingering scent of that guy on you, quite pungently." Under the scrutiny of both men, Gu Chu attempted to quell their conflict. "Iman, please rise. And you too, Situ, listen to me. The situation is not as you both perceive it." After a moment of hesitation, Iman noticed that Gu Chu's gaze held no blame towards him, prompting him to stand up, resembling a child caught misbehaving. A Chong had tidied up a single sofa spot, and Situ carefully assisted her to it. "Does it hurt?" Situ internally chastised himself, realizing his focus on the fight had overshadowed Gu Chu's well-being. He should have prioritized her care after all she had endured. Gu Chu gently patted his hand, soothing his anxious spirit. Unaware of the true circumstances, Situ was still lost in his imagined scenario. It was no fault of his, given that he had witnessed the scene unfold. "Situ, I truly am fine. I am not deceiving you." Situ's anger remained unmitigated as he coldly replied, "Regardless, he has crossed a line. A male entering a female's quarters while unclothed is a serious violation under the Female Protection Act." Gu Chu chose not to pursue the argument further, recognizing the futility in arguing with his indignant expression. She reached for his hand, guiding him to sit beside her on the sofa. It would be best to clarify the matter first. As they listened to Gu Chu recount her story, detailing her transformation into a beast that wouldn't revert, Situ's anger morphed into skepticism. Could it be that Gu Chu is covering for Iman? Does she harbor feelings for this rogue? Seeing Situ's disbelief, Gu Chu turned to a Chong. "A Chong, did you see me transform into a lion cat?" A Chong's master remained Situ, and he would never deceive Situ. At home, it was still a Chong who reported on Yiming. "Yes. I opened the door to see a snow leopard grooming a lion cat, which is a courtship behavior, assessed to pose no danger, hence I withdrew." Gu Chu just spat out the drink he had swallowed with a splutter, choking repeatedly. By chance, he met Yiming's gaze, which was as bashful as a startled fawn. Quickly averting, "No," every time he saw him, he couldn't help but recall that scene. Could it be that Yiming truly harbored feelings for her? Her exquisitely chiseled face was adorned with a pair of clear and bright eyes, resembling two brilliant stars, sparkling with vibrant light. The unnatural pink hue on her cheeks added a touch of shyness and coyness, causing Yiming's heart to race uncontrollably, his mind filled with her delicate visage, utterly losing his reason. "Chu." Situ hurriedly helped Chu wipe her mouth. Yiming wanted to step forward to express concern, but recalling his status as an offender, he hesitated. He was unworthy to approach. Realizing he had lost control and was licking the lion cat's fur in a misguided courtship, he shut his eyes, bracing himself for disdain. Situ and Chu's sentiments aligned, as the instincts of animals were never misleading. Could it be that Yiming had genuinely fallen for Gu Chu? Gu Chu was troubled. Just after one confession, another suitor appeared. Her psychological endurance was limited, and she could not swiftly accept another admirer's affections.
Chu.
"Let us hand Yiming over to the Interstellar Police and the Female Protection Association and bring him to trial." Situ was seething with rage, wishing he could dispatch the leopard on the spot. How could he be so shameless? Yiming remained silent, lowering his head, offering no defense. He would have acted the same even without Situ's admonishment.
"No."
Gu Chu grasped Situ's hand, unwilling for Yiming to face trial, for that would ruin him for life. She pondered. "I don't even know why it turned into a lion cat. Yiming also lost control, and I'm unsure how I reverted to human form, while he miraculously returned as well. It was merely a coincidence that you caught us in the act." Gu Chu spoke hesitantly, the last sentence barely escaping her lips. Baby's heart felt guilty. Situ took a deep breath, fervently suppressing the surge of anger within. No matter how furious he was, Chu's demeanor revealed her protective instincts toward Yiming. "You?" Gu Chu twirled his hand, her sparkling eyes resembling those of an adorable kitten, pouting her lips to coax Situ. "Could we let this matter pass without further mention?" She wished to drop it, for it was utterly embarrassing. Chapter 28. Did the Marshal already know about this? Situ's overwhelming fury was utterly disarmed by Gu Chu's endearments, instantly transforming into a pool of tenderness. He exhaled deeply, ultimately choosing to spare Yiming. Sityu bent down, extending his hand to gently untangle Chu-Chu's disheveled hair, softly instructing, "You should go wash up first. I will take him for an uncontrollable value assessment." Disclosing this matter would bring no benefit to Chu-Chu and would tarnish her reputation. Sityu could not allow the sordid tales of Yiming to circulate outside. Moreover, the anomaly of Chu-Chu transforming into a beast form was indeed perplexing. Gu-Chu cheerfully acquiesced, anxiously clutching Sityu's arm, showering him with praise. "You is the best. Now that the matter is clarified, let us not bicker anymore." Sityu's lips curled into a gentle smile, marveling at how adorable Chu-Chu was. Accompanying her back to her room, with a chong beside her, he closed the door, his smile vanishing in an instant as he cast a cold glare at Yiming, dragging the bruised and battered Yiming away for the assessment. Upon receiving the test results, Sityu regretted his earlier restraint, his hands itching to strike Yiming again. Seizing him by the collar, he bellowed, "Tell me you truly did nothing but lick fur?" Yiming shot him a glance, his mind solely occupied with whether Chu-Chu was angry with him. "If I remembered, I wouldn't be so dazed." "You seem rather emboldened now, humph. Do you realize your uncontrollable value has dropped to 52? An S-grade female cannot even be calmed by you." After a moment of hesitation, Yiming pondered deeply before posing a crucial question. Does Chu-Chu truly possess only a D-grade mental power? At that time, Lanes had also mentioned such a thing, and Sityu dared not respond affirmatively. They would need to reassess Chu-Chu's mental power to ascertain, alongside checking her physical condition. Although she was healthy, overall, her slender frame and narrow pelvis posed risks. Should she sustain any injuries, how could she endure it? After tossing the bewildered Yiming out of the second-floor window with the assessment report in hand, Sityu sought out Gu-Chu, only to find his precious one downstairs, relishing a meal with great delight. Having skipped breakfast and lunch, Gu-Chu was indeed famished. "You, come quickly, let us eat." Sityu acted as if the earlier incident had never transpired, smiling as he prepared the food, meticulously shelling and deboning it before presenting it to Gu-Chu. Throughout the meal, their conversation was sparse, though Sityu engaged her with cheerful chatter. Despite his efforts to mask his feelings, the tension in the air was palpable. With the wine behind him freezing solid, Gu-Chu found it impossible to ignore. This left her in a quandary. Whom was Sityu truly upset with? Was it her, or Yiming? The sudden occurrence shortly after a U.S. confession left her wondering whether he might harbor peculiar thoughts. Although Gu-Chu understood that the position of females in this household rivaled that of queens, deep-seated notions still held sway. She subtly attempted to steer the conversation towards Sityu, gauging his reaction. I tried transforming into a cat in the bathroom earlier. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't. Why can you all change into beast forms at will?" Sityu had contemplated this issue as well. And after a moment's thought, he explained, "Females can transform into human form within a few months of birth, whereas males typically transition from beast form to human form around the age of 10. Females do not attempt to revert to beast form, as they do not need to hunt and do not prefer to display their beast forms. Thus, not transforming into a beast form is entirely normal. We'll check again later. It could be due to your physical condition that this situation arose. Alright, I'll follow your lead." The transformation into a cat was a recent development. Sityu's tone conveyed no anger, rationally analyzing the situation, which suggested he believed her words. Gu-Chu finally breathed a sigh of relief, even managing to eat a few more bites. Sityu observed Gu-Chu closely, and her small gestures were keenly noted by him, filling him with guilt and self-reproach. Had he not provoked that leopard, Chu-Chu would not have suffered. Most importantly, Chu-Chu seemed to care so much about his feelings, and he felt deep remorse. It was his failure to protect her that had led to this predicament. He resolved to lay everything bare, leaving the judgment to Chu-Chu. Gu-Chu listened to Sityu recount the entire incident involving Yiming's loss of control, realizing that had it not been for him, she would not have been entangled. "Chu-Chu, you may punish me however you wish." Gu-Chu comforted the despondent Sityu, saying, "You did nothing wrong. I too do not wish for my friends to be harmed. I was unaware of Yiming's true nature, so you need not feel guilty. You have fulfilled your responsibilities." Sityu's eyes reddened. How could Chu-Chu be so kind? She did not blame him at all, easily forgiving him, despite everything being the result of his actions. Gu-Chu's eyes sparkled with joy, and no further words were necessary. The bond between them deepened, their hearts drawing closer. After their meal, once they had digested, Sityu took Gu-Chu for a checkup. As expected, her mental power had risen to S grade, with a lifespan extended to 600 years. The only peculiarity was that her genes were still mutating, indicating her mental power remained in a secondary differentiation stage. Situyu was not overly concerned with these details. His primary worry was for Gu Chu's well-being, and he meticulously examined her 3 times. Once he confirmed she bore no injuries or abnormalities, he finally exhaled in relief. It turned out to be nothing more than a mere grooming incident. Gu Chu could not comprehend why Situyu was so worried. She remained unaware that the uncontrolled orc, upon transforming into beast form, retained its primal instincts, albeit with an intellect surpassing that of lower animals. He could not help but ponder whether Iman, driven by these instincts, might engage in some form of brutish behavior. Fortunately, his instinctual actions were limited to grooming himself. Given the possibility that Gu Chu might revert to her beast form, she required specialized care. Thus, Situyu arranged for her to have a changing device, enabling her to switch outfits automatically even while asleep. Situyu took a leave of absence from the medical academy to remain at home with Chu Chu to prevent that bothersome leopard from disturbing her. Iman, for his part, voluntarily went to the security bureau for testing and, upon passing, was released. Though Situyu was at home, he convened a meeting in his study with Iman, the security bureau, and the military department to discuss Iman's recovery. The matter of an uncontrolled diplomat regaining control was of great significance. They sought to understand the circumstances surrounding the substantial reduction in Iman's instability. Situyu was aware that Gu Chu's psychic prowess could not remain concealed. He disclosed that she had received meticulous care and had successfully undergone a secondary differentiation to become an S-grade female. However, he refrained from divulging further details, skillfully evading the topic. Outside the screen, the twin major generals exchanged glances, sensing each other's excitement. The Empire's sole S-grade female. Could this mean salvation for the Marshal? Wait, wasn't the Marshal her guardian? Had he known about this all along? The Security Bureau was even more exhilarated, fervently expressing their hope that Her Excellency Gu Chu could serve as a psychic healer. Situyu graciously declined this request, indicating that Gu Chu bore some psychological scars, rendering her unfit for such a heavy responsibility. However, he would honor her wishes and inform the Bureau should she choose to accept. The personnel at the Security Bureau felt somewhat disheartened but quickly regained their spirits. If she could heal the Marshal, it would be far more beneficial than curing countless male counterparts. Chapter 29. Combat simulation machines. Psychic healers exert a tremendous amount of psychic energy, with only A-grade or S-grade females capable of fulfilling this role. They can lower a male's instability without any physical contact. Their work typically consists of a few hours or an afternoon each week. For higher-grade males, the energy expended by the psychic healer is even greater, often necessitating treatment for only one male at a time or multiple sessions. In dire circumstances, physical contact may be required for high-grade males, which poses significant risks for the fragile psychic healer. Healing a male who has lost control is no easy feat for the healer, as depleting their psychic energy equates to severe psychological trauma, requiring a period of recuperation for recovery. Once a male has been healed, he must unconditionally become the psychic healer's husband, pledging his life to her with no option for refusal. This holds true even for S-grade males. A- and S-grade females are exceedingly rare, and those willing to become psychic healers are even scarcer. Even exorbitant compensation may not entice them. The higher the grade, the greater the disparity. An S-grade female can only marginally reduce an S-grade male's instability, typically by no more than 5 points. A minuscule amount that could deplete all her psychic energy. The challenge only escalates with SS-grade males. Situyu, who had established his grade from a young age, had been taking emotional stabilizers for years, not due to coercion, but because he was unwilling to easily become someone else's husband at the cost of his own career. This notion had been firmly rooted in him since childhood. Now, with the screens darkened, he removed his gold-rimmed glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose. The delicate female he protected might not merely be an S-grade. His feelings were complex, for this implied she would have multiple husbands in the future. Who might be her primary partner? Rains?
Eman?
Perhaps even Shuemu? He dared not ponder further. When he knocked on Chu Chu's door, receiving no response, he contacted A Chong, who informed him that Chu Chu was at the gym. The gym? Situyu was taken aback. That was a perilous place, filled with heavy dumbbells. What if she fainted again or transformed and injured herself? He instructed A Chong to ensure Chu Chu's safety and hurry to the gym at the fastest pace possible. Upon arrival, he saw through the glass that Chu Chu, clad in a fitted tank top, perfectly showcased her silhouette, her abdominal muscles contracting rhythmically as she lifted dumbbells. She appeared to have been training for quite some time, sweat cascading from her neck to her collarbone and onto her fair skin, revealing a different side of her resilience amidst her gentle nature. Sityu followed the line of her back down to her pert derriere, averting his gaze to avoid further temptation. He entered, took the dumbbells from her grasp, their hands brushing against one another. Sityu felt his heart race uncontrollably. Such a minor touch always stirred a myriad of emotions whenever facing Chu. He handed her a towel, reluctant to speak harshly, and advised, Chu, you shouldn't be using dumbbells right now. If you were to transform or faint again, you could seriously injure yourself. Chu acknowledged his concern, replying, all right, then I'll practice other safer methods. How long have you been training? An hour, he responded. That long? She exclaimed. Such intense training usually overwhelmed females in just 20 minutes. Yet, Chu had persevered for an entire hour? Situyu's heart ached as he ordered a chong to fetch a nutritional drink for her. Do you wish to continue training? He inquired. Yes. Chu pointed toward 2 thick ropes. Once I finish that, I should be done. I haven't exercised in ages, and I feel like my alertness has significantly diminished. Seeing her donning gloves to lift the ropes, he feared for her delicate arms and the potential for injury. Aware that Chu was unlike other females, he found it impossible to feel at ease with her training regimen. His heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, and he quickly contemplated a distraction for her, the combat simulation machine. If they could reduce the pain sensation to 0, it would effectively address her training needs while alleviating her boredom at home. When he proposed this idea, Chu eagerly agreed, and after finishing her workout and showering, she could hardly contain her excitement to begin her desired simulated combat. The combat scenarios could automatically adapt to the player's specifications, or she could select from fixed settings. Chu opted to return to the apocalyptic scenes of her past, intending to show Sityu the life she once led. As Sityu beheld the desolate landscape before him, littered with dismembered limbs and bones, a nauseating stench of decay filled the air, prompting him to cringe. The foul odor was even worse than that of a garbage planet. He found himself puzzled as to why Chu would create such a world. Observing her calm demeanor, dressed in the military green tank top she had worn when they first met, topped with a leather jacket and wielding a silver curved dagger, she stood atop a stone, gazing into the distance. Chu pointed her knife toward the approaching horde of zombies, their familiar eyes now reflecting a chilling coldness. Do you see those zombies over there? We must break through that horde to reach the base. Otherwise, more zombies will emerge by nightfall, and we could perish at any moment. Can you manage? She offered him a matching dagger and an antiquated AK, which he dismissed without a second glance, opting instead for the same knife she wielded. Previously, she had fought with dual blades, and she had now given him one of them. Their objective was to breach the zombie horde and reach the off-road vehicle, driving it back to the base to complete the simulated battle. Without further ado, Chu charged into the throng of zombies, transforming the wind into razor-sharp blades that severed heads one after another. She took the time to explain to Sityu, we cannot allow these zombies to bite or grab us, otherwise, we will be infected with a near 100% mortality rate. Their weakness lies within their heads. Only a shot through their brains will ensure their complete demise, while strikes to any other part are futile. Sityu was taken aback by Chu's unexpected prowess, her movements sharp and devoid of any superfluous gestures. At this moment, the once adorable Chu could only be described as ruthless. Faced with a horde of repulsive zombies, not a flicker of fear crossed her eyes. He swiftly joined the fray, positioning himself in front of Chu to shield her from this wave of undead. He recalled Chu's words. These were indeed the zombies she spoke of. So this was the apocalyptic world she had mentioned. How had she managed to survive under such dire circumstances? The more he pondered, the quicker his blade moved. Although his primary profession was that of a doctor, the prowess of an S-rank male had merely transformed his scalpel into the cold weapon he wielded now. His swordsmanship surpassed even that of Chu, who had practiced for years, as his strikes were swift, steady, and precise. Unfazed by his surroundings, he charged towards a somewhat dilapidated black SUV, turning around to swiftly pull Chu along with him. Their first collaboration was astonishingly harmonious. Chu immediately leaped into the driver's seat through the window. You can't drive this car, let me do it, she asserted. Chapter 30. No matter the grievance, one must maintain a facade of indifference, Sityu acquiesced. Leaping onto the vehicle, one hand propped against a frame, his knees slightly bent as he vigilantly scanned their surroundings. Any zombie daring to approach Choo-Choo with its oozing hands would find its head severed in an instant, his actions merciless and decisive, moving with the swiftness of lightning. Their partnership was seamless, rendering them nearly invincible as Choo-Choo navigated the bumpy road, following the coordinates marked on the paper map towards their base. Through the rear-view mirror, she caught sight of Sityu, cautiously standing atop the vehicle, and her heart warmed. Previously, she had always been the one to charge ahead, ensuring everyone's safety. She never expected to find herself in the position of being protected. Her eyes involuntarily felt a sting, recalling the apocalypse. After the female lead's arrival, any minor mishap would see the male lead foolishly blaming her. Even spraining an ankle would lead to her being reprimanded, as if she had made a mountain out of a molehill, and consequently, she had lost her position as the captain of Team 13. She had always been the scapegoat, forced to wear a mask of indifference despite her grievances. Yet at this moment, she could hardly contain her emotions, lifting her head to suppress the tears that threatened to fall. Upon arriving at the base and completing their mission, Sityu immediately noticed something amiss with Choo-Choo. Concerned, he scrutinized her for any injuries. What's wrong? Did you sustain an injury during the fight? He recalled setting her pain threshold to 0. Choo-Choo shook her head, biting her lip, and suddenly embraced Sityu's waist, burying her small head in his embrace. Startled, Sityu found his hands suspended awkwardly in the air, like a criminal caught off guard. From the depths of his chest, he heard the faint sound of her sobs. Her voice is sweet, soft murmur akin to honey. You are truly wonderful. Sityu tenderly wrapped his arms around Choo-Choo, unwilling to suppress his own feelings any longer. Breathing in the fragrant scent of her hair, he reassured her, because I am Choo-Choo's guardian, I will protect you for eternity. No. As long as you are in this world, I shall devote my life to safeguarding you. He surmised that Choo-Choo was reminiscing about the world she had spoken of before, a realm far worse than a garbage planet. Even if it meant descending into that world, he was willing to follow and protect her. The more he expressed this, the tighter she clung to him, and Sityu gently stroked her back in silence. They nestled against each other, though Sityu felt a surge of spiritual energy that he could not evade. This wave of energy brought him both bliss and discomfort, causing him to emit a low groan. How could he entertain such base thoughts at this moment? Choo-Choo wiped her tears and released Sityu, her eyes still slightly red, her face regaining its usual gentle smile. I'm fine now, thank you, Ayu. Sityu dared not meet her gaze, a blush creeping across his face as he awkwardly rubbed his nose. It's nothing. When Choo-Choo had taken his hand earlier, the unexpected sensation had been overwhelming, nearly causing him to kneel on the ground in sheer delight. Ayu, what's wrong? Choo-Choo exclaimed, squatting down to support him. Sityu fought to suppress his unwanted reaction, propping himself against the wall as he struggled to explain that Choo-Choo's spiritual energy was currently in an uncontrollable state. He informed her that while her spiritual energy was classified as S-rank now, it could potentially rise even higher in the future, thus affecting him when they touched. Choo-Choo's cheeks flushed. She hadn't anticipated such a surge in her spiritual power, even without his detailed explanation. She understood why Sityu reacted so. Intimate contact could evoke sensations akin to mating. So, he had indeed been affected? Choo-Choo decided against further contact with Sityu. She resolved to first learn how to control her spiritual energy properly. Sityu recovered quickly, standing up, but as their eyes met, they instinctively shied away from the intimacy that had just transpired.
I am tired.
I'll go rest now. Don't worry, Ayu. I'll learn to control my spiritual energy well. With that, Choo-Choo hurriedly retreated to her room. Sityu buried his face in his hands, feeling utterly humiliated. How could this happen at such a moment? Meanwhile, lying on her bed, Choo-Choo's heart raced, her face buried in the blanket as she rolled back and forth in embarrassment. No, she needed to focus on mastering her spiritual energy control. Sityu might be fine with it, but if it were anyone else, she wouldn't even want to consider it. She found it utterly distasteful. After regaining her composure, Choo-Choo began searching for methods to control her spiritual energy. Opening her interface, she was immediately met with a long string of apologies, a lengthy letter from Iman, filled with thousands of words of remorse. A recurring phrase throughout the letter was "I'm sorry." Choo-Choo chuckled softly, finding Iman's earnestness rather juvenile and endearing. She recognized that he hadn't intended any harm. It was merely a misunderstanding. She succinctly replied, "I know you lost control. Let us grab a meal when you have time, but let us not bring this up again." This situation was quite awkward. Avoiding the topic was the best way to handle it. Subsequently, Gu Chu diligently sought out practical information, and to her surprise, she discovered that spiritual energy had other uses as well. Sitting cross-legged on her bed, she began to feel the flow of energy within her body. The cultivation of spiritual energy resembled meditation, relying heavily on personal experience. Just as Gu Chu entered a focused state, she noticed the seed of consciousness within her growing a little larger, as if nourished and basking in sunlight. She envisioned her spiritual energy as her own unique ability, flowing freely, like the wind across her hands. She became deeply engrossed, lost in the sensation, as if lounging on soft, fluffy clouds. When a knock at the door finally broke her concentration, she opened her eyes.
Come in.
Choo-choo? Choo-choo? Sityu called, his voice fluctuating in pitch, the latter part rising with curiosity. What is it? As Gu Chu stood on all fours, she was astonished to see her snow-white fur. Why have I turned into a cat again? Sityu surveyed the disarray of the room, including the torn window, and, not detecting the unpleasant scent of a leopard, felt a measure of relief. Chu, what happened here? Gu Chu immediately recognized the cause, her forepaws resting bashfully on the sheets. I'm sorry, it was unintentional. I must have accidentally activated my ability while trying to control my spiritual energy. Typically, she could perfectly manage her powers, but when combined with her spiritual energy, it behaved like a mischievous child running amok. It's all right. There's a separate room available for you to practice in from now on. Sityu gazed at Gu Chu's bashful demeanor, his heart melting. What an adorable little cat, her fur long and dense, a pristine white that rivaled his own. Even more beautiful than his beastly form. Do you need me to carry you down for dinner? Gu Chu, resembling a delightful little feline, nodded her head eagerly and leapt onto Sityu's lap. Sityu, caught off guard, clumsily embraced her, concerned about causing any discomfort to the delicate creature. Chapter 31. A shared thought. Sityu observed the cat's graceful form, supple and agile, swaying naturally with her movements. He couldn't help but envision petting Gu Chu's fur, imagining the sensation of her long and silky coat, as if enchanted by an irresistible allure. Gu Chu relished the affection, surrendering to the primal pleasure of being petted. Aware that her human form would automatically be clothed upon transformation, she happily curled up in Sityu's embrace, purring contentedly. Sityu adjusted the chair to a suitable height, meticulously tearing meat into shreds to feed the lion cat. Gu Chu, a fastidious feline, preferred not to soil her face while dining. Sityu, however, found joy in her happiness, relishing every moment spent with her. While other females shunned revealing their beastly forms, Gu Chu claimed it was an accident. Yet she accepted her animalistic side with grace and confidence. Sityu began to believe her words. Perhaps her consciousness had undergone a transformation, leading to her unique perceptions and thoughts that diverged from those of other females in this world. As a little cat, her sole desire was meat. Vegetables held no appeal, and once satiated, she would lick her lips. Despite an inexplicable urge to groom her paws, she suppressed the impulse with rationality. After hastily consuming his nutrient supplement, Sityu cradled her onto the sofa for a well-deserved rest. Gu Chu curled up, a wave of drowsiness washing over her. The sound of footsteps outside roused her from slumber.
Shwemu.
What brings you here? Gu Chu yawned, a trace of fatigue evident in her eyes. Stretching like a cat, she shook off the drowsiness and sat up to greet her guest. Chu? Upon seeing the lion cat, Shwemu instantly recognized her as Gu Chu, momentarily baffled by her transformation into beast form. Wasn't it customary for females to shy away from their beastly appearances? Shwemu had been summoned by Sityu, and with nothing to conceal, he briefly explained the circumstances before falling silent. Unbeknownst to him, today's trending topic had eluded his notice until he overheard fellow students discussing the Empire's announcement of its first S-rank female. He had fleetingly dismissed it until he heard Gu Chu's name, prompting him to search for more information. To his astonishment, she had successfully undergone a second evolution, becoming an S-rank female. No wonder Sityu had requested enhanced defenses at home, upgrading from A rank to S rank.
Now,
Shwemu realized that Gu Chu might be more than just S rank. He felt that S rank defenses were inadequate to safeguard her. She had drawn the attention of the Empire and even interstellar pirates, making her safety paramount. Gu Chu could transform into a vulnerable beast form at any moment. Unable to control her metamorphosis, and Shwemu resolved to take action. Sityu, I need to stay with you for a few days. S-rank defenses are insufficient. We need heavy-duty equipment like mechas. Sityu frowned, aware that this raised legal concerns. You cannot use military weapons for personal purposes.
Shwemu.
Having heeded Gu Chuchu's advice to rest, appeared revitalized, his eyes sparkling. As long as Marshal Lanes and diplomat Iman approve, what is the issue? His words prompted Sitiyu to reassess Shwemu. Was this the same person he knew? So astute. Indeed, with just a word from them, the imperial family would dare not object. Sitiyu acquiesced and simultaneously submitted the request to Lanes and Iman. As Shwemu had stated, they agreed, instructing any issues to be directed to them. On his way back, Lanes learned of Gu Chuchu's transformation into a lion cat, igniting his curiosity. He wondered how the little feline would feel to the touch. Glancing at the little creature beside him, wagging its tail, he decided he preferred her in human form. Thus, the two renowned researchers from the Imperial Academy, who never took leave, simultaneously requested time off, causing a stir on the Academy's homepage. Breaking news! Professor Situ and Shwe have unexpectedly taken a year-long leave. Does anyone know the reason? Professor Situ's ward, Lady Gu Chuchu, has successfully undergone a second evolution. Now the first S-rank female in history. It's evident that Professor Situ anticipated this to protect the precious female, and perhaps he could even develop useful research for a brighter future.
Nonsense.
You're from the medical school. I can just as well claim our dean is visiting Professor Situ to protect the female. Front row for the gossip. What does this have to do with Dean Shwe? Dean Shwe is friends with Lady Gu Chuchu. They even exchanged contact information, with proof to show. Oh my. What am I witnessing? The S-rank male known as the foolish Dean Shwe, and he has changed? No, the picture you posted is of Dean Shwe? Wasn't he a scruffy middle-aged man? Dean Shwe's true appearance is quite handsome and youthful. You must not be from the technology department. Recently, he has cleaned up his act, and many females desire him as a husband. As a female, I am smitten with Dean Shwe at first sight. Am I the only one who cares about Lady Gu Chuchu? Though I've only seen one photo, I truly fell for her at first glance. Before I had no psychic power, I hoped to apply for a partner. Now, the opportunity is lost. Don't cry, she has Marshal Lanes by her side. Billions of males share your sentiments. Lady Gu Chuchu, I am an S-rank male. My beast form is a hawk. Should you see my comment, I humbly request you accept my friend request. Gu Chuchu adeptly used her paws to navigate her holographic computer, choosing to overlook the influx of friend requests as she gazed at Shwemu, who was busy operating several mechanical arms above. Little did she know how popular she had become among the females, even garnering admiration from students of the technology department. Chapter 32. The truth about Shwemu's social anxiety. Gu Chuchu never imagined she would be the subject of someone's infatuation. Such experiences had never been within her realm. Having faced bullying throughout her life, due to her father's criminal past, she endured taunts from classmates who deemed her unattractive, all while they sought the affections of the school as heartthrob. She had never harbored such thoughts. When she inadvertently encountered the heartthrob in the library, she found herself unjustly accused and subjected to considerable humiliation. Thus, Gu Chuchu learned early on to employ every means to protect herself. With no funds, she secretly observed taekwondo practice, honing her skills in the park against trees, and once she could afford it, she purchased a pinhole camera to document evidence, successfully driving away her tormentors. To her surprise, she encountered those same classmates in the apocalypse who attempted to bully her again, brazenly demanding she hand over her motorcycle. In a lawless world, she seized the opportunity for revenge, leaving them to face the zombies, where they met their gruesome fate. She was no saint. Such notions were far removed from her character, especially in an apocalyptic setting. Coldness became her shield. Yet, in this world, she witnessed unimaginable facets of life. Was she truly beautiful? She glanced at her pristine white fur, more splendid than her own hair, undeniably adorable on a cat, yet deemed peculiar in human form. Perhaps the abundance of anomalies in this realm allowed her to integrate seamlessly into this society. As she observed the rising number of friend requests on her wristband, she realized she was not facing any rejection here. With a playful glimmer in her cat-like eyes, she teasingly informed Shwemu about the numerous females who had fallen head over heels for him, inquiring whether he had any affection for a particular female. Meanwhile, the male, engrossed in the installation process, found his mind a chaotic jumble, as if all his data had tangled into knots, rendering him incapable of even the simplest arithmetic. His thoughts were a blank slate. He stuttered and struggled to articulate his feelings, his mind consumed solely by the enchanting figure of that little female. Shuemu was decidedly inept at expressing himself, his face reddening as though he had indulged in too much drink, while the little female, covering her mouth with her paw, chuckled. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Just relax, there's no rush with these matters. You're still so young. Gu Chuchu smiled and deftly sidestepped the topic, yet Shuemu could not let it go. His urgency was palpable, as many males would vie for Chuchu's attention. Now that Chuchu had awakened her psychic abilities, and being of S rank, she would undoubtedly attract attention from all quarters, even the royal family. In such a scenario, he might not even qualify as a mere friend, lacking any official status, not even surpassing Situ. While Shuemu was lost in these anxious thoughts, Gu Chuchu gracefully padded back to her room for a fragrant bath. Even a little kitty should smell delightful. As she luxuriated in her bubble bath, she envisioned her human form. Lost in the music, she gradually relaxed, only to be struck by a sudden sensation. Upon opening her eyes, she was astonished to find her limbs transformed from feline paws into hands lathered with foam. She gazed in wonder at this marvelous metamorphosis, shut her eyes, and attempted to revert to her cat form. Contemplating her lion-cat appearance for quite some time, she finally opened her eyes, only to find herself still in human form. With a resigned sigh, Gu Chuchu murmured, "It seems I need more practice to shift at will." Gu Chuchu donned loose-fitting pajamas and slipped on her slippers as she made her way downstairs. As her footsteps echoed, Shuemu instinctively glanced towards the staircase. Upon seeing her beautiful, slightly languorous visage, with sparkling, captivating eyes smiling back at him, he felt heat rush to his nose. Lowering his gaze, he felt warm blood trickle down, leaving 2 streaks of crimson on his face. "Shuemu, why are you bleeding?" Gu Chuchu exclaimed in surprise, causing Shuemu's heart to race. Would Chuchu think him a lecher? Flustered, he pressed one hand to his nose while using the other to steady himself against the mechanical arm, preparing to leap down and explain. In that brief moment, his newly acquired boots, a supposed marvel, betrayed him, the sole separating from the upper, sending him teetering precariously. Gu Chuchu instinctively flinched, closing her eyes in anticipation of the impact, which resonated with the resounding thud. Rushing downstairs, Gu Chuchu hurried to assist the S-rank male, the commotion drawing Situ's attention. Upon witnessing Shuemu's bloodied face, he scrutinized Gu Chuchu, checking for signs that she had not taken proper care of herself. After a thorough inspection, he found no injuries on her skin, and her attire appeared perfectly normal. Gu Chuchu shook Situ's hand, directing his attention to the real patient. "You should check on Shuemu. Why did he suddenly start bleeding after falling from such a height? Hurry to the treatment chamber and see if there's any damage to his brain. As the head of the Tech Institute, an injury there could have serious repercussions." Situ shot a disdainful look at the flustered Shuemu, who appeared utterly mortified. He saw right through Shuemu's predicament and coldly remarked, "He simply hasn't encountered enough females. Next time, I'll toss him into the commercial street frequented by them so he can acclimate."
Huh?
"There are few males too," Shuemu muttered, his voice barely above a whisper, as if he were conversing with himself. He sensed Chuchu's concern, yet his embarrassment was overwhelming. His head drooping as he haphazardly dabbed at the blood with his sleeve. He felt so humiliated that he wished he could vanish on the spot. "Please, don't do that." Gu Chuchu gently halted his movements. "Has the bleeding stopped? If it has, use my handkerchief to wipe it. It's freshly laundered. So make do with it." Chuchu, Shuemu's eyes brimmed with tears, as if they were on the verge of spilling over. He bit his lip tightly, feeling utterly disheveled and embarrassed. Why was it that Chuchu never mocked him, but instead showed such concern? Having always been somewhat reclusive, Shuemu felt a tightness in his chest, grasping the handkerchief obediently to clean his face. The fabric was of a special material, capable of absorbing blood without the need for moisture. Gu Chuchu recalled the first time she had seen him, disheveled and unkempt, and a smile involuntarily graced her lips. It turned out that Shuemu was a socially anxious individual, and such a charmingly naive one at that. Falling at the mere sight of a female was quite endearing. Situyu gently wrapped his arm around Gu Chuchu's shoulders, his fists clenched, as a wave of discomfort washed over him. He understood that Shuemu was a complicated character, and yet Chuchu was drawn to his simplicity. If he were in Shuemu's shoes, he too would likely succumb to such feelings. Throughout, Gu Chuchu had never looked down upon Shuemu. Even now, as an S-rank female, her sentiments remained unchanged. "Shuemu, what shoe size do you wear? I'll buy you a new pair, lest you suffer further mishaps," Gu Chuchu declared as she headed towards the marketplace. her newfound wealth making a purchase of shoes seem trivial. Situyu took hold of her hand, gently tapping her forehead with his finger. You needn't concern yourself with him. He deserves to fall if he doesn't replace broken shoes. Let him buy his own. He.s. not impoverished. Yes, yes. Shuemu, eager to dispel any notion of being looked down upon, presented a plethora of pages on his holographic device showcasing his patents. Military investments and planetary assets. I have money. I just don't pay much attention to appearances since I rarely go out. This revelation eased Gu Chuchu's worries. She had initially assumed he might lack financial means, but reflecting on it, the salary of a director could hardly be meager. There was no way he could be unable to afford shoes. She had simply overthought the matter. Shuemu, as it turned out, was far wealthier than she had anticipated. Engaged in military research, he was well compensated for his contributions. The government even allocated funding for his work on mechas. As an orphan from humble beginnings, he had gradually ascended to become the director of the Tech Institute, transforming his passion for technology into a substantial fortune. Chapter 33. Why do you run when you see me? The shoes and clothes Shuemu had ordered arrived, and he appeared as bashful as a maiden in a secluded chamber, a delicate blush gracing his cheeks as he lowered his gaze, avoiding eye contact with others. Hastily retreating to his guest room to freshen up, Gu Chuchu found his actions amusing, holding Situyu's hand. Their bond had grown significantly closer than before.
Are you?
How did you come to know Shuemu? Gu Chuchu inquired. The medical and tech institutes send interns for military duties. He rarely ventures out, and aside from video calls,
I only visit his lab.
That's how we became familiar. I see. Their interactions seemed more intimate than Situyu's description suggested. A flicker of displeasure crossed Situyu's eyes. Why was it that Chuchu's thoughts seemed so occupied by Shuemu, as if he didn't exist in her mind? Gu Chuchu settled on the sofa, sipping her drink and browsing through her holographic device, while Situyu, feeling a twinge of disappointment, lowered his head like a forlorn puppy, emanating an aura of dejection that Gu Chuchu couldn't help but notice. What's wrong, Ayu? Why do you look so down? Did someone upset you? Situyu sighed softly, a contemplative expression gracing his features. Nothing, I just envy Shuemu a bit. His assertion of having no concerns was likely a falsehood, prompting Gu Chuchu to inch closer. Situyu could distinctly smell her fragrance. What do you envy about him? Aren't you also a remarkable director of the medical institute? Situyu shook his head. I was just wondering if I were like him, would Chuchu care for me a little more? Gu Chuchu paused, noting that Situyu's serious demeanor did not suggest he was joking. She stifled a laugh, her hand covering her mouth as she peered at him with a teasing glint. Was Ayu perhaps feeling jealous? Unable to restrain her laughter, she leaned her head against his shoulder. It's different. You are my savior. The gifts I give him are merely tokens of gratitude for his assistance in creating Ajahn. You've never received a gift from me.
At this,
the light in Situyu's eyes dimmed. I have given gifts, it's just that an incident occurred midway. Gu Chuchu chuckled. Does cooking count as a gift? If I don't think about it any further, what kind of gift should I prepare for you? No need to cook. Situyu, still haunted by the last experience, felt a twinge of embarrassment as he shamelessly asked for a gift. Had he ever needed to solicit something so earnestly? Initially, he cherished all the gifts he received, yet he hoped she would refrain from engaging in perilous activities. Cooking, it seemed, fell within the realm of danger. Gu Chu chuckled awkwardly and retreated to her room to ponder what gift to buy for Situyu. She had no need to deceive herself. Claiming she felt no flutter of affection for Situyu was a falsehood. Rather, it was merely a matter of degree. Yet, the thought of Ryan surfaced to her mind. He had informed her of his return tomorrow, and he was, after all, her savior. If one ought to purchase a gift for a savior, should she not procure one for him as well? But wait, did that mean Situyu deserved 2 gifts? Otherwise, he might grow envious. What about Shuemu? Should she buy him one too? And then there was Iman, who was still sending her daily reflections, insisting on his unreceptiveness. Should she buy him a gift to persuade him? Upon this mental calculation, Gu Chu felt her head throb. She was uncertain of their preferences and wished to maintain fairness. How had she not realized that gift-giving could be such a convoluted affair? Early the next morning, Gu Chu accompanied Situyu and Shuemu to the military department. It was the day Ryan was returning, and she wished to greet him. Guardians would reside with their females, and as long as Gu Chu remained within Situyu's estate, Ryan would continue to live with her. Their passage through the military department was virtually without obstruction, as both Situyu and Shuemu were well acquainted with its inner workings. Shuemu was particularly excited, as they usually communicated via video. Today, however, she would finally meet the formidable genius of scientific research. Numerous researchers from the military department emerged to personally welcome her. Yet, when the soldiers beheld the female with cascading sea blue, wavy locks trailing behind the male, their lips trembled and their eyes widened in astonishment, as if confronted with something monstrous. They departed still in a state of shock. A female? A female in the military department? Good heavens, had the sky fallen? Wait, wasn't he that Marshal Ryan's guardian female? Within minutes, the word had spread throughout the military department that Marshal Ryan's guardian female had come to personally escort him home. Was the spring of war weapons upon them? Did you see that? That is Lady Gu Chu. I can hardly believe I am seeing her in person again. She is even more beautiful than before. It is my first time seeing her. She appears so gentle. Did you notice her smile directed at Professor Situ? I would love to capture that moment if the military department allowed it. Don't even think about it. She is the guardian female of a war weapon. Does one not fear for the morrow as son? We are unworthy, sob, as an A-grade male. Do I stand a chance? Be quiet, speak no nonsense, lest you draw the Marshal's attention. Professor Shui, Mu can track you down. That A-grade male hastily logged off. The Empire's twins stood like pines, their military posture impeccable, poised for action. They had expected to accompany the battle but were instead assigned to guard the Imperial Star to prevent further attacks. As they awaited the Marshal's return, they furrowed their brows at the news from their light brain. Why was Lady Gu Chu here? They had not participated in the last mission and were only aware that the Marshal had been in good spirits lately. They knew the secret of his diminishing instability. They felt a fondness for this female they had yet to meet, largely due to the Marshal. Surprised that the female had come to greet the Marshal, they deemed it necessary to extend their welcome. To their astonishment, however, one figure turned and fled. Iman. Iman could not escape Gu Chu's keen gaze, and his attempt to flee halted abruptly. Just moments ago, he had been as lethargic as a worm. Now, he stood obediently beside the twins, lowering his head like a criminal, unable to meet Gu Chu's eyes. The sight of Gu Chu conjured forbidden memories in his mind, causing his ears to flush slightly beneath his hair. Gu Chu quickened her pace, grasping Iman's arm. Why did you run upon seeing me? Do I appear so frightful? Despite having no intimidating presence, his panic was palpable. No, not at all. Then what does it mean that you fled upon seeing me? Is my appearance truly that unattractive? Not at all. You are, without a doubt, the most beautiful female I have ever encountered. Iman vehemently denied her claim, but in the next breath, his tone softened as he pleaded, Gu Chu, please don't be angry. I am not angry at all. I have said repeatedly that I am not angry. Yet you refuse to believe me. Now you see me and run away. How am I to explain that to you? Gu Chu's eyes brimmed with grievance, her lips pouting as if she had been wronged, evoking a profound sense of sympathy in those who beheld her. She had explained herself countless times through her light brain, yet he still refused to listen, running away upon seeing her, making her appear unreasonable. When she claimed she was not angry, she truly meant it. The Empire's twins exchanged knowing glances. There was a story here. The diplomats were eager to interject. Yet, upon witnessing the glistening moisture in Gu Chu's eyes, her delicate, enchanting beauty, they could hardly fathom labeling her as unattractive. Her voice flowed like the calm surface of a lake, gentle and soothing, disarming any male who might dare to raise their voice against her. It's not that. Let us discuss dinner at home later. With those words, Iman noticed Gu Chu's mood improving, and he stated with firm resolve, this is not the place for such discussions. We shall speak of it at home. Iman, you are a general. This is your domain, is it not? Should you not introduce me? Gu Chu had already taken note of the individuals beside Iman. Chapter 34. Will you wait for his return like Lady Gu Chu does? Iman cleared his throat, regaining his usual composure as he introduced Gu Chu. These are the two young generals known as the Empire's twins. This is the elder brother, Delian, and this is the younger brother, Cole. Delian has the beast form of a twilight shadow butterfly, while Cole's beast form is that of a windfire butterfly. Both are S-grade males. The elder brother had lustrous golden hair that glistened like sunlight, with eyes that sparkled with golden flecks amidst white, and features so striking they resembled a model. The younger brother bore a striking resemblance to Delian, save for his fiery red hair and pupils that were a mix of red and a hint of blue. Windfire? Gu Chu could not help but glance at Cole and smile. You can summon hurricanes. I wonder if you could catch one? How intriguing. Cole caught a glimpse of the inexplicable warmth radiating from her smile, akin to the sun's embrace in spring, exuding an irresistible allure. As she smiled, the world around him seemed to transform into something wondrous. An odd sensation began to spread through his entire being. How peculiar. Why did his heart race so? Delian furrowed his brows beneath his military hat, sensing the peculiar energy emanating from Cole, and he too felt a strange stirring within. He remained silent, maintaining his composure. Both brothers adeptly concealed their emotions, standing in perfect military formation, their demeanor cool and unapproachable, their indifferent gazes betraying no sentiment. They merely saluted Gu Chu without uttering a word. If Ryan was deemed a war weapon, Gu Chu thought their very essence embodied that of a war weapon, even more so. Contemplating butterflies, Gu Chu mused aloud. Butterflies must be truly beautiful. Upon hearing this, the three males immediately bristled with vigilance. Surely she did not intend to chase after butterflies? Situyu wrapped his arm around Gu Chu's waist, explaining, butterflies should not be handled carelessly. They carry hallucinogenic powder.
Oh.
Gu Chu's desire to interact with the butterflies was swiftly extinguished. Then can they transform freely like Ryan? They can, Iman answered on behalf of the twins, effectively severing any possibility of further dialogue. The twins possessed telepathic abilities, their exterior demeanor cold, yet even in silence, they could sense each other's disbelief and turmoil. How could this be? Has Lady Gu Chu seen Marshal Ryan's beast form? Is he not the one who despises others mentioning his beast form the most? Did the Marshal truly show His Excellency Gu Chu Ching his beast form? Calm down, Delian. That is the Marshal's female guardian. It is not unusual for her to have seen it. Although he is the younger brother, his temperament is remarkably more composed than that of his elder sibling. But isn't it the Titan Python? The most fearsome of the ancient serpents. Doesn't His Excellency Gu feel fear? Perhaps there are exceptions. She is the only S-class female. Just look at how the diplomat Iman, who usually despises females, is utterly docile around her. After pondering for a considerable time, Cole ultimately labeled the brutal diplomat as docile. Situyu, having interacted with the twins numerous times, noticed their silence and surmised they might be communicating through their unique abilities. Choosing to disregard them, he suggested, Chu Ching, let me show you around. No, I can't. Gu Chu Ching replied, her interest piqued by the advanced technology of the place, yet she remained resolute in her purpose, to fetch rains. Perhaps next time. If I wish to return, may I? Cole opted to let his brother respond on his behalf. Certainly, since your family member is a soldier. You only need to register and be accompanied. There are also certain rules that must be followed. Then I shall return next time, Gu Chu Ching said cheerfully, delighted at the prospect of visiting again. The expressions of the three accompanying males fell instantly, their frustration directed towards Delian, who had said yes. They grumbled about the presence of so many males, how inappropriate it was for so many male eyes to gaze upon a female, and how it affected their Chu Ching. Shuemu, rarely showing his emotions, expressed his irritation. Much of the technology here was his design. Delian, how can you still call yourself a major general? Why say such things? As long as Chu Ching likes it, he has the capacity to transform this place into a military stronghold. Iman seemed about to speak, but recalling previous events, he lowered his raised hand and redirected his displeasure towards Delian. Simultaneously, feeling the oppressive presence of three S-class males, Delian nearly buckled to the floor, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. When he finally grasped why the three powerhouses were agitated, Cole remained impassive, his expression as stoic as ever. So my good little brother is waiting to set me up, is he? Intentionally prompting me to say such things. Who would want their female to come here? The three were regulars in this establishment. Did they not know that some males here enjoyed making crude jokes to alleviate their singlehood? Why would they want Gu Chu Ching to visit? They were only here today because of the Marshal's presence. How could a noble female usually grace such a place? A group of soldiers hurriedly approached to report, and Cole glanced at the time, surprised that they had returned earlier than expected. Receiving the arrival command, Delian quickly departed to command the soldiers, while Cole led their esteemed guests to a safe location. Cole was unsure why he chose to stay. Clearly, General Iman knew how to handle the situation, yet he felt an inexplicable urge to remain, as if an invisible force was drawing him in. He could not comprehend it, relying solely on instinct. The safe location Cole indicated was on the second floor, where they could see the endless expanse of the starship landing area through the glass. Soon, Marshal Rains would arrive here. The war concluded swiftly. This star system had been restless for some time, with Rains turning a blind eye. The enemy's star system repeatedly provoked them, attempting to seize the energy resources of the Lyra system, only to be ruthlessly repelled by the local garrison. The Imperial Star, as the main star of the Lyra system, now dared to provoke them, a foolish consequence for their royal family. They thought they could simply compensate with minor resources and planets, unaware that Rains and Iman would not only demand reparations but would do so tenfold, leaving them utterly defeated. The direct result of the war was the Lyra system being placed under their dominion. The renown of their war machines echoed throughout the stars, conquering an entire star system in just half a month. As for the royal family of that system, they would no longer exist. Gu Chuqing watched as one large starship after another descended smoothly. She could not distinguish which ship belonged to Rains, glancing from side to side. Surprisingly, after just a few days of acquaintance, she found herself missing that taciturn man. Observing Gu Chuqing's eager expression, Cole was struck by a peculiar thought. If he were to have a wife, would she await his return after a victory like Gu Chuqing was doing? As a staunch bachelor, the notion of marrying felt burdensome, yet for the first time, Cole entertained such an absurd idea. He composed himself and pointed to the foremost RS-79 large starship, which was the one occupied by Marshal Rains. Once all the starships had settled, Cole guided them in search of the Marshal. Chapter 35. Even eating dog excrement is worth it before descending. Gu Chuqing caught sight through the glass of 2 rows of honor guards, standing tall and proud in military uniforms, their demeanor solemn, awaiting the arrival of their war god. Marshal Rains, from the starship. As the hatch gradually descended, a procession of individuals descended in unison, the leader adorned with a black military cap, maintaining a respectful distance from the others. Rains's emerald-green eyes fell upon the figure he had longed for, momentarily doubting his sight due to his overwhelming yearning. As the figure drew nearer, and he confirmed it was indeed Gu Chuqing, the small creature in his arms could no longer contain its excitement, wagging its tail in eagerness to break free. Woof woof. Gu Chuqing halted her descent, drawn by the familiar, endearing bark echoing from the staircase. Rains cradled a small tricolor puppy, resembling a schnauzer, with round, bright eyes gazing towards Gu Chuqing, barking joyfully. Stunned, Gu Chuqing stood frozen, tears welling in her eyes. Her cheeks flushed, disregarding all decorum as she leapt over the railing in a long jump, landing gracefully on one knee with one hand supporting her weight, while the other stretched out elegantly, her long hair billowing in the wind. As she looked up, her tears, unlike her poised movements, betrayed her, cascading down her cheeks. She rose to embrace the little puppy Rains held, exclaiming, "Huawan." The puppy, hearing its name, joyfully leapt into its owner's embrace, excitedly nudging her face, while emitting soft whimpers. Gu Chuqing, cradling Huawan, could not stem her tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Her voice trembling with remorse. "I'm so sorry, Huawan. I should not have given up on you so easily. It was my fault. It was Mama's fault." Every movement of Gu Chuqing was keenly observed by Rains, each fluid motion devoid of excess, her grace captivating him. Had she come secretly to fetch him home? Even amidst her overwhelming affection for the little puppy, Rains felt an immense happiness swell within him. Seeing her in tears, endlessly berating herself, Rains's heart softened profoundly. A flicker of tenderness crossed his usually languid gaze. He gestured for the others to remain still, gently wrapping his arm around Gu Chuqing's shoulders, effectively sandwiching Huawan between them. "It's all right. Huawan is healthy and clever. When we found him, he was hiding in a small hole on the planet where you went missing. You need not blame yourself. Perhaps he was seeking help to find you." Gu Chuqing looked up at Rains through tear-streaked eyes, her small feet rising to wrap around his neck. Her gaze flickered with surprise. The height difference prompted Rains to bend slightly to accommodate her, using his other hand to soothe her back. "You should be happy, Chuqing. Huawan is back, isn't he?" Gu Chuqing ceased her sobbing, burying her head in Rains's embrace, transitioning from his neck to wrap around his slender waist. This unexpected gesture momentarily left the returning male at a loss, frozen in place. Gu Chuqing's emotions had yet to settle, her voice tinged with a quiver, as she gently parted her crimson lips, akin to a soft sea breeze caressing one's face, possessing a soothing power. "Yes, Huan has returned, and you are safe as well." Lanes, transforming his fervent spirit into tender affection, released the constraints binding him, enveloping Gu Chu tightly in his embrace, burying his head in her hair, murmuring softly, "Yes, I have returned. I missed you so much, more than words can convey." The male who had intended to present flowers quietly retreated to his original position, feeling as superfluous as a nearby lamppost. Situ and the others observed them from behind, resembling a family of three, their hearts heavy with a bittersweet pang. Refraining from intruding, merely watching in silence. Lanes had to locate this little dog, balancing the dual demands of battle and the search for the pup, undoubtedly expending considerable effort. The soldiers trailing behind were Lanes's trusted guards, having followed him for many years. They were witnessing for the first time the once impassive and unfeeling exterior of their commander. Transformed into a figure of tenderness, his eyes sparkling with warmth. This revelation stunned the entire military department. Major General Delian, positioned to the left and slightly behind, could not shake off the vivid impression of the scene. Was this truly the female of Marshal Lanes? He began to comprehend why the Marshal held her in such high regard. Gu Chuqing was not merely esteemed for her S-class femininity, but rather for the deeper, more empathetic qualities she possessed. Within the military department, many soldiers spent years stationed away from home, residing in dormitories with only one day off per week, resulting in scant contact with their partners. Females were seldom inclined to choose those low-ranking soldiers as mates. The Imperial Military Department upheld strict regulations, and even the most exalted females could not unilaterally alter these rules. There were males with wives, yet never had a female visited her male partner. Upon their return from war, such matters were of little concern. A female could have many husbands, and any property belonging to a deceased husband would revert to her, who would pay attention to a mere junior officer within the throng. Delian turned to see his younger brother gazing enviously at the Marshal and Gu Chuqing, a strange emotion washing over him that he could not quite articulate. How could the usually astute and composed Cole suddenly succumb to such irrational feelings? He felt a surge of irritation, admonishing himself not to be swayed by his brother's sentiments. How could he possibly harbor affections for Marshal Lanes? Yet, upon catching sight of Gu Chuqing's radiant smile, it was as though a raindrop silently fell upon his heart. That word of denial felt as if it were sewn shut, unable to escape his lips. He feared the embarrassment of being proven wrong. Gu Chuqing playfully teased Huan, who joyfully pawed at her ample bosom. At this sight, Lanes's gaze darkened slightly beneath his feathery lashes. He swiftly pulled Huan back into the crook of his elbow, commanding, "No more fidgeting."
What?
Huan wagged its tail, looking up at Lanes, seemingly perplexed as to why he would intervene in its affectionate antics with its master. Huan was personally retrieved by Lanes, who had nourished and bathed the pup himself, and though Huan had initially resisted him, it had grown accustomed to his care.
Now,
witnessing its little master so close to this man, Huan drooped its ears in feigned grievance as Lanes admonished it. But Huan was simply happy. Wasn't that right, Huan? Gu Chuqing's crescent moon eyes sparkled as she leaned in, their noses almost touching, when she suddenly realized how close she was to Lanes. He held her waist with one arm, while the other cradled her beloved Huan, their bodies pressed together in an intimate stance, a gesture reserved for couples. Gu Chuqing recalled their previous encounter, her eyes darting away from Lanes in shyness as she noticed the surrounding beast men observing them with enigmatic smiles. The males murmured, "This dog food is worth every bit of trouble." Embarrassed, Gu Chuqing clutched Huan and concocted an excuse to slip away. "I need to ask Ayu if there are any veterinarians available to check on Huan." She worried if the pup had been harmed by any creature. Lanes was reluctant to part with her delicate embrace. Yet he could not allow Gu Chuqing to remain in an awkward situation. However, as he glanced at Situ, Xuemu, Iman, and Cole, he caught Delian's puzzled expression. Lanes's eyes narrowed slightly. Had his absence resulted in a surge of competitors at home? The twins typically stood together, but now they were suddenly apart. A dissonance that felt wrong, particularly with Cole, as they shared a telepathic bond. Any feelings Cole experienced would transmit to Delian, making him a factor in this equation as well. Chapter 36. The aversion to raw food. This was not a place for idle chatter. Lanes entrusted matters to the accompanying deputy and the twins. They should not even think of approaching his Gu Chuqing. It was best to stifle any potential complications in their infancy. Contemplating the myriad military duties awaiting them, Marshal Lanes smirked darkly, in a concealed manner.
Ayu?
Do you know any veterinarians? I wish to have Huan examined. Gu Chuqing, cradling Huan, was loath to let go, her eyes brimming with affection as she approached the male clad in a white coat. We'll check him when we return. It's better to leave the veterinary matters to me. Very well, then it's yours to handle. Gu Chuqing held unwavering trust in Situ. Huan, unafraid of people, wagged its tail obediently, gazing up at them with adorably round eyes. Iman, standing nearby, understood Huajuan's significance to Gu Chuqing. A bitter pang surged within him as he realized he was even inferior to a dog. Huan could bring joy to Gu Chuqing, while he could only cause trouble. Iman silently bowed his head, feeling as though his existence was superfluous. At that moment, Gu Chuqing was introducing her little pet to the unfamiliar Xuemu. Before long, Lanes had settled matters and was ready to depart with them. Gu Chuqing was taken aback by how decisively the Marshal could move. And just as she noticed that the twin majors had vanished, she immediately sought out the one who had previously attempted to escape. "Where's Iman?" "Here." A call so bright it resembled a military command. Iman's previously dejected expression instantly brightened as he stood more attentively than any other soldier. This astonished Xuemu, who rarely interacted with Iman, prompting him to cast a bewildered glance at Gu Chuqing. Why did the usually fearless diplomat appear so intimidated by her? Xuemu could only arrive at one conclusion. He was only deferential when it came to a cherished female. As for the notion that Gu Chuqing mistreated Iman, he would not believe it. Iman was not the type to submit meekly. An immense pressure surged upon Xuemu as he found himself surrounded by males of higher rank. Feeling rather foolish, each of them possessed their own unique traits, and Xuemu felt increasingly out of place. Upon boarding the spacecraft, Huan leaped from Gu Chuqing's arms, landing on the ground and circling around Xuemu, who had never raised an animal before. Confused, he crouched down and extended a hand as Huan playfully stuck out its tongue and offered its paw. "What is this supposed to mean?" Xuemu inquired, his bemused expression drawing laughter from Gu Chuqing, who noted how different he appeared from when he transformed into a regal stag. She squatted beside him, demonstrating. "Huan, shake hands." Huan withdrew its paw from Xuemu's hand and offered the other paw to Gu Chuqing. "Good baby." Gu Chuqing stroked Huajuan's fluffy head, turning to Xuemu. "Haven't you ever had a pet?" "This is a dog. They naturally know how to do this." "Huan thought you wanted it to shake hands." She chuckled. "And strangely enough, Huan seems to particularly like you. Perhaps it is because I am a herbivorous beast man?" Xuemu speculated. Lower animals can sense their surroundings intuitively. "That makes sense," Gu Chuqing replied, casting a sly glance at the displeased Lanes. "Huan is quite friendly. As long as you don't plan on devouring him, we should be just fine." An aversion to raw food. Iman's assertion of indifference was a facade, for within his heart, he elevated Huajuan's status even further. Xuemu soon realized her verbal misstep and hurriedly gestured in denial. "That is not what I meant." "No worries, your words hold truth," Gu Chu remarked, playfully lifting Huajuan's ears and adding, "Huan is timid and wary, often having been eyed hungrily as a source of sustenance. It is only through my protection that it has survived, thus it has learned to read the expressions and tones of those around it." "Your protection?" Xuemu recalled that Chu had emerged from a human experimentation facility on a desolate planet. Caring for a small dog must have been no easy task. Her demeanor was consistently composed and empathetic, revealing a formidable inner strength. He felt a blend of admiration and affection for Chu, willing to expend every effort to safeguard her. This sentiment was shared by others, save for Situyu and Ryans. Iman had quietly begun selecting the finest dog food for the esteemed Huan, as anything less would not befit its noble status. Throughout their journey, Gu Chu expressed concern over whether Ryans had sustained any injuries on the battlefield and how he had managed to find Huan. Ryan succinctly omitted the perilous details, focusing instead on the safer aspects of his experience. He sought Huan for Chu, regardless of her feelings toward him. As she was the only female who accepted his beastly form, he yearned to do something for her. Perhaps it was the familiar scent of its owner on his shirt that prompted the dog to emerge from a small crevice. Upon emerging, it was alarmingly emaciated, its bones visible and suffering from severe malnutrition, with insects crawling upon it. Only after treatment from the ship's military doctor did it begin to recover. After receiving nutritional supplementation and consuming ample meat, it finally resembled its former self from the apocalypse. Ryan's wished to shield Chu from this knowledge, fearing she would blame herself. Upon witnessing Chu and Situyu take Huan to the treatment chamber, Ryan silently followed, having shed his military uniform with buttons carelessly undone. Exuding an air of detachment and aloofness, starkly contrasting with the composed and formidable Marshal he truly was. After examining Huan, Situyu expressed some concern. "Its maximum lifespan is merely 13 years? Is that not rather short? It is already over 8 years old, classified as a senior dog. With some loosened teeth, this cannot bode well." Gu Chu was aware of this reality and had mentally prepared herself. "It has been with me for 8 years, following me since it was a few months old. I am aware of this and wish to accompany it for its final years." hoping only for it to pass away healthily. Sityu perceived that Chu had misunderstood his intentions and gently smiled, reassuring her. Why not wish for Huan to remain with you for a few more years? Here, pets like Huan can live for at least 200 years. Would it not be wonderful to have it accompany you for a longer time? 200 years? Chu was taken aback by the longevity of pets in this realm. Naturally, she desired Huan to live long and remain by her side. However, it was a dog from a post-apocalyptic planet in the galaxy, not a breed native to here. Sityu recalled the sordid scenes from the game, pondering how such a foul world could ever be worthy of Chu. He smiled reassuringly, fear not. We have already invented several serums to enhance the lifespans of pets, enabling Huan to become healthier and more long-lived. Reaching the age of 200 should pose no issue, and the serum will not adversely affect Huan's health. That is splendid. Thank you, Ayu, Chu exclaimed, her excitement akin to that of a child, twirling with Huan in her arms. Soon, Huan would enjoy a life of comfort, no longer wandering with her. They had found a home. Chapter 37. Is it because of it in the aftermath of the apocalypse? Ryan's locked the treatment room door, ensuring even Iman could not eavesdrop or enter. Some secrets are best kept from prying eyes. Once it was just the three of them, Ryan's produced a clean blue dog collar from his pocket. Its edges worn and revealing the grayish-white interior. A metal tag bore Huajuan's name and the date it was found. Chu. I am beginning to believe you are from a distant planet, Ryan's mused, his thumb rubbing the inscription on the tag. This script bears no resemblance to any known interstellar or ancient texts I have researched. I have investigated everything in the human experimentation laboratory without finding any leads pointing to you, as if you simply materialized from thin air. You possess no records or similar kin, and I have long been intrigued by your origin. Chu felt a surge of wariness, instinctively retreating as she met Ryan's inherently intimidating gaze. However, the treatment room lacked windows, leaving her unable to escape easily from an SS-grade male. Ryan's noted her reaction, disappointment creeping into his heart. Was Chu not inclined to trust him? A bittersweet smile escaped his lips. Chu, I believe you come from the apocalypse. I merely wish to clarify a few things privately. Machines do not lie. You are indeed an orc. I was wondering if you encountered a temporal disturbance or a time machine during your childhood that led you to this planet. Sityu concurred with Ryan's, providing Chu with an explanation. A millennium ago, someone invented a time machine that caused time to spiral into chaos, resulting in widespread temporal disturbances. While you may perceive 1,000 years as an eternity in your galaxy, it may have only been 28 years. Temporal disturbances can alter the flow of time, presenting an uncontrollable phenomenon. Upon hearing this inquiry, Chu silently exhaled, shifting her focus to contemplate Ryan's question. She struggled to recall anything of value, ultimately recounting her experiences in a slow, honest manner. Abandoned and orphaned, she had relied on work to fund her education, only to be betrayed and cast into a horde of zombies during the apocalypse. These memories struck Ryan's and Sityu like daggers, piercing their hearts with anguish. How could such a lovable female endure such harrowing experiences? After finally earning some money, she found herself amidst a zombie outbreak, with even her beloved pet eyed hungrily as potential sustenance. Ryan's, filled with compassion, rushed forward to envelop Chu in a tight embrace. The familiar scent and the warmth of his broad arms enveloped her, providing a profound sense of safety. His voice was laden with empathy. You will not endure such hardships again. You have me, and I shall protect you for a lifetime. Protect you for a lifetime. Chu had never believed in such hollow promises, yet when those words emerged from Ryan's lips, they seemed to imbue her heart with an undeniable conviction, allowing her to believe in his vow. She extended her arms, embracing Ryan's sturdy back, resting against his chest as she responded to his promise. I believe you. Sityu observed silently from the side, feeling a pang of bitterness, yet choosing to assist Chu in treating Huan. He had never realized he could be so petty. As Chu witnessed Huan receiving treatment, she quickly gathered her emotions, her cheeks flushed as she gently pushed away from Ryan's. A glimmer of mischief flickered in Ryan's eyes as he leaned closer, whispering teasingly in her ear, Chu, it's perfectly fine to hold on a little longer. Chu, unable to withstand the playful provocation, felt her face heat up like fire. She furtively glanced at Sityu, who was entirely focused on treating Huan. Suddenly, she felt utterly wretched. So terribly wretched. Lacking the courage to face either of the males, she hastily concocted an excuse to retreat to her room, convinced that remaining any longer would lead to her own demise. Taking advantage of the remaining time, Chu decided to indulge in a bath, adding calming essential oils, and lay in the tub, her delicate, fair shoulders exposed. She endeavored to reassure herself that this was a matriarchal society with multiple males, not the apocalypse. Yet, the more she thought about it, the more complicated it seemed. Uncertain of whether Rains and Situ would consent, she had never inquired about their wishes. Although the females here possessed the power to compel a male to become her husband, she found herself incapable of such coercion. It was imperative to ask them when the opportunity arose. Once she resolved this matter, her thoughts drifted back to how she differed from others during the apocalypse. Yet, after much contemplation, it seemed that her transformation only began upon her arrival here. Her mind inevitably wandered to the little sapling. Could it be the source of her change? Whenever she wished, it appeared as if that sapling could intuit her feelings, manifesting itself at any moment. During their embraces, it seemed to joyfully consume the gray, murky essence that coalesced around Rains. She instinctively believed her transformation was intertwined with this sapling, and the substance it devoured hinted to her possibility. Could those gray mists represent the loss of control? Though Chu could not perceive the loss of control, the sapling allowed her consciousness to glimpse it. Resolutely, she rose to change her attire and sought out Rains. Rains, drawn close to Chu, inhaled the delightful fragrance wafting from her hair with greedy delight. In high spirits, he informed her that the measured loss of control had indeed diminished from what he had observed aboard the starship. It now stood at 58. His anger at the royal family of this galaxy for daring to harm Chu had propelled his value to soar to 72 with swift brutality, startling even the military doctor. Should it rise further, the Safety Management Bureau would demand Rains's entry for control measures before he could lose himself. Upon disembarking from the starship, the unexpected embrace with Chu had dispelled the gloom clouding his heart, filling his mind solely with thoughts of her. Even without measuring the loss of control, he was aware it had diminished. "It is because of you that I have found redemption, Chu." Rains lifted her hand and pressed a kiss to her ring finger. This gesture ignited a fervent reaction among all the males present, especially Iman, who turned away, clenching his teeth. He believed that if he did not look, he would not feel the ache. However, the alluring scent of the female rendered him nearly uncontrollable. A delectable feast lost its appeal in his mouth. He had initially sought an excuse to leave, but the moment was seized by Chu. "Iman, could you step outside for a moment? I need to speak with you." Iman paused, then was swept by a wave of dread. Was Chu about to chastise or punish him? Or would she scold him for insulting her, forbidding him to approach her again? His mind flooded with negative thoughts, recalling past events, causing his body to shudder. Nonetheless, he followed her. He knew he had erred this time. Rains cast a glance at the two, downing a gulp of wine, inquiring of Situ. "Did anything transpire in my absence?" Situ had no intention of concealing the truth. Rains could easily uncover it if he wished. Chapter 38. No longer concealing my thoughts, he spared Iman some dignity, considering the matter involved Chu, whom he believed would not desire too many to know. Upon learning of Iman's loss of control, Rains understood the sorrowful countenance he had worn since their first meeting. Iman both feared and yearned for Chu's affection. He battled a psychological affliction known only to Rains, one that rendered him unable to escape the pains of his past, at times resorting to self-harm for relief. In fact, his loss of control surpassed even Rains's, barely managed with the assistance of a mental health professional. Yet, the S-class therapist could only reduce his values by increments, and treating him would require multiple S-class specialists. Ultimately, the root of his condition lay in his unwillingness to allow females to touch him, even the therapist, complicating the treatment process significantly. "Situ, it seems we may be gaining another companion," Rains remarked, swirling the wine in his glass with a smile, casting a glance at the enigmatic Shuemu across from him, his eyes shadowy. Or perhaps two. Shuemu remained silent in the face of the ancient beast's pressure, calmly raising his glass in acknowledgement, sipping the crimson liquid steadily. Situ observed the surroundings with quiet vigilance, knowing he needed only to perform his duties. Regardless of Chu's sentiments, he would protect her. That was a responsibility he shared with Rains. Chu took Iman outside for a stroll in the garden, adorned in a vibrant, rainbow-hued dress with wide straps. The gentle breeze lifted the hem of her skirt as she tucked her hair behind her ear, turning to find the proud diplomat standing with arms crossed in a protective stance. Iman's gaze darted nervously, his shoulders tense, as if in fear of something. Chu had noticed early on that he seemed somewhat afraid of her, appearing disoriented and hesitant, torn between a desire to approach and an unwillingness to do so. Hence, She invited him to talk. Iman, what troubles you? There's no need to be so anxious. Please relax. I simply wish for your company as we walk and chat. Her soft voice aimed to soothe the startled snow leopard spirit. I mean no harm. I just want you to accompany me. Immersed in painful memories, Iman momentarily snapped back to reality, envisioning the female who had embraced him in his beast form. He hesitantly followed her. Why not choose Rains to accompany you? Surely he is a better option. But there are things I cannot discuss with Rains, Guchu replied, deliberately slowing her pace to walk alongside Iman. I've learned a little of your story, and I realize you may not believe me, but at that time, I too was bewildered as to how I transformed into my beast form, unable to revert to human shape. I was frightened, just as you, an SS-level beast man, would surely mock me. No. How could I ever mock your excellency, Guchu? I am unworthy of such thoughts, Iman refuted immediately, adamantly denying any such notion. Guchu chuckled softly, recognizing the Iman she had first met in him. That's because you don't remember. I sought your help for ages, and you merely groomed me, treating me like your little cub. Iman, embarrassed, scratched his head, his meticulously styled hair now a tousled mess. I didn't mean it that way. I never expected this snow leopard to enjoy grooming other kittens, Guchu teased, noting Iman's inability to articulate his feelings. His instincts compelled him to groom only her in beast form. Iman, could you teach me how to shift into my beast form? No matter how I try, I still lack agility. Changing the subject, she sought his guidance on transformation. Iman pondered for a moment, sharing his experiences with her. Besides practice, you must truly feel it. Think of it as training. Even male cubs must reach around 10 years of age to master fluid transformations. Females are somewhat unique. They can shift to human form early and seldom revert, so for someone like you, wishing to return to beast form may prove challenging. Upon learning Guchu wished to revert to her beast form, Iman was taken aback. Does Chu not mind her beast form? Not at all, it seems quite convenient. But I cannot control it. Guchu expressed her frustration. I believe being in beast form would grant me greater agility. In certain situations, if I encounter danger, I could escape as a cat. Cats are incredibly nimble. The days Guchu spent on this planet allowed her to shed her defenses and return to her true self. Everyone treated her kindly, and she felt no need to conceal her emotions from anyone. Witnessing Guchu genuinely contemplate the matter, Iman felt a pang of self-reproach. How could he have likened her to those females who had once caused her harm? They could never compare to her. Guchu casually mentioned the flower rolls. And when Yiming inquired about the story behind the photograph, Guchu realized that Yiming had vaguely guessed something. She simply stated that it was a planet far more wretched than the trash star, where the inhabitants had been infected by a virus. The survivors, regardless of gender, were solely preoccupied with self-preservation, with little regard for hierarchy. Yiming bowed his head, lost in contemplation, his eyes glinting with a sharp light. Who else has seen this photograph? No one, just the three of you. Chu, please do not show this photograph to a fourth person. Trust me. If this virus is indeed as insurmountable as you suggest, it could inflict severe harm on our kind. Do not worry, I will keep it confidential, Guchu assured. Confident in Yiming, who, despite his formidable exterior, possessed a delicate inner world. He must have contemplated something she hadn't, specifically the darker aspects of this world. As they strolled and chatted, from Yiming's work to whether Guchu had acclimated to her recent life, they expressed mutual concern, quietly mending that rift like water nourishing the earth. Yiming's long-standing anxiety finally dissipated, his cerulean eyes rekindling with brilliance, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly beneath his prominent nose, as he placed his hand over his heart, beseeching his goddess for a glimmer of hope. Your Excellency Guchu, I know it is presumptuous to ask at this moment, but would you consider me as your third guardian? Guchu was taken aback. She was aware of this matter. As Yu had confirmed with her that the number could be increased to 3. If she desired, it could even be extended to 10 in a heartbeat. However, Guchu resolutely declined the request for an increase, leaving the position of the third guardian in limbo. In fact, this third guardian was intentionally added by Yiming. His original plan was to gradually earn Guchu's affection. Yet, unforeseen circumstances led him to evade reality, his levels of instability perpetually on the verge of overflowing, only mitigated through the collaboration of several mental healers who managed to reduce that minuscule value. Those healers were willing to offer themselves for his union. Yet upon seeing their striking visages, Yiming felt a wave of nausea churn within him. Their intentions differed from Guchu's. They sought to conquer him as a symbol of their own status. He would rather spiral out of control than become a slave to their vanity. and certainly did not wish to be one of their numerous husbands. During his escape, his mind was solely occupied with the image of Gu Chu. Now, standing before her, he wished to no longer conceal his feelings or employ any schemes to win her favor. He sought to pursue Gu Chu with a heart untainted. Even if it were merely to stand by her side as a bodyguard, he would gladly accept that role. Chapter 39. Indeed. A blockhead, his smile was no longer one of mockery or indifference. It genuinely revealed his inner self as he patiently awaited Gu Chu's response, maintaining a decorous smile. Iman continually reminded himself to temper his expectations. Gu Chu might not be fond of his type of masculinity, and he should not harbor excessive hopes.
Yet,
Human nature is ever greedy, yearning for dreams to materialize. The glimmer of hope in his eyes was impossible to disguise. Gu Chu recalled what Sityu had shared about his past, and gazed upon this battle-scarred snow leopard, who had risen from the mire through sheer determination. She felt a pang of compassion, unwilling to harm the fragile heart concealed beneath his strong exterior, as vulnerable as a mere sheet of paper that could be easily pierced. His gaze was so fervent, it stirred her empathic instincts. Gu Chu was no longer a naive rookie. She understood the implications of her agreement. She quietly clenched her fists, resolutely deciding that she must clarify her situation to Yiming. Yiming, I can agree to your request, but I hope you understand that I already have Sityu and Reins. I'm not considering any husband-related matters at the moment, and I wish for you not to overthink it. If in the future you wish to dissolve our relationship, that would be acceptable. No, I absolutely will not dissolve our relationship, even if it means being your guardian for a lifetime. Upon seeing Yiming regain his former vigor, his expression serious and his tone resolute, it was as if he were making a solemn vow. Yiming's eyes sparkled with warmth, reflecting the soft light, as he called out his name with a hint of exasperation, unintentionally elongating the sound. She truly had him at a loss. After the agreement, Yiming shook off his previous despondency, revitalized and ready to accompany her. Gu Chu smiled quietly, choosing not to speak. Once their walk concluded, she returned to share this development with Reins and Sityu, who exhibited little surprise, responding simply as if it were a foregone conclusion. Sityu, with great diligence, instructed a Chong to prepare an additional room, seemingly having anticipated this outcome all along. Gu Chu noticed everything, feeling a sense of guilt swell within her. She had intended to discuss matters with Sityu, but upon returning, she found herself with an additional guardian. The more composed he appeared, directing everything with the poise of a steward, the more uneasy Gu Chu felt. Once everyone had dispersed, she deliberately caught Sityu's sleeve, winking at him and placing a finger to her lips to signal silence as they went to her room. Sityu raised an eyebrow but obediently followed her into her quarters. Once the door was closed, Gu Chu casually sank into a chair, gazing up at Sityu as she voiced her concerns. You must feel uncomfortable, Sityu. Sityu genuinely did not understand. Uncomfortable about what? Did you call me in here for this? He had some other expectations.
I'm worried about you.
I know that guardians are candidates for husbands, so I care about your feelings. Sityu paused for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle softly. Chu Chu. You are truly adorable. It dawned on him that she was concerned for his emotions, and the moment he met her earnest gaze, his earlier gloom vanished entirely. To claim he was unaffected would be a falsehood. The situation had changed now. Sityu slightly lifted his chin, a flicker of pride flashing in his eyes. In Chu Chu's heart, he held the top position, surpassing even Reins. Boldly, he sat on her bed, wrapping his arms around her shoulders. Merely this ordinary gesture sent him into a nervous sweat, feeling the temperature rise. Chu Chu, I am truly happy that you care about me. However, this is unavoidable. Even if you do not choose Yiming, the Female Protection Association will match you with a suitable male. If given the choice, I would prioritize Yiming over other unfamiliar males. Considering the uncontrolled SS-level male within the royal family, fearing that they might soon come knocking, with Yiming and Reins beside her, Sityu felt slightly more at ease. It turned out that Sityu had been contemplating these matters, prompting a smile from Gu Chu as she rested her head on his shoulder. I understand now. You really are considerate. Though you are a doctor, you seem more like a strategist, meticulously thoughtful. Sityu relaxed his posture, cautious not to jostle her delicate skin. As soft as an egg, because I love Chu Chu and wish to protect her. Gu Chu buried her face in Sityu's shoulder to hide her embarrassment, shyly murmuring, "There's no need to be so explicit." The single word love could not encompass the depths of Sityu's affections. Having witnessed Gu Chu's past suffering, he hoped to provide her with more joy in the future. How could he expect her to know he loved her without expressing it? He too is greedy. Wishing to be the first thought that came to her mind. Gu Chu's eyes glistened with tears. He was so wonderful that she struggled to articulate her feelings for him. Situyu silently accompanied her, savoring their tranquil world together until she needed to rest. At which point he left the room. As Situyu opened the door, he sensed a pair of venomous eyes fixed upon him from behind, brimming with hostility. He ensured the door was securely closed, preventing Gu Chu from hearing anything. With arms crossed, Ryan spoke in a low voice. You seem quite adept at winning Chuchu's favor when I'm not around. Ryan's harbored a profound disdain for the fact that Situyu was now replete with Chuchu's scent, igniting a jealousy within him that made him want to confront Situyu physically. The favored one exhibited a brazen confidence, the ancient giant python before him. Much like Situyu, had fallen for Chuchu since the moment she was not an S-class female. Situyu understood that it was merely a matter of time before Ryan's would penetrate Chuchu's heart. He had found her most significant family member, and for that alone, Chuchu would not overlook him. Situyu's gaze darkened slightly. I am merely fulfilling my duty to care for Chuchu. The Marshal has a multitude of responsibilities. As we all understand, to Ryan's, this carried an entirely different implication, and a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Swiftly contained as he retorted with a sardonic laugh, I will not easily relinquish Chuchu to you. To concede so readily would render his title of war machine utterly meaningless. Situyu scoffed disdainfully, turning away. This fool was oblivious to the fact that Chuchu's heart already harbored him. Truly the blockhead. The next day, Gu Chuchu awoke, still groggy, to find herself next to Huan, who cheerfully reached out to tousle the little flower bun's curls. However, upon closer inspection, she noticed an unexpected tuft atop Huajuan's head, a rather peculiar sight. Upon further scrutiny, she realized that the appendage had extended limbs, forming a beautifully winding curve reminiscent of a serpentine mountain path. With a chuckle, Gu Chuchu found herself unable to suppress laughter upon glimpsing Ryan's dark green eyes. She had mistaken the fearsome Titan python for a mere tuft. Oddly enough, it was quite fitting. Gu Chuchu held no reservations about animals. Extending her hand from beneath the covers, the inky little snake gracefully slithered up her arm, resembling a particularly exquisite ribbon. Chapter 40. The preferred dating venue. Gu Chuchu was now aware of the need for caution, yet found herself unable to harbor any anger towards Ryan's. Tapping his serpentine head lightly, she playfully huffed. When did you come in? Why didn't the alarm sound? Such S-class defenses were utterly ineffective against Ryan's. Flicking his forked tongue, Ryan's replied, I just arrived and saw you still sleeping. I didn't wish to disturb you. Gu Chuchu feigned indignation. War machine, you're breaking the law. Trespassing into a female's quarters is a criminal act. While others spoke of the war machine with fear and reverence, in Chuchu's mouth, it bore a different flavor, sweetness. He relished it. Ryan's expression fell, and he lowered his head in a pitiful manner. Is it not permissible to transform into a little snake? Gu Chuchu, with Huan sprawled across her lap, one hand stroking the flower bun's head while the other intertwined with the little black snake, wore a smile that conveyed no hint of reproach. This is a one-time exception. You must adhere to the rules. The little snake feigned ignorance, glancing just in time to catch a glimpse of Gu Chuchu's snow-white legs revealed beneath the covers, its emerald eyes glimmering with intrigue as it flicked its tongue. Her arms were already quite lovely. One could only imagine the sensation of entwining around her thigh. Gu Chuchu proceeded with her morning routine, allowing Ryan's to coil around her hand. As long as his actions remained within reasonable bounds, she would not impose excessive scrutiny. Once she finished grooming and ventured to the wardrobe to select her attire, she reminded the little snake, Ryan's, you should wait for me outside the room. Obediently, Ryan's dismounted but abruptly pivoted towards a nearby black knee-length skirt. Chuchu, I have the day off today. Do you have any plans? None, Gu Chuchu replied, oblivious to the snake's deliberate maneuver, still contemplating her outfit. Naturally, she continued the conversation. Why? Do you have something in mind? Would you like to accompany me for a stroll? It's been years since I've had a break, and I have no idea what has changed outside. Without hesitation, Gu Chuchu acquiesced. Sure. I haven't been out since the last time. It's perfect for us to explore together. The little snake gazed at the black skirt. This skirt looks quite nice. Why not wear this? Pair it with that blue necklace and hairpin. It would be lovely. Following Ryan's little gestures, Gu Chuchu noticed the skirt's unique design, featuring a white lace slit, simple yet casual, which she found quite appealing and thus agreed. Once she was dressed, her hair cascading freely, adorned with a sapphire blue hairpin, Gu Chuchu descended the stairs to find Ryan seated on the sofa, swirling a glass of wine. He wore a short-sleeved black shirt over a white one, paired with loose-fitting black trousers and sneakers, exuding a youthful charm distinct from his usual authoritative military attire. Observing herself and then Ryan's, Gu Chu understood. No wonder he suggested the black skirt. It was for this very ensemble. As Ryan stood, Gu Chu noticed a necklace around his neck that mirrored her own, which momentarily distracted her. She hadn't expected this taciturn one to harbor such thoughtful intentions. Stealing a glance at Situ nearby, she felt an inexplicable shyness. The latter, while arranging the tableware, gently remarked, "Next time, could Chu and I wear matching outfits?" Gu Chu glanced back at Ryan's, who remained impassive, and lowered her head, bashfully allowing her fingertips to brush against one another as she softly replied, and inwardly, Gu Chu felt a surge of helplessness. Would it be possible to keep such conversations private next time? The atmosphere felt almost like a battlefield, and it was rather daunting. Situ caught sight of her expression and chuckled softly. His future fiancée was irresistibly adorable, so easily flustered. Shuemu, having refrained from staying over due to Ryan's return, hurried over early to meet Gu Chu. Without a word, she assisted in setting the table, her gaze filled with envy. When the doorbell rang, Iman arrived early with belongings. But upon seeing Gu Chu and Ryan's outfits, his expression darkened. Ryan's, with one hand in his pocket, dragged Iman into a shadowy corner unseen by Chu. His face devoid of emotion, exuding an eerie aura akin to a specter from a horror film. Dressed as he was, Ryan's gripping Iman's white shirt resembled a senior student bullying a junior. "Don't think I am unaware of the mischief you've been up to regarding Chu. We will settle this later." Iman understood Ryan's well and recognized his genuine anger. Even if Chu forgave him, he could not escape the discomfort and guilt that lingered in his heart. Forcing a smile, he shook off Ryan's grip. Chu has the final say. Ryan's offered a disdainful smile, his thumb brushing his lips. She does not have the final say. However, it was crucial that this matter did not interfere with his outing with Chu. After breakfast, Gu Chu and Ryan set off in a small spacecraft, with a blue dog leash in hand, Huan obediently trailing beside her. Thanks to Situ's enhancements, not only had Huajuan's lifespan increased, but its physical condition had also improved significantly, with its teeth restored to a vigorous state and its fur glimmering more beautifully than before, accompanied by a boost in intelligence. Its round, glistening black eyes and playful smile, with its tongue sticking out, made it utterly endearing. Upon disembarking from the flying vehicle, Ryan's instinctively lifted Huan into his arms, while his other hand gentlemanly guided Gu Chu's. Those noble etiquettes he had once deemed unnecessary unexpectedly found their purpose at this moment. In years past, he had missed every etiquette and culinary class, failing them all. Just because he chose not to use them did not imply he was unaware of them. Where were they? Gu Chu gazed around, awash in a sea of lush greenery, vibrant plants thriving under the sun, presenting a myriad of colors, akin to a vibrant tapestry. The splendid floral expanse was breathtaking, and the fragrant aroma enveloped her, making it feel as though she were not in a city, but rather surrounded by the embrace of nature. Delight radiated from Gu Chu's face, and Ryan's recognized that his choice had been astute. Chu not only adored small animals, but also cherished plants. She had once mentioned that her world was barren, with even the roots of plants consumed as food. Bringing her here to witness the splendor of nature was undoubtedly the perfect choice. Moreover, this locale was a preferred dating venue. The flowers here were simply too exquisite. Gu Chu was dazzled, unfamiliar with the varieties surrounding her, yet captivated by their beauty. The flowers here were meticulously tended by esteemed horticulturists, showcasing rare species, or those transplanted from other planets. If there are any flowers you fancy, we could visit a nearby florist and purchase some to bring home, she suggested. That sounds wonderful. I had been wanting to buy some to cultivate at home, she replied. Upon hearing the mention of home, Ryan's expression softened. Chu, I heard from Situ that the estate has been transferred to your name. It truly belongs to you now. I also have a few planets under my name, he continued. Once you feel better, you can vacation there whenever you wish. Gu Chu shook her head, silently conveying her disinterest. Due to the scarcity of females, the laws here heavily favored them. As long as a male willingly gifted something, it could be transferred to her name regardless of her acceptance. Ryan intended to say more, but Gu Chu diverted the conversation, tugging at his arm and pointing towards a nearby plant shop, exclaiming, "Let us go take a look." Chapter 41. Poor innocent salesman. Ryan gazed tenderly at Gu Chu's retreating figure, each of her steps resonating with his heartstrings, sending ripples of emotion through him. In his mind's eye, he could faintly perceive her graceful silhouette. Her reluctance to accept his assets was not due to favoritism towards Situ. Even though she had endured hardship in the past, she remained unperturbed by the opulence surrounding her. The more she displayed this resilience, the deeper Ryan found himself ensnared in his emotions. As they entered, Ryan caught a glimpse of someone lurking in the corner, attempting to capture clandestine photographs. The sharpness of his gaze echoed the essence of an ancient behemoth, rendering the intruder weak-kneed and crumpling to the ground. The sheer force of his presence was enough to induce a tremor in the male attempting to photograph them. Ryan merely cast a warning glance without further action, following Gu Chu into the plant shop. The intruder, heart racing and trembling, lay on the ground, struggling to steady his trembling hands as he sent the recently captured images. His profession was that of a paparazzo, capturing a photograph of the Marshal, once a figure who commanded indifference from all females. Now dating a top-tier female would undoubtedly set the entire Imperial Star ablaze with gossip. This news would undoubtedly elevate him to the pinnacle of gossip journalism. The Marshal had now become the devoted guardian of Lady Gu Chu, showering her with affection. Once this information leaked, nearly 100 planets' networks would experience a frenzy, erupting with discussions about this photograph. It depicted a romantically enchanting scene, Lady Gu Chu holding the Marshal Ryan's hand as they dashed forward. Her light blue hair cascading in the air, her brows curved, eyes sparkling like crescent moons, exuding a vivacious charm. Her radiant features lit up with a gentle smile, creating an unforgettable visage. The usually stoic Marshal Ryan wore a faint smile, following closely behind her, a stark contrast to their perception of him as a weapon of war. His gaze fixated on Lady Gu Chu was filled with adoration and affection. Is that truly Marshal Ryan? His military garb usually exudes coldness, yet he appears so gentle now. Even I, a male, find myself enchanted. What female could resist such charm and strength? That is indeed Lady Gu Chu, an S-class female. She appears so approachable, devoid of any airs. Otherwise, how could such a proud, ancient behemoth like Ryan willingly bow to her? Incorrect. I have insider information. I heard that even before Lady Gu Chu successfully differentiated, Marshal Ryan had already applied to be her guardian. I refuse to believe otherwise. This is true love. It is undoubtedly true love. Marshal Ryan even tenderly cradles Lady Gu Chu's pet. What else could it be? Oh my, with Marshal Ryan around, who would dare pursue Lady Gu Chu? Isn't that courting death? Just give it up. Even if Marshal Ryan weren't present, Lady Gu Chu wouldn't look at anyone else. She hasn't even acknowledged my friend request. Who is more unfortunate than I? Lady Gu Chu. I am your loyal fan. Please update your social status. I beg you, please. Lady Gu Chu is too low-key. Aside from picking up Professor Situ from the Imperial Academy, she hasn't made an appearance since. Lady Gu Chu is so warm-hearted. I heard from my male friend that she personally went to greet Marshal Ryan and even embraced him. What? The rest that news too? Hurry, tell me. I want to feast on this love story. Meanwhile, in reality, Ryan was solely focused on accompanying Gu Chu in selecting flowers and plants, casting a fierce gaze at the sales clerk. If the clerk entertained any other thoughts, Ryan could ensure he wouldn't survive until the next day. The death of a male would hardly raise an eyebrow. Under Ryan's menacing stare, the clerk dared not breathe, fully aware of the disparity in their identities and power. He averted his gaze from Gu Chu, keeping his head down as he introduced the plants. Gu Chu could only see the clerk's hat as she focused on selecting her favorite greenery, picking several small saplings she intended to nurture from infancy to maturity, symbolizing her fresh start. When she turned to seek Ryan's opinion, his fierce demeanor swiftly transformed, reverting to his usual absent-minded expression. However, the D-class male could not conceal his fear of the ancient behemoth, trembling as he spoke, leaving Gu Chu in a state of helplessness. She understood the situation, but felt pity for the innocent sales clerk. If she intervened on his behalf, Ryan might become jealous. Thus, she thought it best to complete her purchases quickly and avoid further distressing the clerk. Gu Chu bought a substantial number of plants, insisting on paying for them herself, much to Ryan's reluctant acquiescence. To others, this was a veiled demonstration of her affection for Ryan. How could he refuse her gestures of care? What foolish female would allow a male to pay? No, Chu's perception was somewhat different. He must protect her from deceitful males. Once the purchases were complete, Ryan arranged for their delivery to the estate, a service they offered. Upon arrival, a Chong or Situ, you would surely know how to handle them. Although they could assist with planting, Gu Chu insisted on doing it herself, prompting them to provide her with detailed care instructions. With suppressed delight, Gu Chu exited the shop. But upon pushing through the glass doors, she heard someone call out Gu Chu. Turning, she was surprised to see Xiao Xiao, whom she had met previously. Noticing Ryan standing stiffly beside her, the unfamiliar male appeared to understand the social etiquette of this place. Gu Chu nodded slightly towards Xiao Xiao, acknowledging her presence. The male beside Xiao Xiao stood rigidly, resembling a statue, cautiously addressing Ryan with the utmost respect. I have the honor of meeting Marshal Ryan for the first time. I am Paul, the executive president of the Chenille Auction House. It is a pleasure to meet you. Ryan replied absent-mindedly, not sparing a glance. His attention solely consumed by Gu Chu's enchanting figure. He wished for no interruptions during their time together. Despite the indifference emanating from Ryan, Paul remained diligent, fully aware of the current state of the royal family, which had fallen into decline. The only SS-class male, once filled with hope, had succumbed to betrayal and lost control. With no mental health professional yet able to cure him, even those females promised the title of queen had not succeeded thus far. Marshal Ryan and diplomat Iman wielded immense power in the political and military arenas. They could eliminate the royal family at will. Moreover, both were the sole guardians of the only S-class female in the galaxy. A mere photograph could incite chaos throughout the galaxy, aside from Lady Gu Chu. Who else could embody the role of queen? Paul discreetly cast a glance at Marshal Ryan, realizing that the royal family was certainly on their radar as well. Chapter 42. Amidst the soft sounds of sorrow, Gu Chuan offered a gentle smile, wishing to avoid any further entanglement with Xiao Xiao. Just as she was about to turn away, Xiao Xiao called out to her once more. Wait a moment, Gu Chuan. May I have a private conversation with you? Gu Chuan felt a twinge of confusion. What could they possibly discuss? Noticing the absence of malice in Xiao Xiao's eyes, and considering the frail constitution of the females present, Gu Chuan, possessing the strength equivalent to a B-class male, felt no fear. She could easily subdue any threat if necessary. After a moment's reflection, she acquiesced to Xiao Xiao's request. They settled onto a bench beneath a majestic tree, and Gu Chuan sensed the unwavering gaze of Rains upon them. Truth be told, Xiao Xiao felt a hint of trepidation and softened her tone as she inquired, "Are you currently residing at the home of Sitiyu?" "Yes," Gu Chuan replied. She was uncertain whether Xiao Xiao still harbored feelings for Sitiyu and awaited her response. "Actually, I am aware that the necklace you wear was a gift from Marshal Rains," Xiao Xiao admitted, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, especially when recalling the moment she and Rains had donned matching couples necklaces. Xiao Xiao continued, "Initially, I thought Sitiyu was a worthy catch and believed I could win him over. However, when he dared to reject me, I became furious, wanting to temper his arrogance. I realized, in hindsight, that my feelings for him were not as strong as I had pretended." Her words sounded like an explanation, yet they provoked a frown from Gu Chuan, who felt a surge of indignation. He is a medical genius, and all males depend on his groundbreaking research for a sedative that reduces the risk of losing control. Are you truly willing to coerce him into marriage for your own selfish desires? Does your plan entail that he forsake all others to serve you? Xiao Xiao was momentarily rendered speechless by Gu Chuan's words. She had indeed contemplated such revenge, intending to reduce him to the status of a mere house husband, obliterating his pride and dignity. Realizing she had accurately discerned Xiao Xiao's thoughts, Gu Chuan's anger intensified. Her tone grew colder. "You are thinking solely of yourself. In the coming decades, or even centuries, the efficacy of all male sedatives may stagnate. Your actions would not only stifle a prodigious talent, but also doom millions of males. Do you understand the gravity of such a cost? How many females would be required to manage the unstable males? How many would fail to receive treatment and end up in the Safety Management Bureau, left to fend for themselves?" Xiao Xiao fell silent, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. For Gu Chuan spoke the truth. She dared not argue. If she proceeded with her plan, she would become a historical pariah across the galaxy. "I'm sorry," Xiao Xiao murmured, lowering her head in remorse. She had come to recognize her error. Gu Chuan then realized her own tone had been rather harsh. With a sigh, she observed that Xiao Xiao's intentions were not malicious. It is essential to seek relationships founded on mutual affection. Why destroy a male simply to vent your grievances? "I understand," Xiao Xiao said, pouting slightly as she obediently absorbed Gu Chuan's words. She had always been subtly attentive to Gu Chuan, noting how she differed from other females. Her profound respect for males, her independent thoughts, and her broad perspective set her apart from the females she typically interacted with. "Gu Chuan, may I have your contact information?" Xiao Xiao ventured, seeing Gu Chuan's sincere demeanor and finding her to be refreshingly candid. Gu Chuan, not knowing many females in this place, had no objections to expanding her circle. Could you perhaps share more about your social life? Xiao Xiao added eagerly. I've always kept an eye on you.
Me?
I haven't shared much on social media, Gu Chuan replied, puzzled. She had no particular inclination towards such activities. You are the only S-class female. Everyone is keenly interested in your every move. I have heard about your life from others, but I truly wish to see your own updates. The anticipation in Xiao Xiao's eyes revealed to Gu Chuan just how much attention she garnered. Deciding to integrate herself into the local culture, Gu Chuan thought it wouldn't hurt to share a post or two occasionally. That sounds good, Gu Chuan conceded, prompting Xiao Xiao's eyes to sparkle with excitement, resembling a devoted fan eager to capture a photograph together to share on her social media. Delighted to have secured a photo with Gu Chuan, Xiao Xiao gazed at it like a treasured keepsake, contemplating how to craft the perfect caption. Gu Chuan chuckled softly, noticing Rains watching her from a distance, and returned his smile affectionately. Rains, upon noticing, nodded slightly in acknowledgement, which ignited a pang of envy in Paul, who stood nearby, feeling as insignificant as a quail. Gu Chuan is even more gentle than the rumors suggest, Xiao Xiao exclaimed, her excitement palpable. After posting her update, she couldn't resist sneaking a glance at Rains and whispered conspiratorially to Gu Chuan, Marshal Rains is an SS-class male. Do you think you can handle him? He possesses a truly formidable physique. Would you like me to recommend some stamina supplements and aromatherapy for you? At this, Gu Chuan's face flushed a deep crimson, as if she had been adorned with a heavy layer of blush. She quickly waved her hands in denial. What nonsense are you speaking? He is a guardian. Guardians are fine too, Xiao Xiao retorted, covering her mouth to stifle a squeal of excitement, as if she had just stumbled upon a monumental revelation. After the male war, all males require the comfort of females or the use of sedatives. Could it be that Marshal Rains has yet to receive your solace? What about the other guardians? Have they not received it either? Gu Chuan groaned, wishing to put an end to this line of questioning. Upon witnessing Gu Chuan's expression, Xiao Xiao seemed to grasp the underlying meaning, letting out an understanding "oh," her gaze suggesting she could see through everything. So, it appeared that none had been favored by her yet. Truly, she was an S-class female. Xiao Xiao, now standing at the intersection of Rains and Gu Chuan, found herself leaning towards Rains, offering some gentle advice to Gu Chuan, who remained blissfully unaware. Gu Chuan, only you can bring solace to Marshal Rains. The best approach is to enough of that. We are in public. Gu Chuan interjected, hastily covering Xiao Xiao's mouth to silence her. Ugh. Ugh ugh ugh. Xiao Xiao's expression morphed into one of confusion, her eyes wide with disbelief, as if witnessing a magic trick. She could not comprehend why this was not a perfectly ordinary exchange between females. However, recalling Gu Chuan's past struggles, she suddenly understood. She patted her heaving chest, declaring, "Fear not, I shall take care of everything." Well, Rains has been waiting for me for quite some time. I must take my leave now. Until next time, Gu Chuan. With that, Gu Chuan quickened her pace, grasping Rain's hand firmly as they departed, oblivious to the fact that the tips of Rain's ears, hidden beneath his tousled hair, were as flushed as her own. His keen hearing had captured every word exchanged between Xiao Xiao and Gu Chuan, and the candid dialogue left his thoughts swirling with tantalizing possibilities regarding how he might broach the subject with Gu Chuan. Chapter 43 next time. He would certainly acquire a few more items. Both Rains and Gu Chuan found themselves somewhat distracted, their minds replaying Xiao Xiao's words. The rapid thumping of their hearts resonated in their ears, and Gu Chuan felt as though her mouth were sewn shut, unable to articulate her thoughts. Whenever she attempted to speak, she found herself silently closing her lips once more. Suddenly, she realized that whatever she might say seemed utterly inadequate. Gu Chuan, I heard you participated in a simulated combat exercise. Would you like to team up with me tonight? I wish to join you, Rains proposed, having located a Chong. The traitor. During his absence, he had kept a close watch on Gu Chuan's affairs. He could not afford to miss out on what Situ had done. He too wanted to team up with Gu Chuan for the simulated exercise. That sounds good, but honestly, I would prefer a one-on-one match with you, Gu Chuan replied, raising an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling with admiration. No female had ever chosen to challenge a male in a duel, and Rains pondered that perhaps it would be beneficial for Gu Chuan to hone her skills, ensuring she possessed a degree of self-defense, even if he would never allow her to be in danger. Very well, we can engage in a one-on-one match within the simulation arena. It would be an honor to spar with the strongest, Gu Chuan exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she yearned to assess her own capabilities against the most formidable individual in the galaxy. Rains piloted the spacecraft for a brief period before bringing her to a remarkably primitive estate, one of his many holdings. The tumult of war often amplifies the uncontrollable aspects of one's psyche. Thus, aside from the use of sedatives, this sanctuary serves as his private retreat for emotional healing. However, excessive use of sedatives can induce adverse effects, leading to irritability and emotional instability, as well as various psychological issues. As a Marshal, he must not only possess formidable self-control but also maintain a tranquil demeanor. He often retreats here to restore his equilibrium. Another significant reason for bringing Choo-Choo to this haven was the abundance of gentle creatures that she would undoubtedly adore. Upon encountering the little rabbits and numerous birds, it was no surprise that Choo-Choo was filled with joy, her arms outstretched in excitement as the birds, as if recognizing an old friend, fluttered onto her fingertips with remarkable familiarity. Her eyes, as clear as crystal, sparkled with delight. What sweet little creatures! Rains set the flower-shaped creature free to roam, instinctively chasing after the rabbits, who, startled by the pursuit, scampered away in fright. These animals are all so well-behaved, Choo-Choo exclaimed, picking up another rabbit that remained still, only to notice that Rains was adorned with birds perched upon his head and shoulders. A soft chuckle escaped her lips as she marveled at the sight. Rains resembled a scarecrow amidst a rice field, completely unperturbed by the little sparrows that had made him their perch. This vivid image was simply enchanting. Rains, you're utterly adorable. Unable to resist, Choo-Choo captured this moment with her holographic device. Rains remained perfectly still, allowing her to take as many pictures as she wished. Gradually, his feet grew restless, inching closer until he stood directly behind her, unwittingly joining in a spontaneous photograph. When Choo-Choo noticed the gathering of birds behind her, she decisively documented the moment, capturing both the flock and the handsome visage of Marshal Rains. As the flower-shaped creature returned, panting and playfully bouncing, she tapped its nose and warned, "Be careful not to provoke the rabbit beast men." The creature tilted its head in confusion, not comprehending her words. Choo-Choo embraced it for a quick picture, while Rains crouched down, playfully poking his head into the frame like a mischievous student, the scene freezing in time, evoking laughter from Choo-Choo as she playfully patted his shoulder. "How shameless you are, Marshal." Content with merely having taken a photo with Choo-Choo, Rains wore a rare smile as he led her to the boat for a leisurely ride. The gentle breeze caressed them, soothing both body and spirit. Gazing at the distant blue skies and fluffy clouds, Choo-Choo turned to Rains and inquired, "Why are the birds here so friendly, especially towards you?" "They are my pets. Nurtured over many years," he explained. "From my childhood until now, I often feed them personally. Over time, they have grown accustomed to me." "I see," Choo-Choo replied, her understanding deepening. "Do you have a fondness for animals, Rains?" He shook his head, clarifying, "My affection is not as pure as yours. I require emotional stability. And my psychologist advised frequent interaction with animals to maintain my mental balance." Indeed, small creatures possess the remarkable ability to heal the human spirit. As she playfully wiggled the flower-shaped creature's little legs, her voice took on a teasing tone. "Isn't that right, flower?"
Woof.
The creature, oblivious to the conversation, eagerly played along with its owner. "Let us head back. I want to plant some flowers before nightfall." "Very well." As the boat returned to the dock, Rains gallantly extended his hand to assist Choo-Choo, who was cradling the flower-shaped creature. However, as she stepped forward, her legs unexpectedly weakened, causing her to feel as if she were suspended in midair, her vision darkening and her head spinning as she began to fall.
Choo-Choo.
Rains reached out, intending to catch her waist, but instead found himself with a lion cub in one hand and the flower-shaped creature in the other. Has Choo-Choo transformed into a cat again? He had assumed she had stabilized, but unexpectedly, she had reverted to her uncontrolled beast form.
Choo-Choo. Choo-Choo.
He gently placed the flower-shaped creature down and cautiously cradled a small feline, which was unresponsive with its eyes closed. Without hesitation, he placed the flower creature on his shoulder and rushed to find Situ. "Rains, I'm fine," Choo-Choo reassured him after a moment, shaking her feline head to awaken her senses. The little cat's paws playfully clung to Rain's clothing, her instinctive claws snagging the fabric. With a swift motion, her claws tore through his white shirt, revealing his toned chest and a small red mark, perhaps a hint of blush. "Meow." Choo-Choo felt her fur bristle. She had transformed from an elegant lion cub into a round dumpling, struggling to free herself as her claws inadvertently created several holes in his shirt. Just a moment. Don't panic, Rain said, halting his steps and gently cradling the fluffed-up kitten against his chest. His long, dexterous fingers adeptly resolved her predicament. I didn't mean to. Choo-Choo apologized, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Grateful she was in her beast form. She imagined her face would be flushed crimson if she returned to human shape. Rains tenderly stroked her chin, causing her to involuntarily emit a soft meow of contentment. He had never anticipated that he would one day be caressing the beastly form of the female he protected. Noticing her enjoyment, he continued to affectionately scratch her chin. The little cat purred in delight, unable to control her reactions. While the transformation into a beast form does grant greater strength compared to lower-tier animals, it also retains their inherent nature. Rains reassured Choo-Choo, clarifying that the issue lay not with her, but rather with the quality of the clothing. I will purchase more durable garments next time. Choo-Choo covered her eyes with her paws, finding his excuse utterly inadequate, failing to provide comfort and instead amplifying her embarrassment. It felt as though she was unwittingly provoking Rains. He held her carefully in his embrace, reluctant to let her go. Wishing to know her better, he asked, Choo-Choo, was your previous planet so secluded? Or are we simply too open-minded? No, it was due to a lack of resources. Clothing was scarce, and many males went bare-chested. Reflecting on her past, she clarified, our society maintained a balance between genders, adhering to monogamous principles, where males did not require mental pacification. The male-dominant hierarchy rendered women as caretakers or logistical support, lacking combat abilities. The matriarchal society had long since faded. With the advent of the apocalypse, societal order has vanished, along with any semblance of moral justice, as individuals scramble for resources. In my war zone, I became the captain of the 13th Squad due to my unique abilities. During that tumultuous time, people's hearts turned dark, and infighting was commonplace. It was a chaotic realm where my sole focus was to complete my mission. With little thought for romance, I rarely interacted with other men aside from my team, as I found them repulsive. Their gazes were transparent. I could discern their intentions instantly, merely seeking to satiate their desires while looking down upon women. Had it not been for societal constraints, I would have eliminated them long ago. It baffled me how I became a scapegoat, the thorn in the side of the female protagonist, when I had done nothing wrong. Why was I portrayed as seducing the male lead? How absurd. Noticing the discontent in Choo-Choo's eyes, Rains tightened his embrace around her waist. Things are different now. You are not alone with us here. His simple words warmed her cold heart, prompting her to cease dwelling on the past. She looked up, her eyes sparkling like a starry sky. Yes, I have you all now. She was no longer alone, and this newfound companionship felt unexpectedly delightful. Lines acquired valuable information. It appeared that Choo-Choo's home planet adhered to a monogamous system, which explained her aversion to multiple males. With a deft shift in conversation, Lines suggested, why don't we first take a look at the flowers you purchased? Sure, but I can't cultivate them, Choo-Choo lamented, sighing wistfully. Am I supposed to dig in the soil with my paws? Absolutely not. I'll help you plant them, Lines chuckled, leading Choo-Choo to inspect the flourishing plants, which reassured her enough to return to check on Situ's condition. Lines disclosed that she had just experienced a sudden bout of dizziness. Dizziness? Situ adjusted his glasses, noting that, theoretically, this was a side effect of secondary differentiation. As he scrutinized the report, it confirmed his suspicions. Choo-Choo had ascended to the SS rank as a female, an unprecedented SS female across the entire star system. Situ handed the report to Lines, stating, this information must be sealed by Iman. We shall continue to present her as an S-class female. Lines glanced at the report, his demeanor more composed than anticipated. He understood the course of action required. Meanwhile, a bewildered lion cat tilted its head cutely. What secret language were they discussing that eluded her understanding? Never mind, it was inconsequential, as they were unlike the apocalyptic group, ensuring everything was managed so well that she needn't worry. Choo-Choo was carried back to her room by Lines, sprawled lazily on the bed with her paw resting against her cheek. All she wished to know was when she could revert to her human form. Her mind incessantly replayed her human visage. To enhance her imagination, she even held a photograph of herself, but soon grew frustrated and cast the picture aside, surrendering to sleep. The persistent knocking at the door pried her from slumber, her feline senses more acute than in human form, detecting scents that were not from Situ or Lines. Choo-Choo, would you like to sleep a little longer? Choo-Choo rubbed her eyes, and upon recognizing Iman, who was crouched down in a light-colored shirt, she was met with his gentle smile directed at the charming little cat, an effort to appear less imposing. He found himself curious about how he had treated her when he transformed into his beast form. Was it merely grooming? Iman's ears flushed with embarrassment as guilt, and an inexplicable restlessness surged within him, silently chastising himself for letting his mind wander to such frivolities at this moment. Gu Chu languidly stretched her paw over Iman's neck, her voice still laced with sleep. Iman, I'm a bit tired. Just leave some food for me. Shall I bring the meal up for you? Yes. Although her stomach rumbled slightly with hunger, she soon fell back into a drowsy state. Iman reviewed the data, comparing it to the experiences of other secondary differentiated females, concluding that Chuchu's secondary differentiation exhibited significantly more severe side effects than those of her counterparts. When Iman returned with the meal, Lines and Sitiyu, having heard his description, came to check on her. The few males present in the house gathered around, and Gu Chu, surprised, stretched like a cat and half opened her eyes, asking, "What brings you all here?" Sitiyu poured a nutrient solution into a bowl for Chu, stating, "This is a nutrient supplement. It will revitalize your body." Lines, having gained experience from earlier, scooped up the little cat and sat on the bed, gently grooming her. Akin to a massage. Iman knelt on one knee, the noble diplomat willingly lowering himself to feed Chu small morsels of meat. As a carnivorous creature, her beast form craved meat even more. Chu savored the food, having grown so accustomed to Achong's cooking that she had lost interest in dining out, aside from Achong's meals. She found it difficult to eat anything else. What Chu remained unaware of was that this meal was prepared by Lines and Sitiyu, who had been shadowing her since the beginning and had discreetly learned Achong's culinary skills. Even Iman, who had just arrived, was diligently enhancing his cooking abilities. After a small bowl of meat, Chu signaled she was full, pushing the bowl away with her paw. This prompted concern among the three, with Sitiyu pacing nervously in the room, contemplating whether to conduct another examination. However, Chu promptly rejected his concern, stating, "I'm just a bit sleepy and tired. It's normal to feel fatigued after a day of fun. You needn't worry too much." The three males, now comforted, wished they could bear her burdens instead. Chu nestled her small head against Line's abdomen, nudging him affectionately. "I can't join you for the simulated combat today. That's all right. Your swift recovery is what matters most." Lines replied with a smile, stroking her chin, a gesture so soothing that Chu let out a contented meow. Iman's gaze grew cold. What is so remarkable about this? I've groomed her before, and this snake isn't even a feline. It will never understand the joys of grooming like fellow felines do. Chu purred blissfully, suddenly recalling something. Lines, may I visit the military department? I am quite intrigued by your weaponry technology. Though Lines felt a twinge of reluctance, he knew better than to deny her request and readily agreed, without much hesitation. Of course. Achong knocked on the door, holding a package. Chu, someone sent you a parcel. The scanner indicates it poses no danger. Would you like to open it?
Who sent it?
Lines furrowed his brow, instinctively suspicious of the package.
It was sent by Xiao.
Gu Chu yawned, tears glistening in her eyes, as her light brain displayed a message and video from Xiao. I'm still adjusting to life here. So, I sent you some gifts, along with some videos to help you familiarize yourself. Chapter 45. It was as if one were a bomb disposal expert. Sitiyu halted, frowning slightly, recalling her previously difficult and wild demeanor. How do you know her? Did you add her as a friend? She wouldn't harm you, would she? We just chatted when we met today, and I added her as a friend. Upon confirming with Lines, Sitiyu understood and deactivated the defense net for Chu, which could withstand at least S-class bombings, then took additional precautions for the package before he and Iman began to unbox it together. Gu Chu observed their actions with admiration and awe. They resembled bomb disposal experts. Truly impressive. She also opened the video Xiao had sent, synchronously engaging with the content. Suddenly, a chorus of meows filled the room. Meow! Sitiyu and Iman, holding their items, rushed towards Chu, fearing something had gone awry. When Chu, shielding her eyes, caught sight of what they held, another wave of continuous screams erupted. Gu Chu buried her cat face in Line's embrace, her paw flailing wildly in the air. Put it away. Take it away.
Close it. Close it immediately.
Sitiyu and Iman exchanged bewildered glances. What on earth is happening? Looking down, they finally realized what they were holding, their expressions turning incredulous, the items feeling like hot potatoes in their hands. Iman clutched a soft whip in one hand and an aromatic essence in the other. This whip was painless, but would leave marks on the skin. As for the essence, a mere whiff would send the body into a state of arousal. Iman instinctively sought out Chu's presence. This was clearly a set of toys intended for intimacy between couples. Iman's gaze deepened. Despite his disdain for the whip, he now found it less repugnant, harboring a hint of anticipation, should Choo-Choo be the one to wield it. Meanwhile, Sityu, upon glancing at his own item, wasted no time turning around to return it to the delivery box. His face flushed crimson, blood rushing to his head, rendering him as red as if he were blushing from embarrassment. What Xiao Xiao had sent to Choo-Choo was an array of marital toys.
Terrified,
Sityu hastily sealed the delivery box. Dressed and ready to return, Choo-Choo was still outside, shrieking in alarm. In a flurry, Ryan held her tightly, desperately waving to turn off the projection. However, upon cutting it off, another type of image appeared, prompting yet another scream from Choo-Choo. After several such instances, even Ryan found it hard to endure. Just how many images had she sent to Choo-Choo? And of such diverse types. Ryan's face flushed with embarrassment as she took Choo-Choo's holographic device and completely shut down the images being projected.
Sityu, catch in a glimpse.
Accurately discerned the scene within the projection, he covered his reddened face with a large hand, utterly unable to bear the sight. Iman, silently stowing away the soft whip and fragrant essence in his spatial button, stood awkwardly aside, feigning calmness while discreetly clenching his fists to shield his bashful disposition. The images they had just witnessed were ones he and Ryan had viewed the most, coupled with the sweet, peach-scented aroma wafting in the air. His mind was now a battleground of overwhelming self-restraint. Shut it off, shut it off. Choo-Choo, don't be afraid. It's already turned off, Ryan reassured her, attempting to calm her down, though her own heart raced, as if it might explode. When Ryan lowered her gaze, her eyes widened in astonishment. Akin to witnessing a magician's trick, a delightful little white kitten suddenly transformed into a graceful lady, adorned in a pink nightgown, the wide ruffled straps cascading elegantly down her shoulders. The graceful lines of her swan-like neck and angular shoulders captivated Ryan's gaze. Ryan was momentarily transfixed on Choo-Choo, his mind rendered blank, as his hands shifted from cradling the cat to embracing Choo-Choo's slender waist. Choo-Choo's eyes reddened with embarrassment, glistening with unshed tears. Her big, pleading eyes sought comfort from him as she nestled against Ryan. When she was a cat, she had tumbled into Ryan's arms. Now, as a human, her legs wrapped around Ryan's waist, her calves naturally apart, a gesture that was typically innocent but now bore an unmistakable intimacy. The two seemed oblivious to the world around them, their gazes locked solely on each other. Choo-Choo felt on the verge of tears. Lamenting the timing of her transformation back into human form, her position was exceedingly awkward. Sensing Ryan's discomfort, she attempted to escape, but Ryan suddenly reached out, threading his fingers through her dark hair, cradling the back of her head as he kissed her soft lips. Choo-Choo was caught off guard. Her heart skipped a beat. Her mind went blank, immobilized in place. After the repeated mortifications, she found herself questioning her own existence. Where was she?
Who was she?
What was she doing? Across from her, Ryan was wholly immersed, allowing his heart to lead the charge. Choo-Choo, in a state of dazed confusion, felt the overwhelming sensations, her body responding as if under someone else's control, obedient like a well-behaved doll. When their lips parted, that slight, moist sensation abruptly vanished. Suddenly, she was lifted off the ground, instinctively clutching Iman's neck, only to find him glaring darkly at Ryan, fury etched across his face, seemingly ready to unleash his wrath. Sityu seized Ryan by the collar and slammed him against the wall, declaring, "This is Choo-Choo's bedroom." Ryan leaned against the wall, a faint red mark appearing on his neck, uninjured, but still savoring the sweetness of that kiss.
Get out,
Sityu bellowed, pointing to the door, forcefully shoving Ryan outside. Turning back, he saw Iman contentedly holding Choo-Choo, reluctant to let her go, igniting Sityu's anger further. "You too, let her go."
Get out.
Disappointed, Iman gently placed Choo-Choo back on the bed, his low, husky voice laced with unspoken desire. Like Ryan, he too needed to sort himself out. With only Sityu remaining to face Choo-Choo, he quietly noted the peculiar atmosphere surrounding them. He placed a calming potion beside her, reassuring her, "Choo-Choo, there's no need to fear. This is a tranquilizer. It will soothe your nerves." Choo-Choo turned her head dazedly. How should she respond to Sityu's inquiry? Rather than fear, her emotions were a curious blend that she found difficult to articulate. Was this what it felt like to have a crush? Noticing her expression, Sityu knelt before her, his heart racing with unease as he asked, "Choo-Choo, do you have feelings for Ryan?" Choo-Choo acknowledged that she had felt a flicker of affection moments ago. Yet, regarding this matter, she dared not speak the truth to C2U, fearing he might become jealous or angry. Seeing her silence, C2U understood, and with a gentle touch, he used a handkerchief to wipe her lips. Asking with hidden meaning, if Ryan is acceptable, does that mean I am too? Chu-Chu instinctively recoiled from his hand. C2U grasped the implication of her movement. Beneath his composed smile lay undeniable disappointment. I understand, Chu-Chu. You should rest well. If you feel unwell, remember to seek me out. As he turned to leave, a small hand grasped his wrist just in time. C2U paused, hesitating whether to look back, when he heard a voice sweeter than a lark. I'm not rejecting you. I feel well. Chu-Chu found herself at a loss for words, resorting to writing 2 characters in his palm. Like. C2U deciphered the characters, his lips curving into a smile that could not conceal his joy. His thick lashes fell shyly, reminiscent of a bashful bride. After a moment, Chu-Chu wrote another 2 characters, shy. Chapter 46. The cunning bear. Having endured such mortifying events, Chu-Chu felt utterly drained. After writing those 2 words, she collapsed onto the bed, drowsy. She waved at C2U, attempting to soothe this jealous little pup. Stay with me. I'm tired. She patted the empty space beside her, inviting him to join her. Under the watchful eyes of others, Chu-Chu felt that there was nothing she could not accept. Having embraced her own fickleness, her mind foggy, she decided to embrace the chaos fully. C2U was at his wit's end but realized he hadn't even bathed yet. Chu-Chu, but by the time he looked back, she had already fallen asleep. Embarrassed, he adjusted his glasses, his thoughts still lingering on the images from the projection. Misinterpreting Chu-Chu's words, C2U could not tear his gaze away from Chu-Chu's sleeping face. Her delicate lashes fluttered softly, her rosy lips gently parting with each breath. He quickly took a cold shower to cool his impulsive thoughts and quietly lay beside Chu-Chu, greedily inhaling her fragrant scent. Tucking the blanket around her, his previous words had been driven by impulse, and the shock had left Chu-Chu dazed, making it entirely natural for her to shy away from his closeness. The fact that she could express herself at all was commendable, a unique form of intimacy between them. C2U should feel pleased, for it confirmed that Chu-Chu cared for him. This affection manifested in her actions, though bashful and reluctant to verbalize her feelings. She found other ways to convey her fondness for him. Just that one phrase was enough for him to boast about it to Ryan for years. But what was the point? Those 2 were likely lost in their own merriment, unworthy of his concern. He lay quietly beside Chu-Chu, cherishing the beauty of the moment, nurturing a desire for time to slow down. Before Chu-Chu awoke, C2U slipped out the door. As soon as he opened it, he was met with the fresh-faced Iman and Ryan. Originally intending to confront C2U about his cunning behavior for lingering in Chu-Chu's room, the 2 noticed his dark circles and haggard appearance. They exchanged glances. What on earth happened to this cunning bear? Shouldn't he be reveling in joy? Ryan, perplexed, crossed his arms, now taking the opportunity to mock C2U. What did you do? Not favored? Did you offend Chu-Chu and get smacked? Chu-Chu initially dismissed the notion of confronting him. It seemed that this scheming bear had been laid bare by her, left in the shadows. Iman snorted disdainfully, pondering how his 2 companions next door had certainly taken advantage of the situation. That Rains had the audacity to spar with him last night. What an absurdity. C2U, concealing the dampened area of his attire with his coat, disregarded their derisive remarks and meaningfully patted Rains on the shoulder, saying, You know not the meaning of sweet distress. Rains, bewildered by his words, believed he and Chu-Chu were in a blissful state, devoid of any troubles. He shrugged at Iman, gesturing to his own head and then to C2U, implying that this fellow must have lost his senses. C2U was engulfed in regret. He had not anticipated that Chu-Chu would be such a restless sleeper, tossing and turning and seeking something to cling to. Recalling the moment she had embraced him, particularly the way those little rabbits had been so mischievous and demanding, he had spent a full hour immersed in icy water to recuperate. He was utterly immobilized by Chu-Chu's embrace, inadvertently experiencing what it felt like to be affectionate with a little rabbit. It was a sensation akin to wanting to ascend to the heavens. He had indulged in his own revelry in his room for quite some time, while Chu-Chu, having awakened, enjoyed breakfast with Rains and Iman, teaming up for simulated combat training. As Chu-Chu descended the stairs, her gaze instinctively averted upon encountering Rains. After a moment of contemplation, she realized that there was no point in evading the situation any further. She accepted last night's events with equanimity. Having already faced social embarrassment countless times since arriving here, She felt no trepidation in facing yet another instance. The two guardians before her, Iman, well aware of her past, stood steadfastly by her side. Holding a silver knife, Chu pointed towards the desolate expanse ahead. This was once the realm of my existence. The scene was not one from her previous experiences. Rather, it was a simulation crafted by the machine, automatically mimicking scenarios based on her mental imagery, with each entry presenting variations. The expressions of the people mirrored that of Situ's last visit, gravely serious. It dawned on Chu just how dreadful her former life had been. Armed with dual blades and flanked by her two guardians, she resolved to be fair to no one, opting to rely solely on herself. They each readied their weapons, while Rains grumbled disdainfully about the armaments, declaring that such rubbish ought to remain confined to history books. Upon sighting the bullets, reminiscent of the one that had once wounded him in the abdomen during his first encounter with Chu, he began to entertain the notion that she might have traversed through a time-space anomaly to arrive in this world. However, some aspects did not align. How had Chu undergone such transformation? Only Rains and Situ possessed knowledge of this, while Iman, standing before Chu and combating the zombies, feared for her safety. Yet, when he turned to witness Chu dispatching foes with even greater ferocity than he was struck by awe. As night descended, the zombies exhibited unervingly rapid movements, and a momentary lapse nearly cost him dearly. Upon removing the simulation goggles, he regarded Chu with utmost admiration. His affection for her had deepened immensely. A combination of strength and beauty. Rains, on the other hand, brimmed with curiosity about that world, making plans to return for further simulated combat in a few days. Just as Chu returned to her room, Situ, clad in a crisp white short-sleeved shirt, silently approached her with a bottle of nutrient-rich juice. "Thank you." Previously, Situ favored long coats, embodying the elegance of a learned scholar, so it was a rarity to see him in short sleeves. Only then did she notice the impressive musculature of his arms, his biceps remarkably developed. Are you not working today?" "On break." Situ, having soaked in icy water, felt remarkably refreshed, a hint of joy evident in his tone. He noted a decrease of 12 points in his instability levels. Contemplating the potential fluctuations in Chu's mental state, he resolved to invite her for another assessment once she had adequately rested. Chu had grown accustomed to the daily evaluations, awaiting her report in the company of Rains and Iman. Thus far, there had been no significant changes. Yet daily checks remained essential to preempt any unforeseen issues. When Chu expressed her desire to venture out, the three males resolutely denied her request. "No." Pouting in discontent, she muttered, "Didn't you say that males respect females? Why are you all so fierce with me?" The trio paused, momentarily taken aback, accustomed to their elevated positions. They had previously lacked the awareness to accommodate females, momentarily forgetting to soften their tones. Situ, the quickest to respond, embraced Chu, soothing the dissatisfied little female. "You are presently in a state of temporary stability. Further changes might occur, including a sudden reversion to beast form. For your safety, let us refrain from going out for the time being, shall we?" Chapter 47. Giving this fellow an opportunity. Chu was eager to explore the world beyond. Recalling a scene she had once witnessed, mimicking the girl from that memory, she reached out to grasp one of Situ's fingers, shaking it playfully while pouting. "Can you accompany me?" Situ's steadfast resolve began to waver, while Iman pondered that keeping Chu confined at home daily would indeed lead to her feeling bored. "It's not impossible. We could take Chu to one of our planets, ensuring the environment is safe. Furthermore, since Chu's side effects primarily involved transforming into a beast form, safety could be guaranteed within their jurisdiction. Coupled with nutrient supplements, it could indeed work." After some contemplation, Situ ultimately acquiesced to Iman's suggestion. "However, let us refrain from going out this week. We shall observe for a few days before venturing out, all right?" Situ placed his hands on his knees, lowering his gaze, his tone akin to that of a caregiver addressing a child. "All right, you is the best." Chu embraced Situ tightly, fearful of him having a change of heart, her sweetness palpable. After a moment's thought, she added, "Iman and Rains, you are all so wonderful to me." Iman, with his hands in his pockets and a slight smirk, mused over her tendency to maintain equilibrium in her affections, ensuring no one was left out. Recalling his own misfortune from the previous day, he approached with open arms. "Could Chu reward me with a hug?" Chu felt a bit more distant towards Iman than the others, yet his request was not unreasonable, and she bestowed upon him a warm embrace. That hug eased all his anxieties and restlessness. As the master of balance, Chu ensured that even Rains was not overlooked. Regrettably, both Rains and Iman had pressing matters to attend to, reluctantly departing from home. Before leaving, they issued a caution to Situ. Giving this fellow an opportunity. Chu sat in the living room, engrossed in her light brain device, continuing her studies of this new world. Previously, she had pursued design, creating jewelry during her university days to sell to classmates who appreciated her work, earning a modest income through her stalls. She contemplated whether to systematically study design here, envisioning a potential career in the future. Before long, another screen captured her attention. Her fingertips drew it closer, revealing a photograph of herself and Rains, captured in intimate, couple-like interactions, garnering an astonishing 100 million likes. The top comment, pinned for its high rating, hailed from a certain Marshal who had inadvertently liked the post. A smile blossomed on Chu's lips, and she saved the image. Considering Rains' status as a Marshal, she noted some comments insinuating that he was merely a slave to the females, interspersed with compliments. Seeing such remarks instantly soured her mood. Who would dare regard Rains as a slave? Dare to malign Rains? May you remain single for eternity. Chu resolutely refused to allow Rains to suffer such indignity. She uploaded a photo featuring Rains, herself, and the little flower bun to her social media platform, accompanied by a simple caption, "So happy." The image portrayed them in an affectionate pose, their closeness betraying a deep bond. Rains gazed tenderly at Chu, love radiating from him as if it could transcend the screen, coupled with a heart emoji. It was evident to even the most oblivious that Chu was expressing her gratitude. After Chu finished her tasks, she resumed her work, having only glanced at the materials for a few minutes when her social media notification chimed, revealing a message from Xiao. The images from the previous night flashed in her mind, and upon seeing the message, she found herself at a loss for words. How did it go? Did it work? Was the item from yesterday effective? Chu covered her face with her hands and sighed. The surprise effect was indeed remarkable. Chu replied, "Please, don't send me these things anymore.
I have no use for them."
Chu, you are far too shy. You should loosen up a bit. Marshal Rains treats you so well, you need not be afraid. He might even be quite pleased. The items I sent contain that sort of effect." Seemingly concerned that Chu might not understand, she sent several links as well. Chu felt her cheeks flush, and out of curiosity, she casually clicked on an essential oil link, which only deepened her embarrassment as she read the explicit and stimulating descriptions. One product was for alleviating pain, while another perfume was designed to provoke emotions. Chu thought, enough of this. She's in the living room. Just as she was about to decline Xiao's well-intentioned offer, she turned and saw Chu's tall figure standing behind the sofa, unnoticed until now. Upon seeing Chu's heart raced. Could it be that he had seen her browsing those product links? Stammering, Chu struggled to find an explanation. Was she frightened? To her surprise, Chu posed the question. "Ayu, can we not discuss this? How embarrassing." "All right. We can talk about it later when you're ready." Chu must have seen the links but chose to ignore them, respecting Chu's feelings and smoothly changing the subject. Chu, with a sudden thought, turned and knelt on the sofa, beckoning Chu to come closer. Chu, confused yet obedient, approached her. When a kiss landed on the corner of his lips, his hand, which held a research paper, trembled. Chu's gaze upon Chu darkened, resembling an unfathomable abyss. Chu felt her face heat up slightly. Typically, she was the one who initiated. But since Chu had been somewhat displeased last night, perhaps this kiss could serve as a form of compensation? Chu's eyes turned predatory, akin to a beast lurking in the shadows, regarding Chu as its prey. Chu, do you know what you're doing? I do. I merely wish to take things slowly, to proceed gradually, without rushing. Chu propped himself against the back of the sofa, rubbing his nose against Chu's pert one. Then may I proceed in this manner? Chu's paper slipped from the sofa as he boldly, yet gently took hold of Chu's small hand, their breaths mingling in close proximity. Can we try again? Nachin. Chu felt a bit dazed. This time, it wasn't the aftereffects of the second differentiation, but rather the overwhelming dominance of the man before her. Chu awkwardly pressed his lips against Chu's. What began as a tentative exploration quickly spiraled out of control, and Chu shut his eyes, losing himself in the moment. Ultimately, it was Chu who pushed him away, covering her lips and casting her gaze downward, unable to meet his eyes. This could not continue. It was veering towards chaos. I need to check on the flowers Rains helped me plant last night. With that, she hurriedly fled the living room.
Si tu.
Eyes alight with fervent desire, watched helplessly as his quarry slipped away. He took several deep breaths to regain his composure, the sweet scent of goo chew lingering in his mouth. Had he delayed even a moment longer, the lion would undoubtedly have been devoured by the irrational polar bear. Chapter 48. These three are quite compliant before you. Goo chew ran far, as if being pursued, only stopping when she reached the flower bed. There, Xiao Chong and the little flower roll were waiting for her. Thank goodness it was them. She embraced the little flower roll, resting her head on its small head. Lost in thought, the warmth emanating from C2 still lingered, and she dared not dwell on those images any longer. Instead, focusing on the newly purchased greenery to distract herself. The pleasant aroma of the fresh flowers helped Goo Chew to forget her earlier embarrassment, allowing her to calmly appreciate the blossoms she had chosen. After a while, she personally picked up the tools to tend to the surrounding flower bed. Hearing footsteps, Goo Chew turned around to find Xuemu, clad in a white robe, silently standing not far from her. Xuemu, what brings you here?
I
came to deliver the mecha and a jeune to you.
A jeune?
Xuemu retrieved a pink and white robot from his spatial button. Dressed in a pale pink suit with a skirt. Upon seeing Goo Chew, it politely greeted, "Hello, Master, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am a jeune."
Wow. Geuhu applauded Xuemu, genuinely impressed.
She held a jeune's hand as if it were a treasure. A jeune? You actually made a jeune. You're amazing.
You flatter me.
Xuemu blushed, scratching his head, feeling awkward even after receiving praise. He began to explain a jeune's functionalities, which were similar to Xiao Chong's, but designed with female emotions in mind, making a jeune more attentive and understanding of a woman's feelings. Does a jeune like Xiao Chong? Yes. She knows that her husband is Xiao Chong, and I've made some modifications to Xiao Chong as well, so he is aware that he has a partner. A thought suddenly struck Goo Chew. Is there a preference for female robots? Not at all. Both are designed according to the needs of the user. For a jeune, I've added protective features and a defense network capable of handling an S-class male with ease, ensuring your safety. So, Asian could even take you down? To her surprise, Xuemu shook his head without hesitation. Not at all. An S-class is merely a broad classification. There are many types of S-class males, and few could overpower me. This was not mere boasting. Xuemu had been taken by the military academy's dean to be his student, but his extraordinary talent led the Technology Institute to snatch him away. However, this did not mean he neglected his training. While researching, he also overshadowed the military academy, consistently ranking first in cold weapons, firearms, and hand-to-hand combat for several consecutive years. Actually, I am a senior to Li Un and Ku Air by 2 years. I subsequently became the dean of the Technology Institute, so I'm rarely seen. Goo Chew found this past story intriguing. Since you have such a good relationship with C2U, have you ever competed against him? At the mention of C2U, Xuemu smiled self-deprecatingly. C2U is 2 years my senior. He actually allowed me to take the lead. He could have easily claimed the top spot but chose to conceal his strength. In terms of power, his pure bloodline is formidable. He can manipulate the moisture in the air to freeze it, making him stronger than I. Possessing unique skills and advanced combat abilities, he was a top-tier existence among his peers. Goo Chew noticed a hint of sensitivity in his demeanor. In your respective fields, you both stand at the pinnacle. Each excels in different areas. One cannot simply compare by martial prowess. You're right, I have been overly introspective. Xuemu smiled as he retrieved another gift from his spatial button. Choo-choo, would you like to try piloting a mecha? Upon seeing the mecha crafted from rare dark gray metal, glimmering with golden hues in the sunlight, Goo Chew couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. It resembled the Gundam she had seen in animated series, except it was headless, focusing more on weaponry. Next to the cockpit, a light blue flower was emblazoned. Goo Chew couldn't help but gaze at it longer. What is this? This is the emblem of your dedicated mecha. I apologize for taking the liberty of designing this symbol for you. No need for apologies. This emblem is beautiful. The design is exquisite. Xuemu, previously lacking in confidence, felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing her words. All the sleepless nights spent meticulously crafting this design were worth it, having garnered Goo Chew's praise. He commenced the introduction of the mecha. Initially, one might bestow a name upon it. The choice of a dark gray hue serves the purpose of enhancing its ability to conceal itself in the vastness of space during operation. Naturally, it is also equipped with cloaking capabilities. Gu Chu opened the cockpit and settled inside, where the seating arrangement accommodated both of them comfortably. Xuemu took his position in the rear, leaning forward to elucidate the various functions of the buttons. This seems rather intricate. I fear that pressing the wrong button could lead to peril, he confessed. As Gu Chu turned her head, she encountered the gentle and youthful profile of Xuemu. He lowered his gaze, his eyes, hidden beneath thick-rimmed glasses, capturing the essence of her gem-like, beguiling eyes. The beauty of the charming female left him momentarily entranced. After a protracted silence, they both averted their gazes to dispel the awkwardness. Xuemu cleared his throat, assuring her, "Rest assured, we are currently in safe mode. All weapons are inoperative. The machine possesses a simulation training system, and shortly we shall engage in a training session within the simulator, which features a novice mode particularly suited for beginners. You need not worry. I will be right beside you." "Very well," Gu Chu smiled, following Xuemu into the simulator for practice. She found herself utterly bewildered by the multitude of buttons, her head spinning at the sight of them, unsure which key corresponded to which function. And the specialized terminology eluded her completely. The knowledge she had acquired during the apocalypse seemed utterly irrelevant here. Xuemu exhibited remarkable patience, explaining each term in layman's language, facilitating her understanding of the mecha's operations through practical application. Throughout the practice, Xuemu deliberately maintained a respectful distance from Gu Chu. He yearned to draw closer, but was uncertain of her feelings. Despite being an exceptionally gifted diplomat, he found himself behaving like a bashful child in her presence, desiring proximity, yet hesitant to breach the gap. Observing his own humble disposition, he questioned whether he truly deserved such an opportunity. After removing the simulator's visor, they strolled back to the villa. The conundrum weighing on Xuemu's mind felt akin to a complex mathematical problem, one that left him restless until resolved. After considerable deliberation, he finally spoke. "Chu Chu, how have you been faring with the three guardians lately?" "It's been pleasant. I initially thought I would feel out of place, but they have all treated me quite well." Yet, Xuemu sensed that there were thoughts she struggled to articulate. "These three are only amiable in your presence. Outside of it, well." Chapter 49. Jealousy is inevitable. My perspective may be rather subjective, but I perceive that you seem to care more for Professor Situ. Gu Chu was taken aback, turning her head in surprise. Had she been so transparent in her efforts to remain impartial? Stammering, she replied, "No, not at all. I truly don't wish to show favoritism. However, it appears that the Iman diplomat does not enjoy your favor as much," Xuemu pointed out. Gu Chu shook her head vigorously in denial. "Please don't say that. I haven't overlooked Iman. I consider you all friends. Truthfully, I'm simply not accustomed to having so many males at once. Having three is already quite overwhelming. I prefer to take my time." Xuemu, with a hint of cunning, remarked, "Your Grace, even if you were to possess dozens or hundreds of males, it would be of no concern. They would all willingly offer you everything. I do not desire dozens of males to burden me. I value genuine affection. I have no interest in becoming some empress, presiding over a harem of countless beauties, endlessly shuffling favorites. That would be utterly tiresome, akin to a palace intrigue," she retorted. Xuemu was left bewildered, pondering, what is wrong with your identity as an empress? What is a palace intrigue? A harem of 3,000 beauties? The unfamiliar terms were lost on him, yet he detected her disdain and aversion from her expression. Inwardly, he felt a mix of joy and discomfort, elated that she had her own convictions, yet troubled by her stringent standards, questioning whether he would ever capture her attention. As they enjoyed refreshments in the living room, served by Asian, the beverage preparation was meticulously adjusted based on Gu Chu's feedback. Suddenly, Chong insisted on assisting, mechanically declaring, "Asian, allow me." "Thank you, Chong," Gu Chu replied. The mere utterance of those two words seemed to activate some latent function within him upon hearing his mistress's dulcet tones. He stood taller, displaying his male charm as he completed all tasks that Asian had begun. One might have expected him to lift a ton of metal in front of her. Gu Chu couldn't help but laugh at the scene. Xuemu was puzzled, wondering when he had programmed Chong with the information on how to please his mistress. Had the autonomous learning system adapted to such domestic matters? How intriguing. As Situ concluded his work and descended, he was greeted by this heartwarming scene. He glanced at Xuemu, who since that day no longer appeared disheveled. Rumors circulated within the Imperial Academy that he had invested heavily in grooming and styling.
Now,
it seemed entirely plausible he had indeed done so. After all, with Gu Chu's captivating allure, it would have been cowardly not to take some action. Even without Gu Chu's assurance, Situ understood that the number of males surrounding her would only grow. As long as she held a place in her heart for him, he would find contentment. Yet, that did not preclude jealousy. Xuemu, weren't you supposed to attend a meeting with the military department's research division today? You might be late if you don't leave soon, he interjected. Upon hearing this, Gu Chu felt awkward continuing to intrude upon Xuemu. If you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. I will take my time with the mecha. Situ's words were a blatant excuse to usher Xuemu away. With Gu Chu's statement, it was clear that Xuemu had no choice but to depart. As he left, he shot a glare at Situ, silently mouthing the words. Jealousy incarnate. They had few friends, and within the Imperial Academy, they were perhaps the closest. This guy, once he has a mistress, forgets about his brothers. Doesn't he realize who created Aichong? Situ ignored the comment, rolling his eyes. Be careful, I might develop a jealousy-inducing nutritional supplement that will sour you all. The entire galaxy's males will suffer for it. Gu Chu underwent a thorough medical examination once more with Situ, and the results indicated stability, without further changes. They exchanged a knowing smile, sharing in each other's joy. Situ, leaning closer, cast a shadow over Gu Chu's figure, no longer shy. He leaned in to press his lips against hers. Is there a reward for this? Gu Chu's cheeks flushed. Oh my! After 28 years of being single, is this how it begins? Here? In a hospital? Oh no! In a treatment room. She swiftly banished any inappropriate thoughts from her mind and quickly pecked him on the lips, slipping out of his embrace like a nimble fish. I'm off to take a shower. Situ chuckled as he watched her flee in a panic, amused by her reaction. Did she not realize what she was implying? To an outsider, it might have seemed like an invitation. He too wished for more, but he suspected that if he followed her in, he might earn a slap. Xuemu made it a point to carve out time to teach her about the mecha whenever he could. Gu Chu, meanwhile, did not remain idle at home. She dedicated her remaining time to self-studying design, diligently taking notes and muttering to herself. Upon returning home, Rains and the others felt a pang of sympathy for her, especially Iman, who questioned why she felt the need to exert herself so when females in their society enjoyed such privileges, without the necessity for labor. Once Gu Chu's health stabilized, he proposed a trip to a vacation planet he owned, concerned that she might be overexerting herself. Without hesitation, Gu Chu agreed, believing it would be beneficial to engage in some outdoor activities after being cooped up at home for so long. She also promised to visit Rains's military department upon their return. Gu Chu sat aboard Iming's private starship, which surpassed even the most luxurious private jets owned by the wealthiest individuals she had previously encountered. Truly, the absence of comparison breeds no harm. Not far from Gu Chu lay a medical kit, nutritional supplements, and newly developed agents to mitigate side effects, specifically requested by Situ. These were crafted with her preferred flavors in mind, particularly a sweet and sour profile. Gu Chu had once expressed her fondness for lemon tea, with various flavors, and he had taken inspiration from a Chong's menu to replicate those tastes. Her favorite was the white peach oolong variety. Gazing out at the cosmic vista, this was her second encounter with the beauty of space, majestic and awe-inspiring, seemingly endless in the darkness, making humanity feel insignificantly small. The first time she beheld it was shortly after a life-threatening ordeal. Now, she embraced a rebirth, free from the fear that had gripped her, able to relish the splendor around her. Even the fluffy pet beside her, Hoan, seemed to sense the shift in their lives, excitedly pawing at the window. Gu Chu imagined a whimsical scene of Hoan frolicking in space, vowing to provide such an experience if the opportunity arose. What thoughts occupied her mind? Yimam, unusually clad in casual attire rather than his customary shirt, approached with a cup of her favorite drink. Gu Chu, unable to conceal her delight, shared her thoughts, laughter bubbling forth. In a burst of creativity, she sketched a cartoon version of Huan in a spacesuit using her design software. Yiming observed the cumbersome, antiquated suit, yet in Gu Chu's hands, it appeared as a meticulously crafted outfit, making Huan look as if it were swimming, its large, round eyes sparkling with liveliness. Chapter 50. The mischievous heart's whimsy. Yiming gently caressed the soft, warm head of Huan, treating it as his beloved pet while drawing closer to Gu Chu, eager to capture more of the delightful fragrance that lingered around her. This time, we are headed to a resort-like asteroid, rich with entertainment facilities. You can indulge yourself completely, but I must remain by your side. The latter part of his statement bore a weightier tone. He harbored a deep-seated fear that Gu Chu might unexpectedly transform into her beastly form. To mitigate this risk, He had arranged for the dismissal of all beast men from the area, retaining only security robots and related service bots. After a period of examination and treatment, Situ had confirmed that the side effects posed no health risks, and each occurrence of these effects had shown a positive trend. The issue lay in Gu Chu's vulnerability during unstable phases, where she transformed into a diminutive lion cat. Without someone present, her safety would be jeopardized. Had Gu Chu not insisted on spending time alone with Yiming to better understand her guardian, Situ and Lanes would have insisted on accompanying her. Upon their agreement, Gu Chu felt a quiet sigh of relief. Their jealousy was notoriously difficult to appease. Each of them appeared outwardly pleased, yet concealed their discontent. A slight kindness shown to one would send another into a sulk. Managing their sentiments was exhausting. No wonder the intrigues within the Emperor's harem were so intricate. She now understood. She had 3 to please, and it was overwhelming. Upon arriving at the vacation destination, Gu Chu, cradling Huan, was astounded by the opulence before her. The grandeur of ancient palaces paled in comparison to this resort paradise. Yiming, noticing her astonishment, felt a tinge of pride as he explained, "This planet is a resort of a commercial nature. This sector is among the most exclusive in the nearby star systems, with limited guests. Reservations must be made at least 6 months in advance." Initially, Gu Chu had assumed it to be an ordinary vacation spot, but she was taken aback by its magnificence. Yiming, diplomat and unexpectedly astute businessman, she mused, teasingly. While others addressed him by his title, she imbued it with a sense of intimacy, akin to a playful exchange between spouses. Yiming, with a humble smile, replied, "If it pleases you, I would gift you this planet." Gu Chu, having endured the apocalypse, had long diminished her desire for wealth and promptly declined. "Your management here is no small feat. I wouldn't know how to run it even if you gave it to me." As she surveyed her surroundings, a playful frown crossed her face. "Don't think I'm oblivious to your secretive transfers of money and various assets into my accounts. Do you really believe I'm that naive?" Yiming feigned ignorance, pretending to check his surroundings, yet he had already resolved to gift her the planet, managing everything, so she would be free from concern. Gu Chu, recognizing his guilty demeanor, understood that the planet was indeed an inescapable gift.
Oh well.
It's pointless to argue. I shan't press the matter further. With a mischievous heart, Gu Chu decided to lightly punish the disobedient snow leopard. She pinched the flesh on his arm, only to find it as hard as stone. Just as she was about to abandon her playful punishment, Yiming produced an electric prod, his expression nonchalant. "Are you upset, Gu Chu? This prod works wonders." Gu Chu, taken aback, recalled his earnest gaze, which made her think of his childhood. Speechless, she could hardly fathom his reasoning for offering himself such a tool. Pushing the prod back toward him, she placed her hands on her hips and feigned a fierce demeanor. "I don't strike people randomly. Do you want others to think I'm abusing a distinguished diplomat? Do you truly see me as that kind of person?" Yiming's immediate reaction was to shake his head, terrified that Gu Chu might genuinely be upset. He stumbled over his words. "No, that's not what I meant. If I have erred, I accept the consequences willingly." Gu Chu pressed her finger against his lips, the pad of her finger resting on his delicate mouth, rendering him speechless. His eyes widened, contemplating an unbidden thought. Could this be considered an indirect kiss? With her other hand, she placed a finger to her own lips and softly said, "Do not speak such words again. You must take good care of yourself. Do you understand?" Her words struck Yiming's heart like an arrow, the gentlest of sentiments wielding profound power. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, feeling as though he had emerged from the mire, reborn as a true snow leopard. Clenching his fists, he stifled his emotions, striving to maintain a smile, though his lips quivered uncontrollably. She was the first person to treat him with such tenderness. Yiming set aside the prod. "Very well, I will heed your words." Gu Chu sighed inwardly, not intending to compel obedience, but rather to genuinely encourage self-care. Nonetheless, this marked a promising beginning. Upon entering her suite, which featured a living area, a bar, and simple entertainment amenities, Gu Chu was greeted by a breathtaking view from the balcony. Yiming, hesitant to enter Gu Chu's room, prepared her favorite calming incense in the living room, anxious that she might uncover his ulterior motives. He had booked a couple's suite, ensuring cleanliness by replacing all furnishings and sanitizing the space multiple times. Even Huan's bed and food had been meticulously selected, and after thorough checks, he nodded in satisfaction. Gu Chu, not overthinking, casually mentioned her intention to rest and took a midday nap, leaving the door ajar. Within seconds, her even breathing filled the air. Iman leaned against the doorframe, quietly admiring her peaceful visage, a genuine smile spreading across his face. To silently accompany her was his greatest happiness. When Gu Chu awoke, Iman knocked and entered, only to find her staring intently at her stomach. Instantly, he crouched beside her, concern etched on his face. Gu Chu, is something wrong? Is your stomach upset? Gu Chu, feeling rather discontent, pinched her belly, while Iman swallowed hard, secretly wishing to do the same. Gu Chu, with a hint of dissatisfaction, remarked, "My abdominal muscles are nearly indistinguishable now. I used to have a solid four-pack, but it's all due to my recent lack of diligent training.
Now,
I've developed soft flesh instead. The simulator can never replicate true physical exertion." Chapter 51. In this world, there are no walls that do not leak. After all, they forbade her from touching the fitness equipment. The moment she did, they would make a fuss as if they had seen a ghost. Fearing she might suddenly faint and injure herself, thus maintaining a vigilant watch over the gym. Exercising here had numerous benefits. Her once coarse hands had transformed into silky softness due to the bubble baths, and even her calluses had vanished. Living in luxury, she found that along with her improvements, her abdominal muscles had also faded away. She lamented the loss of the muscles she had worked so hard to build, knowing that a lack of discipline would inevitably lead to the return of softness. With a face resembling a bitter melon, she felt quite unhappy, contemplating how long it would take to regain her abs. Iman was taken aback. Was this truly the reason? "Don't be disheartened, Chu Chu," he said. "Situ has mentioned that you have stabilized recently, and once you are fully stable, you can resume your training. I will accompany you if you wish." Gu Chu, casting a furtive glance at the hidden contours of Iman's muscular arms, which rivaled those of lions, pouted in dissatisfaction. "I envy you." Her gaze was irresistibly captivating, causing Iman to lower his head, stifling a grunt and diverting his eyes. In truth, he could reveal his physique for her to see. A little squeeze would not be amiss. Yet, Iman dared not voice such thoughts. He handed her a holographic device displaying the entertainment facilities available. "Chu Chu, we came here to enjoy ourselves. Let us decide where to play. There are numerous amusement options." As Iman had anticipated, Gu Chu was immediately drawn to the enticing images. She pointed excitedly at the amusement park, exclaiming, "I want to go there." Iman's expression turned peculiar. Was it possible that Chu Chu was aware of his own childhood void and sought to compensate for his sorrowful past? As a wave of melancholy brewed in his eyes, Gu Chu declared, "I never went to an amusement park as a child. I want to go just once." The initial pang of sorrow transformed into embarrassment, realizing it was merely his own overthinking. Iman understood that Chu Chu's childhood must have been even more challenging than his own, and without further contemplation, he extended his hand, inviting, "May I accompany you, Lady Gu Chu?" With a smile, Gu Chu placed her hand on his. "Is it not perfect that two who have never been can keep each other company? It shall be much more enjoyable." Iman felt a tightening in his grip. It appeared that Lady Gu Chu was aware of his thoughts. Simultaneously, he feared that she might also know of his past misdeeds. After all, in this world, there are no walls that do not leak. The entire amusement park was reserved solely for them, with robots attending to their every need. Gu Chu could indulge in any game she desired without the inconvenience of waiting in line, experiencing sheer bliss. It was the joy of exclusivity, the delight of no queues. Seated in a miniature starship, she donned a military cap and took a photo, pretending to adopt a serious demeanor. Unbeknownst to her, she was on a children's ride, with Iman, the diplomat, enjoying the amusement alongside her. Satisfied, Gu Chu uploaded the photo to her social media.
Ah,
Lady Gu Chu is truly adorable, such a whimsical scene. I wish to be playfully bullied by her in military attire. Beware, or I shall report your comments to the Female Protection Association. Lady Gu Chu is not that kind of person. Pfft, just another group of foolish males coveting someone else's female. Is this lady a female? We hold Lady Gu Chu in great admiration and esteem. Who believes your nonsense? You're simply a bunch of thoughtless beasts. Anonymous here. I must defend Lady Gu Chu. She is genuinely gentle. I witnessed her speaking kindly to Professor Xuemu, and I believe she treats all males equally. She has indeed shown favoritism. She protected an A-grade female with her butler and assisted the police in apprehending that male. I am that A-grade female. I have now added Lady Gu Chu as a friend. She is genuinely gentle and rational. Every beautiful adjective belongs to her. If I were male, I would pursue her. Oh my, is this true? Is the aforementioned lady still online? Look, the rescued lady has spoken. In the shadows, observing these comments, a tattered crimson cloak lay buried beneath a pile of refuse, and a pair of dim, lifeless eyes emerged from the dried blood. Amidst the remnants of discarded holographic devices, he caught sight of her photo. With great effort, he lifted the nearly ton weight of scrap metal pressing upon him and, limping, stood upright. He picked up the broken holographic device, drops of blood falling from his hand onto the ground. In the blink of an eye, the limping figure vanished from sight. Iman accompanied Gu Chu through the amusement park, gazing at her joyous silhouette. Despite sharing the same childhood void, he found himself unable to feel happiness. Instead, an increasing sense of unease settled within him. Watching Chu Chu seated on the interstellar cruise train, he offered her a handkerchief to wipe the light perspiration from her brow and thoughtfully presented her with a drink. What else would you like to play, Chu Chu? Gu Chu, smiling, took his hand. I don't want to play anymore. Let's go watch a stage play. I am quite intrigued by the stage here. The small female in front of him laughed so innocently that for a fleeting moment, Iman imagined she was not merely a female, but a divine being. Feeling a tinge of guilt, he took her delicate, boneless hand, as if having made a momentous decision. In the exclusive arena, Gu Chu propped her chin on her hand, fixated on the unique performance that turned out to be an operatic rendition of a planetary battle. It appeared neither operatic nor cinematic, and Gu Chu regretted coming to watch the stage play at all. The boredom was unbearable. Her eyelids began to droop, and she shifted to find a comfortable position, inching closer to rest her head on Iman's shoulder. The proximity of her face made Iman feel as though he bore the weight of 1,000 tons, causing him to swallow hard. Chu Chu, if you do not wish to watch, shall we return to the villa to rest? All right, she eagerly agreed, and upon returning, she indulged in a beautiful hot bath while awaiting Asian to arrange her desired items. Gu Chu had already planned the dinner, intending to surprise Iman. Exiting the living room, she found a figure slumped on the sofa, elbows resting on his knees, swirling a glass of wine. An SS-level male seemed lost in thought, staring vacantly at the starry sky, unresponsive to her approach. Only when Gu Chu sat beside him did he come to his senses, noticing her expression that seemed to say,
Go on, speak.
You've been distracted all day. What is troubling you? Having once held a leadership position in the apocalypse, Gu Chu was adept at reading people's expressions. Though ultimately it mattered little, those meant to leave would still depart. Iman was taken aback. Was his disquiet so apparent? Gu Chu rested her chin on her hand, facing him, and upon seeing his troubled countenance, she refrained from pressuring him to speak. He would share when he was ready. Shifting the topic, Gu Chu suggested checking on Asian's arrangements, turning back with a mysterious smile. Tonight, I've asked Asian to prepare barbecue. I bet you've never tried it before. I'll teach you how to grill. Just don't stop me from getting hands-on, okay? The greatest joy of barbecue is savoring the results of your own efforts.
Chu Chu.
Iman, anxious and agitated, stood up and grasped her hand. I have something to tell you. Gu Chu tilted her head, surprised by his sudden urgency. She turned back and gently led Iman to sit on the sofa once more, quietly awaiting his words. Though she wore a smile, it rendered Iman increasingly uneasy. Clutching his garment tightly, Gu Chu remained patient, silently waiting. After a long moment, biting his lip, he finally steeled himself to speak. Chu Chu, I have done some unspeakable things in the past, and I wish to confess and share my childhood story with you. Chapter 52. The tale of Iman is the story about your family? Without the need for further elaboration, Gu Chu has already deduced the underlying truth. Rumors regarding Iman's background perpetually circulate on social media, and she has gleaned hints from the assessments made by Rains and others. With Iman present, it appears these rumors are not entirely unfounded. Iman, hunched over and with his head bowed, resembles a child who has erred, slowly confessing his transgressions. My father was an unappreciated male attendant, and unexpectedly, a one-night affair led to a noble female bearing his child. He had believed that a child would elevate his status. But to his dismay, the female despised his soiled body and undignified position, reluctantly bestowing upon him the identity of a fallen aristocrat to keep him nearby. What he thought would be a life of modest comfort turned into yet another hellish existence. Orcs typically have an average lifespan of 8 centuries, maturing rapidly to adulthood around the age of 20, entering middle age at 600, and unless deliberately bred, they usually take over a decade in their prime to conceive a child. No one anticipated that misfortune would strike so abruptly. Contemplating his father, Iman felt a tumult of emotions. His resentment was not as pronounced as one might expect. Who could have foreseen that an F-class male feline would revive the ancient lineage of noble aristocrats with a purebred snow leopard bloodline after thousands of years? Gu Chu found herself perplexed. A pure bloodline combined with an SS-class male is highly coveted. With your lineage and abilities, you should have been well cared for, correct? The only pure snow leopard, the entire family must have placed their hopes upon you. Iman offered a self-deprecating smile. My father thought the same. But little did he know that the nobility secretly looked down upon his status. After caring for me until I was 7, my grandfather executed him without warning. He could not allow outsiders to discover that my father was merely a male attendant, so he entrusted me to a noble male who resided beside my mother. This noble did not care for me as one might imagine. He merely pretended to when my grandfather was present. My father and I were already subjected to oppression due to the numerous males surrounding my mother, relegated to a dilapidated wooden house that leaked. In my youth, I observed my brothers and a throng of servants catering to them, while my own living quarters were inferior even to that of the servants. I could only endure their humiliations. Any resistance would invite a severe beating. Do you understand why they were able to bully us so freely? It was all orchestrated by my mother. She found my father repugnant, loathing the fact that he had served multiple female patrons, deeming him filthy. Even my purebred snow leopard bloodline mattered not. Whenever she felt displeased, she would unleash her wrath upon me and my father. My family has always relied on my grandfather's support. He valued my bloodline and discreetly cautioned my mother about her inappropriate behavior, yet this did not curb her violent tendencies. When my father was hanged, I realized I could only rely on myself. Those who tormented me, I understood that to survive, I must deal with them one by one. The children who bullied me, if I merely lied and told one that a treasure lay in the pool to please my mother, he would eagerly jump in. With a slight effort, I could create a whirlpool, and he would forever float on the surface, silenced. Gu Chu, I was truly wicked, was I not? In a cycle of violence, being bullied, Gu Chu found herself at a loss for words. Each world possesses its own unspoken rules. Ancient, modern, or apocalyptic, it matters not. This interstellar realm has its own hidden codes. Much like the clandestine execution of Iman's father and the torment he endured, these actions were instigated by his grandfather, mother. And those males, even the children, were not innocent. Iman has only acted against those who have harmed him. Do not think that I am devoid of empathy. If I could return to the apocalypse, I would be the first to wield a blade against the one who betrayed me. The silence led Iman to mistakenly believe that Gu Chu silently condemned him for his callousness. With a self-mocking smile, he continued his narrative. By the time I graduated from the Imperial Academy, I had quietly disposed of all my enemies, with the exception of my mother. By then, she had lost the ability to control me. In order to remain undetected, I injected her daily with a drug acquired from the black market. This substance was not lethal, but could induce chronic illness. Under my manipulation, she developed severe neurological atrophy, suffering daily in agony. While I tirelessly attempted to save her life until her existence reached its inevitable conclusion, I witnessed her die, her eyes wide open, fixed upon me. I was unafraid. Rather, I felt no satisfaction. Their deaths did not alleviate the pain within me. I even pondered if my father had never encountered my mother. How much better it would have been. Iman refrained from detailing the abuse he suffered. Those experiences were too sordid, too difficult to articulate. And his reputation was already tarnished enough without sullying Gu Chu's ears with such odious tales. However, one thing he felt compelled to mention. Do you know why my skin bears no scars? Gu Chu shook her head. Iman pointed to his back and face. SS-class males are rare, as precious as A and S-class females. Fearing the attention of the Safety Management Bureau, each time my wounds healed, they would summon a family doctor to remove the scars. As long as I remained alive, Gu Chu was more concerned with this phrase. One could die from severe blood loss due to knife and whip injuries. How could you have survived at such a young age? This is related to my grandfather and Rains. Rains? It is not unusual for cousins to gather. Yet why did he specifically mention Rains? My mother has always been willful and domineering. My grandfather could not openly reprimand her, so he turned a blind eye, secretly providing me with medication concealed in a hidden compartment of my room. Rains, due to his unique status, was perpetually monitored by the Safety Management Bureau. On one occasion, he discovered and rescued me. That noble's intervention granted me a reprieve for a time. Even when they sought to harm me again, they dared not use lethal force. Rains has shown you kindness, so why did you deliberately reveal Rains' beast form? At that time, Gu Chu, having just arrived and lacking understanding, later grasped the rules of this world and realized that Iman had intentionally mentioned Rain's beast form. Hatred, disdain for you.
Gu Chu Pao said.
Must such stark honesty be expressed so bluntly? Would it not be more tactful to soften it? Iman smiled apologetically. Yet it was indeed his most genuine sentiment at the time. Rain's was beyond redemption. He could not fall in love with a female, as emotions would render him more susceptible to losing control. Females toy with males, discarding them once they grow weary. I have witnessed this often. Rains should remain distant from females, just as I did. However, over time, my feelings shifted from disdain to jealousy towards Rains, leading me to commit errors in judgment. Gu Chu had been fine moments ago, but now she felt a surge of anger at Iman's misguided vengeance, realizing his psyche was deeply troubled, and his thoughts were exceedingly distorted. You are indeed wrong in this matter. You should be grateful that Rains has not sought retribution against you. Iman suppressed a chuckle. He did not seek vengeance? Under the cover of night, he had mercilessly beaten him to the brink of death, then discarded him at Situ-US for treatment. The severity of his assault was such that only Situ could heal him, restoring him to normal by the following day.
Gu Chu.
How do you intend to handle me? Iman's smile was strained and bittersweet, feigning strength and calm, having chosen to be forthright. He must unconditionally accept any punishment that Gu Chu deemed appropriate. Chapter 53. Like a bullied little wife, Gu Chu scrutinized him, contemplating the most suitable course of action. Speak truthfully to me. How many females and males have you harmed or killed? Gu Chu had reason to suspect he possessed antisocial tendencies, capable of committing heinous acts against innocent beasts. If that were the case, she would find it impossible to forgive him. This was not a decision solely for her to make. Iman resolutely shook his head, his eyes devoid of any hesitation. No. All I seek is vengeance, and I have not harmed any other unfamiliar beast men. After a moment's reflection, he added, But does the orc I killed in the line of duty count? I am a general and have undertaken assassination missions. That does not count. If your actions were so flawless, why have rumors still emerged about you? It is my half-sister. She is inherently disabled, suffering from atrophied legs due to genetic issues. This has rendered her temperament violent and twisted. Whenever she encounters even the slightest displeasure, she vents her frustrations upon male siblings, and I am one of them. The rumors originated from her. As for her, she was killed by someone who had suffered under her torment, and I merely used him as bait. Well, I fear that you might treat me in a similar manner. What if, hypothetically, I were to have 10 or even 20 males in the future? Would you harm them? Or harm me?
No.
I do not expect you to treat me with the same kindness that you extend to others like Situ. I am willing to be honest because I have come to realize that I love you, and I do not wish to keep anything hidden from you. I dread the day when you might discover my secrets and come to despise and loathe me. I do not want that, so I would rather reveal everything to you. Even if it means you would choose to abandon me, a fate I would accept without hesitation. Gu Chu's earlier inquiry was merely to gauge his demeanor. His gaze remained steadfast and unflinching, akin to rock, as he faced her probing eyes, compelling her to believe in this cunning leopard. Among the trio, Iman held the lowest status. He rarely held hands or shared kisses, and he was indeed the most distant. Typically, Gu Chu overlooked their subtle skirmishes of glances and banter. She did not perceive any significant change in Iman's interactions with them. Rather, he remained the most humble among them. Her only concern was that Iman was a seasoned diplomat, well-versed in the intricacies of human affairs. Trust would require a period of observation. Having disclosed his secret to Gu Chu, he did not intend to reveal it to anyone else. As he had stated, he was a general, and investigating whether those he had killed deserved their fate was a complex endeavor. In this world, there are no truly good or entirely evil individuals.
Gu Chu sighed.
Choosing not to dwell on this heavy topic any longer, she tied her hair into a ponytail and led Iman out to the backyard. A flicker of awe passed through Iman's eyes as the trees shimmered with romantic yellow lights akin to starlight, accompanied by melodious music. Beneath the trees stood a long iron table adorned with various raw meats, vegetables, and Gu Chu's special seasonings. These meats were all of Iman's favorites. A strange ache gripped Iman's heart, a pain distinct from any he had felt before, sour and cutting, yet devoid of anger. He began to feel fear and apprehension. Gu Chu had secretly prepared such a delightful dinner for him. The thought filled him with guilt. His matters were trivial. How could he disrupt Gu Chu's vacation? Come here. Let me teach you how to grill meat. Gu Chu beckoned Iman over, her focus on the grilling. After a considerable wait, without his arrival, she turned to find the previously resolute snow leopard with reddened eyes, glistening with unshed tears, his exquisite features marred by a stubborn bite of his lip, causing Gu Chu's heart to skip a beat. What had transpired? She had not scolded him. Just as Gu Chu contemplated stepping closer, Iman retreated, his gaze cast downward. Unable to meet her eyes, I am unworthy. For a few seconds, Gu Chu was taken aback, realizing that this snow leopard perceived himself as a sinner. Seeing his state, she feared he might take time to recover, so she decided to clarify matters now. Taking her position again, she focused on her grilling, the sizzling sound of meat producing white smoke, the aroma of seasoning wafting through the air. Gu Chu spoke calmly. I have decided to place you under a probationary period. If you err in the future, I shall cease to engage with you. Should you commit a crime, I will not shield you. I will turn you over to the appropriate authorities. As for this, she gestured, I shall take it back, signifying that you are no longer my protector. This?
Which?
Iman raised his head, noticing a red ribbon threaded through Gu Chu's fingers, leading down to a peculiar knot in her palm. He had never seen anything like it. The only thing he recognized was the red ribbon wrapped around a piece of white jade, not particularly valuable, but remarkable for the lifelike snow leopard etched into the jade, its markings resembling his beast form. He could not help but speculate that this was crafted especially for him by Gu Chu. While managing the grilling, Gu Chu waved the jade pendant. This is a jade pendant I personally crafted for you three guardians. Even Shuemu does not possess one. Do you not desire it? Iman, anxious, blurted out, fearing that if he delayed even a second, Gu Chu might withdraw it. I want it. I want it. Then come help me grill the meat. And I will show you what it looks like. Iman's heart and mind were consumed by the jade pendant, and he quickly approached Gu Chu, taking over her task while stealing glances at the pendant. Gu Chu stifled a smile, pretending not to notice, her lips forming a pout, her face radiating innocence, her long lashes fluttering like a fan, stirring Iman's heart. I took the longest time carving your jade pendant, to the point where my hands were scratched. Yet I dared not mention it to Ayu. She discovered that being coy could be quite effective. Gu Chu, have you been hurt? Iman exclaimed, startled, and hastily set down the meat to grasp both of Gu Chu's hands, inspecting them closely. He was particularly sensitive to touch, and soon noticed a small, faint pink scar on her fingertip. To Gu Chu, this injury was trivial, but for the snow leopard, it was significant. Iman, upon seeing it, cursed himself, wishing to strike his own face. This startled Gu Chu, prompting her to stop his hand. What are you doing? Tears welled in Iman's eyes, filled with sorrow. Wishing he could bear the pain for Gu Chu. It's all my fault. It's because of me that Gu Chu got hurt. What nonsense. I willingly chose to do this. Gu Chu lightly tapped his forehead with her finger, attempting to awaken his thick-headedness. How had she never noticed before that Iman was a crybaby? Iman, feeling miserable, covered his forehead, resembling a wronged little wife. Gu Chu opened his palm and placed the jade pendant into it. This was a piece of jade Gu Chu had searched for extensively, resembling the warm jade of ancient times, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. She had expended great effort to find such stone. If you err in the future, I shall reclaim this jade pendant. Iman bit his lip, resembling a pitiful creature, asking sorrowfully, what would constitute an error? Chapter 54. From now on, he would have a family. This standard was indeed a profound question, difficult to define. Gu Chu furrowed her brow. If she wished to clarify, she could draft an entire tome of regulations for Iman. That would be too cumbersome. All judgments will be based on your own assessment. There is one clear stipulation. You are forbidden from harming females of your own accord. If any female bullies you, inform me, and I will stand up for you. If she dares to strike you, I shall repay her tenfold. Gu Chu huffed, already envisioning the scenario, poised to defend Iman. This notion ignited a glimmer of hope in Iman's eyes, which had once felt helpless, moved to tears by Gu Chu's slightly childish declaration. He lowered his head, smiling through his tears. From now on, he would have a family, someone would protect him, and no female would ever trample upon his dignity again. However, Gu Chu, is your standard so subjective? Iman mustered the courage to voice his concern, resembling a timid spouse, unsure of how to discern right from wrong. Gu Chu pretended to glare at him sternly. Do you have objections? I dare not. Everything you say is correct. Iman was merely jesting. A smile lingering at the corners of his lips, his posture straightened, refraining from any hint of grievance. Gu Chu chuckled. delicately dabbing at the tears at the corners of his eyes with a handkerchief, teasing Iman. It seems I've only just discovered that Iman is a bit of a crybaby. Iman's cheeks flushed crimson, but with the gentle presence beside him, he dared not move, meekly retorting in a voice barely above a whisper, "And no, it's just the smoke in my eyes. Iman, my dear diplomat, I must admit, you do look rather endearing like this." Gu Chu withdrew the handkerchief, only to catch a whiff of charred meat and suddenly realize the meat had indeed burned. "Iman, the meat is burnt.
Quick.
Flip it over. I'll help." "Oh, right." Iman stowed away the jade pendant into a spatial button and leaned in to assist. The two sat side by side at the long table, resembling a sweet couple in love. "Iman, here, this piece of meat is just right. Do try it." As Gu Chu blew on the meat and brought it to Iman's lips, he wrestled internally for a few seconds, having already committed a great sin. Casting aside any moral qualms, Iman succumbed entirely to the warmth of affection, thoughtlessly biting into the meat, which possessed an astonishing sweetness alongside its savory flavor. A sensation that traveled from his mouth straight to his heart. It wasn't merely the deliciousness of the meat, but the essence of love that nourished his soul. As Iman savored each bite, his reaction elicited laughter from Gu Chu. Suddenly struck with inspiration, she whispered into his ear, "You know, I've never personally fed either of them before." The warmth rising in Iman's ears was undeniable. He was fully aware that Gu Chu was deliberately teasing him. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a flutter of excitement. Did this signify that he had advanced a step further in his standing with Chu? Iman picked up a piece of meat grilled to the degree of doneness that Chu adored, cutting it into small pieces and mimicking her actions to blow away the steam. Cautiously delivering it to her lips, Gu Chu eagerly bit into the morsel, her eyes curving into a rainbow bridge of delight as she gazed at Iman. Her gaze so tender it seemed to brim with liquid. He had never witnessed such warmth in any female's eyes before. Momentarily entranced, he felt as if he were under a spell, unable to look away. This meat is exquisitely cooked. Enjoy it to your heart's content. Just take smaller bites. I fear I might gain weight." "Nonsense. When we return, I shall accompany you in your training. You promised. No backing out now. If you do, I'll have to punish you by turning you into a leopard and making you run around the estate 10 times. Iman's heart raced at the thought, nearly propelling him off the bench in excitement. Surely this was no punishment. It was a reward. The mere image of being Chu's steed sent warmth flooding through him, instinctively covering his nose as a rush of warm crimson seeped from it. "Iman, you." In a flurry, he scrambled for a tissue to staunch the bleeding, anxiously waving his hands, utterly mortified. "I didn't mean to think of anything inappropriate." Gu Chu, observing the snow leopard ears that had inexplicably sprouted atop his head, ignored his flustered expression, her fingers itching to reach out and stroke the twitching tips of those ears. Overcome by the softness, she couldn't resist giving them a few playful rubs. At that moment, Iman's composure utterly crumbled. All semblance of the SS-level male's ferocity evaporated, his body becoming a quivering mass, emitting a delighted rumble. As he pulled her close, they both tumbled onto the soft grass. Gu Chu nestled against Iman's chest, the rhythmic beating of his heart resonating through their skin. Iman, as if losing his mind, curled his hands tightly around her waist, instinctively yearning to draw her even closer. He gasped for breath, each wave of her mental energy sending him into a euphoric daze. "Chu, I love you. I adore you. I like you so very much." Gu Chu stood frozen, like a statue, bound in place. The love and affection within Iman's words seemed to convey two different sentiments. Remembering that felines typically dislike having their ears touched, she pondered the strange nature of Iman's reaction. Today, she wore a light blue dress, its fabric smooth and airy. As Iman swayed rhythmically, she shivered, instinctively delivering a playful kick to his stomach, sending him crashing into a tree.
"Goodness,"
Gu Chu reflected, her face flushing with an awkward blend of anger and embarrassment. She wasn't a child. Had it been anyone other than Iman, she would have unleashed a far more potent kick. For someone with the robust physique of an SS male, her strike was inconsequential, yet it effectively interrupted the moment. Once his breath steadied and he regained his composure, Iman sheepishly scratched his head, feeling utterly humiliated. He recalled Chu mentioning something about social death, and now he comprehended its true essence. "Oh, divine beast, please erase this memory." Just as he had confessed to Chu, such an event unfolded. Iman felt tears welling up. Could time rewind to before he had bled? Seeing Chu still seated on the grass, he hastily lifted her back to her seat, a pang of guilt making him avert his gaze as he turned to flee. I need to take care of something. Before departing, Gu Chuchu noticed his shirt soaked with sweat. As the naive interstellar beast man, she scratched her head, wondering what she had done to evoke such a reaction from Iman. Perhaps a quick search on her communicator would clarify things. Upon discovering the answer, she buried her face in her hands, lost in silence within the courtyard. Even the sizzling meat failing to entice her appetite. She was certain of the reason behind Iman's need to handle something. With narrowed eyes, she contemplated her recent foolishness. It was quite rare for a beast man to shift into a half-beast form, typically triggered by overwhelming emotions. Iman's sensitive ears had been exposed. And with her unstable mental energy, her touch had inadvertently sent him spiraling into a euphoric state. In essence, she had unknowingly stirred the pot of his desires. Chapter 55. He, too, wished to bear this honor. Under a cold shower, Iman adjusted the temperature to its lowest setting, the remnants of desire still flickering in his eyes, the lingering mental energy stimulating every nerve within him, leaving him with no choice but to release that pent-up energy himself. Iman towel-dried his damp hair, seething with frustration at himself. Why did every encounter end in such embarrassment? Would Chuchu mistake him for a lecherous individual? He was absolutely infuriated. After changing into fresh attire, they tacitly chose not to address the earlier incident. The special barbecue dinner had concluded prematurely due to the unusual circumstances. As for the kick, let it serve as a punishment. Once Gu Chuchu returned to her room, reassured by the soundproof walls, she lay on her bed, clutching her pillow and rolling about, unable to suppress her excited yet bashful squeals. Having been single for so long, each encounter was exhilarating, and she felt a thrilling excitement bubbling within her. Oh, dear. It was a disaster. Not even a cleansing powder could wash away her impure thoughts. She vowed to learn how to control her mental energy henceforth. While indulging in a bubble bath, Gu Chuchu began practicing her mental energy control. The sapling in her consciousness grew a little taller, sprouting several tender green leaves. The gray energy that had previously lingered around Iman had all been consumed, and 2 leaves clapped joyously in celebration. It was a commendation for Gu Chuchu's commendable efforts. This sapling regarded uncontrolled energy as nourishment for its growth, while the gray energy existed visibly in Gu Chuchu's mental space through the medium of the sapling. She delved into numerous resources, discovering that only A-grade or higher females could soothe males below SS level from a distance. To provide comfort across levels required physical contact or the execution of marital rites. The scarcity of females is indeed striking, compelling many males to resort to sedatives to stabilize their emotions, or to medication to dampen emotional fluctuations. For instance, both Ryans and Iman have indulged in such substances. Conversely, the mental prowess of females not only serves to calm their uncontrollable states, but also enables them to exert mental control and to launch attacks against orcs, offering robust protection for those frail in constitution. Records indicate that many advanced females appear to be self-taught, requiring no formal instruction, which leaves Gu Chuyu feeling somewhat despondent. Despite being a model student, she struggles to master the transformation back into her beast form, an experience that has left her feeling rather helpless. The following day, Gu Chuyu approached Iman to inquire if he was aware of how those mental healers manage their mental energy. The term mental healer resonated in her ears like a harsh, jarring sound. These individuals had even suggested that she become one, cloaked in the euphemism of healing, yet it felt akin to running a brothel. A mental healer typically possesses numerous male partners, some of whom they may not even remember, with some reduced to the status of mere custodians. Although a mental healer had once cast a flirtatious glance his way, Iman was unimpressed. He was merely a trophy to satisfy their desire for conquest, as was Ryan's and C2U. Iman gently suggested, "Chiyu, perhaps you could try to soothe from a distance. This form of mental calming differs from physical contact, and you may find it beneficial to explore that sensation. Don't you have mental healers? May I consult them?" Gu Chuyu asked with a spirit of inquiry, only to find Iman's gaze darkening, concealing a shadow beneath his lashes. "Chuyu, if you wish to learn, come to us for practice. Do not seek out the mental healers or the church." Iman's demeanor was earnest, and sensing no further need to press on the matter, she placed her trust in him, replying, "I understand." In the days that followed, Gu Chuyu adhered to her plan, visiting various attractions on the planet, indulging in experiences she had missed prior to the apocalypse. A long-lost part of her heart was finally fulfilled. She affectionately cuddled with her flower roll, realizing a dream of traveling with it had come to fruition. Iman held her small hand, his own modest wish realized as he confidently clasped her hand without reservation. Furthermore, Chiyu had even managed to provide him with remote mental soothing. Though she could not yet transform at will, she was gradually discovering the essence of controlling her mental energy.
Now.
They were aboard a private spacecraft heading to their final destination for the day, the Lewis Auction House. Situated in another district, they had not cleared the venue. For doing so would negate its status as an auction house. The Lewis Auction House had consistently generated substantial profits for Iman each year. Before entering, they donned masks to conceal their identities, and upon seeing Iman's mask, Chiyu couldn't help but chuckle.
Iam onoare a delictful cat mask.
With plush white fur and pointed pink ears, complementing his blue eyes, resembling a lion cub. Pointing to a mask he had custom-made to match Chiyu's beast form, Iman smirked. Do you like it, Chiyu? I do. I want one too, she replied, and Iman promptly produced a thoughtfully prepared mask. It's ready. Which one do you prefer? Chiyu held a luxurious mask resembling gold, yet upon glimpsing Iman's lion cub mask, she reached for it without hesitation. After all, she had never been able to resist anything fluffy, and masks were no exception. With similar blue pupils and both being feline-themed, they donned matching couple masks. Iman's smile broadened, the usual atmosphere of tension dissipating considerably. At a glance, they appeared to be two ordinary, gentle carnivores. They ascended to the uppermost VIP box. And as they settled onto the sofa, Iman inquired if there were any auction items that caught her fancy. Chiyu, like a country bumpkin unfamiliar with the world, scrolled through one interface after another, gasping in astonishment at the prices, which began in the billions. Rationally, she relinquished the decision-making to Iman, saying, "You choose. I'm just here to experience this." With a grand flourish, Iman declared, "Then I shall buy it all."
Huh.
Chiyu was about to clarify that was not her intention, only to witness Iman extravagantly bidding on numerous items. When he spotted a sea blue gemstone brooch that bore a striking resemblance to Chiyu's eyes, he was determined to acquire it as a gift for her. The necklace gifted by Ryans was something she wore daily, and he yearned for the same honor. The auctioneer announced the starting bid. This unique sea blue gemstone brooch, designed by a master jeweler, begins at 8 billion star coins. 8.5 billion. 100 billion. 111 billion. With a sardonic smile, Iman swiftly entered a figure. 500 billion. Chiyu gasped, "Iman, you're far too extravagant." The bid had nearly quintupled. Iman dismissed her concern with a casual remark, as if the number were merely a figure devoid of significance. As the auction concluded, the items were delivered by the inspectors and managers, eager to unveil the identity of the mysterious bidder, unaware that their guest was so cautious as to remain masked. The more enigmatic he appeared, the more the auction house staff were compelled to tread carefully, fearing they might be in the presence of a person of high stature. After Asian verified the items without discrepancies, the manager attempted to flatter them, specifically mentioning that they had become black card members, entitled to discounts on everything, including auction items. The Lewis Auction House is among the elite commercial giants of the galaxy. This card also grants the most prestigious and prioritized services at any shopping mall or hotel within the Lewis Group. This card held little value for Iman, who seldom shopped. He was here solely for Chiyu. However, it was a significant boon for her. The little female had endured an unhappy existence, and once her health improved, this card would surely be beneficial for her shopping endeavors. Iman handed the black card to Chiyu, casting a disdainful glance at the short, plump manager. The manager, a herbivorous beast man, had intended to flatter the female, but upon meeting Iman's imposing gaze, his legs weakened. He clung to the arm of the auctioneer to steady his hefty frame. Iman's voice lowered. "You may leave." "Why, yes." The manager, terrified, scurried away, his eloquence faltering, lips trembling, fearing that any misstep could cost him dearly. Asian closed the door, and Iman's repressed smile re-emerged as he opened the box containing the brooch. Inside lay the sea blue gemstone brooch, resplendent and radiant, exuding a captivating sheen. Its deep and pure color seemed to encapsulate the mysteries of the vast ocean. Each facet had been meticulously polished and refined, its surface smooth and flawless. When light struck it, it reflected a dazzling, unique blue luminescence, reminiscent of classic patterns from Chiyu's homeland. "Do you like it?" he asked. "I do," she replied, her heart racing at this exquisite piece. Astonished that Iman had so promptly and decisively matched her desires. "Shall I pin it on you?" Iman began to reach for the brooch, but her delicate hand gently pressed against his. "There are too many people here. Let's wait until we return. Chiyu's words resonated with wisdom. He had been too hasty. Iman obediently closed the box and tucked it away in his spatial pocket. Then we shall wear it upon our return. This gift. I wish to present it to you myself. At that moment, Iman felt a hint of shyness, retreating slightly as he spoke. Guchu wore a mischievous grin as she leaned closer to tease Iman, her tone laced with playful banter. Who would have thought that the esteemed diplomat Iman could feel shy? Quite the secret, indeed. Iman, caught in her gaze, felt a twinge of discomfort and turned his head away, stammering, "And no, I don't." The sparkle in Guchu's eyes deepened, revealing a hint of prideful defiance in him. Feeling bored in the room and disinterested in the auction, Guchu decided to take a stroll. She recalled that the second floor housed a treasure mall and wished to explore it. Upon expressing this desire, Iman immediately rose. "I shall accompany you." He then assisted Guchu in donning a golden mask while he adorned himself with a silver one, extending a gentlemanly hand to help her descend. Thanks to the noble Iman, she had long since become acquainted with the etiquette of this galaxy. Dressed in a sky-blue mermaid gown embellished with delicate, butterfly-thin gemstones that refracted a kaleidoscope of colors under the light, her figure was accentuated to perfection. The value of her attire alone exceeded hundreds of millions, not to mention the exquisite jewelry Iman had prepared for her, each piece a rare treasure. Even with their faces obscured, their undeniable aura made them the center of attention. With many gazes drawn toward them, Guchu had already noticed the stares directed at them and remarked with a smile, "This outfit is truly rather ostentatious today." Iman replied, "Not at all, it suits you perfectly." He cast a glance at the onlooking orcs, his gaze sharp and warning, causing them to avert their eyes and feign interest elsewhere. Guchu had previously mentioned her dislike for being scrutinized. Clutching a flower roll in her hands, Guchu chose to ignore the attention and immersed herself in admiring the art pieces she adored. Lost in her own world, she suddenly felt the weight of her flower roll diminish. Realizing something was amiss, she attempted to call out, ready to retaliate, but a coarse hand forcibly covered her mouth. As she instinctively reached for Iman's clothing, her fingers grasped only at an illusion. The world around her blurred, and she lost consciousness. In her final moments of awareness, she seemed to see Iman frantically searching for her in a frenzy. Upon regaining consciousness, Guchu felt an overwhelming weight on her shoulder and, upon turning, discovered a man slumped against her. In a fit of rage, she pushed him away with force, causing him to collapse heavily to the ground, unmoving, as if he had lost consciousness. A closer inspection revealed his dark attire soaked in blood, exuding a strong metallic scent.
Who are you? Guchu demanded.
Noticing his pained expression and the deep, bone-exposing wounds on his arms, blood oozing forth. Assessing her own condition, she realized she bore no bindings and, aside from being stained with his blood, was unscathed. This appeared to be an abandoned warehouse. Utilizing her abilities, she scanned the vicinity for any presence, but found only the two of them. Was this individual an incompetent kidnapper? A severely injured person hardly seemed like a typical abductor. The memories flooded back. She recalled seeing Iman in a furious search for her before her departure. It would take an SS-class individual to snatch her away from Iman. The male figure on the ground was smeared with blood, his sharp, handsome features barely discernible beneath the crimson stains. Just as Guchu prepared to flee, she felt her wrist seized. Turning, she was met by the bloodied orc, panting as he clutched her hand. A sense of dread washed over her. He hadn't lost consciousness after all. Maintaining a considerable distance, he had managed to grasp her wrist the moment she attempted to escape. The realization dawned on her. He had been watching her all along. He let out a pained groan, struggling to open his eyes just a slit. "Please, save me." His other hand dangled limply, dropping a battered light brain that projected a snow-filled image, barely capturing her likeness alongside comments revealing her S-class identity. Guchu was taken aback. Had he tracked her down using this defective device? "If you fail to assist me, your life will be forfeit as well. The connection binds us. Save me, and the bond will dissolve. I am left with no choice but to resort to this." The man uttered these words with great difficulty, pointing at her before closing his eyes again. Whether in genuine unconsciousness or pretense, she could not tell. Guchu pinched the bridge of her nose, lowering her hand to find a strange, dark red symbol on her wrist. Was there truly a contractual agreement in this technological civilization? Her thoughts wandered to the Gemini as spirit butterfly clan, known for their illusions, and the orcs' faith in their beast gods. She regarded the mysterious man with gravity. Was this why he had let her go so easily? He had taken her in such an unusual manner, It was uncertain whether she would truly escape death alongside him. Bound by fate, she noted his incessant bleeding. If this continued, he would perish from blood loss before she could even attempt to save him. Gu Chu grasped his jaw, prying his mouth open to administer several vials of potent medicine. Taking a deep breath, she began to control a small sapling to sense his condition from afar. She had become adept at maneuvering the sapling to gauge the male's instability, observing its eager demeanor as it seemed ready to devour the thick gray mist surrounding him. She staunched his bleeding, ensuring he remained alive. While inspecting his wounds, she noticed that the symbol on her wrist had faded slightly. Gu Chu's suspicion grew. Could it truly be linked to his injuries? Glancing around the desolate warehouse, she was uncertain how long she had been unconscious and whether she was still on her original planet. Gu Chu retrieved her light brain to contact Iman and Sitiyu. Given Iman's volatile emotions, she feared he might spiral out of control again. She sought Sitiyu for inquiries regarding the symbol. Is it malfunctioning? No matter how she manipulated it, the light brain refused to respond. Gu Chu's mood soured as she cursed under her breath, checking her surroundings to see if any devices interfered with it. Chapter 57. This person might not be a fool. As for this individual, Gu Chu hesitated for quite some time before absorbing a small measure of his instability. She dared not stray far, noting that the symbol on her wrist had indeed lightened, yet it had not vanished entirely. It appeared to have a genuine connection to the mysterious male's vital signs. Seeing him open his eyes, she leaped down from the wooden crate and coldly inquired, "Who are you? Why have you brought me here?" Gu Chu had thoroughly examined the area beforehand and found no signal-blocking barriers, yet the light brain remained inoperative, as did her wristband. "I cannot remember who I am." The man struggled to rise, leaning against a rusty barrel, his body enveloped in a shroud of blood. "When I am near you, the pain feels lessened." Thus, he had leaned on her shoulder.
Amnesia?
Gu Chu found it hard to believe. The man removed a ring from his bloodied hand and, summoning all his strength, tossed it at her feet. "This, perhaps, is my name." Upon closer inspection, the ring was anything but ordinary. It bore the inscription Chia within. "Your name is Chia?" she asked, intrigued. "Perhaps. I awoke in a garbage heap, saw your message, and knew only you could save me." Chia grimaced in pain, clutching his head as a cacophony of noise threatened to overwhelm his mind. Gu Chu's small sapling became animated, eager to consume the surging instability surrounding him. "I had no choice but to resort to this method to ensure your promise to save me. If you choose to help me, I shall protect you with my life, even if it means becoming the most wretched of slaves." Chia's weary eyes beseeched Gu Chu, his left leg's bone shattered. And his arrival here was solely due to sheer willpower. Now, kneeling was a struggle. Gu Chu had just intended to inquire about the method to break the symbol when Chia, overwhelmed and burdened, collapsed to the ground, transforming into a fox. Gasping for breath, the fox's face bore an expression of agony, as if an invisible force was suffocating her. Her fur, sparse and matted with blood, revealed patches of skin of various sizes, resembling a creature that had endured brutal treatment. The 9 dimly colored tails indicated that Chia was, in fact, a 9-tailed fox. She extended her hand, determination gleaming in her eyes, and addressed the unconscious fox. "Do you remember your words? Do not repay kindness with enmity." Unbeknownst to Gu Chu, her statement inadvertently released a wave of mental energy that resonated within Chia's consciousness. Gu Chu, controlling her mental power, began to nourish the sapling profusely. In no time, the sapling appeared visibly taller, suggesting that its instability was on the brink of collapse. Gu Chu felt no discomfort as she gazed at the seemingly unconscious 9-tailed fox, her expression having relaxed considerably. When she observed the symbol on her hand dissipating in tandem with the restoration of the fox's instability, she realized the truth of the words spoken by the individual. "Your name is Gu Chu, is it not?" Chia's voice echoed in her mind. Gu Chu turned back, seeing the fox still with closed eyes, yet the voice was identical to that of the earlier masculine tone, as Chia continued, "I shall repay your kindness in due time." Gu Chu was indifferent to whether he would fulfill that promise. Her sole desire was to return. "Now that I have saved you, the contract is thus nullified, correct?" The disappearance of the symbol signified the dissolution of their pact. This was a secret art. To extricate herself from Iman's grasp, Chia had expended her own power to enact a large-scale secret technique, worsening her condition. It merely granted him a momentary reprieve. Had he not fled swiftly, he would have been captured by Iman in the next instant. "I only wish to return to my guardian. Why can't I use the light brain?" There were devices nearby that blocked light network signals, rendering external communication impossible. Gu Chu paced back and forth, glancing at the fox, who seemed about to speak when the fox advised, "Walk approximately 500 meters outward, and you will regain signal. Do not stray too far. It is not safe outside. Contact your people and return. Only I can protect you now." Gu Chu cast a sidelong glance at him, meeting his half-open eyes, and he urged, "Trust me." Reluctantly, Gu Chu acquiesced to Chia's counsel. She activated the change button, swapping her attire for a vest and trousers, donned black fingerless gloves, and cloaked her face to obscure her femininity. Utilizing her abilities, she levitated into the air and departed from the dilapidated warehouse. The surrounding wreckage and darkness weighed heavily on her heart, as if unseen eyes were watching her. This place did not resemble a developed planet. She found herself believing Chia's words to some extent. As night fell, Gu Chu cautiously surveyed her surroundings, occasionally checking her light brain until numerous shadow screens flickered to life. Her heart sank upon seeing the messages. She had left the planet where Iman resided. Where, then, was she now? Gu Chu promptly sent a message to Iman, and the light brain automatically displayed a flurry of messages from her 3 guardians. Touched. Gu Chu found a concealed spot to provide them with her location, informing them that she was hiding in a warehouse devoid of light network access. In less than a second, she received simultaneous messages from all 3. Chu Chu, find a place to hide. Do not venture out. Chu Chu, you are on planet ZB 15728. A chaotic and dangerous trash planet. Do not roam recklessly. We can arrive shortly. Chu Chu, are you injured? Gu Chu replied to a Yu that she was unhurt. And after confirming her position, she hesitated briefly before redirecting her path back to the warehouse. The cunning fox had not deceived her. And since she had managed to contact Iman and the others, returning to the fox seemed the safer option. However, just a few steps in, a familiar dizziness engulfed her. Gu Chu staggered, clutching a nearby withered tree as her vision blurred increasingly. Damn it! Why did the side effects of the second differentiation have to strike at this moment? The timing of these side effects was utterly inconvenient. Biting her lip, the metallic taste surged in her brain, and she shook her head frantically, ultimately succumbing to the overwhelming effects, collapsing to the ground. When Gu Chu awoke once more, she beheld 2 fluffy, pristine white forelimbs.
Ksua Montak.
Why did you bring a cat here? An anthropoid? A female cat. How could it be an anthropoid? I found it on the roadside. Found it? Is it someone else's pet? What about the locator? It's ruined. Gu Chu recognized that the voices were not those of C2U and the others. The insidious side effects had thrust her into yet another unknown predicament. Unsure of who she was confronting, she dared not act rashly. She cracked her eyes open slightly, pretending to be a languid cat and peeking at her captor before closing them again, feigning genuine innocence. She sensed a hand caressing her meticulously groomed fur, and Gu Chu desperately wanted to bristle. What difference was there between this and being teased? Were it not for the unknown danger surrounding her, she would not allow this anthropoid to take advantage of her. From their conversation, it seemed they had damaged her locator. How could she return now? Furthermore, her spatial button and change button were gone. Otherwise, when she reverted to her human form, she would have no clothes to wear. The spatial button would transform into a collar, masquerading as an accessory when she assumed her beast form, while the change button became a small stone pendant. Now, feeling her neck empty and weightless, it was evident that both items were missing. She had to seize the opportunity to reclaim those 2 items. Material possessions could be forsaken, but she still desired to preserve her dignity. With a plan forming in her mind, Gu Chu lazily opened her eyes, feigning confusion as she lifted her head and meowed at the individual who had captured her. Upon seeing him, she couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, this person was undeniably handsome. His long red hair was tied high, and his features were flawless, with golden irises that sparkled brilliantly, his lips often curled into a subtle smile, and his eyes exuded a charm reminiscent of the enchanting fox spirit described in tales, captivating and alluring. Such beauty rendered even the most stoic males powerless to resist. Comparisons to Pan and came to mind, though Gu Chu had no notion of what Pan and truly looked like. In her mind, he was undoubtedly this man.
Ksua Montak.
Do you realize the plight you have caused the Horst royal family? You have directly forsaken them while plundering their treasury, and your actions have placed all blame upon your shoulders. The existence of beast gods imbued certain races with mythical traits, and high-ranking males of particular species would learn the secret arts of their kind. The twins also possess secret techniques. Chapter 58. Did you not know that cats dislike having their heads petted? The Horsts are not dead. Do you not see my mercy in this? Xianmo's words dripped with irony, his smile reminiscent of a devil from the depths of hell, seemingly inviting yet laced with malice. Seeing the little cat awaken and gaze at him, the curve of his lips softened slightly. Those blue eyes were indeed striking, more beautiful than gemstones. Should he extract them? Yet her fur was equally exquisite. What a difficult choice. Xianmo teased the little lion cub's head, prompting the cub to dodge in displeasure, its eyes reflecting its irritation.
Fool.
Do you not know that cats detest having their heads touched? Gu Chu attempted to leap from his embrace, only for one of his arms to secure her tightly around her chest and abdomen. His melodious voice teased, "There are wild beasts and interstellar pirates nearby. They might eat little cats and plunder your eyeballs as collectibles. Be good, little cat, and do not wander." In their conversation, they mentioned the horsed royal family, which Gu Chu recalled as the family that seemed to have been vanquished by rains. Their tone was ominous, suggesting negotiations, and she found herself completely restrained by the person holding her. Thus, it seemed prudent to observe the situation further. The lesser creatures here exhibit remarkable intelligence, comprehending most human speech. Gu Chu feigned a snarl at Xianmo, reluctantly and half-heartedly settling onto his lap. This elicited a light chuckle from Xianmo, who then stroked the small lion cub's body. However, upon brushing against her tail, Gu Chu instantly bristled, glaring at Xianmo with bared fangs and letting out a sharp feline yowl. "Do not touch my tail. Displeased are we? Then I shall refrain from touching it, provided you forget your former master." As he spoke, his hand seized Gu Chu's tail. A wave of weakness washed over her, leaving her utterly perplexed as to why Iman had mentioned that having her tail touched was pleasurable.
Meow.
Fortunately, Xianmo had no intention of snapping that gracefully swaying tail. He merely grasped it momentarily before releasing, a mere intimidation tactic for the little feline. He despised the notion of his possessions being claimed by another. Relieved to reclaim her tail, Gu Chu curled it protectively by her feet, trembling in his presence, as if on the verge of submission, while inwardly cursing him profusely. It had been ages since anyone had incited such ire in her. Xianmo squinted slightly, a hypocritical smile betraying a hint of genuine satisfaction.
Now.
"That's more like it." Gu Chu lowered her head, sighing repeatedly. Playing the part of a cat was exhausting. The griffin across from them observed Xianmo's distraction with the cat, growing increasingly irate. With a forceful slap, he struck the metal table, causing numerous cracks to mar its surface. The scars on his face only intensified his fearsome appearance. "Are you not afraid of lanes?" Xianmo had not once cast a glance at the griffin, his flat tone slicing through the air with piercing clarity. "You are here as a negotiator for the halls, are you not?" The griffin was taken aback by Xianmo's astuteness, as if he possessed the ability to read minds. Before the griffin could even broach the subject, Xianmo had already discerned his intentions. Eager to conclude the encounter, Xianmo was pressed for time. As a master, he wished to return and play with his little feline companion. "What benefits has the halls offered you?" The griffin skirted the question. "The Pegasus system was originally a hidden stronghold for our interstellar pirates. Now it has been surrendered to the Lyra system. Many of our interstellar pirates have been slaughtered. If the halls do not return, we will lose a significant portion of our financial support. And what concern is that of mine?" Xianmo's indifference was palpable as he teased the lion cub's mouth, prompting Gu Chu to turn her head away, displeased. Despite not being foul in odor, she simply disliked his touch. Gu Chu possessed limited knowledge of political affairs, yet she was well aware of the notorious reputation of interstellar pirates, known for their ruthless cruelty and indiscriminate slaughter. The revelation that the Pegasus system was their base was shocking. Lanes had effectively eradicated them. With so many present, Gu Chu, currently in her beast form, feared the repercussions if her connection to Lanes were to be discovered. She needed to devise a way to escape, praying fervently that her transformation back into human form would not occur too soon. Otherwise, she would be trapped in a den of wolves, with no hope of return.
Xuan Montauk.
You have long relied on the S-grade female from the Pegasus system to control your instability. As an SS-grade male, how can you ensure your own control with such actions? Xianmo appeared not to hear, lifting the small cat and rising to depart. "Little kitty, may I give you a name?" Xianmo, with a smile. Xianmo walked ahead, casually instructing his subordinate, "Kill them." In the small room where Gu Chu had recently resided, piercing screams and the clashing of various weapons erupted. The impenetrable walls became riddled with holes, and when silence fell, the air was thick with the scent of blood. Gu Chu had never felt such fear. She swallowed hard. The man who always wore a smile seemed harmless, yet was more vicious than anyone, with an unpredictable temperament that made him far from simple. An SS-grade male. She stood no chance against him. She had only just begun to practice her mental abilities. Lacking the assurance that she could completely subdue an SS-grade male and his subordinates, her greatest fear was a sudden failure of her mental capacity. What further plunged Gu Chu into despair was the realization that she was no longer on the original planet where she had fainted. She was aboard a starship. Xian Mo had destroyed the locator, severing her connection with Iman and the others. Following in Xian Mo's wake, she passed countless interstellar pirates. A rare sense of uncertainty enveloped Gu Chu. With so many present, she felt vulnerable. As a mere cat, transforming back into a human might not guarantee her survival. The disparity in strength was too vast. Xian Mo smiled as he regarded the little lion cub. What shall I call you? Gu Chu's heart skipped a beat. His gaze always tinged with a faint smile, rendering it impossible to discern his thoughts. This was all the more chilling.
Meow.
Gu Chu played the fool, knowing he wouldn't inquire about her human name. Yu and the others had disguised her well, with all her belongings appearing as animal collars or ornaments, leaving no trace of her true identity, unless they possessed a genius like Xuemu, who could see through such layers of deception. I shall call you Little White then. Does that please you? His gentle inquiry, had it not been for witnessing his violent tendencies moments ago, might have led Gu Chu to believe he was a kind soul. Meow. You may say whatever you wish. Gu Chu could only respond thus, unaware that the scoundrel had produced a device resembling a laser pointer. With a press of a button, the machine repeated her words in a mechanical voice. You may say whatever you wish. Gu Chu's fur bristled in alarm. She stiffly lifted her gaze to find Xian Mo watching her with amusement. It seemed the translator was rather effective. Gu Chu's heart raced with a mix of fear and anger. She dared not move, fearing that the next moment could see her neck snapped by the very man before her. This scoundrel was playing her for a fool. Did the stars truly possess an animal translator? And one that translated flawlessly? Chapter 59. The cat prefers to remain still. Fortunately, Gu Chu had refrained from cursing him, feeling a surge of helplessness. Surely, there could not be any animal lie detectors as well? Do you find Little White too dismissive? Then tell me your previous name. Gu Chu glanced at her pristine white fur, pondering that white fur was rather unappealing. After a moment's thought, she mewed twice. The translator conveyed, I am called by you. Ordinary, but acceptable. Gu Chu internally scoffed, thinking it superior to his Little White. Feeling despondent, she acknowledged the translator's honesty. They ascended to the top floor. Entering a room where Xian Mo sat in a swivel chair, the space littered with empty nutrient bottles. Gu Chu immediately recognized some as calming agents and sedatives belonging to Yu. This man seemed to have consumed quite a bit. Had he not previously relied on a mental healer for assistance with his instability? Why did he still require sedatives? Noticing the disorder of the room, Xian Mo frowned and summoned someone to clean it up. As the terrified individual entered to tidy, Xian Mo pressed a button beside him. 100 lashes. Gu Chu recoiled slightly. That seemed excessively cruel. As he stroked the lion cub's fur, an inexplicable tranquility washed over him, and he found himself growing increasingly fond of this little feline. Alas, she belonged to another. A little lion cub could have but one master. Xian Mo placed a clean pillow on the table and set the cat down on a soft red cushion that accentuated her snowy coat. In a melodic yet threatening tone, he addressed the cat. I will ask you a question, and you will answer truthfully. No lies, or I shall extract your eyeballs as specimens. Gu Chu curled into a ball, striving to appear natural. Meow.
Sure.
Seeing the lion cub's compliance, Xian Mo was quite pleased, resting an arm on the chair's back. How did you come to be on that wretched planet? Gu Chu began to meow in a long, song-like string, a rather eerie display. Feeling embarrassed, she realized that while she knew lesser creatures were intelligent, she had no idea how advanced their intellect truly was, responding to questions with trepidation lest her facade be unveiled. I was abandoned. You exude a feminine scent. Is your owner female? The lion cub tilted its head, seemingly striving to comprehend Xian Mo's words, and responded with a few meows. I scratched her, and they tossed me away.
Oh, Xuan Montag was sommerwat intriget.
Could such a mischievous little lion cub have injured its owner? He jested. Shall I assist you in eliminating her? Gu Chu fabricated the story, and with a sharp meow. She declined, not interested. She is a villain. Tossed the cat away. Xian Mo found this little creature, who was licking her tiny paws, utterly delightful. Her response had thoroughly amused him. Then would you prefer me as your master? Gu Chu shot him a disdainful glance, thinking it was rather audacious of him to inquire whether one who didn't even know how to pet a cat could elicit affection, without the need for a translator. Xian Mo discerned the lion cub's arrogance and disdain, which ignited his desire to conquer further. Could he not tame a mere cat? Cats prefer tranquility. Gu Chu coldly remarked before elegantly leaping off the table, only to be intercepted mid-air by a hand. I am requesting you, not indulging you. Xian Mo chuckled as he cradled the lion cub in his arms. The little lion cub, caught off guard, found her face pressed against Xian Mo's chest, his fitted vest failing to conceal the hardness of his stone-like muscles. Gu Chu's face pressed against his physique, her feline visage contorting with layers of frustration. Alas! My face is ruined. How unsightly. Even though he possessed striking looks and a faint aroma, it was all in vain. Gu Chu, this little lion cub, simply despised him. She could have returned home, but this scoundrel had abducted her and taken her belongings, including her locator and weapon. Anger was futile. What was paramount now was to devise a way to retrieve her transformation button. Gu Chu mewed once more. Return my toy. A toy? Xian Mo produced a plain stone, bound by a red string, adorned with a traditional knot. Gu Chu's eyes sparkled. This was indeed the cleverly disguised transformation button. Xian Mo examined the stone, finding nothing particularly special, though the knot seemed novel and meticulously crafted, casting a fleeting doubt in his eyes as he shook the stone, causing the little cat's head to bob in response. The cat's paw launched an attack, aiming to seize the small stone, but Xian Mo effortlessly evaded, resulting in the paw inadvertently snagging his clothing, transforming his round neckline into a deep V, revealing scars on his skin that resembled grotesque worms. Gu Chu was taken aback. The numerous scars upon him appeared to have aged, and her curiosity led her to press her tiny paw against his wounds. Why did he bear so many scars? The icy touch of her paw on his past injuries sparked a curious glimmer in her eyes, and for the first time, Xian Mo did not recoil at someone touching or witnessing his scars. He chuckled. Indeed, he had lost his mind. This was merely a cat, not a beast man. Though he detested the scent of females, the fragrance of little kittens was, perhaps, tolerable. He could always replace it with a better one later, for cats are known to tire of their toys. Gu Chu withdrew her paw, her sharp claws subtly visible. She truly wished to strike Xian Mo for his insufferable demeanor. She struggled to calm herself, taking measured breaths to regain composure, eventually forcing out a mew. Master.
Good.
Xian Mo caressed the paw resting on his chest, his large hand enveloping the little lion cub's head. Gu Chu squirmed, meowing in protest. Don't touch my head. I dislike head pats. Oh.
Xuan Mos Amusement deepened.
Then where does the little kitty prefer to be touched? Gu Chu now acutely felt the discomfort of being touched in her beast form by someone she did not favor, and she began to miss Iman and the others. I don't like any place. Refrain from touching me. As she noticed his lack of anger, her courage grew bolder, and her tone sharpened, though it failed to convey her irritation through the translator. Evidently, she had a temper. No wonder she had been discarded. Gu Chu pondered what to say, sensing a hint of pride in his voice. Rather than becoming angry, Xian Mo laughed, fastening the transformation button around her neck. Upon seeing the button return to her, Gu Chu felt an immense sense of relief, only wishing to escape from his embrace. This time, Xian Mo did not impede Gu Chu, allowing her to leap onto the nearby sofa to groom her fur. Bai Yu, do not wander, stay in the room. The beastmen outside have not eaten meat for a long time and may devour you whole. Xian Mo jested ominously, his voice ghostly. Gu Chu remained still, too intimidated by his chilling laughter. The door was not fully closed when an unfamiliar voice respectfully announced, Boss, the Horst royal family's human experimentation lab has been destroyed. The Imperial Star should soon discover that they coerce their S-class females. Let us find some individuals to spread some clues. Rains was the guardian of that S-class female. If he were to learn of this news, he would undoubtedly be enraged. Gu Chu perked up, her ears twitching.
What?
She had overheard vital information. It seemed the Horst royal family was not as simple as it appeared, entangled with the previous human experimentation lab. She stealthily approached, eager to hear more crucial information. But just as she was about to draw near, the door slammed shut mercilessly. Gu Chu rolled her eyes, dejectedly leaping onto the sofa to rest. She closed her eyes and entered her consciousness space, where she was astonished to find the sapling had grown into a small tree. What was happening? How had it grown so much? If her guess was correct, her sudden transformation into a beast form was due to this little tree's influence. However, she still did not comprehend the origin of this sapling. Her bodily mutation and spiritual power were both intertwined with it. Having nourished the sapling with her spiritual energy, its growth caused side effects. Did this signify that she now possessed the ability to control her spiritual power? Gu Chu shut her eyes, attempting to communicate with the little tree. Little tree, can you understand my words? Good child, grant me the freedom to transform into my human form. Otherwise, if I perish, you will have no control value to consume. You must strive to grow tall and become a great tree, right? Thus, you must teach me how to achieve this. Whether the little tree understood her words was uncertain. When Gu Chu opened her eyes again, she astonishingly found herself transformed back into human form. She discovered herself clad in a short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and sneakers, an ideal casual outfit. How fortunate that she had wisely reclaimed the transformation button. She blinked, realizing that shifting into human form at this moment was not appropriate. With a mere thought, she reverted to the small lion cub once more. Gu Chu oscillated between forms, effortlessly executing transformations that had previously eluded her countless times. This newfound finesse was truly extraordinary, a fluidity she had never experienced before.
Indeed.
It was the little tree that controlled this ability. It understood her words and recognized when she was in danger. As Gu Chu reverted to the lion cub, she began to explore the room, examining the spinning chair, which was filled with buttons, none of which she comprehended. Besides the chair, she could find nothing resembling a light brain. Gu Chu felt utterly disheartened. Her next step was to devise a way to retrieve her collar, for only the collar could connect her to Iman and the others. The destruction of a locator was inconsequential, as Xue Mu had taught her other emergency contact methods. The moment she thought of Iman, his remorseful visage flashed through her mind. That weeping fool must be exceedingly worried and distressed right now. Gu Chu was anxious to return and frantically searched the entire room, yet he found no trace of his collar. Dejected, he sank back onto the sofa, lying down. It was highly likely that he had either lost it or stored it within his spatial button. Reluctantly, Gu Chu abandoned his search. A wave of fatigue swept over him once more. Having been on edge for too long, he closed his eyes and fell asleep within mere seconds. When Xian Mo returned, he caught a faint whiff of a woman's fragrance, delicate and subtle. His brow furrowed in confusion. Where did a woman come from on this starship? His gaze instinctively turned towards the sleeping feline, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. It was the scent of this cat's owner. Kneeling down, he leaned closer to the slumbering kitten to inhale the scent, which, indeed, intensified. Observing the lion cat, he suddenly noticed it turn comfortably onto its side, continuing its slumber. A strange smile crept across Xianmo's lips. The situation appeared to be growing interesting. When Gu Chu awoke, he let out a soft mewl, feeling a mild headache. The moment he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the overpowering aroma of strong liquor. Xian Mo lay sprawled across the table, utterly intoxicated.
Gu Chu,
having transformed into his beast form, found his sense of smell heightened significantly. He covered his nose with his paw, repulsed by the odor. Drunk was he?
Perfect.
Gu Chu's round, clever eyes sparkled with opportunity. It was time to seize the moment. He twisted his waist, deftly avoiding the numerous bottles scattered about, and leaped off the sofa, circling Xian Mo while meowing insistently. I am hungry and need something to eat. Did you hear me? I want food. Xian Mo remained utterly still, unresponsive. Gu Chu circled him several more times to confirm he was truly passed out, then sprang onto the table. The translator had been carelessly left on the surface, and he had also taken a tranquilizer. It seemed he was attempting to manage some form of control over his volatility. The tranquilizer, combined with a potent alcohol, would have a detrimental effect on his nervous system, a combination that ought not to be used together, causing harm to the body. The timing of Xian Mo's intoxication was impeccable. Now Gu Chu could search for his spatial button without restraint. Looking at the array of liquor bottles, Gu Chu meowed in disdain. Drinking so much is bad for your health. Is he drowning his sorrows? Do space pirates even have sorrows? This man is rather peculiar. Unbeknownst to Gu Chu, a finger beneath the table twitched while he remained focused on examining the items on the table. Where has my collar gone? I want to go home. Finding nothing of interest on the table, she leaped off the sofa to seek out his spatial button, tiptoeing around Xian Mo as she inspected his pockets. After a prolonged search, she still could not locate the spatial button. She recalled what Situ had said. Some individuals could implant spatial buttons directly into their bodies, typically in the arm. Could he have done the same? Gu Chu felt a wave of frustration wash over her. She was reluctant to touch his body, and the spatial button was so small that without proper instruments, it would be impossible to find. Sitting disheartened on the floor, her stomach audibly grumbled. Pouting, she muttered, "You spineless belly, of all times to demand food. How unruly." This comment caused the face hidden beneath his arm to curl into a smirk. Could it be that this little female was a fool or merely a child? Beneath her crimson hair lay ears that, when touched, could not help but twitch in response. Xian Mo, wearing an animal translator earphone, could discern the delicate tone of her voice even amidst the mechanical sounds, a stark contrast to the proud little kitten he had first encountered. Feigning sobriety, Xian Mo let out a snort and took another long swig of alcohol, while Gu Chu stared at him from behind, completely disregarded. This man really treats alcohol like a meal. I wonder if he'll become violent and attempt to kill me once he has drunk. Yet, there was no trace of drunkenness in Xian Mo's eyes. His gaze was clear and sharp. He suddenly scooped up the little kitten, producing a bottle of nutrient supplement from seemingly nowhere and waving it in front of Gu Chu. "Little you, are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? Nutrient supplement? Was it for animals?" Gu Chu gritted her teeth, deciding it didn't matter what kind of nutrient it was. It was food that would fill her belly. And she nodded decisively. Chapter 61. All grievances must be swallowed down. Xian Mo's lips curled into a slight smile, letting out a chuckle. The little kitten was rather naive, so easily ensnared. He continued to lead her on. "Call me master, and I shall grant you the nutrient." Gu Chu, feeling famished, suppressed any resentment she held towards Xian Mo, swallowing it down. Seeing him holding the translator, she immediately mewed, "Master." Despite the mechanical voice, Xian Mo seemed to detect the tone of her meow. It was neither warm nor cold, lacking the endearing quality of her previous utterances. Shaking his head, he remarked, "Not pleasing to the ear." The lion cat shot him a glare. Did he expect a cat to speak with emotion? Was the translator not enough to convey her meaning? Could he not use his imagination? Gu Chu, irritated, recognized the danger he represented and the volatility of his temperament. Clearing her throat, she called out once more, "Master." Xian Mo remained unsatisfied. Once more. Gu Chu rolled her eyes internally, finding his morbid sense of humor incomprehensible. Was he deliberately toying with her? After several attempts, Xian Mo finally put down the translator, bringing her a small golden bowl to pour the nutrient into. Gu Chu extended her pink, barbed tongue to take a tentative sip. Oh, was this nutrient for humans? Right, if he didn't have pets, how could he possess pet nutrients? It must be for himself. With her doubts assuaged, Gu Chu drank the nutrient with ease. Although it wasn't particularly pleasant, it was better than an empty stomach. At this moment, she could not afford to be picky. Xian Mo supported his chin, playfully toying with the triangular ears of the lion cat. The cat's ears were particularly sensitive, twitching back and forth at the slightest touch, proving to be rather entertaining. As he stroked the soft fur of the lion cat, he felt its warm body and gentle touch. This strange female. I shall see how long you can keep up this facade. Xian Mo recalled her aversion to being touched by others. You seem quite small. Should I have a doctor check your body, perhaps feel your belly, or your bones? The thought of someone unfamiliar touching her body sent Gu Chu into a frenzy. Her tail bristled as she bared her teeth at Xian Mo. He was already her limit, and now he wanted to subject her to the touch of another. Was that not an affront to her dignity? Furious, Gu Chu let out a low growl. You dare. I swear I'll make sure your entire starship goes down with you. The entire starship going down? Xian Mo, wearing his headphones, found himself intrigued. What could this little lion cat do to ensure the destruction of the starship? Lacking weapons, power, or even the understanding of why she had transformed into a beast form, she certainly did not seem like a mere child. From this perspective, the foolish kitten was not a child at all, but rather a young woman.
Xua Montak,
who had always despised females, found the beast form of this one somewhat less repugnant. Caressing her cat ears was quite pleasant, and he pondered the notion of having her maintain this form indefinitely. Go ahead and eat. I want to send you to the doctor. I was merely teasing. It seems you truly detest being touched by others. No wonder you were discarded. Gu Chu's fur, which had puffed up in anger, gradually returned to its normal state. Observing that Xian Mo remained vigilant, she quietly took several steps back, losing interest in the remaining nutrient. You were the one who was discarded. I merely fainted. You didn't pick me up. A space pirate like you picking up a cat doesn't quite fit your image. Oh? Was this somehow his fault? If it weren't for him, she might have already fallen prey to a pack of starving hyenas. Truly, she was ungrateful. Reflecting on this, Xian Mo poked her on the head as punishment, eliciting an annoyed yowl from Gu Chu. If you poke me again, I will truly bite you. Honestly, if you want a pet, at least choose a snake or a wolf or something. Keeping me will only tarnish your image as a ruthless space pirate. You should find a better home for me. I'm not suited to your fierce persona. Xian Mo found the little female's reasoning quite sound. Yet he was determined to keep this lion cat for himself. Gu Chu had just awakened, but soon succumbed to fatigue once more, accompanied by waves of throbbing pain in her head. Even the act of leaping back onto the small sofa cushion felt as if it drained every ounce of her strength. Without the need for instruments, she sensed that her mental energy began to shift after absorbing a significant amount of Qi Ya's erratic values. It was clear that Xian Mo had no intention of sending her for further examination. Thus, she resolved to remain in this state of inertia, opting to stay here for the time being. After all, indulging in slumber and nourishing herself was a rather blissful existence. Xian Mo, observing Bai Yu retreat to sleep, found himself engulfed in boredom. He desired to rouse the little lion cat to continue their playful antics. Gu Chu, however, was besieged by an intense headache, a pain so overwhelming it felt as though it threatened to rend her tiny head asunder. With her eyes barely open, she struggled to discern her surroundings through the dim light. In her haze, she glimpsed a blurred figure and mistakenly assumed it was Iman come to take her home. Mewing pitifully, "I feel unwell. My head hurts. I'm so tired. I need a hug." Xian Mo, upon hearing those words, instinctively imagined them uttered in a petulant tone. His eyes widening in surprise. Was this truly something a female would say? Was she genuinely unwell? He leaned closer, gently teasing her ears. But when she fell silent as if drifting back to sleep, a low groan escaped her lips. She appeared to be in considerable discomfort, her body trembling slightly as if enduring immense agony. Xian Mo began to entertain the notion that this little female might indeed be suffering. What had started as playful banter was now a serious concern. Taking her to a doctor was out of the question. Though she currently bore the form of a lion cat, her essence was that of a beast man. A visit to a physician would likely result in her being treated as a mere lowly animal, which was akin to an affront. The mere thought of a doctor's hands probing her delicate abdomen ignited a murderous rage within Xian Mo. He envisioned those hands being ground into a pulp. After careful contemplation, he resolved to observe her condition for the time being. He fetched a small blanket for Bai Yu, draping it over her, and attempted to administer a calming remedy for her headache using a spoon. A damp sensation brushed against her lips. Instinctively, Gu Chu licked her tongue, grimacing at the unpleasant taste. When Xian Mo again presented the concoction to her lips, she remained obstinately unresponsive, her paws cradling her head in resistance to his offering. Xian Mo raised an eyebrow, realizing she was indeed a rather picky eater. If she refused, so be it. He consumed the remaining potion himself, followed by several shots of strong liquor, and reclined on the bed, intoxicated. Not long after, having barely closed his eyes, he opened them again, got out of bed, and carried the cushion along with the sleeping cat back to the bed. Lying on his side, he kept his gaze fixed upon her, watching the lion cat slumber peacefully. He felt time slip away without tedium. Observing her, he noted that her condition seemed to improve slightly. A smile lingered in his eyes. The excruciating pain that had plagued him due to erratic values appeared to have lessened, soothed by her mere presence. Chapter 62. Why should she help him? Gu Chu's mind conjured an image of the little tree, surrounded by a multitude of erratic values that swayed its lush leaves, beckoning her as if to implore her assistance in absorbing them. Without needing to think, she knew these erratic values belonged to Xian Mo. The sheer volume of gray clumps astonished her. How could this guy possess so many when he had not even lost control? If this continued, he would soon spiral into madness, becoming a capricious lunatic prone to indiscriminate violence. Suddenly, Gu Chu realized that her feline self might not survive this ordeal. She would undoubtedly be the first to perish. The thought of that man coercing her to call him master ignited her fury, particularly given his peculiar temperament. Did saving him truly hold any merit? The little tree was her only confidant now. "You've grown up. I shall call you Tree from now on."
Tree.
He is an interstellar pirate. He is a villain. Can we truly expect him to express gratitude if we save him? The tree's leaves mimicked human behavior, scratching its head in confusion. But why? His resentment is quite delectable. Resentment? Tree, you can speak now? Gu Chu felt elated at this revelation. Tree could provide her with numerous answers. The tree nodded, its youthful voice reminiscent of a child learning to speak. "The more resentment I absorb, the faster I grow. Gu Chu inquired, is resentment synonymous with erratic values? Perhaps. I only remember it being called resentment. Only remember? Have you lost your memory? Gu Chu pondered the possibility that the little sapling's understanding diverged from theirs, and thus asked, how did I come to this world? Did you bring me here? Why is my mental energy so unstable? The sapling hesitated before responding, attempting to articulate its thoughts. I have always resided within you. The temporal turbulence returned me to the original world. Your mental energy is gradually stabilizing. You must absorb more erratic values. If I stabilize, why do I still transform into beast form? Gu Chu did not mind her beastly shape, but transforming at inopportune moments, leading to her becoming a pet of an interstellar pirate, was a considerable predicament. Your beast form enables a better transformation of mental energy. Ah, that makes sense. No wonder I shifted into beast form after absorbing Qi Ya's erratic values. But why did I transition from a normal human to a beast man? I developed within your body, causing changes to it as well. And why is my beast form that of a lion cat? I once awakened in your world for a fleeting moment, catching a glimpse of a lion cat through your eyes. Afterward, I fell into slumber until you traversed the temporal turbulence to the Lyra star system, at which point I fully awakened. Thus, all her queries found resolution. The sapling's clear, youthful voice implored, absorb his erratic values. They are quite delicious and will aid in enhancing your mental energy. Once stabilized, you will be able to utilize your mental energy smoothly. Gu Chu contemplated mental control and mental attacks. Stealthily, she opened her eyes to behold the inebriated Xian Mo. The only individual capable of absorbing the erratic values was the interstellar pirate beside her. Though reluctant to assist such a rogue, she recognized the necessity of preserving her own life. She could not recklessly revert to her human form, especially considering his strikingly handsome visage. There was no denying his allure. But his heart was undeniably wicked. Coupled with the effects of the sedative, she was certain he had succumbed to a drunken slumber. As Gu Chu regarded him, memories surfaced of the unpalatable concoction he had forced upon her moments ago. Regardless, she transformed back into her human form, lying face to face with Xian Mo. The transformation button automatically donned her in a loose, comfortable nightgown, revealing her long legs. Gu Chu cautiously ensured he remained asleep, propping herself up with one hand, her light blue wavy hair cascading before her. Her deep blue eyes, reminiscent of the ocean, held a languid quality, as if she had just awakened. Gu Chu was still quite fatigued, eager to expedite this endeavor and return to her feline form, feigning ignorance to resume her slumber. It was not her intention to engage in such a perilous act, despite what Tree had suggested. Her hand hovered above Xianmo's body as she controlled her mental energy. Within her consciousness, Tree was indulging heartily, savoring the experience. Gu Chu did not allow Tree to consume excessively, quickly retracting her focus. A drastic reduction in erratic values would raise suspicions, resulting in dire consequences for her. She dared not be overtly conspicuous. Shifting back into her feline form to continue her slumber, Tree had mentioned that she was not yet particularly adept at this. Once stabilized, she would be able to deftly manage these resentments. With a soft hum, Gu Chu drifted back into sleep, oblivious to the fact that the inebriated man had silently observed her every movement, his fingers subtly rubbing together as a chronic insomniac. Xian Mo had never truly slept. After a while, Xian Mo staggered into the bathroom, his body swaying as if he were in distress, seeking to wash away the lingering discomfort and the unpleasant scent of alcohol from his system. Why had she chosen to assist him? This perplexed Xian Mo deeply. He was acutely aware of the transformations within his body. The moment the cat transformed into a human, his heart fluttered uncontrollably, an inexplicable joy surging within him. Her appearance was both anticipated and utterly unexpected. He recognized her as a beast man. Yet he had not fathomed that the beast man he had encountered would be the S-class female Gu Chu. As publicly declared, he had seen her photographs, with the comments beneath them overwhelmingly praising her cuteness and sweet smile. It struck him as profoundly ironic. Did these foolish males truly believe in the existence of such a divine female? It seemed like a dream. Yet now, Xian Mo tapped his head, unsure whether it was the effects of the alcohol or mere illusion, as he found himself contemplating that Gu Chu might be the sole anomaly among females. The cold water cascaded down from his head, the chill invigorating his muddled mind. He hastily dried his long, damp hair and emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, just in time to encounter the little kitten awakened by the sound of running water. As the lion kitten's eyes fixed on him, Xian Mo recalled the scars that marred his body, and his heart sank once more. Surely, females despised such unsightly scars. Gu Chu averted her gaze awkwardly, mewing softly while covering her eyes with her paw. I'm not looking, not looking. I certainly don't find his muscular physique appealing. He is an interstellar pirate. And one must never be deceived by appearances. Xian Mo blinked in surprise, then remembered the translator still nestled in his ear. Unable to suppress a smile, he feigned ignorance and approached the little kitten. Leaning over the bed, he propped himself up with one hand and poked her cheek, prying open her paw. Awake now? Why are you covering your eyes? Doesn't it hurt? When her lovely face was once again exposed, Gu Chu blushed and feigned sleep. Could you at least dress properly? You're so greasy. Greasy? Xian Mo felt that this interpretation of greasy differed greatly from his understanding. Clad in a tank top, he had for once refrained from donning a cloak, intentionally revealing the grotesque scars that were more repulsive than those of a worm throughout the day. Gu Chu could not fathom why he remained indoors, spending the entire day in the adjacent study beside him. Oddly enough, he had not interacted with her at all, instead wrapping her up in a blanket and carrying her to the study, where he placed her on a single sofa for the entire day. Gu Chu seized the opportunity to observe him discreetly. He was busy, either engrossed in documents or being approached by others to discuss matters. He was not at all like the interstellar pirate she had imagined. Boss, Marshal and the Phantom Butterfly seemed to have arrived near this planet. Should we avoid them? Chapter 63. The Guardian, having lost his beloved female, of course, came in search of her. Is that so?
Xuan Montag replied absently.
Lanes, as the Guardian, would undoubtedly seek his beloved female. The thought of her being cherished made him frown as he discreetly observed the habitually feigning asleep Gu Chu, who had perked up her ears to eavesdrop. Did she truly wish to return? Xian Mo felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. It wasn't as if he couldn't provide for her. The moment this thought crossed his mind, even he was taken aback by its absurdity. She would undoubtedly despise living a life of turmoil and S-class female as a star thief. What a ludicrous notion. Yet the mere thought of her potentially leaving caused his heart to constrict painfully, akin to being struck by a heavy blow. Guide them toward the Lion Eagle. Things are in disarray there. They won't easily relinquish such a crucial opportunity. They will uncover information regarding the royal family of the Lyra system. Indeed, boss is wise. As the interstellar pirate withdrew, Xian Mo cast down his pen and sighed heavily. To evade military tracking, all communication signals had been blocked, and he resorted to the most rudimentary means of paper and pen. Seizing the rare moment of leisure, Xian Mo lifted the lion kitten's cushion onto his lap, his fingers playfully teasing her tiny paws. Little kitten, you are fortunate, consuming only the finest nutritional supplements. I dote on you. Should you fall into the hands of other space thieves, prepare for a life of torment. Gu Chu observed him toss the translator onto the table. Her kitten face adorably perplexed, yet her mouth muttered, If you were truly so wonderful, you wouldn't be an interstellar pirate. Triggered by memories. Xian Mo's smile grew bitter. By you are so pampered, raised by noble females, receiving only the best nutritional supplements. How could you, this delicate kitten, comprehend the plight of the destitute who are driven to become space thieves? They endure a life worse than that of humans on junk planets, where violence reigns supreme, and survival hinges on theft. The weak become mere prey for the strong. They suffer from uncontrollable values, and the exorbitant prices of sedatives are beyond their reach. Yet space thieves can provide them with sedatives. With no money and no options, they are forced down this path. Among countless junk planets, only a few manage to ascend from the depths. But do you know? Once you emerge from a junk planet, that identity will forever be a source of scorn. For instance, I am but refused from a junk planet. The cruelty of such places is far beyond what you, a mere kitten, can imagine. Gu Chu, witnessing his self-deprecating gesture and cold laughter, almost believed he had understood her words, had it not been for the preceding statement. Gu Chu had already experienced a life akin to that of a junk planet during the apocalypse, where resources were scarce. Even a student from a prestigious university, a kind-hearted elder had transformed into someone unrecognizable for survival. She understood the harsh truths of selfishness and the survival of the fittest. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had to feign indifference, constantly wielding a knife in fear of being attacked. It was only in this context that Gu Chu could be herself. However, whether she could return to Lanes and the others remained in uncertainty. Upon hearing Xian Mo's words, her little kitten head rested thoughtfully on her paws. Realizing that she might harbor some biases against interstellar pirates, I have experienced a life where everyone lived in fear, driven mad in pursuit of food. I had no idea that interstellar pirates lived such miserable existences. It seems my understanding is still far from complete. Xian Mo recalled the earlier information he had received. Gu Chu had been discovered on a planet housing human experimentation laboratories, the very planet he had unwittingly led others to expose. Thus, he could say in a roundabout way that he was indeed Gu Chu's savior. The bitter smile on Xian Mo's lips gradually transformed into one reminiscent of sweetness. Carrying the lion kitten back to his room, he made sure to take the translator from the table to conceal it. Upon returning to the room, Gu Chu sought out the tree, gazing at the multitude of gray clumps, and she had a suspicion to ask the tree. Were these grievances not solely Xian Mo's? Indeed, there are many grievances here. Some beastmen are on the verge of collapse, trapped and near death. Devour them, and you shall grow stronger. Can I absorb the grievances of an entire starship? Not yet. You must absorb them gradually. I am here to help you. Gu Chu hesitated. While Xian Mo had said so, they were undoubtedly responsible for pillaging and harming the innocent. If she saved the wicked, would it not be tantamount to harming the good? She could not rely solely on one-sided accounts to justify her actions. What if they opposed Lanes and his group? As Xian Mo emerged, he noticed the sighing little kitten, the bowl of nutritional supplement barely half finished.
Sigh. Xuan Montag.
Bare-chested with a towel draped over his head, droplets of water cascading down his enchanting face, chuckled as he ruffled her fur. What troubles you, little kitten? You look pained. Are you in heat? Meow 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 meow. You're the one in heat, you perverted exhibitionist. I'm contemplating whether you people are worth saving. Good intentions reap no rewards. Xian Mo paused momentarily, a captivating smile gracing his lips as he returned to his usual demeanor, lifting the kitten cushion once more. After a day of experimentation, the feline, preoccupied only with eating, sleeping, and contemplating escape, seemed indifferent to its unsightly scars. As I leaned closer to its chest, I could distinctly feel the warmth of its skin. The cat's fur bristled, and in a panic, it let out a shrill cry, raking its claws wildly before leaping fearfully onto the bed. Scoundrel! How shameless, to invade my space without permission. Upon closer inspection, I noticed several blood streaks on Xian Mo's chest, causing Gu Chu to gasp in alarm as he hung his head, seemingly lost in thought. Gu Chu instinctively took a few steps back, afraid to breathe too loudly. Surely, he wouldn't be enraged enough to harm her, would he? Fearful, she displayed her sharp claws, ready to defend herself if he were to go mad. Yet, she quickly realized that this was not the time for defiance. Dealing with Xian Mo was one thing, but there were many more star thieves around. Most importantly, she was not adept at piloting the specialized spacecraft. She softened her tone, purring a few conciliatory words. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scratch you. I only extended my claws out of fear. Will you forgive me, my master? Xian Mo observed the minor scratches, unbothered, yet the little cat was quite selective about where to strike, teasingly aiming for his heart. How curious. To provoke him in such a playful manner. Another inch closer, and she would leave a small red mark. What, pray tell, is Tia Tia? He activated the translator in his hand, replaying the phrase over and over again. The little cat, now in a playful mood, approached him, which he found amusing. So, she knew she was being mischievous, and chose to charm him instead. Humph. She truly thinks of herself as a cat. He sat on the bed and poked her between the eyes. She certainly knew how to back down. Anyone who dared to scratch him would meet a fate worse than death at the jaws of a wolf. I am a cat, not a human. Xian Mo's lips twitched. He knew she was shameless, but he hadn't anticipated just how shameless she could be. Chapter 64. Just preferring humans, his fingers deftly stroked the cat's chin, eliciting a contented purr from Gu Chu. That was the most sensitive spot for any cat. And she was no exception. It wasn't that she didn't want to refuse. This fellow was simply too formidable, and she believed in the art of yielding. This feline technician was rather skilled.
Meow.
If you let me touch you, I'll consider it a sign of forgiveness. The cat chirped joyfully. And Xian Mo chuckled softly. This feline could change moods faster than an actor could change costumes. Well done. He was curious to see how long she could maintain this charade. The following evening, Xian Mo placed both the cushion and the cat on the bed before indulging himself in drinking copiously from a bottle. The person beside him was indulging in heavy drinking, consuming glass after glass without pause. Gu Chu cautiously opened her eyes to sneak a glance at the man who sat on a single sofa, his upper body bare, revealing scars and chiseled abs. His nonchalant posture added a rugged charm to this alluring man. According to Ayu, some people resorted to alcohol to numb the pain brought on by their lack of control. I've heard that those who drink excessively are often domestic abusers. Men who strike women, such individuals are unworthy. The drinker paused, the liquid in his throat swirling before he resumed, gulping it down. Is it worth saving these people? What if I end up rescuing a villain? This wicked Xian Mo looks as if he would kill me the moment he is in a foul mood. His temperament is so unpredictable. Do I truly want to save the people here? The cat is quite troubled. I cannot discern between good and evil. A flicker of surprise crossed Xian Mo's eyes. Save someone? What was she contemplating? An S-class female could only assist a maximum of 30 D-class individuals at a time, with the number decreasing as levels increased. What did Gu Chu intend to do? Frowning, his brow concealed by strands of hair, he felt a twinge of displeasure. He could not allow her to engage in actions that could harm herself. The thought startled him. Did he truly care about the well-being of a female? Previously, when he sought help from the Hall's royal family, it was merely to have that S-class female treat him. The results were negligible. When that female had exhausted her mental energy and collapsed, he hadn't even glanced her way. Even if she had been willing to bond with him, he had deemed her unworthy. Now, however, he found himself caring about a female under protection. Had he lost his mind? He despised the arrogant demeanor of females. How could he allow himself to become a servant to one? Rising unsteadily, his head clouded with alcohol, he staggered over to lie beside Gu Chu. Stroking the little lion cub, his bleary gaze lost focus as he murmured, "Little cat, whether noble or royal, they will all abandon you. They are merely users who will leave once they've had their fill. The Lyra star system is already in chaos. The nobles, the church, the royals, few among them are virtuous." Just like the Hall's royal family, the royal lineage of the Lyra star system had previously conducted human experiments, resulting in irreversible consequences, which led to their overthrow in the face of public outrage, banning such experiments. The current Karka royal family is already stirring. Do not think they are unaware of the human experimentation laboratories in the Lyra star system. They wait for the opportunity to lure that S-class female into the palace to treat their uncontrollable crown prince. In the process of saving him, several S-class females have already perished, all concealed by the Kafka royal family. Gu Chu narrowed her eyes. Wasn't he the Karka royal family, the one poised to replace the Lyra star system royals? She hadn't heard much about the royals on the Imperial Star. Why would this fellow know? She had reason to doubt Xian Mo. The distrust reflected in her feline eyes. Xian Mo smirked as he stroked the little cat's chin. You must be quite curious as to how I know so much. It is because I am a survivor. A bloodline from the last generation of royal experimental subjects in the Lyra system. Such a hidden truth. The little cat remained oblivious, while Xian Mo understood that those three had protected her too well. After all, those three were part of the noble faction, controlling military, diplomacy, and medical affairs, wielding immense power. The royals would not dare to provoke a female under their guardianship. Should they wish to rebel, it would be a trivial matter. Xian Mo continued to tease her pointed ears, causing them to twitch adorably, prompting an annoyed meow from Gu Chu. Don't touch my ears. I dislike it when others touch them. Xian Mo found her reaction amusing rather than infuriating. Gu Chu felt he was intoxicated, pridefully swatting his fingers away. Instead of anger, Xian Mo laughed and provocatively extended his hand. Why don't you take a bite out of me? Your little teeth feel more like a tickle than a bite. Gu Chu turned her head in annoyance. The motion of becoming a cat was subtle. Yet there remained a distinction between beastmen and lower animals. The observant Xian Mo noticed her irritation. Fool, who has the time to bite you? Xian Mo arched his back, one hand resting near her ear while the other playfully teased her whiskers. As he bent forward, his well-defined physique was laid bare before her, prompting Gu Chu to cover her eyes with her paws. You exhibitionist, can you not come so close? Seeing this, Xian Mo's gaze shifted downward, the curve of his lips deepening. It seemed Gu Chu disliked men encroaching upon her personal space, displaying overly intimate gestures. Could it be that she was still? Xian Mo was startled by his own thoughts. Could it be that the three of them had not been revealed? This little creature had quite the discerning eye. A flutter of excitement surged within him. Could he possibly claim the little cat as his own? Lying on the bed, Xian Mo closed his eyes for a brief rest, unable to suppress the stirrings in his heart, which were soon accompanied by numerous concerns. How should he pamper a female? Yet, with so many odious men aboard the starship, how could he allow her to endure any form of humiliation? She was a precious female, The likes of Lion and his associates would never allow her to become a star thief. Xian Mo fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, a waft of feminine fragrance reached his nose. The woman clad in a nightgown reappeared, silently alleviating some of his grievances, completing her task before reverting to her feline form. Xian Mo felt a pang of disappointment. He hadn't had enough of gazing at her before she transformed back into a cat. Nonetheless, he held a fondness for her in her cat form, though he preferred her as a human. I hope you'll spare my life and allow me to return home in gratitude for my assistance. Iman and the others must be worried sick. The words left Xuanma momentarily breathless, as all his thoughts dissipated into mere phantoms. He was a star thief, while she belonged to a lineage of noble aristocrats. Wise individuals knew how to make their choices. Moreover, it was evident that the little kitten held a deep affection for them. Xuanma tightened his grip on the quilt, his veins bulging in his arm, repeatedly admonishing himself that he could never be the one by her side. He endured until the little kitten fell asleep before reaching for the wine, intending to drown his sorrows. Suddenly, her words echoed in his mind. He set the bottle down and bolted out of the room. He was no man prone to domestic violence. While he would never resort to such brutality, he certainly could train his subordinates. Gu Chui enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep, while beneath them, the night was pierced by chilling screams. The next morning, after having consumed a bit of nutrient solution, the little kitten found herself cradled in Xuanma's arms, swathed in a dark cloak. Her curious little head peeking out to survey her surroundings. What a perfect opportunity to observe how interstellar pirates live, she mused. Xuanma raised an eyebrow. If she wished to see, then let her. He too was intrigued to know her thoughts on interstellar pirates. Why does everyone look so bruised? Did they get into a fight somewhere? She exclaimed, noticing the men across from her, each shielding their faces and respectfully calling him boss. Xuanma rolled his eyes. Each of these individuals was a masterpiece of his own making. Chapter 65. To his surprise, he felt somewhat pleased as they descended to the lower levels. The atmosphere was a stark contrast to the tranquility of the upper floors. The air was filled with raucous laughter and the cacophony of objects colliding, creating an unbearable clamor. The mingling scents of alcohol, smoke, and blood formed a complex and unpleasant odor. A throng of people congregated, drinking, reveling, and smoking peculiar substances. Gu Chui felt a thrill coursing through her. There was certainly something amiss about this place. She pinched her nose and nestled deeper into Xuanma's embrace. The dim lighting made the surroundings appear far from the cleanliness of the upper levels. The cold metallic panels resembled a prison cage. Xuanma looked down at the little kitten's demeanor. She surely disliked this place. What is this familiar scent? It's repulsive and suffocating. This is clearly a den for filthy men. A bar of the apocalypse. So this is how interstellar pirates live, she lamented. Xuanma, through the cloak, playfully grasped her paw and gently scratched her plump little pad. Was her tone perhaps a tad too calm? Gu Chui recoiled from his touch. While you don't smell bad, don't take advantage of me. Upon hearing this, Xuanma couldn't help but stroke her chin, rendering her utterly defenseless. He was well aware of her weakness. She adored having her chin scratched. If she enjoyed it, then it was hardly taking advantage of her. He led Gu Chui down to the lowest level, where the atmosphere was unlike the previous two layers. Here, anguished wails echoed alongside the sounds of violent collisions, a relentless thudding resounding throughout. The safety level here surpassed that of the upper layers, and the surroundings were surprisingly clean. With personnel diligently cleaning the area, Xuanma approached the innermost door, and with each collision sound that reverberated, Gu Chui's heart raced in response. The noise was terrifying. The A-grade security door had been deformed from the impacts. Xuanma casually inquired of the gaunt gatekeeper, "How are things today?" The tall, thin man, clad in a lab coat and adorned with peculiar tattoos, solemnly reported, "Boss, 5 individuals have exceeded a control threshold of over 90. Even Situ's sedative has proven ineffective, unless an S-grade female is willing." Gu Chui understood the implications. Regaining control necessitated close physical contact, even mating. She scrutinized Xuanma once more. What would he do? Euthanasia? Yet, boss, Liars was your longtime deputy, an A-grade male. Could you truly bear to put him down? You know my principles. We act tomorrow. After uttering this, he turned and began to walk away. The thin man lowered his head, aware that if there was no remedy, it was better to administer euthanasia. Moreover, if they seized an S-grade female, their interstellar pirate crew would be hunted by all, leading to even greater peril. In the past, S-grade females from the whole star system had refused to assist liars, let alone those from other systems. Though the boss was often angry, he had never harmed a female. Instead, he had gifted an entire star system to the Lyra system. Gu Qi, unaware of the deeper intricacies, was astonished by Xuanma's decisive actions. Euthanasia? His own deputy? How cruel. Yet, a control value exceeding 90 was indeed beyond salvation. As she caught a whiff of the foul scent, she couldn't afford to dwell on it. Instead, pondering how best to navigate the situation. The tree within her consciousness incessantly urged her to absorb the resentful thoughts, as if it were feasting on the negativity around, growing ever more satiated. When Gu Qi returned to her bed, the remnants of yesterday's wine bottles had been thoroughly cleared away, and her vision began to blur. Oh. Why is Lien's here? Iman is here too, and Ayu has come. Oh? And Xuanma is here as well. Why are the four of them drinking together? Xuanma's earpiece relayed her words, and he glanced around in confusion. This was his room. How could there be others? The trio typically came to brawl. How could they be drinking with him? He looked down, only to find those round, glistening eyes fixed on him with lively curiosity. To be fair, although I find you distasteful, you are quite handsome. I quite like your appearance. In ancient times, you would have been a courtesan of the highest caliber. It's a pity you're the villain. What a waste of such a face. What? Xuanma pulled out his handheld translator to interpret, and the little kitten, instead of feeling fearful, grew increasingly animated. Your proportions are decent, but I prefer Lien's. He doesn't force me to stick to him like you do. Xuanma's expression darkened. How dare she compare him to that puppet Marshal? Little kitten, do you even realize what you were saying? Of course I do. You ungrateful wretch. I helped you absorb the control value, and yet you still force me to call you master. You are the servant, and I refuse to be your pet. Xuanma was taken aback. Had the little kitten just revealed her true feelings? Also, my name is not by you. I am Gu Qi. I refuse to change my name or my surname. A flicker of confusion crossed Xuanma's eyes as he placed her back on the bed. Seeing her growing agitation, he sat down and warned her. Do you have any idea what the consequences of revealing your identity could be? Yet, in a stunning transformation, the lovely lion cat morphed into a beautiful girl. Unadorned yet with cheeks blushing as though painted with rouge, dressed in a flowing white gown, her presence stood in stark contrast to everything around them. Gu Qi's gaze was hazy. As if veiled by a mist, her hands pressed against the bed as she leaned closer, unafraid to meet Xuanma's gaze. You, bad guy, you stole my space button. This was the first time Xuanma had locked eyes with Gu Qi so closely, allowing him to clearly see her face. Faced with her nonsensical accusations, he suddenly recalled that someone had seemingly indulged in certain prohibited substances. His beast-like senses were acute. Just a trace could send a little kitten into ecstasy. Gu Qi, are you feeling unwell? This substance was not toxic and would dissipate over time, but Xuanma couldn't shake his concern for her well-being. Gu Qi, however, was oblivious to his worries. In her mind, she felt like a fierce tiger, while he was merely a playful little kitten. You mischievous little kitten. Give me back my space button. With a sudden leap, Gu Qi pounced on Xuanma, pinning him beneath her. She sat with her legs crossed on his waist. Pressing down on his shoulders with her hands, and without hesitation, she began to strip away his outer robe, revealing the black vest beneath. Xuanma was utterly taken aback. Staring in shock at Gu Qi, who appeared as if she were slightly intoxicated, her eyes sparkling with a tipsy allure that bewitched him. Before he could process why the female possessed such strength, he found himself rendered immobile, allowing the playful little kitten above him to wreak delightful havoc. He was unexpectedly somewhat pleased. Had she truly devoured him?
Speak.
Where did you place my spatial button? Gu Qi bared her teeth. Attempting to appear fierce as she glared at Xian Mo, noticing his silence, she grew impatient and began to explore his body, searching for his spatial button. He must have concealed it within his own spatial button. Chapter 66. What mischief is that wretched cat up to?
Gu Zhu.
Xian Mo attempted to seize her hand, but she was as nimble as a cat, and before he could act, she began to indiscriminately touch his chest. A sudden surge of mental power enveloped him. Xian Mo let out a muffled groan. That lustful little cat. A wave of unexpected pleasure overwhelmed him, her caresses intensifying, causing a sensation akin to a tidal wave crashing upon him, ultimately escalating into a terrifying tsunami. Xian Mo found himself utterly powerless, unable to even grasp the little cat's mischievous paws, completely ensnared by her mental prowess. His knees involuntarily buckled, and he stubbornly muttered, "You lewd little cat. You must take responsibility. I'm a human, not a cat." Gu Chu retorted defiantly, hands on her hips. "Who would take responsibility for a scoundrel like you? Do you think I'm foolish?
Me?
A scoundrel? No good deed goes unpunished." Xian Mo snorted coldly and activated the recording. "Fine. You'll soon realize just how absurd you are." Completely oblivious to the object pressing against her back, Gu Chu continued her earnest search for the spatial button. Xian Mo licked his lips, his fingers twitching. He truly wanted to devour her. Frantic and unable to locate the spatial button, Gu Chu completely lost her composure. Glaring at Xian Mo with fiery eyes and, with claws bared, she bit down hard on his shoulder. Xian Mo turned his head to watch her frenzy, a mysterious smile dancing in his eyes. Didn't he the cat promise not to bite? Desires began to intensify. Someone found his shoulder muscles as hard as stone, rather distasteful. Gu Chu smacked her lips and spat several times, her expression one of disdain. Not worth biting, Xian Mo thought. Does this foolish little cat even realize what she is saying? He covered his face, and as his mental power waned slightly, he retrieved a bottle of sleep-inducing nutrients from his spatial button. "If you drink this, I'll return the cat collar to you." Gu Chu crossed her arms and turned her head away. "No, it must be poisoned." Xian Mo took a sip himself and then offered it to her. "Look, if it's poisonous, I'll die alongside you." Skeptical but intrigued, Gu Chu accepted the nutrient, sniffing it cautiously.
Huh?
"It smells like AU's nutrients." Remembering AU, she cast aside her doubts and drank it all down. Xian Mo's gaze, deep and unfathomable as an ancient well, began to shift as he observed Gu Chu. She had drunk from the very spot he had. Could this be considered an indirect kiss? Just as this absurd thought crossed his mind, a jolt of electricity surged through him, forcing a series of muffled groans from his lips, his expression twisting in a peculiar manner. He flipped over, pinning Gu Chu beneath him, and, struggling against the overwhelming sensations, bound her restless hands with rope. "Wretched Xian Mo, why are you tying me up? You're too unruly. You wretched little cat." Xian Mo bit his lip and shot a fierce glare at the infuriated Gu Chu, clutching the cat collar as he hurried into the bathroom. Just as he finished cleaning his soiled clothes, the door, which he and T locked, was violently kicked open, accompanied by a high-pitched, piercing scream. Xian Mo covered his ears. To his astonishment, he saw Gu Chu standing at the door, her eyes covered with her hands. How had she managed to untie the knot he had secured? Before he could inquire, he noticed her blushing face peeking through her fingers, her gaze dropping downwards. Upon seeing that massive object, Gu Chu recoiled as if confronted by a monster, retreating in alarm. Suddenly, a barrage of unanticipated attacks ensued, and Xian Mo, drenched and disheveled, barely dodged her wind blades. In his frantic state, he grabbed a towel to cover himself, dodging more of Gu Chu's onslaught, her voice ringing in his ears. "Pervert. I'm here to uphold justice." The wind rose silently, and the room became a chaotic storm of paper, wood, and cotton, all propelled by Gu Chu's drunken fury. Eventually, Xian Mo, his head throbbing, handcuffed her and tossed her onto the bed, waving the cat collar in front of her. "Behave, and I'll return it after I change my clothes." "You're a liar. You're still a pervert." Xian Mo pressed his temples. The first time he felt his blood boil over such trivial matters. "You were the one who kicked the door open, you know?" He was too preoccupied to question her sudden combat prowess. After changing his clothes, he found Gu Chu, who had previously appeared ready to take on several tigers, now exhausted and sprawled on the bed. He hurried over, asking, "What's wrong?" "My hands hurt."
Huh?
What mischief was that wretched cat up to now? Xian Mo distinctly heard Gu Chu's sulky tone, her eyes glistening with tears, her gaze misty and delicate, pouting to display her restrained hands, where 2 red marks marred her fair skin. Due to genetic mutations during the apocalypse, Gu Chu's skin was paler than most, making any injury starkly visible. Xian Mo's heart twisted painfully. Despite her playful demeanor, he felt a pang of sympathy at the sight of her injuries. He chastised himself for being too rough with the drunken cat. Regardless of whether she was deceiving him, he released her from the handcuffs. Gu Chu placed her wrists against his chin, looking pitiful as she said, "My hands hurt. I want to be comforted." Xian Mo's head throbbed again. It was a predicament for the star pirate chief who had never served anyone. How could he possibly comfort her? This wretched cat was determined to torment him. Perhaps it would be better if she reverted to a cat. "Hurts. Gu Chu inched closer, tears welling up in her eyes, her nose slightly reddening. Her adorable and pitiful demeanor tugging at his heartstrings. Xian Mo's heart raced as he awkwardly grasped her wrist, blowing softly on the red marks. Unsatisfied, he gently pressed his lips against her injuries. There, does that ease the pain? It still hurts. You're useless. Xian Mo silently turned to fetch ointment for her wounds. He was a fool for believing her. Yet that kiss felt impossibly soft. I want the collar. Exhausted from Gu Chu's antics, Xian Mo was unwilling to part with it so easily. Call me master first. Master. What? Why are you so obedient? Say it again. Master. Finally, the frustration that had been building up within him was released. Seeing her appear weary, he commanded, Now, as your master, I order you to sleep and not to move. Understood? But, are you defying your master?
Do you want me to spank you?
Gu Chu covered her behind, pouting with tears brimming in her eyes, too afraid to speak. Xian Mo sat beside her, patting her back, a mischievous smile on his face. Good, you must be tired. Sleep well for a while, and we'll sort out the accounts tomorrow. Gu Chu, exhausted from utilizing her mental power and abilities, combined with the sedative as effects, fell asleep within seconds of closing her eyes. Xian Mo, witnessing her deep slumber, sighed in relief. From now on, that drug would be banned, forbidden for all. He lay beside Gu Chu, gently brushing the stray hairs from her face, gazing at her sleeping visage with a tender smile.
So be it.
No more drinking. The little cat was too bothersome, and he was growing tired. When Gu Chu awoke, she rubbed her painfully throbbing head and turned over, only to be startled into stillness. What was this situation? Why was she lying in Xian Mo's arms? Her unintentional movement brought her face intimately against his chest, akin to a lover's embrace. Chapter 67. Why do I feel you're untrustworthy? Gu Chu's heart raced, and she inhaled sharply, wishing to quietly revert to her beast form while Xian Mo slumbered. However, she heard his voice from above. Is this what you often refer to as cuddling? The meaning of skin against skin? Gu Chu seemed to hear the rhythmic pounding of her own heart, slowly lifting her gaze to meet the playful golden pupils, as if they were whispering, I've caught you. She swallowed hard, confronting the ambiguous gaze that oscillated between hostility and kindness. What was she supposed to do now?
How?
After tormenting me all night, he now falls silent? Xian Mo propped his head on one hand, an amused glint in his eyes as he regarded Gu Chu, his lips curved into an enticing smile, his devilishly handsome face awaiting her response. Gu Chu's eyelashes fluttered, staring at Xian Mo with an expression that was both bewildered and innocent. Her throat felt constricted, rendering her speechless. What had happened between them? What had transpired? Gu Chu struggled to recall, as if her memory had fragmented, a sharp pain coursing through her nerves, causing her to clutch her head and wince. Headache? Noticing her distress, Xian Mo wrapped his arm around her waist, gently massaging her temples with his thumb. As Gu Chu gradually found relief from her headache, Xian Mo maintained a patient and tender demeanor, inquiring if she felt any better. Gu Chu remained silent, her mind a blank slate. What had she done to become so intimately close to Xian Mo? Surely, she couldn't be. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she attempted to push Xian Mo away, only to find her efforts futile against his solid form. His chest felt warm beneath her touch, causing her to retract her hand awkwardly, stammering, Why you? Let go of me. Xian Mo frowned, continuing to knead her temples, his sharp tongue still at play. What's this? After seeing me so thoroughly yesterday, you're now retracting?
What?
Why would I even want to look at you? I have no interest in you.
Gu Chu dito.
Her surprise evident. Xian Mo raised an eyebrow. I knew you wouldn't admit it. With a sweeping gesture, he summoned a video of Gu Chu's chaotic antics from yesterday, which began to play in the air. Having barely watched half of it, Gu Chu shrank back, resembling a quail as she buried herself under the blankets, peeking out just enough to catch glimpses of the screen. When she saw the moment she kicked the bathroom door, revealing Xian Mo's intact figure, she let out a shriek, covering her head with the blanket. Stop it. Enough. I admit it. Just stop. Heaven. Let her explode on the spot. Xian Mo chuckled, dismissing the projection, observing Gu Chu huddled under the blanket like a child seeking refuge. A flicker of tenderness passed through his eyes as he teased. What's this? Didn't the little kitty claim her figure rivaled that of Rain's?
No.
I said nothing. Not admitting it, are we? Xian Mo leaned closer, whispering. Then may I ask, Lady Gu Chu overall, Who do you think is better, myself or Marshal Rains? Gu Chu covered her ears, attempting to block out Xian Mo's voice. Was it not sufficient to have lost her memory? The mischievous Xian Mo insisted on making her watch the video. How was she to know these things? What? You don't know? The little cat hidden under the blanket remained silent. You didn't actually bring those three to the table, did you? Gu Chu still did not respond. Xian Mo's heart swelled with delight. Her silence indicated acquiescence. Could it be that he was the first person she had seen? How amusing. This S-class female was adorably naive in some respects. No longer wishing to tease her, fearing she might suffocate under the blanket, he lifted it to find Gu Chu curled up on the bed, clutching her ears. All right, I won't tease you anymore. He gently patted her back, producing a vial of nutritional medicine and offering it to her. You inhaled a significant amount of euphoric stimulants in your beast form yesterday. If you were in human form, the effects wouldn't be as pronounced, but your beastly physique is petite, and that dosage was excessive for you. That's why I was kept awake all night. Don't say anything misleading. I remember nothing. Gu Chu quickly took the vial, drinking it down, her eyes reddening with frustration. Appearing small and helpless in the corner of the bed, the contrast to her demeanor from the previous day was stark. Xian Mo softened his tone. Gu Chu, I can take you back to the Imperial Star, but you must take responsibility for me. Responsibility? Gu Chu bit her lip in anger. You're threatening me. Who told you not to take responsibility for me? Xian Mo retorted, suppressing his irritation. You touched me yesterday, so I'm already yours. Don't you wish to take responsibility? Gu Chu recalled the regulations here. He was indeed correct. A female who had touched a male must take responsibility for him. Aren't you a space pirate? Do space pirates adhere to regulations? Xian Mo gazed at her with a mix of innocence and indignation, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Those crimson lips were almost irresistible. Your intellect doesn't seem entirely lacking. With a sincere smile, Xian Mo replied, I'm a traditional man.
Gu Chu scoffed.
I hardly believe you. She shook her head. You've already been touched by other females. The responsibility shouldn't fall to me. She recalled the Lion Eagle's claim that he relied on the females of the Hall's royal family for healing. Xian Mo frowned, aware of her misunderstanding. I've never been touched by them. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask anyone. Don't compare yourself to those females, he added. Seeing his rare display of anger, Gu Chu sensed sincerity in his frustration. Are there no females on your ship? Did you not abduct any? Had I abducted them? My first mate wouldn't need to be euthanized. At this thought, Gu Chu's expression turned grave. Indeed, he could easily force those females. He was an S-class male. A lawless space pirate. Why would he fear abducting females? With his intelligence, he could even frame someone else. She recalled the connection between him and her human experimentation lab. Her perception of Xian Mo began to shift. He didn't seem as dreadful as she had once thought. After a moment of silence, she spoke slowly. You are a space pirate, and I am uncertain whether the people on your ship are good or evil. Even if I agree, my guardians would never permit it. You are fundamentally opposed to them. Gu Chu felt a surge of fear, worried that he might confine her on his ship for eternity. You needn't concern yourself with that. If I require you to consider so much, I would not be worthy of being your man, he said, a smirk playing on his lips as he tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. This intimate gesture quickened Gu Chu's heart, causing her to turn away. She hadn't even agreed yet. How could he be so confident? Such mysterious confidence? Yet, she found herself unbothered by his advances, perhaps even growing accustomed to them. How peculiar. After much hesitation, Gu Chu finally said, I can't shake the feeling that you're not very reliable. Xian Mo, taken aback by the unexpected blow, winced. How could his usually calm demeanor be so easily disrupted by her words? Not reliable? He pulled her closer, inhaling the fragrance from her neck. If I were unreliable, I could have taken you yesterday. I possess various methods to control you. Why wait until now to discuss this? Chapter 68. Let the people of the garbage star live a real good life. Gu Chu remained skeptical. I believe the foundation of our arrangement hinges on you resolving all of this first. You cannot stand in opposition to my guardians. Set aside your identity as a space pirate, and then I could consider you as my protector. I promise you. Xian Mo felt a bittersweet sweetness in his heart. Gu Chu appeared like a precious vase, yet her combat prowess was not to be underestimated. Forcing her would only yield adverse results, leading him to choose this alternative path. He never anticipated becoming the very person he once scorned, willingly desiring to be by her side despite her having another male. If being near Gu Chu brought joy, Then perhaps it was worth it. Gu Chu pondered another matter, seeking insight into his true feelings. Are you truly willing to let your first mate die? Do you intend to watch him suffer to death? You understand that exceeding a 90 on the scale of loss of control is a torment beyond any punishment. Gu Chu could not comprehend. You're a thoroughly wicked space pirate, so why don't you pursue females?
Ha.
Xian Mo let out a cold laugh, disdainful of the fact that they found Liercy's appearance unappealing, preferring death to associating with him, especially given the stigma of aiding interstellar pirates that he bore. The Hall's royal family openly professed their support, yet secretly harbored contempt for these unruly space marauders. As for why those females chose to assist him, it was merely a matter of being drawn to his strength and looks. Gu Chu glanced at his face, not denying his statement. You do have a rather handsome face. Xian Mo burst into laughter. Had anyone dared to utter such words in the past, their head would have been severed from their body. He leaned closer, allowing Gu Chu to scrutinize his visage. What? Are you also captivated by my looks? Gu Chu rolled her eyes. You're overthinking it.
Indeed.
It was obvious he was more interested in her physique. Gu Chu glared at him. Don't push your luck. Xian Mo's amusement only intensified. He truly resembled a bashful little kitten. Gu Chu's thoughts drifted to the orc trapped inside, and she still had questions lingering in her mind. Why do you show such respect for females yet seem to harbor disdain for them? Xian Mo spread his arms, noticing Gu Chu's confusion, and said, If you give me a hug, I will tell you. Gu Chu's eyes turned icy, her hair swirling in the wind. A multitude of small whirlwinds swirling behind her. She felt an urge to fight him. Xian Mo withdrew his hands, realizing Gu Chu truly seemed inclined to dismantle his room. Did you not promise me? Are you backing out now? Are you bullying your guardian? Your mouth is too foul. Xian Mo scoffed. Not charming at all. That little kitten who called me master yesterday was far cuter. With that, he silently activated the holographic screen, shifting the progress bar at the back. The cooing sound she made caused Gu Chu's mind to explode like a volcano, her frustration boiling over. Gu Chu pointed at Xian Mo, her trembling finger struggling to form the rest of her sentence. It was akin to a mischievous student who delighted in provoking others until they cried. Never had anyone insulted her in such a manner, and with her recent longing for her own male, the pent-up emotions surged forth, resulting in tears that cascaded down her cheeks like a clear spring. Humiliation. An unprecedented humiliation. More painful than death. Gu Chu had never anticipated that one day she would be reduced to tears by someone. Xian Mo was taken aback by Gu Chu's sobs, hurriedly wrapping his arms around her waist, soothingly saying, I was wrong. Please don't cry. It's not good for you to get upset. Go away, go away. Gu Chu flailed her limbs aimlessly, striking his chest in a futile attempt to vent her frustration, yet the tears continued to flow. If you need to vent, just hit me. And tonight, I'll send you home, alright? What if that cute little kitten of yours ends up with puffy eyes from crying? Xian Mo gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, making a difficult decision. Suddenly stifling a groan as he noticed the kitten in his arms still kicking in anger, silently bringing his legs together. You don't want your man's happiness anymore. You'll have a part in it too.
Xua Montagzeit.
Forget it. What ill intentions could a little kitten harbor? After all, it was his provocation.
Ju.
Will you forgive me? I promise not to tease you anymore. I just wanted a hug. Gu Chu choked back her tears, burying her face in his embrace. It was not solely due to Xian Mo's teasing. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her, and she could no longer hold back, breaking down. He fell silent, gently stroking her back. After a while, she pouted and looked up at him, tears still glistening in her eyes. Will you really send me back tonight? Gu Chu realized that this fellow was definitely someone who thrived on soft approaches rather than hard ones, and he loved to provoke her. Yes, just contact them when the time comes. I will dispatch a small spacecraft to facilitate the handover. Xian Mo felt a heaviness in his heart, never having experienced such discomfort before. This separation would likely mean a long time before he could see Gu Chu again. He handed her the kitten collar. Take it back. You can revert to being a kitten, and I will take you away now. Once her kitten collar was activated, it would undoubtedly have tracking capabilities. And he could not allow Rains and the others to discover the interstellar pirate's whereabouts.
Wait.
Gu Chu grasped Xian Mo's arm. What? Do you wish to remain in my bed? He would have been quite happy with that. Upon seeing Gu Chu's tears welling up again, he wished he could seal his lips shut, wondering how he managed to say such things. He sighed, pointing at his handsome face. I was wrong. Go ahead and hit me. Gu Chu huffed, tossing her head away in defiance. Let us discuss serious matters. Gu Chu pushed his face away, stating, I can save your deputy. I can do it from a distance. I understand you have many challenges, but I hope since they are from the garbage star, you can provide them with a true home, rather than a life of wandering and living on the edge of a knife. I know my abilities are limited right now, but if you need help, I will do my utmost. Before Gu Chu could finish, Xian Mo had tightly embraced her. Gu Chu was stunned for a moment, wondering what was happening. The embrace was firm and warm, and she could sense his sincerity. Gu Chu, thank you. No one has ever spoken up for us garbage star folks before. You are the first. Your thoughts are the very driving force behind my efforts to help those from the garbage star live a truly good life. He gently rested his chin on Gu Chu's shoulder, and with a slight exertion, the two tumbled back onto the bed. Xian Mo held Gu Chu tightly, reluctant to let go. Xian Mo, don't think you can take advantage of me now. You're leaving, Chu Chu. Can you stay with me a little longer? Gu Chu, wanting to avoid his teasing, decided to let him be. Chapter 69. The gathering of people. Xian Mo awkwardly embraced Gu Chu, her soft body and tender words gradually dismantling his defenses. Do you know why I have always been reluctant to force females? He began. My parents were once subjects of a royal laboratory on Imperial Star, and my mother was coerced into experiments with many men. In the end, she had me with my father, an S-class soldier. I was meant to be a subsequent test subject, but fortuitously, everyone began to resist the experiments, allowing me to escape a dire fate. After our rescue, my father abandoned my mother for self-preservation, leaving us on a desolate garbage star. By then, my mother had already gone mad. She could have received excellent treatment and lived, yet my father discarded her to a forsaken place. Fortunately, we encountered an old doctor who took us in and treated my mother kindly. However, due to the limited resources of the garbage star, she did not survive for more than 2 years. But I witnessed that filthy scene, my mother's suffering. And I simply cannot accept females being surrounded by so many males. My mother was entirely coerced, while they enjoy the highest treatment and the flattery of all males.
Why?
Why was it my mother? Gu Chu fell silent, sensing the hatred in his voice, his hands trembling as if suppressing a storm. She silently reached out to comfort Xian Mo. He bore the scars of trauma. Do you not despise me? Gu Chu had already taken a partner. Why did he still want her to bear responsibility? Because I like you. Feelings cannot be feigned. Gu Chu's face flushed. Had she merely engaged in a playful escapade? Did he truly develop feelings for her? Wasn't that a bit hasty? He perceived her thoughts. Lifting a strand of hair to reveal his translator, I heard everything you said in your beast form. Perhaps it was my concern for your beast form that led me to appreciate you as a person. This was the cunning nature of interstellar pirates. The translator he held was merely a facade. Gu Chu covered her face, realizing he had heard everything he should not have. Enough. Let us treat your subordinate first. Yes. Transform into your beast form, and I will take you down. Can we do it through the door? Xian Mo remained somewhat worried that Gu Chu might get hurt or be overwhelmed by the mental strain. She was leaving tonight. It was rather perilous. As a result, Gu Chuxin appeared remarkably at ease. No need. Right here will suffice. Sitting cross-legged, she closed her eyes and began to seek out the particularly dense gray haze through the trees. Although she was still somewhat inexperienced, the sudden practice with a few individuals allowed her to become significantly more agile in no time. Xuanmo refrained from disturbing her, quietly taking out a nutrient solution, ready to administer it at the slightest hint of discomfort from Gu Chu.
All right.
Have the ship's doctor take a look at you. Remember, we must fulfill our promise. I will. Xuanmo did not summon the doctor. He trusted her, believing that calling one at this juncture would only raise suspicion. He gently supported Gu Chu, inquiring, Do you feel any discomfort?
No.
I'm feeling quite energetic. The trees conveyed that her mental strength had stabilized. Nevertheless, Xuanmo insisted she consume the nutrient solution. After she complied, he encouraged her to transform back into her lion-cat form, enveloped in her cloak, as she silently piloted the intelligent spacecraft away from the starship. Xuanmo returned her cat collar, which, upon Gu Chu's touch and a series of silent, intelligent recognitions, reverted to a ring. Gu Chu asked Xuanmo, Can we video call them? Do you remember that trash planet where I found you? Let us meet there.
All right.
Gu Chu understood Xuanmo's caution, turning off her location before initiating a video call with Iman. The sudden connection startled her. By Iman's side were Lins, Situyu, Xuemu, and the Imperial twins. Chu Chu. Your Excellency. Their voices harmonized with the precision of military orders, instantly overwhelming Gu Chu. How come Xuemu and the twins are here? So many of them? Gu Chu was deeply moved, realizing the effort they must have expended to find her. Seeing Iman's dark circles, pale face, and weary eyes, her heart ached. Xuanma's devilishly handsome visage broke into a charming smile, standing beside Gu Chu like a perfectly matched couple. Xuanma leaned closer, whispering into her ear, "Chu Chu, it seems I have quite a few rivals. You're not planning to collect 100 males, are you? Do I still hold a place in your heart?" Xuanma, remove your filthy hands. A chorus of voices thundered throughout the space, infused with boundless fury and authority, their murderous glances piercing through the screen. Leans and Iman recognized this cunning tiger, more devious than a fox. The danger level was alarmingly high. How could Chu Chu have fallen into his clutches? Iman, filled with guilt and rage, bared his teeth at Xuanma, veins bulging in his hands, as if he were ready to unleash his claws to shred Xuanma to pieces. Gu Chu unceremoniously swatted Xuanma's hand away, casting him a warning glare. Don't act recklessly right now.
Iman, ai fine.
This story is quite long. It was not Xuanma who took me, but another beast man. As for him, he inadvertently brought me back to their starship when I transformed into beast form. Situyu, the twins, and Xuemu felt as though their hearts had been brutally pierced, overwhelming sympathy coursing through them. You went to the lair of the star pirates? What difference is there from walking into a den of wolves? Chu Chu even transformed into beast form? Situyu rushed forward with concern. Chu Chu, is there any part of your body that feels unwell? Were you mistreated? At any hint of her discomfort, not just Leans, but even the twins would personally storm in to bloodily confront Xuanma's band of star pirates. Uncharacteristically, Xuemu removed his thick-framed glasses, his once shy, dark eyes now resembled lifeless obsidian, coldly locking onto Xuanma. Did you think that turning off Chu Chu's locator would prevent me from finding you and your band of star thieves? You underestimate me too much, Xuanma. If I wish, in 5 minutes, all your starships will be reduced to mere fragments. Should you dare to harm her, I will ensure that your entire band pays the ultimate price. Xuanma's eyes narrowed, recognizing the newcomer, Xuemu, the genius of the scientific community. A gentle herbivore posed a formidable threat. Gu Chu reevaluated Xuemu. This chilling aura felt like the gaze of a superior. Was this still the Xuemu she knew? Chu Chu, it seems they all regard me as the villain. Gu Chu glanced at him. Is there a difference between you and a villain? Considering their agreement. Gu Chu waved her hand, obediently turning in a circle for them to see. Everyone paused. In this tense, adversarial atmosphere, Gu Chu's actions exuded an inexplicable charm, reminiscent of a little swan. Gu Chu sighed, extending her arms for their scrutiny.
You, I'm all right.
My mental strength feels stable now. Please check it later. Turning to Xuemu, she continued, Xuemu, please refrain from destroying their starship. I have an agreement with them. Can you locate the trash planet where I disappeared last time? Let us meet there. But you must promise me, it can only be the few of you, including Cole and Leon. Since they were all present, she saw no harm in meeting. Who said that a deer could not turn dark? Chapter 70. Promise not to destroy Situyu breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Chu remained as lively as ever, her exterior unmarred, albeit slightly thinner. Eager to see Chu Chu, Situyu readily agreed. Xuemu felt somewhat better as well, promising not to bomb the starship of the pirates. Is it planet ZB 15728? We've already locked onto it, and will arrive shortly. Gu Chu felt joy at having her companions around, but as she contemplated Xuanma's identity, she turned to him and asked, Are you coming? His presence could be likened to going into a meeting unarmed, a venture with no return. No need for anyone else. Even Leans alone could resolve him. Will Chu Chu protect me? Without hesitation, Gu Chu replied, Of course. Having established a shared goal and some feelings, Gu Chu naturally would not abandon him in his time of need. Then I shall go. The males on the other side exchanged glances, realization dawning upon them. If they could not see through this, they would be fools. Could it be that Chu Chu has tamed the most unruly and brutal star pirate lord, Xuanma? As these images unfolded, a hint of melancholy and dejection crossed Xuemu's face. He slowly lowered his head, as if the world had dimmed around him. His eyes lost their former luster. Apparently, he could not measure up to a star pirate. The twins clenched their fists in unison, perplexed by the emotional turmoil these events evoked within them. As they journeyed, Iman insisted on maintaining the video link, demanding to see Chu Chu safe and sound at all times. Xuanma acquiesced. Sitting beside Gu Chu, he whispered, Upon our return, Do not trust any of the royals. Gu Chu wished to inquire about what had transpired, but the words stuck in her throat, soft and entangled. As Xuanma wrapped his arm around her slender waist, lowering his eyelashes, he kissed her deeper. Gu Chu's eyes widened in shock, attempting to push him away, but finding herself firmly locked in place, her mind a blank. On the other side of the screen, the males reacted with outrage. With a sharp crack, Xuemu's trembling hand crushed his glasses, murmuring to himself, "Blow it up. Let everything be destroyed." Lines glared at the fleeting taunt in the video, declaring, "Whoever tries to stop me will be my enemy." Iman twisted his neck, his eyes radiating an unprecedented murderous intent. "Let us brawl. Torture is my specialty." Sitiu adjusted his glasses, the light reflecting off the lenses obscuring his expression. "Torture away. As long as I survive, I can heal." The twins shut their eyes, unwilling to witness any further, chuckling at the thought that no torment could occur without their involvement. A sharp clap snapped everyone from their fantasies of torturing Xuanma. They focused their gaze to find 5 clear finger marks on Xuanma's face. "You scoundrel. Chu-chu. Am I not yours now? Is kissing not the most ordinary thing? What nonsense. Who said I belong to you? We have not reached that stage. At most, you just stole a kiss. Chu-chu, your words are quite misleading. Should I bring out the recording?" Smack. With yet another resounding slap, the males felt an inexplicable sense of delight, even as they winced for Chu-chu's hand, which must surely be aching from such force. Why must she bear this burden alone? They were more than capable of taking on the task themselves, their sturdy hides rendering her efforts unnecessary. Yet, when had Chu-chu learned such brutality? As the males watched the quarrel unfold, their prior anxieties began to dissipate. Xianmo's sharp tongue showed no mercy. And neither did Gu Chu intend to relent, landing slap after slap upon his face. The males, instinctively touching their own cheeks, wondered why they felt a phantom pain. The more they observed, the stranger their feelings became, for Xianmo's words hinted at a backstory they were oblivious to. Thanks to this diversion, the males, on the verge of losing control under Xianmo's provocations, found themselves ensnared in a web of complex emotions. Xuemu stood in the corner, his eyes dim and devoid of spirit, while Iman remained engulfed in guilt. The twins grappled with their own feelings, and Lanes pondered how he might rend Xianmo to pieces. Sitiu was consumed with concern for Chu-chu's well-being. As Xianmo neared their destination, his playful demeanor began to fade. Silently, he grasped Gu Chu's hand, regretting that he had let her go so soon. "That troublesome cat," he mused. "I wonder when we shall meet again. Will you forget me, Chu-chu?" "What?" Gu Chu did not hear him, for Xianmo stood with his back to her, momentarily lost in thought. It was as if he were speaking to himself. "You have so many males to protect you. I have always been a nuisance. Once you return, you will surely forget me." A flicker of insecurity clouded his eyes. Yet Gu Chu did not release his hand. Instead, she clasped it firmly and replied, "Then you must fulfill the promise between us as soon as possible." "I too shall keep my word." Xianmo smiled. Her words felt more substantial than any other assurances. He yearned to stand openly by her side, though he knew it would require time. "If I were to meet you in secret, would your males beat me senseless? Would you protect me?" Xianmo had aroused considerable enmity. If he were to be cornered, he would certainly face a beating. Did he dare venture to the Imperial Star? Gu Chu was taken aback. Such a place was perilous for space pirates. Yet knowing he could procure the potions produced by Yu eased her mind somewhat. In the brief days they had spent together, Gu Chu had unknowingly placed Xianmo in her heart. "It's all right, they won't harm you. Just be careful," she assured him. A subtle smile graced Xianmo's lips, and his eyes sparkled with delight. He had known all along that she held feelings for him. She was the first and would remain the only one to truly see him. With a playful poke to his forehead, Gu Chu remarked, "What mischief are you concocting now?" Xianmo grinned, and she could easily guess his thoughts. His smile was beguiling as he wrapped his arms around her waist. "Who else could I possibly think of besides you?" Gu Chu rolled her eyes. "I truly appreciate you. Let us go, but remember, you must protect me," Xianmo said as he guided her down from the ship. They found themselves on an open expanse of land, where he led her into a warehouse. He could have left, yet he desired to linger with Chu-chu a while longer. Crossing the threshold of the warehouse was tantamount to offering himself to the other males. Gu Chu instinctively took his hand, aware of the danger his actions posed. He needn't have put himself at risk for her sake. Indeed. Upon witnessing her hold Xianmo's hand, the once fidgety males hesitated, their fists retracting. This gesture affirmed that Xian Mo stood on equal footing with Lanes and the others. Gu Chu glanced from them to Xian Mo, searching for any hint of emotion in their expressions. Xian Mo appeared resolute in his decision to stay. Unable to contain his longing, Iman burst forth, "Chu Chu." Seeing the redness in Iman's eyes, Gu Chu felt a pang of distress. This seemingly formidable diplomat must have endured great suffering and guilt during her absence. She rushed to embrace him tightly, and as she drew near, the scent of blood overwhelmed her senses, causing her own eyes to well with tears.
Dieu voulait Chu Chu.
Iman had a multitude of words to express, but they coalesced into her name. "I'm fine," Gu Chu reassured, rising on her toes to kiss his forehead, trailing down to catch the tears at the corners of his eyes. "Don't cry, dear diplomat, there are so many watching, you must be mindful of your image. You are more important than anything," Iman declared firmly. Though he said this, he still obeyed her and managed to stem his tears. Chapter 71. Envious glances towards Iman. Gu Chu believed her words had gone unheard among the elite S-class males surrounding them. Yet they had heard every syllable clearly. Envious glances were cast towards Iman. Despite the chaos that had unfolded and the near loss of Gu Chu, Iman, bearing the brunt of responsibility, had not faced punishment or reproach. Instead, Gu Chu comforted and kissed him. Before Gu Chu's return, Iman had suffered greatly, subjected to relentless questioning by Lanes and Sitiyu. Kisses on the forehead and the corners of the eyes, Lanes could do nothing but envy. How could Chu Chu be so endearing? This sentiment resonated with the silent Xuemu and the twins, solidifying their own feelings. They had no authority to be present, yet they had come. The only ones aware of Gu Chu's disappearance. The warmth in Xian Mo's hand dissipated as Gu Chu withdrew, his gaze filled with unspeakable tenderness. Though he was treated the same as the other males, he knew he had made the right choice. Her heart was so tender. When might Chu Chu treat him in such a manner? He began to contemplate how to swiftly fulfill the promise he had made with her. As their tender moment concluded, Iman turned his icy gaze upon Xian Mo, filled with a deadly intent. "Chu Chu, how shall we deal with him? It wasn't him who took me," Gu Chu explained, nodding towards Xian Mo. "Let him go. This matter is too lengthy to discuss now. You must promise me you will ensure his safe passage." Iman clenched his fists, glaring at Xian Mo, who remained unfazed. Ultimately, he guided Gu Chu back to their side, where Sitiyu, silent yet attentive, began to examine her for injuries, anxious about her well-being. Lanes longed to lash out. His earlier words now felt like a slap in the face. How could he harbor any anger towards her, the one he cherished most? Seeing Lane's nod, Xian Mo caught a final glimpse of Gu Chu's delicate countenance, and his reluctance transformed into determination as he vanished from sight, leaving behind a promise. "Chu Chu, I will fulfill our promise soon." "Promise?" Lanes queried, his brow furrowed as he embraced Gu Chu. "A promise signifies no coercion," she replied. "This isn't the place for discussion. We can talk later." With a smile, Gu Chu embraced Sitiyu, who stiffened momentarily before regaining composure and taking her hand to lead her aboard the ship. Lanes felt a wave of irritation. Those two seemed to revel in their roles while he bore the burden of responsibility. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Gu Chu wrapped her arm around his waist, resting her head on his shoulder. "Thank you for your hard work during this time." Lane's displeasure transformed into a complex mix of emotions. She knew. She understood everything. His joy was akin to reclaiming something precious as he responded to her words. "You are what matters most. What is a slap in the face compared to your well-being?" The trio of Xuemu, who had been left without an embrace, received Gu Chu's heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you all for your efforts on my behalf." The twins exchanged a glance and spoke in unison. "It is only right." Xuemu remained silent, appearing somewhat dejected, forcing a smile and murmuring, "It's nothing. As long as you are well." Gu Chu still recalled the moment when Xuemu had suddenly seemed so foreign, and now he appeared to carry some burden in his heart. She nodded at him, saying, "Thanks to your skills." Xuemu smiled silently in response, confirming that Gu Chu was fine, and informed her that he would independently head to the starship's cockpit to assess the situation. Unbeknownst to them, as their starship transformed into a shooting star and vanished, a crimson figure emerged from behind a tree. He gazed at the long-lost silhouette, and memories of what had been lost began to surge in his mind. Emperor Star, Lanes. They had initially concealed their disappearance and discreetly sought out Gu Chu. Had they known of her abduction, others might have stirred in the shadows, even instigating conflict. Lanes, seasoned by the battlefield, understood the gravity of the situation. Since a grand display was unfeasible, he needed to find the most formidable allies. The locator was crafted by Xuemu, who had been summoned by Lanes. The twins, skilled in tracking and investigation, were also brought on board to form a small team and embark on a quest to find Guchu. Guchu savored a long-forgotten juice, its tangy freshness immensely gratifying. Kneeling on a corner sofa, she glanced up at the towering males around her. Even though they subdued their presence, their towering stature and the commanding aura of seasoned warriors were inescapable. It felt as if she had wandered into a den of wolves. Nearby, a Jun and a Chong hummed cheerfully while preparing delectable dishes, the aroma wafting temptingly. Guchu gestured for them to sit down, their eager gazes making her feel somewhat overwhelmed. It was Lanes who first broke the silence, asking, "Chu, you said it wasn't Xianmo who abducted you?" "Indeed," Guchu replied, producing a blood-stained ring from her space button and placing it on the table. "I was taken by an orc named Chia. He asked for my help to reduce his out-of-control value. When I encountered him, he was gravely injured and had reverted to his beast form. I had initially managed to help him stabilize his out-of-control value and was about to contact you when I suddenly became dizzy and he reverted to his beast form."
Which is how Xianmo found me. Chija?
Lanes recognized the name, inspecting the ring closely. It was unmistakably his. Lanes was indifferent to Chia's fate. His primary concern was, Chu, did he threaten you into helping him absorb his out-of-control value? That fellow is an SS-class male. If he threatened you, it's entirely plausible. The other males felt a tightening in their chests at this thought, their minds racing toward the worst possible scenarios. He was a rare nine-tailed fox of the Foxtail clan. Even in a weakened state, he could compel Guchu. Iman had suffered under his arcane methods.
Guchu,
shaking her head while sipping through a straw, maintained that she had not been victimized. Amidst the low-pressure atmosphere created by the males, her calm denial soothed them, quieting their furrowed brows as they listened to her say, "I can now absorb the out-of-control value from a distance." To demonstrate, Guchu raised her hand, fingers splayed outward, executing a striking gesture reminiscent of characters from a sci-fi film. The males, nearing the regulatory value, felt as if they were basking in the warmth of spring sunshine, a comforting sensation enveloping them. Even Xuemu, who had been engulfed in a storm of rage in the control room, suddenly jolted, staring in disbelief at his fists, which had just pounded the wall. What had he just done? The twins, who had never experienced the soothing presence of a female, were utterly astonished. Was this the sensation of being comforted by a rare female's mental strength? It was so wondrous that words could scarcely capture it. Only Sitiyu remained composed, stating, Chu, we should conduct a mental strength assessment shortly. Guchu perceived his thoughts. Her mental strength had likely ascended to a higher level.
All right.
However, there was one matter Guchu needed to confirm with Sitiyu. She sketched a symbol for him, saying, "He used this symbol to threaten me into saving him." Chapter 72. Intrigue. Lanes recognized the symbol as soon as he saw it. It's a contract. If you don't save him, you will also face death. Lanes examined Guchu's wrist, sighing in relief. It's likely a temporary contract. Otherwise, the symbol wouldn't vanish even if he lived. Iman took the ring Lanes handed him, treating the man as an enemy, and sneered, "Chia, I never imagined he would still be alive after all these years. No wonder I saw some strange visions back then. He must have employed the secret arts of the Fox clan." Guchu was taken aback. "Iman, you know him?"
Indeed.
"He is the chieftain of the Foxtail clan, the vanished Pope Chia. Since Chu had encountered him, it was highly probable that he would reappear." Some things were worth revealing to Chu. Chu, Emperor's star is not as harmonious as it seems. It has long since fractured into factions. "I know."
Guchu ziplit.
Xianmo mentioned it to me. There's a faction of nobility, a faction of the church, and a faction of royalty, while you belong to the nobility. Xianmo has warned me several times to be cautious of the royal faction. Aside from Xuemu, who maintained neutrality, everyone sought to recruit allies, including the twins, who were also part of the nobility. Lanes raised an eyebrow beneath his tousled hair. "Xianmo, didn't he seem so intolerable now? Do you know why Xianmo advised you to be wary of the royal faction?" Guchu speculated that it might relate to the previous royal lineage, though he had not stated it explicitly. Iman ruffled Guchu's hair, praising her. Chu is truly clever. The current royal family is in decline. Their offspring lack capability and have not produced any females. Their sole reliance is the already unstable crown prince, an SS-class male, whose beast form is that of a white unicorn rhinoceros. What caused his instability? Sitayu took it upon himself to elucidate. This is tied to the previous royal lineage. Their remaining loyalists pretended to be servants during his childhood, deceiving him into consuming poison that drove him to madness. In just a few years, he fell into an unstable state, relying on treatments and sedatives to maintain his life. To prevent his instability from worsening, they employed special methods at exorbitant costs, keeping him dormant in a nutrient pod filled with specialized nutrients, confined within the highest security of the royal palace. The current royal family is merely a branch of the previous lineage, opposing the human experimentation labs, using this opportunity to rise to power amidst popular support. The remnants of the previous lineage harbor intense hatred toward them. Remarkably, Chia's father was a high-ranking official of the previous royal lineage. Later, Chia's father betrayed the previous lineage, opting to support the current royal family. Sitayu produced several invitations sealed with the current royal family's insignia. In this technological age, physical invitations are a rarity. A tangible invitation adorned with a seal signifies the host's esteem for their guests, especially coming from royalty. Gu Chu examined the invitations, noting that each date corresponded to the period following her revelation of her S-class identity. It would be disingenuous to claim that there was no conspiracy at play. Yet, she had been oblivious to any invitations while at home. Lanes discerned Gu Chu's disquiet and clarified, "These are invitations we intercepted in advance. It's evident they seek your assistance in healing their crown prince." The unstable crown prince has already reached a 90 on his instability scale, with formidable attack power. Should you enter, it is highly likely that you would be slain before any healing could occur. If you fail to save him, they will merely feign sorrow and offer you grand eulogies. Iman added, "In this scenario, Lanes, Sitayu, and I would likely lose control because of you. Even if they fail to save him, they could thoroughly undermine the nobility faction. It is a plan with no drawbacks." A flicker of intensity crossed Sitayu's gaze. If Chia reappears, the chaos within the church will likely subside after many years. Gu Chu recalled Chia's injured form. Under such circumstances, he had still compelled himself to maintain his composure and avoid harming her. He did not seem malevolent. Had it not been for the signal interference, she would not have had to venture out in search of a way to contact Iman. The subsequent events would have unfolded quite differently. Gu Chu's revelation about Chia's amnesia deepened the gravity in the male's expressions.
Renes recounted chi esse tale.
Sharing that Chia had been his most revered elder brother during childhood, their bond akin to that of blood siblings. Chia was a composed and steady individual, yet burdened by an unreliable father and the early demise of his mother. Through sheer determination, he contended with the remnants of a fallen lineage within the church, ascending to become the youngest pope in history at the tender age of 18. The spiritual healers fell under the church's jurisdiction, and, to put it plainly, the remnants of that lineage sought control, while the current royal family professed that becoming a spiritual healer was a matter of choice. This principle of voluntariness contributed to the decline of the church's influence. However, Chia chose a different path, dedicating himself to aiding the inhabitants of desolate planets, providing them with stabilizers and nurturing, which in turn elevated the church's reputation. Should the females opt for remote healing, they would receive appropriate compensation for their efforts. Not only did the females gain remuneration, but they also garnered the respect they rightfully deserved, being revered by those they saved, as if they were emissaries sent by the beast gods. Yet, with Chia's disappearance, the situation began to sour. Gu Chu was astonished to discover that Chia's thoughts aligned with her own and Xianmo's. How could he vanish so abruptly? He was so formidable. Rhaenys pondered. No one knows how he disappeared. I have searched for him, but found no suspicious traces. His residence was immaculate, and technology could not detect anything amiss. As if he had simply left on his own accord. Listening intently, Gu Chu remarked, he must have encountered something significant in the past. Otherwise, it is unfathomable that he would suffer amnesia and end up gravely injured on a garbage planet. Gu Chu straightened her posture and earnestly requested, Rhaenys, I would like your assistance in locating Chia. Why do you seek him, Chu Chu? He owes me a debt of gratitude, and since he is indebted, I wish to utilize his identity for certain endeavors. From what you have said, he possesses considerable renown. Gu Chu disclosed her agreement with Xianmo, recounting everything she had witnessed aboard the starship, revealing her intention to undertake some philanthropic initiatives for the development of the garbage planet. Iman remained silent, meticulously shredding the freshly served hot dishes before attentively feeding his petite female companion. There was no need to elaborate on Chu Chu's intentions. It was evident that she would devote herself entirely to the task. However, it seemed she would need to establish some connection with that insufferable tiger. Rhaenys acquiesced, exchanging a knowing glance with the twins as they silently resolved to embark on a new mission, to find Pope Chia. Gu Chu closed her eyes, savoring each bite of the delectable cuisine. Undoubtedly, the most exquisite dishes in the universe were those personally prepared by a Chong, each mouthful filling her with unparalleled joy. If possible, she wished to accompany her feast with dazzling brilliance and a classic orchestral score. After satisfying her hunger, Gu Chu found herself pondering. I have seen Chia's beast form. Is the nine-tailed fox also an ancient behemoth? This query was best answered by Sitiyu. He does not belong to the category of ancient giants. Rather, he is a product of bloodline mutation. Among the Fox clan, a select few possess the ability to mutate, with the number of tails symbolizing their combat prowess. The pinnacle is 9 tails, and Chia is a 9-tailed red fox. Xian Mo, on the other hand, was somewhat unique, being a child born from the experiments of the previous royal lineage's laboratory, a genetically modified anomaly. In that case, I have yet to witness Xian Mo's beast form. This statement provided some comfort to those present, allowing them to breathe a collective sigh of relief. It was only later, when a private video of Xian Mo was leaked, that they realized the reality was far from their idealized perceptions. Sitiyu, seeing Gu Chu had finished her meal, affectionately rubbed her hand, gazing tenderly into her eyes. Chu, shall we head to the medical room?
Sure.
I need to check my mental strength. Chapter 73. Those two relatives are quite challenging to manage. Gu Chu and Sitiyu made their way to the treatment room together. Sitiyu adjusted his glasses, his gaze darkening as he quietly locked the door behind them. I feel like I haven't fully expressed my feelings. Gu Chu was abruptly silenced by a kiss, instinctively attempting to push him away, but his approach was both fervent and unexpected, fingers entwining in her hair. The intensity in Situyu's eyes reflected Gu Chu's visage, and receiving her silent acquiescence, he grew bolder. After a lengthy moment, Gu Chu, breathless and weak-kneed, sank onto the treatment pod, while the individual before her seemed insatiable, his nose brushing affectionately against her delicate neck. Gu Chu's pleas for mercy did not deter Sitiyu. Instead, they only intensified the desire in his gaze. He gently nibbled on her earlobe, the unusual sensation causing Gu Chu to curl up, emitting a soft gasp. Goodness, this is perilous. Just before his reason completely unraveled, Sitiyu reined in his reckless actions, cradling Gu Chu in his arms and soothing her back to calm her nerves. Chu, do you realize that the treatment room is not merely my workplace, but also the sole space where I can be alone with you and possess your time? Chu, I love you. Sitiyu, typically composed and graceful, harbored a domineering side hidden deep within. The moment he learned of Gu Chu's disappearance and laid eyes on Xian Mo, his wicked thoughts could no longer be suppressed. Gu Chu touched her lips, her heart racing in response to his declaration, and after a long pause, her sparkling eyes dared not meet Situyu's gaze. Merely whispering a soft this vague response sufficed, signifying that Gu Chu bore no ill will toward Sitiyu. Sitiyu proceeded to examine Gu Chu's body and mental strength. When the test results arrived, he crumpled the pristine paper in his grip. Even though he had anticipated the outcome, the numbers on the report left him astounded. SS rank. The only SS-ranked female in the entirety of interstellar history. This SS was not an endpoint, but rather the highest level detectable by current instruments. The plus sign indicated potential for further advancement. Sitiyu did not feel elated. Instead, an overwhelming sense of crisis engulfed him. Chu Chu's values had stabilized, explaining why he had not been affected during their intimate moments. She had long been adept at wielding her mental strength. Seeing the predatory glint in Situyu's eyes, Gu Chu hastily fled, fearing he might act once more. Who said only males could experience feelings? Females could be just as fierce. Regaining her composure, she sought out Iman, discovering him seated alone at the bar, sipping a drink. The dim lighting accentuated the angles of his face, a hint of inebriation evident in his gaze as he appeared lost in thought, swirling his glass. Upon noticing Gu Chu, his eyes widened slightly in surprise. Chu, what brings you here? Seeing Iman drinking, Gu Chu frowned. Drinking while injured? I knew you were hurt. It was evident that nothing could be concealed from Gu Chu. Iman could not provide Gu Chu with an explanation. He felt he deserved the pain. He had not expected her to notice, let alone care, for he believed he had hidden it well. I'm fine, just a minor injury. Gu Chu grew somewhat exasperated. He was such a worry. She took a seat beside him, snatching the drink from his hand and taking a sip. Iman attempted to dissuade her, but Gu Chu remarked, not bad, not too spicy, much milder than white liquor. Iman's eyebrows arched in surprise. He had not anticipated Gu Chu would drink. Enhanced by the lighting, she languidly propped her chin on her hand, her wavy hair adding a touch of allure and charm. Gu Chu had not drank before, but had learned during the apocalypse. Seeing Iman drink, she decided to keep him company. "You crybaby, did you harm yourself while I was away?" Faced with Gu Chu's astute inquiry, Iman fell silent. Gu Chu knew she had hit the mark. "You should let Ayu treat you." Iman shook his head, pouring himself another drink and filling a cup for Gu Chu as well. "It's just a minor injury. It will heal in a few days." Gu Chu clinked her glass against Iman's. "Have you applied any medicine?" A moment of silence confirmed to Gu Chu that he had not. Since he was unwilling to have Ayu treat him, he still needed to apply medication. "Let's head back. I will apply the medicine for you." Iman swallowed hard, caught in a haze of confusion as Chu Chu pulled him back to his room, still clutching the half-finished glass of wine in his hand. "Don't you have a small treatment device? Could you teach me how to use it?" Iman replied from the depths of his heart. He retrieved the device and began to instruct Chu Chu on its operation. The primary function of the treatment device was to disinfect and expedite healing, however, for swifter recovery. Ointments and dressings were also necessary. As Iman awkwardly unbuttoned his shirt to reveal his wounds, Gu Chu's eyes narrowed slightly. His back was marred with whip scars, some scabbed, others fresh, and numerous deep bruises were evident, indicating that these injuries were not merely recent, but also inflicted by others. "Have you been beaten?" Gu Chu, having endured tumultuous times, could easily discern between self-inflicted wounds and those caused by another. "This is quite serious. You still dare to call it minor. Have any bones been injured?" she inquired with concern, manipulating the treatment device. "No," Iman muttered, his gaze cast downward, reluctant to speak. Gu Chu recognized that he was still grappling with guilt. She bent down and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek, leaving the slightly inebriated Iman momentarily dazed, touching his face in bewilderment. Once the treatment device had tended to his wounds, Gu Chu personally applied the ointment. With Iman's scar-laden back facing her, he lacked the confidence to meet her gaze, feeling despondent as he attempted to rise, only to be restrained by Gu Chu. "I don't want you to see my ugly side, Chu. My back is hideous. Don't let it taint your eyes." "It's not ugly. It pains me to see this," she replied simply, causing Iman's heart to tremble, his disheveled hair obscuring his eyes and concealing the moisture pooling there. "This is not your fault. Promise me, you must not harm yourself again, nor allow others to do so." Gu Chu sighed, contemplating who could possibly inflict such harm on him. Those two family members were indeed difficult to manage. Iman must have willingly allowed himself to be beaten without retaliating. The ointment, cool against his skin, penetrated the wounds, and a series of treatments visibly improved the scars. As Gu Chu applied the dressing, her fingertips glided over the scars, infusing her mental energy into his skin, reaching deep within. Iman let out a muffled groan. The sensation was unlike anything he had experienced before. It was as if a gentle stream were slowly permeating every nerve and blood vessel, ultimately converging all its strength into his mind, dispelling his anxious feelings. His gaze cleared, and he was somewhat astonished. Chu, have you gained control over your mental energy?" Chapter 74. Successfully receiving a good person card from Chu, yes. Gu Chu replied with a mischievous glint in her eye, leaning closer to whisper in his ear. "Crybaby, if you keep this up, it won't be you who cries.
But me.
If I cry, do you think you'll get beaten?" "Yes, and others would likely join in the beating. However, he would not allow such a scenario to unfold." "No, I won't do such a thing again, I promise." The thought of Chu being upset enough to cry because of his injuries filled him with a bittersweet sensation, feeling as though he had caused her considerable trouble. "Then remember this. If I return even a day late, you might truly end up in the Safety Management Bureau." She had just seen through the small sapling that there were many thick, cotton-like gray clumps, indicating that Iman was on the brink of losing control. The term crybaby made Iman sheepishly scratch his head. "Chu, if you call me crybaby, Rains and the others will laugh at me." Leaning against him, Gu Chu giggled. "Then how would you like me to address you? Adorable?" Iman shook his head. His mind was much clearer now, realizing he had committed numerous mistakes. Chu's words rang true. How could he protect her if he lost control? Iman harbored a small desire, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he timidly made a small request. "Chu, could you call me adorable in private? And may I call you baby in return?" Gu Chu halted her hand, applying the dressing. It was not such a bad idea. No one had ever affectionately called her baby before. She found herself liking it, albeit with a hint of mischief. However, calling him crybaby felt somewhat harsh. She had only teased him playfully. Then I won't call you crybaby. How about I call you good boy? Mr. Iman? Cute Iman? Just hearing those names made his heart race, filling him with delight. He turned to embrace Gu Chuchu's waist, burying his face in her abdomen, his face already flushed. Yes. You can call me whatever you wish. I would gladly listen. Even if you scold me, it sounds sweet coming from you. Gu Chuchu chuckled softly. This child was easy to please. After applying the ointment, she reminded him to see a doctor the next day and then returned to her room to rest. After a day of exertion, she was tired. Upon opening the door, she found Marshal Rains casually lounging on the sofa, engrossed in military affairs. Gu Chuchu looked around to confirm she was indeed in her own room. Narrowing her eyes, she placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Rains. Marshal Rains, did I not mention that you cannot intrude into a female's room? Such high-level defenses could deter anyone, except for this ancient Titan python. Rains put down the magazine, gazing at Gu Chuchu with a pitiful expression. Chuchu, I wanted to have a moment alone with you, and since I had nowhere else to go, I came here. His exaggerated display of sorrow only earned him a scrutinizing glance from Gu Chuchu. But I'm quite tired. I wish to wash up and rest. So, please leave. Rains lowered his head like a wounded beast, feigning disappointment. But you've been alone with Sitiyu and Iman for a while, even personally treating Iman's wounds. Gu Chuchu suddenly realized he had seen everything, and her anger flared at his unfairness. A flicker of barely perceptible anger flashed in Rain's eyes, like turbulent undercurrents beneath a calm lake. Sensing the lingering sense of Iman and Sitiyu on her, and noticing the fresh red mark on her neck that had not been there before, he quickly deduced what had transpired. Iman would not dare, but Sitiyu certainly would. That cunning bear. He wished he could give both of them a good thrashing. Gu Chuchu had no choice but to maintain equilibrium. If Rains wanted to stay, then so be it. I'll go take a shower now. Do you need my help with your back? Gu Chuchu narrowed her eyes, utterly speechless, turning to see Rain's bright, eager eyes, reminiscent of a shameless space pirate. Pointing to the sofa, she commanded, You stay put. You are not to move until I return. Okay. Rains complied obediently, patiently awaiting Gu Chuchu as she indulged in her bubble bath and emerged in her sleepwear. With the sense of those two irritating males washed away, Rain's mood lifted. Seeing her preparing to comb her hair, Rains promptly took over the task. It was his first time helping a female with her hair, and he was somewhat clumsy, being careful to apply the lightest touch. Her hair felt smooth, slipping effortlessly through his fingers, with none of the frizz commonly found in curls. If he hadn't known better, he would have thought she had given it special care. To say it was meticulously cared for could indeed be true. They had delegated the procurement of unfamiliar imperial products to a Chong, claiming it was for Chuchu's sake, but in reality, they had personally selected the finest goods. They sought out the best merchants in the entire star system, creating customized items tailored to her needs, making them utterly unique in the cosmos. Of course, some males had discreetly tailored perfumes and shower gels to their own preferences for her. Every day, the delightful scents invigorated her spirit. Whenever they wanted to buy something for Chuchu, the three of them had reached a tacit understanding. They would find a Chong to handle the purchases, while they meticulously chose the items behind the scenes. The sleepwear Gu Chuchu currently wore was a gift from Rains, lantern pants, a ruffled tank top with wide straps, and a wide neckline, essentially the quintessential sleepwear for her. As Gu Chu was combing her hair, her eyelids began to struggle against the encroaching drowsiness, which grew heavier with every movement of Lane's. She fought to stave off the sleepiness and said to Lane's, I'm about to sleep. After a long day. You must be tired too. Let us go back and rest properly. You've worked hard during this time. It seemed that Lanes, who longed for her company, had received an imaginary notification in his mind, indicating that he had successfully acquired a good deed card from Gu Chu. He set down the comb, for if he were to give up easily, he would not have earned the title of a weapon of war over the years. With a pout, Lanes turned his head and, crouching down, buried it against her abdomen, rubbing his face against her belly. Chu, I want to be with you. I've been anxious about you since you've been away. I want to stay by your side, even if it means becoming a little snake. I wish to protect you. I dread that you might disappear once more. Whether it was due to Xian Mo's incessant provocations near Gu Chu's temper, she had developed an immunity to such declarations. Yet, Lane spoke the truth, which she could not deny. If she were to cast him away, he might very well sulk in a jar of vinegar. Gu Chu lamented the difficulty of managing her affections. After all, she had indulged them. There was only one bed, so he could transform into a little snake and sleep on the pillow beside her. The spaceship's bed was not spacious enough for 2 adults, but Lane's, in his smaller form, would fit perfectly. He flicked his tongue inquisitively at the side of the reclining Gu Chu, asking, "Chu Chu, may I coil around your arm?" Exhausted, Gu Chu turned off the light and, within moments, was asleep, breathing steadily. A hazy voice murmured in her ear, to which she responded with a vague "em." Gu Chu had acquiesced. Lane's was overjoyed, akin to a nocturnal prowler, as the darkness was his domain. Ignoring all obstacles, he slithered onto her small hand, the warmth emanating from her body igniting every nerve within him. Content, he rested his head on her wrist. Chapter 75. The Things That Matter. The next morning, when Gu Chu awoke, she found no sign of the little black snake beside her, which suggested he had risen early. Upon lifting the blanket, she discovered the little snake coiled around her ankle, sound asleep. Wasn't he supposed to be on the pillow? With 2 fingers, she gently pinched the little snake, their eyes locking as he slowly opened his drowsy reptilian gaze. "Lanes, shouldn't you explain why you ended up wrapped around my ankle?" "Because I like it." Gu Chu appeared perplexed, struggling to comprehend the Marshal's peculiar reasoning. "That's my foot. Isn't it smelly?" The little snake wriggled, as if stretching. "There's no foot odor. No athlete's foot. It smells nice." This relieved Gu Chu, for girls often have their concerns. She then firmly stated, "That does not mean you can slither onto me without permission. I ask you seriously, did you crawl to any inappropriate places?"
Chu Chu.
"You allowed me to coil around your wrist. A wrist and an ankle are both wrists, so I thought it was acceptable to sleep on your ankle instead." "I swear by the beast god, I did not deceive you, Your Excellency. Did I permit you to be on my wrist?" Gu Chu could not recall such an agreement, racking her brain to find the memory. To prove his innocence, Lanes implored, "Chu Chu, you may check your monitoring watch. It should have recorded your words." "No need. Thank you." Lanes was so adamant that Gu Chu suspected she might have unintentionally agreed while in a half-asleep state. However, she was not inclined to let Lanes off easily and playfully flicked his head as a form of punishment. "A hand is a hand, and a foot is a foot. Do not twist the meaning, that will not work with me. You still deserve to be punished." Lanes twisted his tail, rubbing his head where he'd been hit. "Iman saw thee, Chu Chu. At least you know how to apologize. That shows some intelligence." She set the little black snake down and regarded him, perceiving Lanes as a somewhat childish and cunning little boy.
You can't keep acting like this.
"Go wash up and don't mention it outside. Otherwise, you and Iman will surely come to deal with you." The little black snake raised his head with pride. "They wouldn't stand a chance against me." Gu Chu found it futile to reason with the Marshal and promptly tossed out the infamous Titan python of the interstellar realm. "Don't speak to me unless you've thought this through. They can't defeat you, but they'll all want to stay in my room." "Thanks to you," Gu Chu sighed. Having too many males around could also be a nuisance. After washing up, she entered the dining area, where a hot meal, her favorite, had been prepared for her. Situ had taken care of the food as usual. Spotting Lanes standing a short distance away, she ignored his eager gaze for answers and focused on her meal. Xuemu leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his glasses absent, his beautiful peach blossom eyes seemingly lost in thought. Without the glasses, his gaze was deep and bright, exuding a maturity and charm that came from years of experience. The twins stood silently nearby, waiting for Lanes to acknowledge them. They had been standing there for nearly an hour, while their Marshal fixated on his little female without even sparing them a glance. The war god they admired had changed. Others might have doubted him, but when it came to Gu Chu, the twins believed that Marshal Lane's behavior indicated no significant issues with his mental state. Finally, Lane's turned to accept the report from the twins regarding Chia, muttering, "What exactly is it that Chu Chu thinks I haven't figured out?" The twins exchanged glances, realizing their report had not mentioned Gu Chu. Without taking half a day's journey, they returned to the Imperial Star, where Lanes had to rush back to the military department to handle affairs, leaving behind a look of lament as he led the twins back with him. Cole and Delian turned to gaze at Gu Chu, who waved goodbye. They wondered when they would see her again. As for Xuemu, he hurriedly bid farewell to Gu Chu. Observing his hurried departure, she turned to Situ and remarked, "Do you think Xuemu seems a bit strange?" Since learning of Gu Chu's disappearance, he had changed, and this was the first time Situ had seen a murderous intent in his eyes. Despite this, he reassured Gu Chu not to overthink it. "You just returned. You need to rest well." Perhaps he had to rush back to focus on his research. In recent days, Iman had vaguely sensed remnants of his past self in Xuemu's eyes, especially when he saw Xian Mo with Gu Chu. The usually mild-mannered Xuemu had threatened to annihilate an entire interstellar pirate group, which was entirely out of character for him. Iman patted Gu Chu on the shoulder, attempting to ease her concerns. Don't worry.
Yes.
Though she said so, Gu Chu still felt apprehensive. This was not the Xuemu she knew. Iman did not linger long, as he had his own affairs to attend to. Hurrying back to the Foreign Affairs Department, he was unexpectedly greeted by the sight of Xuemu, wearing a khaki coat, leaning against the wall, waiting for him. Xuemu's expression was cold, a stark contrast to his former self, devoid of the shyness and restraint he once displayed. Diplomat Iman, may I find a place to discuss something with you? Iman nodded, indicating for him to follow, leading him away from the Foreign Affairs Department to a more private setting. Xuemu lowered his head, his eyes filled with determination. He understood that to capture Gu Chu's attention, he must become the most powerful weapon by her side. His strength may not be the greatest, but even a single facet would suffice. A facet that would allow him to be noticed by Gu Chu. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Gu Chu was busy giving gifts. To Sitayu, she presented a jade pendant engraved with a polar bear. Upon seeing it, Sitayu fell in love with it instantly, stroking the pendant and reluctant to let go.
Tangzu, Chu.
Gu Chu explained, I initially intended to surprise you with this when I went out, but it seems that didn't go as planned, hee. No more details. As for the gift that Rains left in her care, she would wait until he regained his senses to address it. Xuemu departed too hastily. I had intended to present him with a token of gratitude for his assistance during this time. Gu Chu retrieved a fragrant wooden carving, intricately depicting a majestic elk resting beneath a tree, its back against the towering mountains, so lifelike it seemed to breathe. This particular wood, as I had read online, is said to have invigorating properties, and I felt it would not come across as a meager offering. After all, his metallic trinkets far surpassed the worth of my humble wooden piece. Chapter 76. You could be considered a father figure. Gu Chu was still contemplating whether she could part with the gift when Sitayu, perhaps feeling sympathy for his somewhat inept colleague, kindly reminded her, whatever you choose to give him, he will treasure it. Gu Chu gazed at her wooden sculpture, still somewhat dissatisfied. But gifts should be commensurate, right? This is merely a token of appreciation. Sitayu secretly rejoiced in having made his confession first. Gu Chu seemed rather oblivious to matters of the heart, a tad slow on the uptake. Is it conceivable that Xuemu harbors feelings for you? Upon hearing this, Gu Chu shook her head vehemently.
Impossible, absolutely impossible.
He has always adhered to propriety. He feels more like a friend. I have no male confidants. It was merely that Xuemu was too reserved, too shy to confess his affections. Gu Chu scrutinized his resolute gaze, attempting to find a crack in his confidence. Yet Sitayu's eyes were as impenetrable as a shield, leading her to question herself. Surely, you had no need to fabricate such a lie. Could it be that all three guardians were aware, while she remained in the dark? Sitayu nodded in affirmation. Gu Chu ordered a glass of juice, her mind bewildered. What on earth have I done? I promised to amend my ways. These interactions were perfectly normal before the apocalypse, and her limited social engagement did not imply ignorance of such matters. Sitayu discerned the unmistakable signs of regret etched across her face. Did Gu Chu not hold any feelings for Xuemu? Feelings? Gu Chu pondered this question seriously. At present, it feels more like friendship. So, do you favor Xian Mo over Xuemu? Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Chu replied. Xian Mo observing Sitayu's astonished expression, she suddenly felt vulnerable, as though she had inadvertently divulged too much. The mere mention of Xian Mo irked Sitayu. Gu Chu, don't overthink it. There are countless males in the galaxy who secretly admire you. Just refrain from inappropriately touching the beast men in their beast forms. Gu Chu assured him she had indeed refrained from such indiscretion since her arrival. She had not even touched Chia's foxtail. Sitayu raised an eyebrow, teasingly suggesting that Gu Chu would indeed want to tug on a fox's tail if given the chance. If you were to tug on someone else's tail, you must take responsibility for it. Then, if I were to touch the elk, would I also bear responsibility? She recalled a previous assurance that it was unnecessary. Now it was Gu Chu's turn to feel vexed. Was she reconsidering her stance? Sitayu observed her pout, torn between frustration and regret, murmuring about his own impulsiveness. He both wanted to comfort her and found it amusing, surmising that Gu Chu would be more cautious with her interactions in the future. Sitayu clarified, given his nature, he would not hold you accountable. However, it seems he was somewhat affected by your absence. Gu Chu held up the wooden carving. Would gifting him this make him feel better? Most likely, Sitayu replied, bemused at himself for defending a rival. He had witnessed Xuemu's efforts. Yet matters of the heart were beyond his control. It was up to Gu Chu to decide. Upon returning to her room, Gu Chu deliberated on how to present the gift without causing misunderstandings while maintaining decorum. First, she resolved to feign ignorance, ensuring that no one would feel awkward. After all, having been single for 28 years, she was not oblivious to the nuances of romantic interactions. It was best to resolve such matters before they were explicitly stated. The male beast men here had a propensity for losing control. If her actions led to Shuemu's instability, it would spell trouble. She rolled from one end of her bed to the other, grappling with her thoughts, unable to formulate an appropriate response. Turning to Asian, she asked, "How can I express my gratitude to a male without it seeming ambiguous?" As Asian compiled potential replies, Gu Chu read aloud, "Accept my gift kneeling and do not murmur. Are you not delighted? It is merely a fraction of my wealth. Take your pick." Gu Chu pointed at the provocative text, exclaiming, "Asian, the one who created you must surely be akin to your father. Do you truly believe this is appropriate?" It was indeed unambiguous. Yet even she felt compelled to retaliate against such words. Receiving Gu Chu's request, Asian continued her search for suitable expressions based on Professor Shue's character. As Gu Chu scanned the list of patterns and numbers, she recognized each character, but found herself perplexed by their collective meaning. It appeared they could communicate through formulas instead of words. Gu Chu sighed, "Asian, I am utterly lost in this realm. If I express myself incorrectly, it could lead to complications." Asian scratched her head. "Would you like me to consult Chong?" Gu Chu waved her hand dismissively. "No, I believe I have an idea." Ultimately, Gu Chu composed a straightforward message. "Thank you for creating Asian. Here is the promised gift." She penned this on a card, believing that with this gesture, she had repaid her debt without crossing into ambiguity. Pleased with her decision, she dispatched the wooden sculpture along with the card. What Gu Chu did not anticipate was that the focal point lay not in the card, but in the wooden carving itself. Upon returning to his laboratory, Shuemu cradled the sculpture with utmost care as if it were a treasured possession. This was his beast form, and the fresh aroma of the wood invigorated him. Gu Chu was indeed concerned for him. A faint light sparkled in his eyes, sharp and resolute. "Gu Chu, I wish to be more than just your friend." After a brief afternoon nap, Gu Chu awoke to a message from Shuemu, expressing his desire to continue teaching her about mechas and assist with adjustments to the spatial button. Gu Chu found herself at a loss and urgently summoned Situ. She grasped his hand, pouting her rosy lips in a playful manner, realizing that her guardians were rather susceptible to her charms.
Gu Chu ugenti sao ge cao sao.
"What should I do now?" Situ, seated on the mattress, adjusted his glasses, pondering for a moment. "Just decline directly. I fear he may become overwhelmed, like the next Iman." Chapter 77. Do not disturb us. Usurpant mentioning that incident made Situ feel somewhat uneasy, as if he had committed a transgression. Gu Chu was right. The matter of Shuemu's instability required careful handling. During their last encounter on the starship, he had observed that Iman possessed the highest instability value, with Shuemu close behind. He worried for him but felt ill-suited to extend his concern. "I will return tomorrow to assess the situation. As for the mecha, there remain many tasks that require Shuemu's expertise, so we shall have future interactions." If Gu Chu truly held no feelings, it would be better to reject him sooner rather than later. Such a rejection could sever their friendship altogether, and considering how much Shuemu had assisted him, Situ felt indebted. Enemies would simply sever ties without hesitation, but this situation was far more complex. "Shall I speak on your behalf?" Gu Chu shot him a glance. "Do not, let me think it over." Situ lowered his gaze, fully aware of the reason behind her prohibition. Gu Chu ultimately acquiesced to Shuemu's proposition, intending to subtly convey her thoughts during the occasion. Surely, Shuemu would comprehend the hints, wouldn't he? However, Situ, eavesdropping on Gu Chu's strategy, deemed it rather impractical. Was it possible that in the past his insinuations had gone unnoticed by her? Recently, Gu Chu had been declining visitors under the pretext of needing rest, even postponing matters concerning Shuemu, resolutely deciding to embrace the life of a homebody. Sequestered within the grand estate, the three guardians took turns accompanying her, shadowing her closely, especially Iman, who clung to her like a tenacious adhesive, hardly leaving her side. When Iman produced a royal invitation, Gu Chu discerned the intent in his gaze. Upon opening it, she discovered an invitation to a ball, markedly different from the previous intimate or limited royal summons. Did they truly wish for her presence? The SS-level prince held immense significance. Without him, The royal family would undoubtedly face decline, as there was not a single S-level male among them, apart from the emperor. The esteemed females were few, with only the queen being an A-level female and no young females had been born. Their apprehension was palpable, should the healed prince gain her favor. The royal family's prestige would soar. Guchu had gleaned much from Xianemo, forming a rather unfavorable impression of the royal family. "I do not wish to attend," she declared. "It is evident they intend to exploit me to solidify their position." Iman noted that Guchu's emotional reflexes were somewhat delayed, yet she remained acutely aware of cunning schemes. Her decision to abstain from attending was indeed prudent. As they discussed royal affairs, the grand door swung open, revealing a man clad in military garb, deftly unfastening the golden serpentine buttons at his collar. Today, Lanes returned unusually early. Upon seeing Iman with his arm around Guchu's waist, resting his head on her shoulder, the man's brows knitted in disapproval. "Still playing childish games at your age? If you can't move your limbs, shall I offer my assistance?" Iman flashed a smug grin, shifting to embrace her with both arms. "Guchu, pamper me. Today is my time. You, serpent, shall not intrude upon us. Getting a bit too brazen lately? Shall we settle this with a duel?" Guchu rubbed her temples, exasperated. "Do not involve her unnecessarily." At that moment, Ah Chang and Ah Jun entered, each bearing a multitude of gifts. Ah Chang activated his spatial button, unveiling an array of exquisitely wrapped gift boxes of varying sizes scattered across the floor. "Guchu, we have received your gifts. No hazardous items detected. Shall we proceed to open them?" The sudden influx of gifts, each unique and seemingly extraordinary, prompted Iman and Lanes to adopt a vigilant stance, momentarily putting aside their quarrels. Iman relinquished Guchu's embrace, rising to activate her defensive network and the living room's protective barriers. Lanes commanded, "Ah Chang, Ah Jun, transport all gifts to the bomb-proof safety room. Only after inspecting each item thoroughly may we retrieve any." "Understood." Guided by Iman, Guchu departed the room, heading to a distant gazebo, which also featured a defense network. Clutching a floral bun, Guchu fretted over Lanes remaining inside. "Will Lanes be all right in there?" "Rest assured. Those items have passed safety inspections. I still trust Xuemu's equipment. He assured me that even bomb-like toothpicks could be detected. However, we must not dismiss the possibility of concealment. A few more checks would be prudent." Such explosive devices pose little threat to Lanes. Xuemu had always been quietly devoted to her. Ah Jun approached from afar, presenting several gift boxes before Guchu, accompanied by a beautifully crafted card. Guchu opened the card to reveal handwritten words. "This modest gift cannot fully express my gratitude. Consider it a token of my contrition. Without your salvation, my rebirth would be impossible."
Chia. Chia?
Guchu inquired of Iman. "What does this mean? Has Chia returned?" "He came back a week ago. My latest news indicates he has resumed his role as the Pope, regaining control over the church. His swiftness is quite impressive." Iman held a certain admiration for Chia's decisive approach, aside from his gift-giving to Guchu. As more gifts arrived, Lanes joined Ah Chang. He nodded at Iman before addressing Guchu. "Why not discard these? Others' possessions are tainted. I can procure clean ones for you." Guchu had anticipated Lanes would discuss something of substance. Iman scoffed, dismissing him. That foolish serpent, speaking in circles, as if he were straightforward. His beliefs mirrored her own, and she contemplated meeting him later. Beliefs? Lanes tilted his head, bewildered as to why it must be Chia. "Guchu's beliefs are mine. Feel free to share." "Guchu, ignore him. Let us examine the gifts." Iman had already spotted several items from their previous auction. Guchu agreed with Iman's assessment, allowing Lanes to ponder himself. His mind functioned oddly, sometimes resembling a malfunctioning machine. Recognizing the items from the auction's second floor, Guchu wondered how Chia had procured them. Casting a glance at Lanes, who bore a resentful expression, she instructed, "Ah Jun, Ah Chang, please place these gifts in the vault." Lane's eyes brightened. Placing them in the vault indicated Guchu would not utilize them. He grumbled, his earlier gloom dissipating. Guchu stifled a chuckle. He might be a commander, but he was merely a child, a serpent steeped in jealousy. Initially, she sought Iman's thoughts regarding the rescue from Garbage Star. As a diplomat and seasoned general, his insights were undoubtedly more extensive than hers. Meanwhile, Lanes, cradling a floral bun, perceived Guchu's distress. They had privately agreed to alternate in caring for her, ensuring no breach of protocol would cause her worry. Thus Lanes vented all his frustrations upon Iman. Iman felt a chill run down his spine, bombarded by countless daggers of resentment aimed at him. He contemplated lashing out but decided to embrace the tempest more fiercely. He wrapped his arms around Gu Chu's waist. War weapons, what can you do to me? Chapter 78. I once wielded dual blades. Lanes wore a stoic expression, his fists clenched tightly behind his back, knuckles reddening from the strain.
Gu Chu sighed.
She had no desire to intervene. These males had their own means of resolution, nothing that a good scuffle couldn't settle. As evening descended, the group gathered in the living room for a brief respite. The workaholic C2U remained engrossed in his tasks, while others either rested or discussed official matters. Their hands, elegantly poised with wine glasses, conveyed a sense of ease, even in silence. This post-dinner gathering had gradually become their routine. Gu Chu occasionally indulged in a sip or two of wine, which paled in comparison to their national liquor. Perusing the news, she suddenly recalled. Lanes, I mentioned wanting to formally visit your military department, but we have yet to do so. Shall we go tomorrow? Lanes furrowed his brow. He was scheduled to accompany Gu Chu the next day, yet he was reluctant to date her in his workplace. Gu Chu, military reporters will be visiting the department tomorrow. If you attend, you may be photographed. As an S-level female, they will undoubtedly seek an interview. An interview? Gu Chu did not decline but rather agreed promptly. Then let us go. I shall participate in the interview as well. Iman will accompany me tomorrow. Very well. Iman understood Gu Chu's intentions, a smile gracing his lips. He would have the chance to spend an additional day with her. Given the predominance of males in the military department, the thought of that bothersome snow leopard tagging along incited Lane's immediate protest. What purpose does that snow leopard serve? Iman chuckled coldly. As a diplomat, you should consider my role. Foolish serpent. C2 had work commitments the following day and would be unable to attend. Yet he surmised that Chu likely had intentions related to the matters concerning Xian Mo. Silently, he instructed a Chong to follow her, ensuring he could remain apprised of her thoughts at all times. It was indeed Lane's, whose usually astute mind was clouded by anger. During Chu's disappearance, he had maintained stability in the situation, so how could he appear so foolish in her presence? Truly enigmatic. Gu Chujian noticed his vexation and approached him, earnestly stating, we have a date tomorrow, along with important matters to attend to. At most, Gu quietly inscribed a few words in the palm of his hand. Lanes discreetly revealed a flicker of joy, ceasing his silence and obediently taking a seat, watching his index finger rhythmically tap against his thigh. It was evident that Chu had offered him some form of advantage. On the following day, Gu Chu donned short-sleeved work overalls, dressed entirely in black complemented by boots. Her hair tied back in a high ponytail, exuding an air of gallant vigor as she descended the stairs. The three males below exchanged knowing glances, rendered momentarily speechless. Such a version of Chu was undeniably beautiful. Upon their first encounter, she had been similarly attired. Iman mused about the soft leather whip discreetly hidden within the spatial button, which would pair perfectly with Chu's ensemble. That sensation must be exhilarating. Lanes, enjoying his day off, wore casual attire matching Gu Chu's all-black outfit, donning a couple S necklace of the same design. Iman, trailing behind, suddenly comprehended Lane's feelings from the previous day. Following a couple clad in matching outfits, he felt like a bodyguard, casting a glance at a Chong, who was similarly dressed in khaki suit, only to return to his own thoughts with a pair of discerning eyes that now resembled dead fish, devoid of desire. He had unwittingly become one half of a couple S outfit. Once aboard the flying vehicle, he immediately shed his jacket, removed his tie, and loosened a few buttons on his white shirt, finally experiencing a modicum of relief from his pent-up frustration. Lanes had made prior arrangements, allowing Gu Chu and the others to enter the military department without hindrance. He held Chu's hand, guiding her through the tour. Lanes glanced at the nearby soldiers who were sneaking peeks. Are you that idle? If you have nothing to do, go out into the forest for field training. Those over there should engage in military simulation training, and those in that direction underwater training. It seems that when I take a day off, you all have ample free time. Anyone who fails must complete all high-intensity training within a day. The hundreds who had been observing gasped in shock. In the next moment, they heard Lanes issue another command. All officers of lieutenant rank and above, double your training. The several dozen lieutenant-ranked males nearly bit their tongues in disbelief. How cruel. We merely glanced. With a swift command, Lane's few words transformed the previously crowded training ground into a desolate space, no one daring to train near him, fearful of incurring the ire of the Marshal and inadvertently stepping on his sensitive toes. This was a military order, and Gu Chu was not in a position to intervene or concern herself with it. Completely oblivious to the jealousy brewing within someone, Gu Chu remained engrossed in her surroundings, filled with curiosity regarding the new weaponry and equipment. She was greeted by the sight of the twin brothers, clad in military uniforms, walking in unison, their similar appearances and synchronized strides creating a striking visual under the sunlight. They approached Gu Chu, simultaneously performing a noble gesture rather than a military salute, and in unison. They greeted, "Good day, Lady Gu Chu." Upon recognizing familiar faces, Gu Chu smiled brightly. "How have you two been?" "Thank you for your concern, Lady Gu Chu. All is well, aside from an increased military workload." Upon learning that Lady Gu Chu was present, an unspoken desire to meet her had synchronously arisen within them. Despite their awareness of her being Marshal Lane's female counterpart, from morning till now, they could not quell their eagerness. "Weren't you two tasked with entertaining the reporters? That matter has been handed over to the foreign affairs personnel. We are here to confer with you." Lane shot a glance at Iman, who promptly interjected. "I called for them. I'll go check it out." "Choo-choo. We'll see each other later." How splendid. Iman had evidently claimed this as his territory. He saw right through Cole and Delian's intentions. There was no need for both of you to come for a report. They both replied in unison. "It was our oversight. We willingly accept punishment." "Humph." Lanes took Gu Chu's hand and began to walk away, yet Gu Chu found herself captivated by the training ground. Her gaze fixated on the array of blades that stood still, rendering her immobile. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Swords, real swords, and an abundance of different styles of cold weapons. Cold weapons were her passion. She tugged at Lanes, directing him toward that area. "Let's go take a look over there." "What does Choo Choo wish to do at the competition grounds?" Lanes followed, glancing down at their interlocked hands, secretly capturing a photo of her silhouette as they held hands. The photo was delightful, yet it lacked a couple's ring. Choo Choo's eyes, brimming with enthusiasm and anticipation, sparkled as if they contained a multitude of stars, radiating brilliance. She remained transfixed on the cold weapons displayed on the wall, occasionally exclaiming in admiration. It seemed her attention was particularly drawn to those weapons. Pointing at a curved blade that closely resembled her former silver knife, she asked, "May I take a look?" They bore an uncanny resemblance to the weapons she had once wielded, as if they were a matching pair. "I used to wield twin blades as well." Cole and Delian, who had been trailing behind, were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances. Those cold weapons belonged to them. What did she mean by used to? Lanes turned, visibly displeased and yearning to reprimand someone, yet he restrained himself. Chapter 79. The vinegar pot has steeped long enough. Lanes turned and commanded the owners of the twin blades. "Aren't you going to hand over your blades?" "Yes, sir." The twins, not daring to make a mistake, leapt forward to retrieve their respective swords, holding them out for Choo Choo to admire. Cole reminded her, "Lady Gu Chu, please do not touch. This blade is crafted from silver alloy and is extremely sharp." Gu Chu immediately recognized it as a fine blade. Under the sunlight, its edge gleamed fiercely, standing proudly like a valiant warrior on the battlefield. She was utterly enamored. "How heavy is this? Does it have a name?" Delian responded. "Each weighs 10 pounds, characterized by its lightness. They are a matched pair, named Silver Moon." "Silver Moon. I love that name." Gu Chu seized the Silver Moon, causing Delian to gasp. This weight was indeed considerable for a female. He instinctively reached out to protect her from the blade's sharpness. "It feels lighter than I expected." "Is it really that heavy?" "Light?" Delian and Cole watched in astonishment as Gu Chu effortlessly lifted the Silver Moon, casually appropriating the other blade from Cole's hand, stepping back to showcase a few moves. Her fluidity indicated that she was no novice with a blade. Lanes was aware of Gu Chu's prowess. She would not easily harm herself. In contrast to the two who were anxious about her handling the sword, he felt somewhat reassured. As long as Choo Choo was happy, that was all that mattered. Observing the shock etched on the twins' faces, Lanes clarified any lingering doubts with a single remark, subtly hinting to them, "I taught her. The blade is not heavy. Choo Choo is well trained." This was no mere skill acquired from a short training period. The twins, having accompanied Lanes for quite some time, understood the underlying implication of his words. He was concealing the truth of Gu Chu's adeptness with cold weapons. They respectfully responded, "Indeed, the blade is not heavy. Lady Gu Chu is a genius, extraordinarily gifted, surpassing us who have trained for years." Lanes regarded Gu Chu with adoration and admiration. "Indeed, she is a genius. Her techniques are far more aesthetically pleasing than those of you clumsy fools. Watching you all previously was a disservice to my eyes." The twins thought, The three of us are merely fabricating tales to obscure the truth. Anyone unaware would believe it. Feeling solitary in her swordplay, Guchu decided to pass the blade to Cole. Here you go. ISNT, this a competition ground? Let us spar a bit. This, ISNT, Lady Guchu. I fear I might harm you. Cole accepted the blade in trepidation, unwilling to make a move. You won, T. Just control your strength.
Chu, line interjet.
Casting a longing gaze that stood between Cole and Guchu, I can also spar with you. Why did Chu choose to seek others instead of him? Guchu, unyielding in her response, declared, You are too formidable. I cannot match your strength. Here, only the Gemini can barely contend with me. Ayu had previously remarked that she could match the combat prowess of a B-class male and her abilities could rival those of an S-class male. Engaging in weapon sparring is a test of stamina, and competing against an S-class is clearly an act of overreaching. Thus, she could not be compared to the strongest males. Lanes felt a pang of frustration. Is it truly his fault for being so powerful? Cole, sensing the resentment radiating from Lanes, found himself in a state of indecision. Ultimately, as if he had reached a resolution, he acquiesced. If Lady Guchu has erred in any way, please forgive her. Do not worry, I am weaker than you. You can hold back your strength. Indeed, Lady Guchu, came the reply. Lanes came to terms with the reality, advising Delian, clear the area and activate the hidden barrier. Understood. Delian cast an envious glance at his brother, perceiving that while his brother appeared calm and collected on the surface, he was secretly quite pleased and exhilarated. A sentiment that seemed to infect him as well. Unbeknownst to everyone, Guchu launched her attack on Cole without hesitation. Cole, initially yielding, gradually adopted a serious demeanor to face each of Guchu's strikes. She wielded her weapon with finesse, employing a technique akin to using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Despite the same amount of strength, Cole found himself at a disadvantage, struggling to maintain his footing. Meanwhile, Lanes rested his chin on his hand, savoring Guchu's techniques. How could his Chuchu be so extraordinary? Even in wielding cold weapons, she was graceful, akin to a swan unfurling her beautiful wings in the water, a sight so enchanting that he could not forget her figure. It seemed that not engaging in sparring wasn't such a terrible thing after all. Delian shared Cole's sentiments. Guchu's techniques were unlike their brute force, agile and unpredictable. Though Cole was yielding, his astonishment was genuine. In a direct comparison, he would undoubtedly fall short against Guchu at the same level. To be fair among B-class males, Guchu's strength was a disadvantage. Nevertheless, her combat prowess could undoubtedly claim a top-tier position. Guchu attacked without reservation, while Cole, mindful of her safety, responded with caution, fearful of harming her delicate skin. Her skin was as fair as snow, and any injury would render that crimson hue strikingly vivid. After a series of fierce and rapid strikes, Cole instinctively countered. When he noticed his blade grazing Guchu's face, panic surged within him, and he abruptly twisted his wrist, retracting the blade.
Cole.
Guchu's attack followed. She hadn't anticipated Cole's sudden withdrawal, and as he lost his balance, she instinctively reached out to catch his hand. However, Cole misconstrued her intent, fearing for her safety, and in a moment of panic, he pulled her firmly into his embrace, wrapping an arm around her waist. Guchu's heart raced with anxiety. She had merely intended to steady him, yet he had instead held her tightly, his face etched with concern as he scrutinized her. Lady Guchu, are you hurt? No, not at all. A wave of unfamiliar fragrance enveloped her, and in a flurry, Guchu pushed away from Cole's embrace, only to notice his wrist had swollen. Have you sprained your hand? Before she could process this, she found herself enveloped in yet another embrace. This familiar scent belonged to Lanes, who had encircled her waist. His eyes, like shards of ice, glinted as he coldly remarked, injured in such a manner. Do you still deserve the rank of Major General? You will undergo retraining. Yes. Lanes's unyielding countenance stifled Guchu's protest. This was a military order, and she recognized that defending Cole would only lead to harsher consequences. She cast a guilty glance at Cole, silently mouthing an apology. It was my blunder that nearly caused harm to Lady Guchu. It is my fault. I willingly accept punishment. His words were not merely directed at Lanes, but were also meant for Guchu. Guchu observed the darkening expression of the Titan python beside her.
Well,
it appears that this snake has been marinating in jealousy for quite some time. After a session of sparring, a light sheen of sweat adorned Guchu's brow. She returned the weapon to Delian, having fought without reservation, far more exhilarating than any simulation. Chapter 80. More than friends. Less than lovers. Lanes gently wiped the thin layer of sweat from Gu Chuchu's forehead with a handkerchief. You may go now, Delian. Ensure no favoritism is shown. Understood.
Delian,
Still feeling the residual warmth of the weapon, felt a pang of bitterness. They were part of the unique Spirit Butterfly clan and were rare twins, always seen as one. Their emotions intertwined. It was the first time he felt envy at his brother's close interaction with Gu Chuchu. Just as they were about to leave, a soldier hastily approached Lanes, whispering in his ear.
twins, halt.
Delian and Lanes turned back, noticing Lanes's displeasure etched across his brow. The plan has changed. You are to keep a close watch on Lady Gu Chuchu during her brief tour, and then escort her to my office for arrest. The twins were taken aback by the sudden stroke of fortune, able to continue their interaction with Lady Gu Chuchu. They promptly stood at attention, bowing their heads in unison.
Yes.
Lanes, frustrated, pinched the bridge of his nose. His leave had been postponed yet again, and he strongly suspected that Iman was deliberately causing chaos. He grasped Gu Chuchu's hands in apology. I'm sorry, Chuchu. I must attend to something briefly.
I'll join you as soon as I can.
Gu Chuchu, understanding his busy schedule, reciprocated his grip. Business comes first. You go ahead, don't worry, I want to wander off. Lanes hurried away, reluctant to leave the twins behind. But Gu Chuchu was only familiar with them. Given their strength, they were indeed the most suitable protectors for her. Upon finishing his task, he vowed to deal with that snow leopard without mercy. Gu Chuchu pointed to Cole's wrist. Is your hand all right? Do you need to have it looked at? Cole shook his head. Thank you for your concern, Lady Gu Chuchu. It's a minor injury, and will heal on its own. There's no need for any fuss. That's good to hear. Even minor injuries should be attended to. You should still have the military doctor take a look. It's because I was careless that nearly led to Lady Gu Chuchu being harmed. This small injury is inconsequential. Here, the higher the male's rank, the stronger their healing abilities. Upon seeing that his injury was not severe, Gu Chuchu felt somewhat reassured. Delian maintained a respectful distance behind them, his heart heavy with the happiness emanating from Cole, which nearly consumed his rationality. A restless urge surged within him, a desire to embrace Lady Gu Chuchu as Cole had, to make contact with her. He clenched his teeth, feeling his thoughts were rather unsavory. If not for the public setting, he would have wanted to slap himself. As Gu Chuchu passed numerous pieces of equipment, Cole and Delian took turns introducing her to each one. To their surprise, Lady Gu Chuchu listened intently, occasionally murmuring to herself. The twins were quite astonished. The intricate structures of weapons and machinery were typically tedious and dull for females. After gaining a general understanding of the equipment, Gu Chuchu inquired about her most anticipated aspect. Is there a shooting range? A shooting range? Yes, there is. Have you had any training, Lady Gu Chuchu? Delian, deducing from Lanes's words, surmised that Gu Chuchu likely possessed shooting skills. We have a shooting training facility. If you're interested, you can give it a try. The shooting range operates under the supervision of professionals, ensuring safety. Noticing the spark of interest in Gu Chuchu's eyes, Cole commanded a space to be cleared for her. Fully aware of the subtle grin that crept onto Delian's face, Cole understood all too well. Delian was the reigning champion of the military department's shooting competitions, and his desire to connect with Lady Gu Chuchu was glaringly obvious. At the shooting range at the armory, Delian introduced the various firearms in straightforward terms, recommending several to Gu Chuchu. These firearms were characterized by their portability, ease of use, and high attack power, particularly suitable for female use. Regrettably, Gu Chu is unable to carry firearms outside, as citizens are prohibited from doing so without special permission. This prohibition is particularly stringent for males. Even soldiers must surrender their weapons upon leaving the military department and are barred from taking them away without authorization, with severe penalties for violators. Of course, there are exceptions, such as the twins, as well as Rains and Shuemu, who are permitted to carry firearms. Gu Chu listened attentively to Delian's explanations. Her curiosity about these advanced weaponry piqued. The weapons were entirely different from those of the apocalypse, each exhibiting unique designs. Their lethality did not derive from gunpowder. Rather, it emanated from various forms of energy developed through research, resulting in varying degrees of destructive power that could not be assessed merely by the size of the firearm. Many of these innovations were the fruits of Professor Shuemu's research. He was not only a genius in mecha, but also in firearms. Upon hearing Shuemu's name, Gu Chu's heart stirred, and she envisioned his endearing figure, wondering how he could appear so different when engaged in research compared to his everyday demeanor. Gu Chu selected a suitable firearm and accompanied the twins to the shooting range. Have you seen Shuemu recently? She inquired. I have only encountered him in video conferences. He seems quite busy these days, Cole pondered before adding, recently, the royal family sought to bestow a duke title upon Professor Shui. He has always shunned involvement in matters unrelated to research, maintaining a neutral stance, and he declined the royal offer without much thought. Gu Chu recalled having scoured her holographic device for news regarding this matter, but found none. A duke? When did this happen? Such a significant event. And I am completely unaware? No information at all? During your vacation, he privately communicated with Professor Shui, but he refused, which angered the royal family. Upon hearing your news, he disregarded their ire and immediately approached Marshal to find you. Afterward, the royal family intended to make things difficult for him, but it was Marshal and his associates who smoothed things over. De Lien hesitated before continuing. Only a few know this information. The incident embarrassed the royal family, leading to the Emperor's furious outburst. Professor Shui's refusal has caused considerable trouble, and coupled with the assistance of the marshals, doubts have arisen regarding Professor Shui's loyalty. Gu Chu was taken aback by this revelation. If Rains and the others wished for Shuemu's demise, they would have no need to assist him. Instead, they were quietly aiding him, perhaps to spare her from worry. She understood that Rains and the others did not want her entangled in the royal family's sordid affairs. The thought of Shuemu, so devoted to his work, seeking her out despite the risks, made her heart ache. He had sacrificed so much for her, always downplaying his efforts with a smile. Suddenly, Gu Chu recalled a phrase from long ago, more than friends, yet less than lovers. She chuckled at her own foolishness. Both of them were reserved regarding their feelings, particularly the oblivious Shuemu. Had it not been for Yu's hints, she might never have grasped his true sentiments. The thought of his once pure gaze growing dim stirred a strange sense of sorrow within her. Gu Chu implored the twins. Please keep a close watch on Shuemu's safety and protect him. He is all alone, and I fear the royal family might act against him. We know what to do, Your Excellency, the twins replied in unison, their eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. It was evident that Professor Shuemu held great significance in Gu Chu's heart. Chapter 81. Planetary Protection Management Plan. She refocused her thoughts and picked up the firearm. Under De Lien's guidance, she began to learn how to use the weapon. With her foundational knowledge, she quickly became adept at handling these advanced firearms. After observing De Lien assemble one, she was able to do so with ease herself. De Lien expressed his admiration, showering her with praise, his face alight with awe. As he guided her in shooting, Gu Chu concentrated on aiming at a humanoid target crafted from special metal in the distance. Before long, she was handling the weapon independently. While her aim still required practice, her innate talent far surpassed that of the average male. He began to comprehend why Marshal held Gu Chu in such high regard. Beyond her charismatic personality, her prowess in combat was utterly captivating. The twins watched intently as Gu Chu practiced, initially expecting her to lose interest after a brief period. To their surprise, she eagerly switched from one weapon to another, asking De Lien questions whenever she encountered something unfamiliar. Her enthusiasm for shooting persisted until Rains and Iman arrived, at which point she finally set down her firearms. Chu, are you having fun? Rains asked affectionately, removing her protective goggles and gently arranging her disheveled hair. Contemplating whether to establish a shooting range at the estate, a matter easily within his purview, as he was the one who approved such requests. It's quite interesting. De Lien has taught me a great deal, Gu Chu replied, noticing that Rains had changed back into military attire while he wiped the sweat from her forehead. Not at all. Your Excellency possesses remarkable talent. Even without my guidance, you would have easily mastered it, De Lien insisted, yet Gu Chu felt he was being overly modest. His shooting accuracy approached 100%, while her proficiency with firearms had only been considered excellent during the apocalypse, though not exceptional. Thus, she had primarily relied on cold weapons. Nearby, Iman inquired, Chu, are you tired? Shall we step outside for a drink and a break?
Sure.
Having spent so much time here and having encountered new types of firearms, Gu Chu felt fulfilled as she joyfully took Rain's hand and departed. Iman leaned in to whisper to Gu Chu, prompting her to realize what she ought to do next. Not far away, military journalists conducting interviews in a non-restricted area caught sight of the S-class female as publicly claimed, accompanying Marshal Rains. The journalists immediately perked up, abandoning their military coverage to boldly approach the Marshal. After all, she was an unparalleled gem of the galaxy, rarely seen in person, and today they had stumbled upon her. Thus far, no journalist had ever had the opportunity for a face-to-face interview with this enigmatic and rare female. As the military journalists began broadcasting live, they surged forward, prompting the twins to step in and block their path. The journalists, aware of the presence of the Marshal and the diplomat, dared not act recklessly. They instinctively softened their inquisition, politely addressing Gu Chu. Your Excellency, may we be fortunate enough to engage in a live broadcast conversation with you? The entire galaxy, as well as others, are eager to meet you. Certainly, Gu Chu nodded, her face adorned with a gentle smile that radiated warmth. I can answer some questions within my capacity, but I will refrain from addressing any personal matters. Upon sighting Gu Chu, the number of viewers on the live stream skyrocketed from a mere million to over 1 billion, and the numbers continued to soar. Before the journalists could even pose their inquiries, many were already impatiently clamoring for gossip. They were determined to scoop the story first. Your Excellency, may I ask who you favor the most? Who is your true partner? Are you considering continuing your guardianship? Could you share how you managed to capture Marshal Rain's heart? And what about diplomat Iman? Why not address them all? Gu Chu remained oblivious to these comments, while Iman, holding his holographic device, observed everything with keen clarity. Beneath the veneer of an official smile, an undercurrent of tension simmered, as if he could murder someone. Who was this fool? Suggesting that they should mention Iman as an afterthought. He was merely an accessory. The military journalists swallowed hard, while they were eager for gossip. They refrained from speaking out under the cold gaze of the twins. Any utterance would likely echo the proposal Iman had just hinted at. I heard that Your Excellency wishes to initiate a planetary protection management plan, primarily targeting environmental restoration and cultural cultivation on Garbage Planet. What inspired such an idea? It was Gu Chu's first time facing a crowd of journalists, and she had long prepared her remarks with Iman based on what they had observed during their travels. I believe that the Garbage Star should not bear the name it currently has. It deserves a more dignified title. The galaxy is vast, and addressing all the issues surrounding the Garbage Star is a formidable challenge. Thus, we have begun to draft several proposals, intending to initiate pilot projects on selected planets, carefully choosing the most suitable candidates to execute this plan. We will also rigorously select these individuals, striving to implement the most effective strategies to assist the inhabitants of these harsh worlds, aiming to improve their living conditions and, ideally, foster the development of the planets themselves. In Iman's eyes, the image of Gu Chu was ever present. His affection for her only deepened with each passing moment. If love could be quantified, his would be on an inexorable rise. Being near Gu Chu felt like basking in her radiance, his lips curving into a smile of pride. His beloved was anything but timid. She spoke with a gentle yet commanding presence, her eloquence both gracious and coherent. Every exquisite word Iman could conjure sprang to mind when he thought of her. To put it succinctly, she was nothing short of perfection. The reporter continued to press, posing a particularly pointed question. Given your immense mental fortitude, will you assist those who have lost control? Anticipation hung thick in the air, and the live chat erupted into a cacophony of opinions.
No.
The Pope has returned. Shouldn't he assistance fall under the purview of the Church? We cannot impose upon Lord Gu Chu's will. If she were to be harmed, I would confront this reporter, without hesitation. Lady Gu Chu is an S-class female. She has the ability to heal many who are out of control. If she can aid the Garbage Star's populace, why not those who have lost their way? How many are out of control? No matter how powerful, Lady Gu Chu is still a frail female. My father is one of those lost souls. I implore you to assist my poor son. Do not let morality bind you, Lady Gu Chu. You can be true to yourself. As someone from the Garbage Star, your actions are already commendable. Suddenly, the comments split into factions, sparking heated debate. Iman cast a glance at the reporter, sneering. Was he not a distant branch of the royal family? Just as Iman prepared to step in front of Gu Chu to address the question, she preempted him. At present, my focus will remain on the protection project for this planet. As for assisting those who have lost control, it is a complex issue. Given the sheer number of such individuals, I will consult with my guardians before making a decision. Furthermore, I believe the Pope's return will enable more of those in distress to receive aid. This response was nothing short of diplomatic, deftly redirecting the matter back to the Church. Chapter 82. Apologies for Gu Chu's sensitivity to perfume. Indeed, the mental healers have now been placed under the Church's jurisdiction. During the recent return of the Red Fox, numerous regulations have been amended to the applause of many males. I wonder if Lady Gu Chu might assist my ailing son? The question, brimming with curiosity, led everyone to seek its source. It was a female voice. What other females were present in the military department? Following the gaze, They beheld a woman adorned in luxurious garments, her dress embellished with pearls forming intricate patterns. A crown, studded with resplendent jewels of immense value, graced her head. A heavy necklace, nearly a meter in length, hung low, accompanied by several others of varying styles. While her fingers sparkled with rings set with diamonds the size of pigeon eggs, each movement seemed to flaunt her wealth. Her very presence proclaimed her opulence and nobility. The middle-aged woman before Gu Chu lifted her head, supported by a staff, her scrutinizing gaze appraising Gu Chu, an air of superiority that instantly repelled Gu Chu. Iman feigned a smile, addressing her, "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" The Queen's demeanor softened upon seeing Iman. "I have not visited the military department in some time, and thought to take a look. I did not expect to encounter you both. Iman, you have matured considerably since our last meeting." Iman was well aware of the Queen's pretentiousness. She had always preferred the confines of the palace and had a purpose for her visit. Without needing Iman's reminder, Leans began discreetly investigating whether there were any royal spies within the military department. After some pleasantries, the Queen turned her attention back to Gu Chu, her smile warm. If not for the first impression, one might mistake her for a congenial person. "You are the S-class female Gu Chu, correct? I am pleasantly surprised by your broad perspective for a female. Our royal family is willing to fund your initiatives. No amount is too great." Everyone knew of Gu Chu's kindness, but the Queen then inquired, "Might you be available tomorrow to assist my gravely ill son?" "Tomorrow? Gravely ill?" Surely, she referred to their royal family's uncontrollable SS-class male heir. It was evident that she had ulterior motives for her visit. Just as Gu Chu was about to respond, a pungent scent of perfume enveloped the air. Gu Chu pinched her nose, sneezing multiple times, retreating several steps.
Gu Chu.
Leans shielded her, activating a protective barrier designed to filter out toxic scents. This barrier had been modified to allow only fresh air through, excluding all other odors, including perfumes. Leans nodded apologetically. "I apologize. Gu Chu is sensitive to perfumes." His expression betrayed no hint of genuine remorse. The perfume was a direct affront to the Queen, and the reporters were astounded. Marshal Leans was audacious indeed, seemingly unfazed by the Queen's wrath. The male reporters beside him dared not speak, but silently agreed with Leans. The perfume was overwhelmingly suffocating. The Queen, unaccustomed to such indignities, felt her smile falter, her frustration palpable as she thought of her unfortunate child. She clenched her fists, suppressing her ire, though her smile twisted into something grotesque. "Many times I have invited you, yet you have declined. Allow me to personally invite you to the palace for afternoon tea, to discuss my poor child, who is now nearly paralyzed due to his condition." As she spoke, she dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, her voice quivering with feigned sorrow, embodying the archetype of a grieving mother. The Queen's concern for her son appeared genuine, otherwise, she would not have made this journey. Time was of the essence for her son. However, those in high positions often extend their invitations from a place of superiority. Her words seemed crafted for the audience, implying that Gu Chu, relying on her status as an S-class female, was ungrateful and disregarding the royal family's esteem. Many viewers of the live stream began to opt for anonymity upon seeing the Queen's presence. "Hasn't the Queen's son been out of control for quite some time? I heard that in attempts to save him, an S-class female was tragically killed. His condition is severe. Lady Gu Chu, do not go. It is dangerous." As an S-class female, with Marshal Leans and others to protect her, what danger could she face? Have you not seen how the royal family has invited her multiple times? If she goes, she might even become the crown princess. Why wouldn't she go? She is an S-class female. Surely those in the palace are aware that he is an SS-class male with a control level exceeding 90. Surely, helping others in greater need is more beneficial than aiding just one. Indeed, our only S-class female should not take such risks. Iman and Leans maintained their stoic expressions, while the Queen remained unfazed, calmly observing her next move. Leans whispered discreetly to Gu Chu, "Do not feel compelled to acquiesce." Gu Chu recalled that Xian Mo had once mentioned a connection between the human experimentation laboratory that had sought her out and the current royal family. For this reason alone, Gu Chu could not agree to assist. Covering her nose, Gu Chu subtly redirected the offensive scent of perfume away from her. The human experimentation facility was no trivial matter. The fact that the Queen had come in person raised questions about whether her motivations were truly familial. Gu Chu has now acquired some knowledge of noble etiquette. After a courteous bow, she graciously declined. "As I mentioned earlier, the number of individuals involved is simply too overwhelming. We will deliberate seriously on whether we possess the capability to assist. Furthermore, I take great offense at being coerced. I am not without my own temper. And there is no one who can compel me to undertake something I am unwilling to do. Given your esteemed position, I shall not trouble you further with our minor concerns. To express my apologies, we shall not accept a single coin of your funding. However, one planet shall be named in honor of your royal lineage as a token of gratitude. Iman stifled his laughter behind his hand. Gu Chu's words were refreshingly candid, displaying no trace of subtlety. In the face of the domineering queen, she maintained her composure and spoke boldly. Observing the queen's face turn a shade of green with anger, Iman noted that she had grown accustomed to a life of luxury and pride within the palace. It was the first time he had witnessed her humbled. Gu Chu made her stance clear, warning the queen against any attempts at extortion. Should she dare to press further, she would not indulge the queen's whims. With a grim countenance, the queen was forced to lower her pride, especially under the scrutiny of a live audience. It was her rival who would be the spectacle, not her. After performing a bow to the queen, Gu Chu gracefully circumvented her and departed. The twins led the way, as Gu Chu had accomplished her objective and saw no reason to linger. The twins watched them leave, and through the window, Gu Chu waved them goodbye. Until the small spacecraft departed, the masks they wore finally slipped, revealing traces of genuine smiles. Iman and Gu Chu sat together on the sofa, his thumb gently massaging her palm. Gu Chu, I have come to realize that you are even more suited to the role of diplomat than I. By denying her funding and offering only an empty title, you have effectively thwarted their attempts to meddle and sever ties with them. And you have yet to rescue her beloved son. She gains nothing from either situation, which must infuriate her. Who would have thought we would witness the Queen's humiliation? That live broadcast will surely circulate throughout the galaxy. Chapter 83. Truly exasperating. Gu Chu furrowed her brow, just as she intended to lean against Iman's shoulder. A force at her waist redirected her, revealing the sullen-faced Rains. Ah yes, today was Rain's day. She leaned into him, and the serpent of jealousy within him transformed from rage to delight. Gu Chu explained, it is not that I do not wish to rescue her son, but Xian Mo has informed me that the human experimentation lab is connected to the current royal family. If that is indeed the case, it is likely due to her son. Assisting him could lead to unforeseen consequences. I cannot act hastily. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether the Queen's motives are to save her son, or to protect the royal lineage. Rains gently massaged Gu Chu's hand, aware that she had been using equipment all afternoon, and her hands must be sore. She truly loved the Crown Prince, having once fallen ill for a time due to her affections, visibly aging in the process. However, whether her love extended to the royal power was another matter altogether. One could observe that while the Emperor may appear to hold authority, it is the Queen who wields true power from behind the scenes. The balance between a child and royal authority merely hinges on which side the scales tip. Thus, the Queen is not merely a caretaker of her child as outsiders might presume. Gu Chu must remain vigilant in her dealings with her. Rains smirked, silently mocking the Queen's attempts to pressure Gu Chu with her usual tactics. How ironic that Gu Chu, of all people, detested being threatened. This was indeed his exceptional Gu Chu, and the Queen had earned her comeuppance. Additionally, Rains had not anticipated that Xian Mo would surmise the royal family's ties. This warranted further investigation into the connections between the royal family and the human experimentation lab. That evening, the group settled into their routine of a post-dinner repose, discussing the day's events. Under the dim lights, soothing music played as Iman and Rains sipped their drinks, while Gu Chu leaned against Rains, sipping a beverage, using the Marshal as a pillow. Meanwhile, Ayu seemed particularly busy, engrossed in work on his light brain. Dressed in a stunning indigo skirt suit, Gu Chu's long, slender legs were perfectly showcased. Her skin was as pale as snow, her legs smooth and sculpted, exuding boundless vitality and allure. The group discussed the planetary protection management plan. Rains and the others were well-versed in dealing with the garbage planet, fully aware of its obstinate residents. They planned to establish 5 planets as pilot sites, ensuring basic daily facilities were in place, and relocating willing residents from the garbage planet. Children, the disabled, and the elderly would be prioritized, with various other feasible methods proposed by the group. As for legal matters, those would be entrusted to Iman, while Rains would select the personnel and C2U would provide medical equipment. Gu Chu's thoughts immediately turned to Xuemu at the mention of mechanical construction. She inquired of Ayu, how has Xuemu been faring lately? C2U paused, meeting Gu Chu's concerned gaze. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, He seems to be doing well. He appears more poised than before and is more willing to socialize lately. Does this imply that Xuemu's social anxiety has diminished? Gu Chu felt a sense of relief. That's good. Are you hoping to seek his assistance? Gu Chu's slight movement prompted her to shake her head. No. I wouldn't want to trouble him with such trivial matters. He is busy enough with his own work. See to you, harboring his own thoughts, took a drink, letting the fiery sensation glide down his throat. Was Gu Chu really trying to reject Xuemu? Yet she seemed genuinely concerned for him. Friends? Lovers? Or perhaps something just shy of romance. C2 found himself distracted from his work when a Chang and a Zhen entered with an array of gifts. We received gifts sent to Gu Chu, and they have all been thoroughly checked for safety.
Who sent them?
The sight of such numerous large and small boxes displeased Rains, who felt it implied they had neglected to provide gifts for Gu Chu. From the Pope, Chia. There is also a letter. Iman and Rains proceeded to place all the gifts into the safe room for individual inspection. C2 accompanied Gu Chu back to her chamber, activating the highest levels of security while waiting for news. Before long, they emerged, their faces dark and grim, brows furrowed, and silence hung heavily in the air. Meanwhile, a Chang entered with an unwrapped gift, while a Zhen handed Gu Chu a handwritten note. Thank you for recognizing my work. Please accept this small gift. I am always here should you need assistance. A small gift? Gu Chu's mouth fell slightly open at the sight of the rare treasures before her. This is a small gift? Iman's face twitched with anger. From now on, I will send you treasures twice as valuable as is every single day. Rain's hands itched to smash something. What is this? I could transfer all my assets to Gu Chu's name if she desires it. I could conquer an entire star system for her. Gu Chu, alarmed, grasped Rain's arm.
No, no, no.
You can't go to war over a gift. That's absurd. It is often said that males understand males, and he knew Gu Chu well enough to recognize her naivete. She likely believed this was merely a gesture of gratitude. C2U reluctantly took on the role of the villain, clarifying for Gu Chu, is it possible that it's not merely gratitude? Chia may actually have feelings for you. What? Again? Gu Chu clutched her heart, nearly overwhelmed by the thought. We've only met once. I haven't even touched him. This is unjust. Holding the delicate person in his arms, C2U could only sigh in response. Perhaps he would be enamored with you regardless of your actions. Love at first sight, after all. You saved him. And he may feel indebted to you. I never asked him to feel indebted. With Xian Mo lurking around, I can hardly manage as it is. Must I contend with him too? Gu Chu rubbed her temples, feeling a throbbing headache coming on. Oh, my head aches. It is challenging to keep a steady hand. C2 struggled to suppress his laughter, finally understanding why Gu Chu wished to reject Xuemu. This was the reason. Iman scrutinized Rains from below, noting his provocatively raised eyebrow. Rains crossed his arms and shrugged nonchalantly, returning Iman's disdainful gaze. The two exchanged glances, as if communicating in a language only they understood. I am tired. I desire some peace. Please return the gifts to Chia and request he cease sending them. C2U pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, murmuring, do not overthink it. Perhaps I have misjudged. In truth, the three guardians are rather trivial matters. It appears I must enlighten Chu Chu. After the trio exited, Gu Chu took a brief shower, her mind in turmoil, devoid of any inclination for a leisurely bath. What if, having aided the out-of-control individuals, they each professed their undying devotion? It was truly vexing. Having once witnessed the nauseating antics of certain individuals in a post-apocalyptic world, a shiver coursed through her, and the mere thought made her feel ill. She would rather forego any affection devoid of sincerity. Wrapping herself in a towel, Gu Chu emerged, momentarily oblivious to the dark tuft atop the flower roll's head. Upon opening her serpentine eyes, she caught sight of the restless little rabbit attempting to leap from the confines of its white shroud. As Gu Chu prepared to untie her towel, Lane's breath seemed to halt in sync with her movements.
Woof.
A bark interrupted, causing her to freeze and turn her head, just in time to spot the little black snake attempting to make its escape.
Lie-in-see.
Swiftly, Gu Chu donned a jacket to shield her modesty, gritting her teeth as she pronounced Lane's name with deliberate clarity. Chapter 84. Lane's intermittent erratic thought process. Lane suddenly found himself motionless, pinched by two of Gu Chu's fingers. Well, have I been too kind to you, that you now resort to peeping? The snake, feeling guilty, averted his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. I was about to call for you. I didn't expect the flower roll to be quicker. You ungrateful creature. After all my efforts to retrieve you, This is how you repay your benefactor? Gu Chu scoffed, her disbelief palpable, awaiting Lane's further justifications. Chu Chu, have you forgotten? You promised I could transform into a little snake today to keep you company. Gu Chu conceded that she had indeed made such a promise. Lane's, now shameless before her, employed all his charm to plead. Chu Chu, I merely wish to spend time alone with you today. I did not intend to intrude. Well, I can understand that. But you ought not to enter my room unannounced. As punishment, you shall sleep alone tonight. The snake was unceremoniously tossed from the second floor to the first, where a diplomat at the bar glanced at the Marshal, who had reverted to human form and landed gracefully. What's this? Cast out by Chu Chu? Mind your own business, Lanes retorted, making his way to the bar, pouring the strongest liquor into a glass. In my opinion, we are merely larger than average. Surely Chu Chu has no cause for such concern. Perhaps you should speak with her? If you wish to send me to my doom, just say so. What then? Iman admired Lanes' erratic thought process. Nothing, just drink your liquor. Gu Chu hurled Lanes out, who opened the window, allowing a refreshing breeze to sweep in, carrying with it the sense of grass and earth, imparting a serene and comfortable atmosphere. Leaning on the windowsill, she gazed at the twinkling fireflies below, their scattered glow mirroring the stars above, as if she possessed a fragment of the night sky. Controlling the wind, she summoned a stronger gust, which nudged a vibrant red butterfly toward her. Oh, what a beautiful butterfly, she exclaimed, halting her powers, extending her finger to communicate with it. Dear little butterfly, do you wish to come closer? The butterfly flapped its splendid crimson wings, its natural patterns an exquisite masterpiece bestowed by nature, fluttering around her like a sprite. While many beautiful butterflies frequented the estate, this was the most enchanting she had ever encountered. As it danced through the air, the butterfly eventually alighted upon Gu Chu's finger. With her chin resting on her hand, she admired its reflection in her eyes, a smile gracing her lips. Your arrival is perfectly timed. Why do I feel so troubled? I thought I regarded Shuemu merely as a friend, yet since his transformation, I find myself constantly worried about his mental state. Little butterfly, do you think I might have developed feelings for Shuemu? Perhaps a belated realization? The butterfly, as if pondering her words, circled her once before silently taking flight. Its departure seemed to carry away Gu Chu's worries, leaving her heart considerably lighter. Resolute, she decided to visit Shuemu soon, intent on clarifying her feelings without further delay. After contemplating this, she returned to bed with the flower roll, expecting difficulty in falling asleep, yet to her surprise, she swiftly drifted into slumber. Having left the estate, the butterfly returned to its villa, only to find its brother waiting at the door, his expression one Cole had never witnessed before, serious and cold. Cole, do you realize what you have done? De Leon bellowed. He had assumed his brother was more composed, but was taken aback by such reckless behavior. Grasping Cole's collar, he admonished, do you understand that if the Marshal discovers you, your life will be forfeit? Faced with De Leon's reprimand, Cole refrained from retorting, lowering his head, biting his lip, fists clenched, his entire being trembling. Whether from rage or fear, it was unclear. De Leon shared a psychic bond with Cole. Even if his brother tried to evade him, he still found him outside the estate, witnessing everything. Fortunately, Cole had not been discovered by the Marshal. Their spirit butterfly clan was adept at stealth and surveillance, yet to secretly spy on Lady Gu Chu would undoubtedly provoke the Marshal's wrath. The Marshal valued Lady Gu Chu's life above his own. After a prolonged silence, Cole finally broke it, his voice hoarse yet mocking. De Leon, why deceive yourself? Your heart mirrors mine. De Leon, struck by the truth of Cole's words, angrily retaliated, knocking him to the ground. Kneeling beside him, he seized Cole once more, shouting, have you even considered whether you are worthy? Worthy of what? Cole shot back, his eyes wild. He violently shrugged off De Leon's grip, roughly wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth. I do not aspire to be Lady Gu Chu's husband, but I at least wish for the chance to see her smile, to be there for her in her moments of sorrow. The spirit butterfly bloodline is rare. She will never know that butterfly is a beast man. De Leon seemed to recall something, gripping Cole's arm tightly. What did Lady Gu Chu say to you? Did you use spirit powder on her? Cole snorted dismissively, shaking off his brother's touch. She was unhappy, so I gave her a bit of calming spirit powder. Lady Gu Chu is unhappy? De Leon sensed Cole was speaking the truth. Upon hearing that she was troubled, he lost all interest in reprimanding him. Could it be that the royal family's disturbance had upset Lady Gu Chu? She seemed particularly concerned about Professor Xue. Cole hastily returned to his room, leaving the thought hanging.
Shuemu.
De Leon recalled Lady Gu Chu had urged them to keep a close watch on his safety. Professor Shui had indeed been acting strangely of late. His temperament markedly altered. It was imperative to ensure Professor Shui's protection, a sentiment both he and Cole shared. Gu Chu had remained at home these past few days, seizing the opportunity to learn social dance with C2U and the others. As guests came to visit, she realized that remaining reclusive would only invite scrutiny. Thus, it was better to take the initiative and investigate. With the weather being splendid, she took the flower roll and a jeune for a stroll around the estate, enjoying the vibrant blossoms that had recently bloomed. With nothing pressing to attend to, she delighted in the floral beauty, each bloom vying for attention, attracting numerous butterflies to linger nearby. Chapter 85. Catching Shuemu off guard, Gu Chu set the flower roll down, allowing it to frolic freely. She knelt to admire the flowers and suddenly spotted the red butterfly she had seen days prior among the throng of butterflies. Instantly recognizing it, she felt a wave of familiarity wash over her. Is that you? I should not be mistaken. Such a beautiful butterfly, larger than the ordinary ones. The butterfly remained silent, circling Gu Chu a few times before finally alighting on her shoulder. A jeune tilted her head, and the system detected an anomaly, prompting her eyes to scan the peculiar butterfly. However, a swarm of butterflies obstructed the scanner, and before the scan could be completed, the butterfly had already flown away from Gu Chu's shoulder. Gu Chu gazed at it as it mingled with the flock. How wonderful it is to have so many companions. The butterflies here have a long lifespan. If you possess any sense of spirituality, would you consider staying in the manor? I promise to take good care of you. The butterfly flapped its wings rapidly and vanished from Gu Chu's sight. I hope to see you again, beautiful Miss Butterfly. Outside the manor, Cole leaned against a tree, clutching his heart and breathing heavily. Gu Chu had no idea that the butterfly was him, yet he took her words to heart. She said she would care for him. Even if it meant being caged, he would willingly accept. But Cole let out a sardonic laugh. Gu Chu had mistaken him for a female butterfly. At that moment, Lieutenant General De Lien on duty suddenly pressed his hand to his heart. What was happening? His heart raced with a peculiar joy, a profound affection washing over him. What's the matter, Lieutenant General De Lien? Nothing. Let us go. He feigned nonchalance as he stepped forward, though he was seething with anger. Wishing he could rush off to confront Cole, he had gone to find Gu Chu again. Gu Chu strolled leisurely back, just in time to see Situyu coming to find her. The two had long established a tacit understanding, holding hands as they admired the sunset while walking back to the residence. Tomorrow marked the Imperial Academy's triennial open day. She wondered if Chu would be interested in attending. Sure, she replied. Situyu excitedly introduced the intriguing and unique projects of the open day, which piqued Gu Chu's anticipation, but then she noticed her wristwatch buzzing with a message. It was Shuemu inviting her to the open day. The timing was impeccable. Although she had already agreed to accompany Situyu, she could not refuse Shuemu, so she responded. Lately, she had been thinking of Shuemu, worrying about him. It seemed she could not escape her feelings. During this time, Gu Chu had come to a clear realization. Her concern for Shuemu was genuine, evolving beyond mere friendship into something deeper. They would see each other eventually. Previously, he had intended to guide Gu Chu in mech training, but the Planetary Management Protection Plan had delayed him. On the day of the open day, Rains and Iman had taken leave to accompany Chu, as most attendees were family members or vetted individuals, ensuring safety. Gu Chu, being a rare female, would undoubtedly attract attention, and they were determined to ensure her safety. Situyu had arrived early at the school gate to greet her. When he saw Shuemu beside him, who had unexpectedly cut his hair short, styled impeccably with a side parting and one side of his hair cascading down, Gu Chu greeted him. Good day, Lord Gu Chu. The sudden transformation left Gu Chu momentarily speechless. It wasn't just his appearance that had changed, but his demeanor as well. Shifting from a shy and low-key student to a mature man radiating confidence, sharp as a blade. That unchanged smile, however, bore the dangerous allure of a starving tiger in the forest. Gu Chu recalled his vow aboard the starship to annihilate the space pirate group, and that image perfectly aligned with his current demeanor. Gu Chu exchanged a questioning glance with Situyu. Is this what you meant by no problem? Situyu, perplexed, failed to comprehend Gu Chu's gaze, mistakenly thinking she was displeased, and took her hand to lead her inside. Shuemu followed behind the three guardians, leisurely accompanying them. As they gathered, numerous photos began circulating on social media, igniting public discourse. Oh my! It's Lord Gu Chu, I didn't expect to see him so soon. Lord Gu Chu truly dotes on Professor Situ. He came to accompany him during the open day, which is usually rather dull, attended predominantly by males. Did you all notice Professor Schwer is here too? He looks so handsome. He seems different from before. I don't care. I declare my love for Professor Schwer. That cheerful expression of Professor Schwer is likely prearranged with Lord Gu Chu, right? I'm so envious. I should be applied for the open day too. Just wait. The next one is in 3 years. I'll be there to witness it live, huh? While touring the exhibition organized by Situ students, he patiently explained the uses of various items. Gu Chu had also learned some basic methods for using medical equipment and carried a healing device, making it easier for her to comprehend Situ's explanations. Noticing several gazes focused on them, Gu Chu pointed at the students in white coats conducting experiments behind the glass. Aren't you worried about an explosion or poisoning if you keep staring at your students like that? Situ's forehead twitched in irritation as he forced a smile. You're right, Chu Chu. Their unpredictability is my fault. I will ensure they learn about etiquette and safety. Those rascally students were embarrassing him. Had they never seen a female before? They had completely forgotten the rules. Xuemu chuckled. Gu Chu had put it rather delicately. Staring so blatantly, they could all be sent to the Female Protection Association for punishment. Xuemu, what is your tech institute like? After visiting the medical college, Gu Chu boarded a small hovercraft heading to the tech institute, seizing the opportunity to converse with Xuemu. The focus was mainly on mech accessibility and some publicly available technologies, along with related metal displays and introductions. In truth, it felt less like an open day and more akin to a museum. By noon, the open day had arranged a food street, though the culinary delights were generally lackluster. With only the barbecued meat being palatable, the food appeared delicious but was, in reality, hard to swallow. She often brought along lovingly prepared lunchboxes made by a Chong and a Zhen. To truly savor delectable cuisine, one would need to travel to a distant planet, where their local delicacies awaited. It would require a 3-day journey aboard a starship. Unfortunately, Gu Chu had pressing matters and simply lacked the time for such travels. Gu Chu suggested they take a brief respite in Xuemu's private office. The mere mention of his office caught Xuemu off guard, causing him to stumble and nearly collide with Situ ahead. The smile on Xuemu's face faltered. He stammered an explanation. Please wait a moment. I'll have someone tidy up to avoid offending Lord Gu Chu's eyes. Upon witnessing Xuemu's familiar, youthful expression, Gu Chu felt a warmth in her heart. This was the true Xuemu. She grasped his arm, halting his instinct to flee, her lips curling into a mischievous smile. As if she had uncovered a secret of his. No need to call anyone. We can go right now. Chapter 86. Just the tip of the iceberg on the journey of scientific research to prevent Xuemu from escaping or summoning assistance. Gu Chu held onto his arm throughout. This seemingly innocuous gesture sent Xuemu's heart racing. His usually quick-witted mind went completely blank, and his spirit felt like it had soared to a distant star system. When he regained his senses, all eyes were upon him, awaiting him to open the door, including the beloved Lord Gu Chu. In the pleasantly cool climate, his back was drenched in sweat, his body ablaze with heat, as he stiffly inputted his iris for verification, as if he were about to face an apocalyptic disaster. With a click, the door swung open. Driven by curiosity, Gu Chu stepped inside, exclaiming in surprise. The scene before her was indescribably chaotic, better resembling a waste recycling station. The sofa was piled high with documents, and the desk resembled a mountain of clutter. Gu Chu stepped over various metal components, finding no place to set her feet. So this is the daily life of Xuemu. Situ understood just how disordered Xuemu's office was, but the other two were oblivious. Iman's playful gaze scrutinized Xuemu, whose chaotic surroundings could only be described as a textbook example of disorder. Anxiously scratching his head, Xuemu noticed that His Excellency Gu Chu had already entered, and with a sudden jolt, he rushed over. Gu Chu, caught off guard, found himself abruptly swept off his feet in a princess carry back to the original spot, his arms instinctively wrapping around Xuemu's neck. Seemingly curious whether this foolish professor had truly changed his ways. Sensing Gu Chu's gaze, Xuemu forced himself to remain composed, his expression serious. Your Excellency Gu Chu, do not be deceived by the appearance of those metallic objects. While they may not seem sharp, they are in fact rare metals used for weapon crafting, and most are exceedingly sharp. A scratch would be quite troublesome. Gu Chu, however, seemed more intrigued by Xuemu's flushed ears, tilting his head to gently rub them. Xuemu let out a muffled grunt. Despite lacking spiritual energy, he felt utterly weak, his cheeks aflame. How had he never perceived Gu Chu as this adorable before?
So,
Xuemu, do you wish to set me down now, or shall you continue to hold me? The three guardians behind them gasped in shock. What kind of brazen words were these? Gu Chu had changed. Xuemu fell silent, as if a broken robot. His mind completely short-circuited, only able to repeat two words, I don't want to. Lins forcefully took Gu Chu from Xuemu's arms. Gu Chu, you're being mischievous. It's fine to tease me, but please refrain from teasing other males.
Huh?
No, I'm serious, Gu Chu replied. Xuemu stood frozen, his face visibly reddening, struggling to form coherent words. Gu Chu observed the untidy space, noting its cleanliness and lack of unpleasant odors, but living there seemed inappropriate. If Xuemu desired it, it wouldn't be impossible to arrange a larger research room for him right next to a bedroom, allowing for both work and rest. Sometimes, a Chong and a Zhun could even deliver meals to him. Lins noticed Gu Chu's intense focus on Xuemu, as if contemplating something. He was at a loss for words. They had come to realize that Gu Chu had developed her own thoughts. Situ had already seen through everything. One was silently devoted, while the other was just now awakening to their feelings. It was only a matter of time before they came together. Situ was not as shocked as he had imagined. In contrast, Lins was calculating the time. He was already busy with official duties and did not know how many days the trip would take. Now, with one more person to consider, his time alone with Gu Chu was dwindling. What a tremendous hassle, he thought, finding Xuemu increasingly irksome, and with a huff, he took Gu Chu away, finding a suitable spot to set up a hidden barrier, concealing their presence as they sat together for a meal. Without Lins needing to utter a word, his domineering aura, coupled with his foul mood, radiated forth, and Xuemu bore the brunt of it, sitting nearby, outwardly unfazed as he sipped his drink. The Marshal's temper had flared again, and jealousy brewed within him. Gu Chu grasped Lins' hand beneath the table, resting her head on his shoulder. Lins, I want to eat that crab meat, she said, opening her mouth expectantly. Wasn't this an invitation for him to feed her? Lins was overjoyed, entirely focused on indulging his precious little female, his eyes brimming with affection. Do you want more, Gu Chu? Gu Chu pointed at the chicken, her fingers teasingly stroking Lins' palm, igniting a warmth that spread to her heart. I want that chicken. Situ and Iman enviously helped Gu Chu by devoning the meat, treating the morsels as if they were Lins. Indeed, children who provoke jealousy are rewarded with sweetness. Situ couldn't help but ponder what Xian Mo had done to elicit such a transformation in Gu Chu. After Gu Chu had her fill, they finally began to eat, the portions just right for the group. Xuemu secretly reflected on Gu Chu's words, feeling as though he had sweetness on his tongue. Her straightforwardness was crystal clear. If he failed to grasp it, he would be a fool. It turned out that Gu Chu harbored feelings for him as well. Yet recalling the previous chaotic scene, he felt a wave of regret. How could he have known there would be an impromptu inspection of his office? He ought to first consider how to explain everything to Gu Chu. Xuemu, with so much clutter in your office, how do you remember where everything is? Gu Chu's question sparked a light in Xuemu's eyes, a hopeful sign. I remember everything, even where a piece of paper is placed under something else. Your memory is so impressive. It's as if you have a photographic memory. Fortunately, there are countless planets. What I recall is merely the tip of the iceberg in my research journey. Gu Chu sighed enviously, feeling quite impressed. Lins was about to speak when he abruptly turned to look into the crowd, reluctantly releasing Gu Chu's hand as he stood up. You all continue eating. I have something to attend to. Gu Chu acknowledged him, watching as he blended into the throng. The others continued to enjoy their meal, the entire process exceedingly pleasant. Midway, Lins returned after handling his matter, his expression not particularly cheerful, which Gu Chu, of course, refrained from questioning. She took the initiative to grasp his hand, wrapping her arm around his, silently offering her companionship. If it pertained to military affairs, she felt it inappropriate to pry. Lins would not conceal anything he could share. So, if he hadn't mentioned it, it likely wasn't meant for her ears. When it was time to leave, Xuemu bowed to Gu Chu. The day after tomorrow, I wonder if Your Excellency Gu Chu is free and interested in learning about mechas? This gesture served as both an inquiry and an invitation. Since she chose to accept, Gu Chu would not decline. Sure, I have much to learn and await your explanation. We shall meet the day after tomorrow. Xuemu could hardly contain his joy, smiling as he bid them farewell. Until next time, Your Excellency Gu Chu. That evening, Situ held Gu Chu's hand as they chatted at the bar. Gu Chu, feeling the urge for a drink, indulged a little. Situyu rested his chin in thought, recalling Gu Chu's unexpected teasing earlier that day. Gu Chu, how do you get along with Xianmo? You seem a bit different since you returned. Get along? It's just been a bit awkward, thinking about how to escape.
Oh.
But I see Xianmo lets you tease him. It doesn't seem like he is trying to trap you. Situyu's eyes seemed to see through everything. Gu Chu recalled that scene, unable to articulate her thoughts. She opted to conceal part of the truth. He not too bad. He just has a sharp tongue. He indirectly saved my life, that's all. The more Gu Chu withheld, the more Situyu speculated that their story must be quite captivating. If not for the physical examination revealing no changes in Gu Chu, he would have considered dismembering Xianmo along with Lean's. Gu Chu, tonight is our time together, he declared, having endured a day of jealousy over Lean's. Situyu gestured to his lips, his eyes glimmering with allure. Is that permissible? Gu Chu smiled softly, her lips curving with mirth as she leaned toward him, her hands propping up the chair. Their silhouettes, obscured by the dim light, danced together to the romantic melodies, entwined in their own world. With someone's learning ability remarkably swift, Gu Chu found herself dizzy from their kisses. At some point, she had shifted from her chair to the bar top. And it wasn't until they heard a noise from upstairs that they finally paused. Gu Chu touched her swollen, red lips. Bewildered by Situyu's fervent advances, you haven't secretly learned something you shouldn't have you? Realizing her intuition was spot on, Situyu embraced Gu Chu, marveling at her accuracy. He rubbed the tip of his nose, explaining, I study medicine. It's only natural to know a bit. Is that so? She questioned, somewhat skeptical. Previously, everything Xiao had provided was deleted by Ryan, and after that, she lost the inclination to ponder those matters further. Upon reflection, there were certain profound words she had yet to explore. They possessed an array of intricate elements, and Gu Chu had a premonition that some matters might exceed her imagination. Gu Chu awaited Xuemu's arrival the day after tomorrow. Although no precise time was agreed upon, he typically arrived around noon. However, she found herself waiting until the afternoon without catching a glimpse of Xuemu, nor did her communication device respond to her messages. Anxiously pacing in the living room, Gu Chu mused that if Xuemu had prior engagements preventing his arrival, he could have simply informed her. Why was he unreachable? The last time she saw him, he appeared so eager. This was unexpected. She could not help but glance at Iman, who was assigned to accompany her today. Iman, why hasn't Xuemu arrived yet? Surely nothing has happened? Iman recalled Xuemu's prior act of allegiance and sensed something amiss. I will inquire with Situ. Upon contacting Situyu retorted. Didn't he take leave to teach Chu about Mecca? When Iman relayed that he had not yet arrived, the three of them simultaneously recognized that something was wrong. Situyu promptly declared, I will check the academy to see if he is there.
Chu, are not worthy.
He may have lost track of time while engrossed in research.
Yes.
If that were the case, it would be the most favorable outcome. Gu Chu attempted to reach Xuemu multiple times, all to no avail, which only heightened her unease. Iman, shall we check Xuemu's house? Iman resolutely opposed Gu Chu risking danger. You stay at home. I will go. No, you must let a Chong accompany me. I will go as well. Iman. This is an order. Iman's mind echoed Gu Chu's words. His initial intention to keep Gu Chu at home transformed into an unavoidable necessity to bring her along. Suddenly enlightened, he widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Chu. She had employed mental control. When had she learned to wield such power? The SS female's mental control was something Iman could not refuse. He complied and took Gu Chu and a Chong in a small spacecraft to Xuemu's residence. I apologize, Iman, but I must go. Gu Chu felt a pang of guilt as she embraced Iman's strong, narrow waist from behind. Iman patted Gu Chu's hand. I understand. He comprehended her anxious thoughts, and the fact that she still cared for his feelings filled him with satisfaction. If Chu was willing, he would gladly risk his life to protect her. Iman was among the rare individuals permitted to carry firearms. For Gu Chu's safety, she acquired 2 portable weapons.
Meanwhile,
Iman did not forget to inform Ryan. They lacked the authority to enter Xuemu's house, but a Chong could. Just as a Chong was about to input his program identification code to gain entry, Iman suddenly halted him, his expression grave. There is a scent of blood. The program had been forcibly compromised. Gu Chu pointed to a peculiar small circle at the edge. I remember this. It seems to be a switch that can keep the defense mode in an open state. Gu Chu was correct. Only the device that Xuemu had modified could bypass the professor's program defenses. This apparatus was Xuemu's destruction device. A Chong, possessing detection capabilities. Analyze the situation. The door has remained in an open state. We can enter directly. Gu Chu's fair complexion lost its previous radiance. Her gaze icy as she held her weapon, a derisive smile escaping her lips. Had she become so comfortable that she almost forgot the days of flirting with danger? Her face was shrouded in a layer of frost, her expression perpetually calm as she controlled the wind to blow towards them. As Iman had said, the air was thick with the scent of blood. She commanded Achong, activate combat mode, attack any unfamiliar individuals on sight. Remember to leave some alive. She was determined to discover who dared to threaten her. Chu, you must go. Without waiting for Iman to finish, Gu Chu advanced. Utilizing her abilities to ascertain the number of individuals inside, there were over a dozen, their ranks unknown, and possibly some peculiar entities as well. Iman, can you handle this? Of course. Achong, be ready to transform into mecha mode. Understood, Iman, the diplomat. Iman flashed a confident smile, cracking his neck as he positioned himself protectively in front of Gu Chu, with Achong covering the rear. SS-level males were exceedingly rare throughout the galaxy. With Iman's assurance, they charged boldly into Xuemu's home. Without hesitation, Iman swiftly dispatched the guard at the entrance, the sharp crack echoing as he effortlessly snapped the opponent's neck despite their armored attire. The two heavily armored individuals crumpled to the ground, lifeless and silent. Achong. There is an ambush over there. Gu Chu manipulated the wind to immobilize them. Her personal attack power was rated B, but her abilities remained an unknown factor. Through the gusts, she pinpointed the hidden assailants. Before they could react, they were ensnared by the whirlwind, their vision obscured by a gray mist. And one S-level male was caught off guard as a blue beam pierced through his heavy armor, striking his heart. Upon witnessing the well-prepared armored equipment, Gu Chu's demeanor grew more serious. Her weapon was poised, ready to fire upon any adversary. The interior was shrouded in darkness, the stench of blood overwhelming. Iman continued to neutralize incoming threats while Gu Chu took advantage of the chaos to take down several foes, eventually spotting two familiar figures amidst the fray.
Cole. Delian.
Your Excellency. The twins were equally astonished, not expecting Gu Chu to appear suddenly. Had it not been for the adversary surrounding them, they would have rushed to protect her. In a moment of urgency, the twins shouted, "It's dangerous here. Leave quickly." Chapter 88. Those who harm her shall pay tenfold. Seeing them drenched in blood, Gu Chu gasped in horror, her heart nearly ceasing to beat at the sight before her. The crimson blood, she could not discern if it belonged to their enemies or flowed from their own wounds. Xuemu, supported by Delian, lay slumped on the ground, his head bowed as drops of blood dripped onto the floor, leaving his condition uncertain.
Xuemu.
Witnessing her cherished one injured ignited a fury within Gu Chu. Her fists clenched tightly, her hand gripping the weapon trembled with rage. Once more harnessing her abilities, the wind transformed into a fierce and resilient force, cleaving through the special metallic armor with ease. If one gust was insufficient, then let it be a multitude. If one whirlwind was inadequate, let it escalate into a tempest until it was shattered beyond repair. Iman and Achong shielded Gu Chu, and the opposing male, unprepared to face an S-level female, had initially aimed to eliminate Professor Xuemu. Upon spotting Gu Chu, they exchanged glances and quickly reached a consensus. The mission was altered to capture the S-level female alive. As all enemies turned their attention to Gu Chu, Delian, with the gravely injured Xuemu, broke through the siege while Cole moved to protect Gu Chu. With S-level males and numerous war machines deployed, their objective remained to eliminate Professor Xuemu. As Cole approached Gu Chu, he succinctly summarized the situation. Your Excellency, you must leave with Delian. Yet Gu Chu's focus remained solely on Xuemu.
Xuemu.
A gaping wound marred his chest, a gruesome sight as the attack had penetrated bone, his body slick with blood, his khaki coat stained a deep crimson. Upon seeing him injured and bloodied, Gu Chu's eyes brimmed with fury. She abruptly turned, extending her hand as she unleashed her mental control. All males, attack the war machines. The males who had intended to capture Gu Chu could not withstand the onslaught of her penetrating mental force, their eyes spiraling into a void devoid of focus. Their consciousness echoing her command, "Destroy the war machines, destroy the war machines." The very males who had aimed to capture Gu Chu redirected their weapons, now targeting the war machines instead. Gu Chu stood upon the staircase, resembling a commander issuing orders on the battlefield. Her lips flushed with indignation as she gritted her teeth. Achong, retain a portion of the robots. I must uncover who is responsible for this mischief. Understood. Achan's arm extended, inserting a wire-like apparatus into the connections of the robots. In an instant, the once mobile machines fell limp, as if drained of power.
Choo-choo.
Both Ryan and Sitiyu arrived simultaneously, their gazes icy upon the assembled robots, swiftly joining the fray. With the addition of Ryan and Sitiyu, along with the controlled males, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Gu Chu rushed to De Lien's side, assisting in cradling Xuemu, extending her index finger to probe his breath, which was faint, reminiscent of a lifeless corpse. In that moment, tears cascaded down Gu Chu's cheeks, her voice hoarse as she called out his name. Xuemu, it's me, Gu Chu. Hold on, you will be all right. Gu Chu turned to seek Sitiyu. You. Come quickly. Take Xuemu away, he requires medical attention. Upon hearing Gu Chu's urgent plea, Sitiyu rushed over, his expression grave. He needs immediate surgery. His injuries are severe, affecting his heart. Had it not been for the twins administering a cardiac stimulant and medication, combined with the robustness of his S-class physique, he would have succumbed long ago. She seized the silver moon blade from De Lien's grasp and commanded him. You take Xuemu for treatment. We will handle matters here. Psychic control surged toward De Lien, his formidable mental strength rendering him unable to refuse. He scooped up the unconscious Professor Xuemu and dashed out. Turning back, the previously oppressive room erupted into a tempest. As if possessed by a singular purpose to assault the assassins, De Lien recalled witnessing Gu Chu's extraordinary stamina, and understanding dawned upon him as he swiftly departed. In a fleeting moment, all the combat robots were neutralized, save for those under psychic control. When they regained their senses, they realized the robots had been eradicated, and the ambushers outside had been dispatched. Clutching the silver moon blade, Gu Chu struck at the newly awakened assassin, devising a cunning plan. Would this not provide them with a hostage to facilitate their escape? Just as the assassin attempted to seize Gu Chu, intending to use her as leverage, he found himself ensnared by an enigmatic force, his once impenetrable armor rendered as useless as scrap metal. Before he could react, his head, along with his helmet, was cleaved in two. His bulging eyes, streaked with crimson, reflected sheer disbelief as he met his demise. This was insufficient for her fury. Those who harmed her would pay tenfold. With a swift turn, she severed the arm of an S-class male, arterial blood gushing forth as he writhed on the ground, howling in agony, his cries echoing throughout the chamber. This was still not enough. You have harmed Xuemu, and I shall not rest until I have exacted my retribution. Another strike followed, and yet another, for one was insufficient. She intended to cleave through several more, ensuring none of them would escape. Gu Chu continued to strike down several foes, her eyes rimmed with crimson, the scene before her enveloped in a fog of blood, a scarlet haze. All she desired was to slay them all.
Choo-choo.
Please, calm yourself. Ultimately, it was Ryan who embraced her, prying the silver moon blade from her tightly clenched grip. Her hand, strained from exertion, bore a crimson hue, and Ryan patted her trembling frame, offering solace. It is over, Xuemu will be fine. We will seek justice for him, and once we uncover the mastermind, you may exact your vengeance as you wish. Indeed, we shall pursue justice. Gu Chu's clarity returned. Gripping Ryan's attire with a solemn tone, I acted recklessly. Chu, you are not at fault. Had it been me, my methods would have been even more ruthless. Ryan replied, taking the silver moon blade and tossing it to Cole as he guided Gu Chu towards the exit. This is not a place for discussion. Cole and Iman, you shall lead a team to secure the area, ensure only our people guard the scene, allowing no one to enter. Apprehend any suspicious individuals nearby and interrogate them. Achan will oversee the removal of all combat robots and survivors. Understood. Iman administered tranquilizers to all the assassins, securing them with specially designed handcuffs. As a small team brought them back to Sitiyu's estate, for Gu Chu insisted on personally conducting the interrogations. As an unsettling thought crossed her mind, she turned sharply to regard the members of Ryan's team, distrust settling in her heart. Save for Cole, she harbored doubts even towards Ryan's confidants. Her raspy voice echoed in their minds like an incantation. Do not betray Ryan. Obey his commands without question. This was the first time Ryan beheld Gu Chu, imbued with such ferocity, as if she were a different person altogether. He swiftly scooped her up, piloting the ship back to the estate, initiating intelligent flight while carefully inspecting her for injuries. He used a special cloth to wipe the blood from her, yet Gu Chu's gaze remained filled with hatred, the image of Xuemu's injury lingering in her mind. Why? Why did they attack Xuemu? Ryan replied solemnly, with Situ here, Xuemu will be safe. Ryan, are you concealing something from me? Gu Chu questioned, having sensed something amiss upon seeing the twins. Their appearance here was far from coincidental, even without mental coercion. Ryan intended to clarify the situation. Xue Mu hails from a civilian background, maintaining a position of neutrality. He is a military genius, often sought after by various factions. His refusal to align with the royal family in support of us has drawn animosity. He has faced numerous assassination attempts recently. Chapter 89. A sense of inadequacy in my retribution. Gu Chu had not anticipated such events. Xue Mu had been enduring assassination attempts of late, which explained his recent changes. Yet he had feigned nonchalance before her. The thought twisted her heart with pain. So it was the royal family that sought to assassinate him? Current assessments suggested as much. The sheer number of combat robots was not something an ordinary family could muster. When he had previously mentioned to Iman his intent to aid us, we were taken aback. Gu Chu scoffed, mocking both herself and that fool, unraveling the reasoning. What is there to be surprised about? That fool may lack the ability to express himself, but proves his commitment through actions. His assistance to you indirectly aids me as well. This is his way of expressing love, selflessly giving without expectation of return. Ryan conceded. Indeed, it is because of you. Had it not been for me, he might still be that fool buried in his research, never entangled in such disputes. Gu Chu's self-reproach proved futile. All she could hope for was Xue Mu's safety. Upon arriving at the estate, Gu Chu dashed toward the treatment room, where De Lian and Ajun awaited. Ajun extended her hand to halt her. Chu. They are currently performing surgery. You cannot enter for the time being. Noticing the blood-stained disarray of Gu Chu's hair, De Lian, filled with concern, inquired, Your Excellency, are you injured? Do you require a physician to examine you? I am unscathed. This is someone else's blood. In contrast to her own condition, Gu Chu was filled with gratitude upon seeing De Lian's arms and legs simply bandaged. Had it not been for the twins, they would have arrived too late. You must attend to your own treatment. Do not delay your injuries. We owe you and Cole a great debt. Having witnessed the resolute and decisive nature of Gu Chu, De Lian did not hesitate to comply, departing with the assurance. Professor Sita mentioned that, thankfully, Xue Mu has avoided critical injury to his heart. The surgery will be lengthy, but with proper recuperation, he should face no significant issues. Upon hearing this, Gu Chu felt a profound sense of relief.
Thank you, De Lian.
It was my duty. A rare smile graced De Lian's typically stoic visage. Even bloodied from battle, Gu Chu radiated a beauty that transcended mere appearance, an exquisite uniqueness etched into the heart. Gu Chu understood that De Lian had been steadfastly waiting for their return, selflessly dedicated, much like Xue Mu himself. Rains gently wrapped his arms around Gu Chu's shoulders, offering solace. Shall we wash up first? The surgery will not be swift, and if Xue Mu sees you in this state, he will undoubtedly feel guilty. With only Rains remaining by her side, the anguish that had been tightly wound within Gu Chu finally unraveled, and she buried herself in his embrace. Unable to stifle her sobs any longer, Rains held her in silence, softly patting her back, allowing her to vent her emotions, while he bent down to kiss her hair. No matter whether it was in the moments of wielding a blade or now, weeping in sorrow, Rains could not bear to see her in pain. After a brief spell of tears, Gu Chu wiped away the remnants from her eyes and forced a smile. I'm fine now, Rains. Rains kissed the corner of her eye, softly reassuring her, there is no need to suppress your feelings. Gu Chu responded with a tender kiss on his lips. I really am all right now. In a hurried manner, Gu Chu took a shower, deliberately using extra body wash to rid herself of the lingering scent of blood. However, upon emerging, Rains was nowhere to be found. She proceeded to the treatment room, which still indicated that surgery was underway. Ajun waited at the door, relaying a message from Marshal Rains. Marshal Rains said he has gone to interrogate the criminals. If Chu wishes to come over here, I can lead you. How much longer for Xue Mu's surgery? The vascular nerves and bones still require repair. It is estimated to last until midnight. All right, Ajun, keep an eye on things, and contact me if anything arises, especially ensure you notify me before the surgery concludes. Understood. A murderous intent flickered in Gu Chu's eyes, an unsettling feeling that her previous efforts had not been sufficiently ruthless. This score, she would settle herself for Xue Mu. She instructed Ajun to wait in place, while she followed the direction Ajun indicated and found the room. Upon opening the door, she was not greeted by the anticipated scent of blood, but rather the fragrance of the aromatherapy she usually employed. Those clad in armor had been disarmed and were bound tightly on the ground, alongside a heap of war robots. A Chong had extracted a tube from his own body and inserted it into the robot's interface, his eyes illuminated with a blue light displaying a myriad of incomprehensible codes, seemingly engaged in some sort of processing with the machines. Gu Chu regarded the assassins sprawled on the floor with cold detachment, first turning her concern to the returning twins. Who bore the brunt of injuries? Are your wounds healing? Minor injuries. The military doctor has taken care of them. That is good to hear. Rains rested his chin in his hands, captivated by the scene before him. His words paled in comparison to those of Gu Chu. He had discovered the twins during the campus open day, and upon inquiry, learned that they had been keeping a watchful eye on Xuemu at Gu Chu's behest. To his surprise, they had indeed proven invaluable, as the individuals assigned for covert protection had been slain, and the twins had become Xuemu's saviors. When they arrived, Xuemu was bravely facing a multitude of foes, including war robots. Rains received a message from Iman, simultaneously receiving a request for support from the twins. Iman returned after freshening up, showing no signs of injury, and turned his concern towards Gu Chu, mirroring Rain's actions. In confronting the assassins, Gu Chu wielded her knife with precision and composure, issuing commands with a briskness that led him to momentarily perceive her as a comrade rather than a partner, only to later feel a pang of fear for her safety upon reflection. Once reassured of her well-being, Rains gestured for Gu Chu to sit upon his lap. She did not hesitate, and Rains instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist to ensure her comfort. Gu Chu glanced down at the half-dead individuals below, noting that a significant portion of their injuries had been inflicted by her own hand. How are they faring? Do you require my assistance in controlling them? No need. They have already confessed, Rains replied, surprised by how swiftly Gu Chu had adeptly utilized her mental prowess, and explained, we possess a special coercive potion. So there's no need to squander your mental energy. Iman cast a cold glance at the cunning snake who sought to exploit the interrogation. Rising to present a record to Gu Chu, it has been confirmed that they are affiliated with the royal family. Xuemu possesses numerous military technologies, and they feared our noble lineage might grow stronger, thus they resolved to eliminate Xuemu decisively. There have been a total of 3 attacks. 3? Yes. The first was evaded, the second was protected by Rain's men, and for the third, they remained undeterred and dispatched royal-trained shadow beasts and war robots. Shadow beasts? A type of beastman cultivated from a young age, classified as at least grade A. They are subjected to agents that obliterate emotional nerves, exhibiting high compliance. They are specifically bred for warfare. Such shadow beasts are exceedingly rare and difficult to cultivate, yet the royal family dispatched over a dozen, indicating their lethal intent. They are undoubtedly determined to see Xuemu dead.